final score will be 118-110. It wasn't pretty, but the Warriors get the win. 32 points for Klay Thompson, 21 for Jonathan Kuminga with 10 rebounds, 16 apiece for Trace Jackson-Davis, Brandon Pajemski, and 12 for Chris Paul.
All right, 26 different lineup for the Warriors. Starting lineup. What?
Hit me with an old baby.
Oh, baby. Oh, baby.
Yay.
All right. You guys want a 5-second old baby or a 10-second old baby? You're not going to get that after beating the Utah Jazz. Let's be real. They just lost their 12th straight game. I mean, they're taking. At one point, they were 26-26. They're 3-23 in their last 26 games. But I'll give you an old baby for JK. I'll give you an old baby for Klay Thompson. I'll give you an old baby for Brandon Pajemski. And now the Warriors are clinched the 10th spot. You don't have to worry about the Rockets no more. Now it's just a matter of where are they going to land up? Or are they going to end up? Are they going to end up at 7, 8, 9? It's looking more and more likely they're going to be in that 9-10 game here, but we'll break it all down here on the Morning Roast. Good morning to everybody out there getting out the graveyard shift. Good to be back on a Monday. Shout out to YouTube and Twitch, brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union. Upgrade your savings dividend. Open a First NorCal first-class money market today. You can now download the Odyssey app directly from our YouTube and Twitch pages, as we've added the QR code on both pages. Xfinity Mobile text line as well. And, of course, shout out our friends at Flowing Water Plumbing and Drain. If you're going to call into the roast, you better bring it, because if you don't, you will be flushed. Brought to you by Flowing Water Plumbing and Drain. What up, Shasky? What's going on, man?
Nothing. You know, where do you want to start? You want to start yesterday? You want to start Friday night?
You can start wherever you want to start.
Well, Friday night was frustrating because it was a really good game, and I thought the Warriors could have won that one. And when I'm looking, and maybe you could say, Joe, you're overreacting. You're losing your mind. I know Wiggins said it. I didn't even know it was because of the ankle. I saw maintenance, and I didn't know. I didn't follow up and find out exactly what it was going on. But it was like, they were like one player away from, I feel like, winning that game Friday night, and that would have gave me a lot more hope to try to jump into like an 8 seed. Now it just jumping multiple teams to go up. Look, I will take it from where we were a couple of weeks ago with the Rockets surging and the Warriors not looking their best to where we are right now. I will take it. Rockets are done. You've got the 10 seed at minimum. You can rest up. But they still have a very difficult path to get into the playoffs.
Yeah, Friday's game, and look, it was nip and tuck. The Mavericks come out, what was it, 29-13. They're up 16 in the first quarter. Warriors going a 21-2 run. Get back into the game. I thought CP3 and Pajemski in that first quarter were really good. And then it was just a battle the rest of the way. It was a grind. Kind of low scoring. Field goals were down. Field goal attempts were down. And the Mavericks do a good job of trying to really take away the airspace of Steph Curry and Klay Thompson. I don't know why more teams don't copy or mimic the game plan of the Dallas Mavericks when it comes to defending the Splash brothers. Fourth quarter, you saw the last possession there. Kyrie Irving, what a play by him. Gets doubled. Finds Tim Hardaway Jr., makes a nice solid pass to P.J. Washington for the layup, who P.J. Washington killed the Warriors.
Destroyed
Friday. He outscored the Warriors starting front court. Outscored their starting front court Friday night. So that's the game where you look at the standings now, and it's like you're going to have to go 4-0 to move up to 8.
Yeah.
Like, realistically. Because Sacramento right now, they're 2 up on the Golden State Warriors. They're a game up on the L.A. Lakers, which really is 2 games up on the L.A. Lakers because Sacramento holds the tiebreaker over the L.A. Lakers. They beat them all 4 times in the regular season. So now it's about Tuesday. And what do you do Tuesday? If you win Tuesday, okay, now you go for the 4-0 record. But if you lose Tuesday, you just shut it down because you're going to have to play 2 elimination games back-to-back. And if you win those elimination games, you got to jump right into the first round. For an older team, that's very, very difficult. And, we could be a week and a half away from saying what could have been. What could have been for the Golden State Warriors. But yesterday, good win. And more importantly, Klay Thompson's had his rhythm. By the way, Friday, Shasky.
He was electric.
Moses Moody, Draymond Green, Trace Jackson-Davis, Friday night combined to go 9-25, 23 points. P.J. Washington by himself, 12 of 18, 32 points.
There was a moment in time where Draymond got a little agitated with some of the officials, and he reeled it back in. I know it's been a couple of days since then, so that was good to see. And, obviously yesterday's game, when you opened the pregame show, my jaw almost hit the floor. The Utah Jazz are 3-22 in their last 25. And I looked at you and Mully's reaction to that, and I was like, I did not know they were that bad. I thought they were better.
Well, they came in with an 11-game losing streak.
Oh, my goodness.
They were 26-26 at some point. They've got the worst defense since February 1st. I mean, these numbers of the Utah Jazz going into last night, it was just like, it's one of those games that we got to see them again on Sunday for another little doozy here. But you look at all the Jazz numbers. All right, since February 1st.
Give me these Jazz
February
numbers.
1st, Utah Jazz.
So, Warrior fans, just remember, you could always be the Jazz.
You can always be the Jazz, knowing that you're never going to attract free agents to Salt Lake City.
Now that's a point.
Defensive efficiency.
Give it to me.
Dead last in the NBA. So this is all since February 1st.
Okay.
Opponent's effective field goal percentage. Dead last in the NBA, giving up 59% shooting. Opponent's turnover percentage, 11.9%, 29th in the league. Now, transition defense. The Utah Jazz. So here's the last 4 years for the Utah Jazz when it comes to transition points per game allowed the last 4 seasons. They were 8th in 2021, 12th in 21-22, last year 29th, this year dead last when it comes to giving up transition points per games allowed. Now you look at their win-loss record against the Western Conference, 14-33. I mean, it just gets worse and worse and worse. This was not a good basketball team. They're not a good basketball team. And when you don't have Lauri Markkanen, Walker Kessler, Jordan Clarkson, and hell, you know what? You got to give Utah credit, though. They did cover the 12 points. They backdoor covered the spread yesterday. Down 23, down 15, last 2 minutes. That was the most intriguing part of the game. In the second half, it was a couple. One, it was, how's JK going to finish? And he finishes with its 5th double-double. And Klay Thompson, is he going to go for 50?
He was on fire.
So the Utah Jazz were a bad basketball team.
The biggest development from yesterday's game, I know you could throw most things away. I just thought Kuminga looked explosive. And, I didn't really know what to make. Like, he missed his Friday night's game. I'm thinking, oh, boy, is there more to this? I think that's just the natural thought if you're a Warrior fan. Like, 1 game, 2 games. What, did he miss 5 total?
Missed 6 straight games.
6 straight games. I was starting to worry. Yeah. And just seeing his lateral quickness, his explosion, his ability to leap in the air for rebounds yesterday, he made some passes, too. That's one thing I think we've underrated is his little pocket passes inside the key. He made a couple to TJD. He made one back out to Pajemski. I mean, he looked phenomenal. And I think everybody was, I don't know why, we were like pessimistically waiting for the Kuminga demise to come back and coincide with the Warriors taking a slip back. I felt it was so unfair.
Who was waiting for the demise?
I just said the haters.
Forget the haters. I really don't care about
I know you don't.
No, I don't. I really don't. I just think, you watch him yesterday as he drops. He has a double-double, right? 10 rebounds. Game high 10 rebounds. Scores 21. And you know what? Off the bench, this was a 6 straight game off the bench in which he scored at least 20 points.
Wow.
That matches Sarunas Marciuliotis.
Oh, number 13.
Matches Sarunas Marciuliotis for the most consecutive 20-point games off the bench in a Warriors franchise history since 1970-71, when starters were first officially tracked. So this is what this young man is doing. So
that's power. Wow.
I mean, and then we had this list of guys who have had 6 straight 20-plus point games off the bench. There's guys like Jordan Clarkson, veteran. Bogdanovic, veteran. Yeah. I mean, all these veterans who are doing it, and JK's 21 years old. So this whole idea that, hey, let's just go ahead and trade Kuminga and try to get something for him. Oh, you know what? Where does Kuminga fit in? Again, it doesn't matter if he comes off the bench. He saw 27 minutes last night. You really want to trade this young man? Well, this guy?
No, I don't. The other thing that I keep coming back to is, look, I don't know if all these guys are going to be on the team next year, but even if you did have them, I'm not here to say, oh, they're a top 3 seed, because I know Warrior fans, we do this like consequentialist radio. Like, you're either the best team in the league or you have no chance at all. It's like, okay, there's many degrees to this. Moses Moody has played really good basketball for a long time now, okay? Jonathan Kuminga clearly has taken a massive step forward. Pajemski playing really good basketball all year. I thought he was really good yesterday. And Trace Jackson Davis, Friday night, he was awesome. And then again, I thought he was really good again yesterday. And he's been awesome really all year. So you've got a nucleus of 4 young guys that you have to feel great about.
Yeah, no doubt. You do feel great about it.
I mean, when you're looking at like cost control and trying to find value in the margins, like I know they might not have all 4 next year, but Bonte, like, those are either valuable assets that can be stapled to something else down the line or guys that could be part of a winning culture moving forward.
Yeah, no doubt. Here's Steve Kerr on the lineup in TJD and what he's going to do with Jonathan Kuminga.
Bringing Jonathan off the bench and watching him run the floor and attack the rim. That's a great dynamic to have off the bench. But we have to see when Steph is back. We've got to find exactly how we want to do this because we really felt good about J.K. starting for about 30 straight games with Draymond at the 5. But given what's happened over the last couple of weeks, I want to keep starting Trace. So if JK's coming off the bench and he plays the way he did tonight, then great. So we'll figure it out.
So running the floor, shot selection, only took 2 threes, made 1, 9 of 11 overall from the floor. He's rebounding better, running the floor, and boy, could have used him Friday night. That was a tough one Friday. I know you're going to miss Wiggins and Kuminga. Kuminga was a game-time decision, didn't go. I'm sure if he wanted to, he could have. But the tendonitis is something that lingers. You don't want to push that. They're not having Andrew Wiggins with the ankle injury made it that much difficult. Now, Luka Doncic didn't play for the Dallas Mavericks. Maxi Kleber didn't play, but Kyrie put on a show, and we didn't account for P.J. Washington scored at 32 points. He set the tone in the first quarter. He ended the game playing very, very well, and that's the game where and the Mavericks game is a game that they've lost all season.
Yeah.
When you think about it, all the games that they blow down the stretch, playing in 45 clutch games this season, which is a league lead. Losing that game, that's the one that kind of, to me, was saying, all right, they're going to be stuck in 9-10. And now who you're going to play.
That's the way I felt.
Now, here's the deal, and I was thinking about this on the way in. Sacramento right now has 33 losses, and they play OKC, they have Phoenix, they have New Orleans, they've got another game. I think it's a gimme game. And then the Lakers, they have the Warriors.
I think they have Phoenix twice.
Phoenix twice?
I could be wrong.
Yeah, I think they got Phoenix once. Go ahead, Spinoni. Blazers. They got a Blazers game.
Okay. I thought they had Phoenix.
So they've got Phoenix at home, New Orleans at home, Phoenix, and they're Portland. Or no, who's it?
They're in SAC.
They're in SAC for Portland. So 3 home games left, 1 road game. So they got 1 road game at OKC, and then 3 home games against Portland, New Orleans, and
Let's
Phoenix.
go, Chet.
So SAC, it's very possible they could go 2-2 or 3-1. I feel like SAC is going to wrap up the 8th seed. However, if they go 1-3, what do the Lakers do? Now, if I'm not mistaken, Spinoni, the Lakers have the Warriors. They've got to go to Memphis. And their last game is where?
The Memphis Grizzlies have been tanking for 2 years.
They got New Orleans on Sunday.
The last game. So the Lakers could possibly move up to 8. Now, here's my mindset. If the Warriors lose tomorrow, I would shut everybody down until the play-in.
I agree.
Shut it down. And then you hope that the Lakers go 3-0.
To get them up and have SAC fall down. See, I'm with you. Watching yesterday, I think I texted the group thread. It was the middle of the Laker game, and I'm like, hey, if the Lakers win this game, I think there's an argument to be made. You lay down against them. I know people don't want to hear that, but like if you want to avoid the Anthony Davis, LeBron James matchup in a 1-game scenario, like
I mean,
I know it sounds absurd because we all want to compete, but like you got to face the best matchup. Would you rather face Sacramento or would you rather face
Sacramento?
That's what I'm thinking. And here's the other
thing. Right now, Sac's up 2 games on the Lakers. And 1 in the loss column, but they have the tiebreaker. They beat the Lakers all 4 times in the regular season.
So they would have to lose multiple games.
They would have to lose. You got to hope that they lose 3.
3. Okay.
So they could lose 2 and the Lakers go undefeated.
I'm seeing that, with Herter out and with Malik Monk out, the efficiency of Sabonis has gone down. So they're not the exact same team that they were all year, and they're kind of evolving, but obviously De'Aaron Fox is amazing, and he presents his own problems. But going up to Sacramento for a 1-game little sample after the Game 7 that you got last year.
Yeah, it's a tough situation for the Warriors. You got to win 2 playing games just to get into the playoffs.
They could do it, though.
No, I'm not saying they can't, but the way I'm thinking about it is like this. All right, if you lose on Tuesday against the LA Lakers, I'm resting everybody. And obviously, Steph Curry got a rest day yesterday, missed the seventh game of the season. Played heavy minutes Friday night. Steve Kerr wasn't messing around Friday night against Dallas. 10:42 left in the game, 84-76. Steve Kerr calls a timeout, 30, get back in. And he plays the entire rest of the game. I actually thought he had a really good fourth quarter. He was 5 of 10 from the floor, 14 points, 3 rebounds, 2 assists. I mean, he tried to will the Warriors to a victory. I thought that was a game where you needed some more aggression from your front court, whether it was Moody, whether it was Draymond Green. That's a game where you look back at some of the seminal games for the Golden State Warriors in the past couple years in the playoffs. Last year, Game 5, Draymond Green scored 21 points. Very aggressive. Game 5 against the Lakers, very aggressive. Boston hit some big shots in Game 6 to help him win that championship. I thought Friday, Draymond Green reverted back to waiting around for Steph Curry coming off screens, and he had wide open shots there. Got to be a little more aggressive offensively. And I just think Draymond was as aggressive offensively. Even coming in for a couple 15-footers or driving to the lane or whatnot. I know Daniel Gafford's there blocking every shot, contesting every shot, but Draymond, I thought in the fourth quarter could have been a little more aggressive with the scoring in that basketball game against the Dallas Mavericks.
It's frustrating because there's first quarter Draymond and then there's fourth quarter Draymond. And I do believe that those players are very different in terms of like shooting the rock. What'd you think of the Klay Thompson shot at the end of that game? I thought it was a good look.
Yeah, I mean, Steph Curry got doubled and he bobbled the ball and it was late. I don't even know if with the shot if he didn't count it because it was right there at the buzzer. And it was kind of just a rush shot. Know. You know, I can't be mad at it. It looked like it was online. But I thought Curry bobbled the ball early on in the possession.
He did, yes.
And it kind of screwed up the timing there on that final possession. So, look, man, that game, that's a tough one to lose.
I'm stuck on that one, and I apologize because I can't get past it. It was frustrating watching Gafford and Draymond go at it. Draymond hip checked Gafford, and Gafford looked like he got hurt. And then they were getting physical. The referee and Dre were going back and forth, and I'm thinking, all right, here we go. And they just couldn't get the key stop and then bucket back to back in the final 3 minutes.
They had some big buckets. Kyrie's so special.
Kyrie's amazing.
What he did to Houston last night, dropping 48 on him. Big shot by Dante Exum. Who was Mike Bassick last week? He said that
Exum's nice.
He said that Exum could be their Sean Livingston, and he wasn't saying that he is Sean Livingston, but I understood what he was saying. And Exum hit the 3-point shot yesterday to send the game in overtime for Dallas. They're going to be stuck in that 5 seed. They're going to take on the Clippers. And I got the Mavericks beating the Clippers in the first round, especially if they get Derek Lively back. Dante Exum has defended at a high level. He's hitting timely shots. And this guy was a first-round draft pick, 5th overall in 2014. To see him reinvent himself, kind of like Sean Livingston when he had the big-time leg injury. I get exactly what Mike Bassick said. He's saying they're not the same player, but he is their Sean Livingston coming off the bench and stabilizing the second unit.
He had a couple of really nice drives to the hoop with some unorthodox finishes around the rim. No, he was very nice in that game. God, it just felt like they needed that extra wing. And that's where Wiggins being out or Kuminga being out, they just needed one more guy to kind of step up. I thought TJD was awesome Friday night. And the other takeaway that we haven't even talked about him, Chris Paul's been really good the last couple of weeks, just overall.
I think he's been good since he's got back. I mean, he's had a couple clunkers here and there.
No, I think he's been pretty
good. He had the Florida trip where he had a couple clunkers against Miami. Okay. And he had a clunker against Orlando. But for the most part, Chris Paul's been solid. He's a Hall of Fame point guard. Chris Paul's been really good.
There was a pass Draymond threw into the first row, and Chris Paul looked at him, and he was just like, come on, man. Chris Paul's just so funny. And what he does for the young guys, I love when they're going to a commercial break, and he's walking over, and he's talking to somebody, and he's not, like, screaming at him. He's like, he's telling Moses Moody, like, you need to cut here, and you need to go there. And he's just, the way that he passes into the key to Trace Jackson Davis, these little lobs where he almost throws him open like a quarterback so he can catch, pivot, turn, and dunk. He's just a great player.
One thing that drives me crazy about the Chris Paul rhetoric, and I've heard this asked in the presser, and we actually talked about it now. It was just like kind of straight, but Chris Paul and his body, everybody's worried about whether or not his body's breaking down. He's got to feel as good as he has ever felt going into the playoffs with the way they've managed his minutes this season. And injuries happen. Hamstrings, soft tissue injuries, things are going to happen. Yeah. But people were asking about, how's your body feeling? You know, your legs, are they feeling strong right now? He's like, dude, I'm a baller. Call my name, I'm be ready to go. So, played 35 minutes last night. Chris Paul did against the Utah Jazz. And they get the win. Warriors are playing better basketball, but what do you do here if you lose tomorrow? What do you do if you win tomorrow? What if you win tomorrow? Maybe you go 4-0. Maybe you could creep up to the Sacramento stage or at least get the Kings. More on that coming up on the other side, brought to you by the Alameda County Probation Department.
Want a career with purpose, great pay, outstanding benefits, and a promising future? The Alameda County Probation Department is seeking dedicated people to make a difference as a juvenile institutional officer associate. Visit Join.
Paul comes back to the right side. Finds Thompson, squares up, lets it fly. 3-ball, right corner pocket for Klay. 6 of 10 from distance. 81-58. Thompson has a 30-point night.
Most of the time, but just 82 games, you're not going to be 100% every night. Yeah. I mean, what I missed, maybe 3-4 games this year? That's incredible after 2 years of rehab plus. So that's something I can hang my hat on and be proud of, is just being durable throughout the season.
This is Klay Thompson, and you are listening to the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game.
Can we start there?
You sure you want to start there?
I do, because look.
You sure you want to start?
You got to
there?
get. Look, I'm an equal, an equality type of a guy.
Equal opportunity type of a guy.
Yes, exactly. Opportunist. No, but when you look around the league and you see like the Utah Jazz, right? You're looking at the Utah, and I'm like, I don't even recognize any of these players, And you look around like the Warriors. Just look at the Warriors. Look who's played. Okay, look at minutes per game. Look at the amount of games logged in a league where there are some young guys that are competing. Don't get me wrong, because I think we say it flippantly, and there are young guys that want to compete. But there's a lot of other guys that either are unavailable because of injury, or they're doing load management, or whatever it is. Klay Thompson, at his age, playing the amount of games that he has and being as good as he has this year, it is something that I think it's not lost on everyone, but I do believe we haven't appreciated it enough.
Yeah, I would say so. I would say so. Durability, shot making.
Just being available.
Just you look at what Klay Thompson's doing, especially since the All-Star break. Now, Klay Thompson, all right, he finished with 32 points in 28 minutes on 23 shots. He's 91 of 224 from three since the All-Star break.
91 of 224.
That's the second most makes, and the three closest to him, Curry, Dante DiVincenzo, and Luka Doncic, he's the only one shooting 40% above 40% from three.
Wow.
Out of those guys. So, with this guy who's, again, this is why I stopped reading the internet. This is why I don't go on the internet much. This is why I look at some of our YouTube comments and some of our text. Like this last Friday, somebody texted and said, "Oh, Bonte, you're fooled by Houston, huh? Klay still washed. He's still washed." And I just, I hope you appreciate him. Because if he goes to a contender, damn it, and he's going to get wide open shots. Let me ask this. 888-957-9570. Outside of Steph Curry, if there's a guy open and he has 4 feet of space and he has to shoot.
4 feet's a lot.
If 4 feet's a lot in the NBA, it's a lot. That's wide open in the NBA. Who else do you want shooting?
In the league?
Like in the league. There's a couple probably guys you want shooting.
He's on a very short list.
He's on a very short list. In the league where you need shooting. In the league where it's about getting buckets.
If I took away all the superstars, who are the ancillary role guys that you think of? Isaiah Joe?
I mean,
I'm joking.
Yeah, I know that.
I was
but
joking.
Even some of the top guys. Like, I'd rather Klay shooting than Bradley Beal.
Yes.
I'd rather Klay shooting the ball than James Harden.
Jaylen Brown.
I mean, hell, Jason Tatum's up there too.
Yeah. Well,
so
that's a good point. That's a good point.
You know what I'm saying?
It's a really good point.
And then, when it comes to when we get to the offseason, I know there's going to be a lot of rhetoric about, well, Klay Thompson should take a pay cut to stay with the team. He should have to be the one to take a pay cut. Well, how's that fair? You telling me that Klay should make less than Andrew Wiggins?
No, I don't.
Klay's low point this season, his lowest point has been higher than any point for Andrew Wiggins this season. Let's just be real. Klay's low point was averaging 17 points a game and shooting 37% from three. Andrew Wiggins was averaging 12 points a game at one point and shooting in the 20s from three.
I can't argue.
Draymond Green's making 25. Klay should take a pay cut from him too? Like, that's borderline disrespectful. To say, Klay, take a team pay cut, take a team discount while everybody else is getting, no.
I don't know about disrespectful, but I
that's very disrespectful, I think.
I mean, I don't know. I mean, when it comes to sports and the money and everything like that, I don't know if you can do the transitive property when it comes to the Warriors currently. I don't understand, how deep into the luxury tax are they going to go? I have a lot of questions before I understand, where we're at. I got to kind of see things play itself out. I don't know. I don't know what his value is. I don't know what his worth is. But if you're asking me, like, should he make less than Draymond Green? No. They should be making the same, or he should make a little more.
Andrew Wiggins?
The same for Andrew Wiggins.
So we're going to have a situation.
But I don't think that that's necessarily how salary structures work. But I know
it doesn't work like that.
Dynamic.
But I tell you what, there are teams out there that would happily pay Klay Thompson $30 a year. Now, what do the years look like? I have no idea. But there's going to be some teams out there happily willing to pay Klay Thompson $25 to $30 million a year. Do you want to risk losing this shooter? I mean, his percentage since the All-Star break has been far better than Steph Curry's since the All-Star break. Klay Thompson shooting 40.5% from three, 45% from the floor. In just 27.5 minutes per game. He's giving you 18, 3 rebounds, and 2.5 assists.
Mm-hmm.
Pretty damn good. Not bad for a washed player. That's what the guy from the 510 last Friday said. He's a washed player. I know a couple guys on the YouTube chat say he's a washed player. Well, give me this washed player, and he did a week. And you know what? There's going to be contenders out there that say, give me that washed player in Klay Thompson. And I don't even like doing that because I know he's not washed.
Well, yeah.
It's not close to being washed.
That's too extreme.
It's not close to being washed.
Washed means you literally can't play. You know what I mean? Like that's clearly not accurate. But I would say that, you know, when it comes to haters and all that, I mean, Jesus had haters. Steph Curry has haters. LeBron has haters. You like that? You like it? It was a joke. I went Jesus early on us this morning. But like everybody has haters.
Did you go to church yesterday?
I did. I took my mom.
How'd that go?
It went pretty well. The little guy was way more fussy than usual. We have to jump up diaper size. He kind of peed himself during the middle of church, and
he peed on himself.
Yeah, it was not good. Yeah, and you know the bathrooms are a little outdated, so there wasn't like a normal changing thing. And so,
you don't have to change your table.
Well,
got to get creative with that.
Exactly. I got very creative.
Yeah.
I made it work.
Go to the back. Go to a quiet spot.
And then afterwards, they do in the little rectory. They have little like half donuts and coffee and orange juice. And so we did all that, and it was a good time.
Yeah, there you go. Hallelujah, hallelujah, hallelujah. That church thing got a lot of run. There was a lot of people coming up to me about the church thing. What about this, Bonte? What about that, Bonte? What about this, Bonte? You know, people out there hotboxing their car, coming out the club. Girls wearing dresses. Showing God knows what. And then they're in church out there talking about, give me the Spirit. Give me the Holy Ghost.
Well, that's, clearly a contradiction. You know? I think there's a happy medium somewhere that's not in the club.
I want to thank Jesus. That's how I was popping bottles at 4 a.m.
Jesus was about popping bottles.
Yeah, he was.
Well, basically turning water into popping bottles of wine.
Let's go.
Premarital sex, all that stuff. And then going to the church like, hey, save me, Jesus. Give me the Spirit. So Klay Thompson's playing well. That's the point of this exercise.
He's playing amazing.
He's playing some great basketball.
No, he really is. But like in terms of like the money and the contract and where things will shake down, I just think all those things will come in due time. And when I think about what they're going to do in the offseason, like I have a million questions. You and I have been waiting to talk offseason. We don't want to get too premature here because I think there's a lot of shows.
Oh, it could wait. It could wait. I want the season.
No, but I'm saying like transaction radio, like it hits for a lot of people, and we want to always like it's game 2. We need to trade for this guy and that guy and that guy and that guy. 4 years down the line. But the point that I'm getting at is that I think all those things will play itself out. But I guess my big question when it comes to the Warriors, do they think? Forget money. Steph, Klay, Wiggins, and Dre as the top 4 players. Do they think that's good enough for the next year or two?
Well, you got to think. Draymond's missed how many games this season? I believe he's missed 25. Believe so. So the Warriors are 43 and 35. They've played 78 games. Draymond has played 53 of them. So that's 25 games missed. 17 due to suspension. Now, we can look up the record here on the other side when we have time and just think about some of the games that he's missed. I know Draymond Green is worth at least 3 wins.
Oh.
Those 3 wins put you in the top 6. So, if the Warriors are a top 6 team just in 3 games, we're feeling a lot differently about the team. The reason why we feel like this now is because they're in 10th place. They're in 10th place. And that's why we hear, hey, man, if they don't make a deep run, there's going to be big changes. They were 6, and they're playing OKC in the first round. We'd be feeling great now.
Do you think internally they would?
Absolutely.
Really?
Because of all the management and all the low management.
And they would project moving forward that they'd be better? Like, that's good.
Well,
I'm just curious.
They believe in their big three. They believe in their big three. They do. They've told us all season long.
No, I know they believe in it.
Which is why they didn't make a big deal. But long term, I don't know. It'd be a lot differently. We'd be talking about the team a lot differently if they were in the top 6.
A year from now, like let's say hypothetically, it's an interesting conversation. They win a couple of games. They're in the 6th seed. Everything is viewed a little different. And next year, they think they're going to be better than that?
No, I didn't say that. That's not. I don't think.
No, I'm saying what do you think internally they would believe?
I mean, I don't know what they would believe until a year from now. Well, actually, they would think that Kuminga's better.
Okay.
They would think that Moody's better.
Okay.
They think the Pods is a lot better.
I'll buy that, yeah.
They think that TJD is another player. And then who the hell knows what happens with Kevon Looney? Yeah. Who the hell knows what happens with Andrew Wiggins? You know what I'm saying? A lot of things are differently here. So, by the way, Klay Thompson averaging over 17.5 points per game. So he had 35 against the Jazz off the bench. 17.4 points per game is the 4th highest total in the NBA this season by a player averaging fewer than 30 minutes per game. He's averaging 29.7 minutes per game. He trails over Victor Wembanyama, Kristaps Porzingis, and Colin Sexton in that category.
Wow.
So, I mean, sometimes I just get a DM or a text or a tweet saying, hey, man, your boy Klay hasn't been good the last 2 years. And I just kind of laugh and say, what game are you watching? And when we talk about defense, team defender, Colin Sexton got held in check yesterday.
Well, he had a block from behind the other night that was absolutely gorgeous where he timed it right at the rim. That was really nice.
One thing that's underrated about not only Klay and Steph, very underrated team defenders. Underrated team defenders. Individually, okay, yeah, sure. But team defenders are really good. All right, we're coming up here. We'll break down the Warriors. We'll get to the Giants at some point today. And I'll reveal the guest list on the other side. Brought to you by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises.
Life doesn't stop when the economy is uncertain. The market might not care you.
Good morning to everybody out there in the Bay Area. Giants fans, Warrior fans, Niner fans, you name it. Bay FC, Earthquakes. This segment is sponsored by Golden State Lumber, serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit GoldenStateLumber.com. Nice maintenance day for Steph Curry. He's been playing a lot of minutes. Steve Kerr mentioned that his movement, he could tell by his movement off the ball, just wasn't quite crisp for Steph Curry. They gave it a go Friday night, played 36 minutes after everybody was talking about his minutes allocation and whether or not he should play more minutes. The guy's been worn down, man. He's been carrying his team.
I have to, no doubt, he's absolutely been carrying the team. But I love the maintenance day. We went from load management to maintenance day as the descriptor. Now it's genius. Like I wish I had people writing scripts for me. Like, Joe needs a maintenance day. It's just incredible. He's logged a ton of minutes.
You want ramp up?
Ramp up's another one that kind of drives me crazy.
Do you want to go back to ramping up? Like Dr. Narab Panya? Hey, this guy's ramping up. It's gonna ramp it up.
But maintenance day is a good one.
I like maintenance day.
Is that
an off day.
This year? That's exclusive to this year?
I have no idea. I can't keep up with everything going on, man. Maintenance day, rest day. It means all the same thing. Depends what you want to name it.
What was the one when Brock Purdy took a week off to catch up? What was that? He was deloading.
Catch-up week?
Oh,
remember
yeah,
he was deloading? And Lombardi was trying to tell us, it's just insane.
Deloading is what they were calling it.
I don't know. I get a kick out of some of these descriptors. But Curry has been unbelievable in terms of carrying the team this year. How many games has he played? 65, 70?
Curry's played 71 games.
71 games?
So most games he's played in the regular season since 2016-17 when he was 28 years old.
That's almost a decade. Wow.
Most games Steph Curry's played in the regular season since 2016-17.
Wow.
When he was 28 years old.
Wow.
So.
I think that is something that, gives me pause. You were asking about, if Draymond doesn't miss this many games and some things bounce their way, maybe they're in the 6th seed. Can you bank on Steph being available for 70-plus games next year?
Well, that next year's next year. If you manage it right, I don't know. I mean, I don't want to get into next year.
I know.
He's going to be a lot older. He's going to be a lot older, no doubt about that. But the fact that he's played 71 regular season games, and you see the efficiency start to go down since the All-Star break, as I mentioned here, 888-957-9570, Dub Nation. I want you to get in on the conversation. But Steph Curry, since the All-Star break, shooting just 36% from 3. Now, we say only 36%. There's a lot of NBA players that would take that. Steph's a 50-40-90 guy. I mean, seriously, it's since the All-Star break, 41% from the floor, 36% from 3, 22, 5, and 4. Now, those are still All-Star numbers. Those are not Steph numbers.
But when you look at his basketball reference page, he's approached Barry Bonds, Jerry Rice categories where it's like the years are absurd. The statistics are absurd. So to your point, his down year is somebody else's all-star year. Absolutely. And, he has, he's played through some injuries this year. The ankle, I don't think the ankle was 100%. Do you?
No.
I mean, and he came back almost immediately. And I think that there's been other absences. We referenced, obviously, Draymond Green. I think Wiggins has been in and out of the lineup. They've tinkered with a ton of their lineups. Think of all the different starting combinations that they've had alongside of them.
26 different starting lineups.
So I'm not surprised that some of his numbers are down a little. No. And I think it's also natural. When you start to hit his age and, the shots aren't as easy to get. And when you're kind of playing around with lineups and you're not playing with another number one type of a scorer, you're going to get more of the defense's focus. And so, no, I'm not surprised per se, but it's still absurd to just look at the game logs and look at the numbers that he's putting up at this age.
Well, he's put up some monster numbers. He's been putting up some monster numbers. And look, those are still solid numbers, but those are not Steph-like numbers, which is crazy. Which is crazy to say that. Again, 36% from 3 since the All-Star break, 41% from the field. Just 22.7 points a game. I can't believe I'm saying that because he's still a dynamic player, and it doesn't account for the gravity and all the open shots he creates for others, whether it's TJD rolling to the basket, whether it's Kuminga rolling to the basket, whether it's Andrew Wiggins or Draymond Green rolling to the basket. his presence on the floor still affects the basketball game in a major, major way. But he definitely needed a maintenance day. I like that, maintenance day. What is my next maintenance day at 95.7 The Game? It's been a while since I took a day off.
Well, Vontae Hill out on assignment, maintenance day.
Well, that's what the Giants do with Flib or Miller
on assignment.
Or Crook on assignment.
What is that? I don't even know what that means.
On assignment to not do a damn thing. That's what that means.
Well, this week it'll be for the Masters for Dave. He'll be on assignment in Augusta.
He will. He'll be calling us from Augusta.
Oh, I'll be playing it. Don't worry.
Now, Steph Curry.
Are you ready? So Magnolia Lane?
No, not really. Pre-All-Star break.
Tiger's out there right now.
Pre-All-Star, yeah. He's
got nothing else to do.
It's called golf catnip.
What
Watch
is he doing?
all the golf accounts go crazy. He said, Tiger!
He said he stayed away from women.
He's got the chastity belt on.
Yeah, chastity belt. Steph
We
Curry.
don't believe you.
Steph Curry pre-All-Star break, 28 points a game, 5 assists, 4.5 rebounds, but he was shooting 42% from the three-point line and 46% from the floor. So the numbers have dipped in 21 games since the All-Star break.
But it's explainable to me. Like it's not just like all of a sudden the performance is dipped and he's nowhere near the player that he was. You know what I mean? Like he's still an amazing player.
No, nobody's disputing
But
that.
I think what I would say is that when you give me those second half numbers, what that tells me is that they got to get, like, I don't know how they can, but the operation number one for this offseason is getting this man a legitimate scorer opposite him who can be that 1A, 1B to take the load off him and allow him to get back to more of an efficient player.
I saw something. Somebody sent it to me. Jordan Poole in his last 9 games is averaging 22-9.
Is he?
And the efficiency was better.
Is he starting or is he coming off the bench?
Still been coming off the bench, but I was thinking about that because that type of player was what Jordan Poole was a couple of years ago. I'm not saying Jordan Poole could still be that guy with this team, but that's kind of what you're missing. Anyway, let's go to Junior Pacifica. Junior, what's happening? You're on the roast.
Good morning, gentlemen. Thank you for the roundup. And I was especially excited last night to see the way that J.K. played and presented himself. I think he's taken a step up in maturity and confidence. And, given his rough upbringing, bouncing around high schools, no college, G League Ignite, which is now gone, what's the infrastructure in his life? What's he basing his approach on? He started out in Africa in a place where there's a project going on just to build proper courts. So he doesn't have the background that most of our players have of thinking basketball, playing basketball, going to a Steph Curry camp, all of those things. And I think, though, with the Warriors, he's found it. So I hope for our sake and his sake that we don't have to deal in. You got to make business decisions, of course. But I think he's going to blossom in the next few weeks. I hope we get at least the first-round playoffs just for the younger players to experience it, even if we don't have a championship shot this year. And I was especially excited to see him take that step up. I love the idea of a player who starts on the bench and uses that time to mentally dissect the opposition and figure out where he's going to go in like a hot knife through butter. And I felt like that's what J.K. did yesterday and did not sulk and help the team.
Junior, great call and great perspective, because I thought Jonathan Kuminga sounded like a true pro last night, a true professional. And Mully, it was just talking to Mully, off air about Jonathan Kuminga. And, Mully highlights the fact that he's known him since he was 13, 14, when he moved to New York City. And Mully always tells me him and Precious Achua, who plays for the Toronto Raptors, J.K. and Precious were boys. He said they lived at the gym. We're always at St. John's games. We're always coming up to St. John's practices. This guy's all about ball, all about basketball. So it does bug me when I hear the rhetoric that, he's all about himself, or he's a diva, or he's a little punk kid or whatnot. It's like, no. J.K. can be kinder. He's approachable. He's a nice young man. He's professional, and he's learning as a 21-year-old. Look what he's asked to do. Look at the team he's asked to be on. That's why I give credit to Pods and TJD and Moody. I can't be mad at those guys. They're entering a team with a championship core with banners all over the place, and all of a sudden you can't go through your rookie blues like Apollo Banchero can or SGA can or all these Anthony Edwards. You got to be ready to roll.
Well, when you watched the Utah Jazz last night and you watched Jonathan Kuminga go right through them, aren't you thinking like, okay, on a team that's lost, what was it, 22?
3 and 23 in the last 26.
3 and 23. I mean, I'm thinking to myself, like, you're telling me JK couldn't score 20 on that team every night and lose?
Every night.
Easy. Right?
Every night.
So, like, all these people are like, JK can't play in the NBA. BS. I don't buy it. The other aspect of his game that I think is from yesterday, athleticism we knew off the charts, right? He had a couple of defensive plays where he skipped the ball forward in transition, off the ground, or he picked it up, zoom, pushes it forward. Just his awareness of where everyone is on the floor is starting to slow down. Yeah. He made a nice pocket pass to TJD inside the key. It's just a beautiful little play where he sees the double team coming to him because he's in the lane deep, and he just left hand, boom, little push pass, and TJD goes up with it. I mean, he had a Chris Paul alley-oop dunk that was so sick. Just so sick. I think we take what JK does for granted. I absolutely love Jonathan Kuminga. I don't want to get rid of him at all. I want to play him more and more and more. And I love that the guy he just looks like he hadn't missed a beat.
I don't think anybody's taking him for granted. I think people are trying to figure out who he is or how he can fit with this basketball team. And he's taking that third-year leap. He has. We're all waiting for the third-year leap, and he's taking it. He's rebounding better. He's passing better. He's shooting better. His shot discernment is a lot better. He's not just jacking up threes. He took 2 threes last night. 2 threes. But, I mean, and I want to hear what he had to say after the game because I thought he came off as very mature and very professional. And I don't know where when somebody sent down a report a couple of years ago saying, JK's not really working that hard, it was the biggest baloney. I don't know who sent that message out there to Stephen A. Smith. I don't know who created that narrative. But it was nasty work to try to damage a young man's reputation. This guy's a gym rat, man. He really is. But he was asked if he was okay with moving to the bench because that was a conversation over the last week with TJD playing so well. Trace Jackson-Davis and Draymond Green able to roam defensively. TJD able to provide more rim protection. Here's what JK said about moving to the bench.
Don't affect me at the end of the day. As long as I know I go out there and just affect us winning. That's all that matters, Everybody could play. And at the end of the day, it's coaches' decisions. If that's how they feel like everything is moving well, why would you want to go away from what moving well? And me personally, I think since I've been out, everything's been moving just fine. And it's not because I'm out, that's why we're moving fine. But at this point, everything is moving well. We're just going to stick with what's going to help us win and just keep winning games.
And then JK later on was asked about his approach to coming off the bench.
Wasn't concerned about coming off the bench. Coach always say, it don't matter. As long as you go in there, you give all you got, they're going to keep you in there. So I was just more concerned on just going there and just impacting, win, because a win is a win at the end of the day, and just play my game and that's pretty much it.
I mean, I don't even want to ask this question.
Banter, it's time for you to do the legal.
All right, I'll do it in a second, film on Mike. But would you rather see Kuminga start every game or finish every game? I just want to see Kuminga play well. Now, the finishing lineup is going to be determined on how well guys are playing within the game. But who starts, who comes off the bench? We got to do this again. Last 2 years, I've never talked more about who starts and who comes off the bench in my life.
But do you know why?
Why?
How many clutch games have they been in?
45.
Okay, and they've lost a good chunk of them. And so,
what does that have to do with starting or finishing?
This is what I'm going at. Is that I think when you were a great team and you're winning 60 plus every year, the results speak for themselves, right? When you're losing some of these clutch games, I think everything can get dissected by the fans and by the media and everyone. And so you get second guessed on a lot of these things. So I think if their record was better in those clutch games, Bonte, I don't think the rhetoric around who's starting, who's closing would be as fierce as it is.
Yeah, it's gotten fiercer, right? But it still was a thing last year. Still was a thing the year before. Whether we talked about Klay, JP, or the back end, whether it was Looney or Kuminga or Moody. I mean, it's just been a constant theme. But what I look at here, and I've been consistent with this, how many minutes are you playing? Whether you start or come off the bench. Kuminga saw 27 minutes last night. When Klay comes off the bench, he's seeing 27 minutes last night. 27 minutes on average. So these guys are getting their minutes. Klay, JK, Wiggins. So I don't have any problem with JK coming off the bench. He doesn't have any problem with it. 888-957-9570. Do you have a problem with the starting lineup moving forward here? 26 different starting lineup yesterday. Curry going with Pods, and it worked. That combination worked with Chris Paul, Pods pushing the pace, Chris Paul next to Klay Thompson and TJD. Yeah, Klay Thompson and TJD with the nice rapport together. The two-man game between them. I mean, Klay Thompson throwing alley-oop to TJD yesterday. That was the sickest alley-oop. I was like, whoa, that was too high.
I mean, the one Chris Paul threw from behind the three-point line was
sick.
That was pretty dope.
That was sick, but Klay threw his up.
He did.
And, I mean, TJD went up to go get it. His head was at the top of the square. Damn. I wish I could jump that high. Must be nice, TJD.
I do believe that we have not spoken enough about Chris Paul being in the closing lineup more in these like important closeout games. There's, Steve Kerr, and I get it. I would too. Like, you're going to side with guys that are veteran, smart players who keep the basketball. And I think that right now, when I look at their half-court offense, I think that that's a little more important than their half-court defense in the stretch. And I think that if I'm Steve Kerr, I'm trying to find somebody who can help set up this offense and help get Curry the rock and help get Klay the ball and distribute it and not turn it over, because the turnovers have been a problem.
Yeah.
The turnovers have been a problem. I think that's one of the bigger problems. And right now, like, I know defense. I hear everybody. It's tough with Chris Paul and Curry simultaneously on the floor.
They're good team defenders, so if you got TJD and Draymond on the back end with Wiggins defending the way he's defending, not to cut you off, Shasky, but Curry and Chris Paul are smart enough defenders to play within the team defensive concept.
But don't you think if we're in, like, let's just go, play-in game, it's a win or go home, he's going to side with Chris Paul.
Yeah, no doubt.
Probably more times than not. I don't think it's every single time, no matter what, but I think more times than not, he's going to side with Chris Paul. And I kind of get it.
No, I get it tremendously. Now, you brought up turnovers here.
Oh, that's the one thing that's frustrating me.
They've turned the ball over 52 times in the last 3 games.
The ones that kill me are the ones like you get into the lane, like, and I'm isolating a Draymond one because it sticks out in my head. You get into the lane and you leave your feet, and then you don't know where you're even going to throw the ball, and then you're twisting, turning, and then you throw it into the first row. That, to me, that's an unforced turnover. And I'm just isolating that one. Those are the ones that drive me crazy. And I also seen a lot of these, I'm going to go back door and there's really no pass there, and let me force it in between 3 and 4 bodies of the back line of the defense. And it's like, guys, there's no lane there. Stop forcing that pass. That pass does not exist.
So 52 turnovers in the last, he had 26 against Houston, 21 against Houston, 15 in the first half. He had 15 on Friday. He had 16 yesterday. 31 plus 20, that's 52 turnovers.
It's a lot.
Yesterday, you gave up 26 points off turnovers. You're a minus 19 in that department. Minus 19 off points off turnovers. It's just not good enough. When you play a good team, you're going to get beat. And they got beat Friday by 2 points with these turnovers. So they've got to clean that up. No doubt about that. All right, now I read the legal film on Mike. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM in HD1 San Francisco. Don't forget, you can also watch us every single day on our YouTube and Twitch streams. Just all got to search 95.7 The Game. Be sure to like and subscribe to the channel while you are there. Brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union. Upgrade your savings dividend. Open a First NorCal First Class Money Market today, and you can now download the Odyssey app directly from our YouTube and Twitch pages, as we have added the QR code on both pages. Shout out to the Xfinity Mobile text line as well. Warriors get the win last night against Utah. How about the Giants get the series win for the first time all season?
Great win yesterday.
Beat the Padres. Padres only scored 8 runs, so the pitching, I thought, did the damn thing. By the way, Kevin Dana's going to join us at 8:30. Kevin Dana, Warriors Roundtable.
Cash me out one time.
Every week on 95.7. Also been filling in for Tim Roy. We'll talk to FP Santangelo at about 9:20 about the Giants and what he sees from the Giants. By the way, got to shout out my good friend Charlotte Patrick, my boy Craig, his daughter's birthday. Shout out to Charlotte out there. Better at the BSC game.
Oh, nice.
A couple weeks ago. Huge sports fan.
Really?
She wants to be a coach in the NFL.
Really?
Charlotte.
Happy birthday, Charlotte.
Talked to her for 10 minutes. I was like, damn, you know more than she asked me about the game of football. I was blown away.
Probably does.
I'm just joking.
That's okay.
I'm just joking.
I mean, when people are better than you, I just tip the cap. Keep it moving.
Don't do that. Don't do that.
You know?
Don't do that. No, but Charlotte, happy birthday. Hope you're doing well this morning. Hope your birthday is booming.
Don't reference that man. You want to talk?
I didn't reference anybody. I just said,
Antonio Brown's Twitter account is out of control. I don't follow him, but boy, he shows up on my timeline all the time.
The following thing, the for you and following thing, how does my Twitter timeline always be for you? And it's like, Antonio Brown's not for me.
No.
That's for some wackadoodle out there.
Hashtag gets me every time, though. CTESPN.
CTESPN.
It gets me every time.
Hey, he tweets some wild stuff.
It's like O.J. Simpson, right? I know I would see people following O.J. Simpson that I knew. It's like, why are you following?
Twitter world.
I would look at his. I haven't looked at his Twitter account for a long time. I've kind of phased out of that one, but I was like, dude, what are
the Titleist visor?
Why are we doing this with OJ? Like,
because it's pretty funny.
The guy is a murderer. Literally, I can't say that.
Allegedly. I have to say, the greatest sports doc of all time was the ESPN 30 for 30, which was like 10-part episode on OJ. I still, to this day, I think it's the greatest one. It blew The Last Dance out of the water.
Depends. OJ was great, though. Yeah, it was great. It was great. It's up there.
We needed The Last Dance badly for content. I'm going to look at that doc greatly.
Yeah, I'm not disrespecting that doc. When Anna was crying during the flu game of The Last Dance, I said, oh, wow. She goes, oh, my gosh. She started crying. I was like, are you crying? All right. Anyway, we got to break. We got to hit this break. More coming up on the Dubs. 888-957-9570. Moving forward, you got any issues with the starting lineup? What about JK? How'd he look to you? Where's JK at in your mind? I thought JK looked great. Let's talk about him. Klay Thompson will move into the Giants' direction. All that stuff coming up on the roast. Brought to you by Fremont Bank. Full service banking, no compromises. ACT.
Duvall strikes out the side here in the ninth.
And that's the best stuff he's had all year.
It really is.
And he lit this place up.
Now, back to the morning roast with Bonte and Shasky.
All right, Giants get the series win. Camilo Duvall, a couple good outings against the Padres. Got the win Friday in the home opener. Got the save yesterday. Good job by Camilo Duvall. Thought Logan Webb battled. And the pitching, look, Padres scored 8 runs in the 3 games. You hold down that Padres lineup to only 8 runs in 3 games.
And a couple defensive miscues really led to those runs.
Yeah, no doubt. Jung Hoo Lee misplaying the ball. That's the second time I've seen him misplay a ball. A couple balls. The one at Dodger Stadium where he runs into the wall. He's got to figure out where these walls are. He's got to get out there earlier and figure out the dimensions of these fields.
Totally agree.
I mean, that's a catchable ball in the first inning yesterday by Jung Hoo Lee. But obviously the big thing with the Giants right now is the bats.
Well, the Jung Hoo Lee's at-bats weren't looking good for a couple days. He finally made the adjustment. They were pitching him inside early, and then he was yanking the ball. They're like, all right, well, we're going to pitch you away. And then he's rolling over ground balls to second base.
I mean, he rolled like 4 straight over.
Yeah.
4 straight at bats.
But then yesterday he made the adjustment and went back up the middle with those outside pitches. So, look, he's going to have to continue to adjust. Like, there's no doubt about it. I like the player overall. He misplayed a ball in the sun on Saturday. I thought he should have caught that ball off the wall. It's a tough play. That's the one a center fielder dreams of, is the one I'm going to rob a home run and I could time my jump. And to your point, that's where you work on it, catching and snagging fly balls during batting practice. You work on that before games. It's your home stadium. You should know how many steps you have and understand where the warning track is. So I'm 100% with you on that. He's got to be better. But man, I went to the game on Friday. I had a good time. The one thing that I don't like, and this is just me, and I know that there's analytics nerds out there that are going to disagree with me, I will never, ever, ever understand why you throw your closer out there in a tie game in the 9th inning. I don't get it. I don't do it. I put my closer in the same setting every time. I'm up. Like, that's the only time. I know he hasn't gotten any work, and he's been sitting for a couple of days. I just don't love my closer coming into a non-save situation. That's just me. I think that setting and routine and all those things are so important. And this, we're at home, it's a tie game, I'm going to use my closer. I don't subscribe to that. I know it's an absurd thing to be obsessed over.
Well, fantasy baseball, I would always get upset when a closer came into a non-closer situation because it always felt like they gave up a run or whatnot.
That's what I'm saying.
But you know what? Sometimes you got to do what you got to do. You got to go with your best guy. Do you want to be like Buck Showalter and not use your closer in a playoff game, like Zach Britton just standing there in the bullpen?
Well, that's
Toronto,
a do-or-die game.
You know, do-or-die. But sometimes some of these games are do-or-die. You got to get series wins. These are very, very important. These are very important. Now you have the season series so far over the Padres. You beat them 4 times. You lost to them 3. That's a positive over the first 7 games against the San Diego Padres. So you got to do what you got to do. The more concern is the concern is the bats, because the pitching was, for the most, even Keith Wynn Saturday,
he was okay.
He gave up the grand slam. Yeah. You know what? I'm not mad at that. I'm not mad at that at all. Like, in terms of just giving up 4 runs in 5 innings. He made a mistake to Jurickson Profar. He gets it out there. That's stuck. That was the ball game. But to me, the bats have to start showing up here. And look, you get the Washington Nationals, and we got the opener, or excuse me, not the opener, but the debut of Blake Snell tonight against the Washington Nationals. These are gotta have them games. These are games you get fat and happy. You get Blake Snell into the rotation. Now all of a sudden you go Blake, you go Harrison, you got Webb. You start rolling here, but it's the bats.
So
it's Matt Chapman batting 195. It's Tyrone Estrada batting 154. It's Jorge Soler now. He's starting to pick it up a little bit here. Jorge Soler starting to put together some good at-bats. But Jung Hoo Lee from the leadoff spot batting 205. I know a lot of people, I mean, I would say 90% of Giants fans are fixated on Mike Yastrzemski. And I get it. He's batting 063. He's got 1 hit on the season. But I look at the big money players. How I operate, I work from the top down. I don't look from the bottom up. So, yes, is he going to factor into a lot of wins and losses this year? Hey, look, Dave Fleming told us last Thursday, Bob Melvin would not be patient with him or Austin Slater. And you're starting to see with Austin Slater, he's got 7 at-bats on the season. You're starting to see it with Mike Yastrzemski. This is all the big money guys. And Chapman with the game-winning hit yesterday, I'll take that all day long. but he is batting 195.
Well, the runners in scoring position, Chapman. So before in the game, they had a second and third with one out. You got to hit a ground ball to the right side or you got to hit a fly ball. You got to get a run in that situation, especially for Logan Webb, who has suffered from a lack of run support throughout his entire Giants career, right? Like, that was what did him in last year. He had the least amount of run support in baseball, even though he went deeper and longer than anyone in baseball. And you got to execute there. So, like, runners in scoring position, it feels like they can't get the big hit.
Yeah, no, they've been awful in that situation. Awful with runners in scoring position. The Giants, at one point, Chapman was like 3 for his last 30, and, runners in scoring position. Tyro Strada's not looking good. 13 strikeouts and 39 at bats. Batting 154, although Tyro Strada had the big hit Friday, and Chapman scores all the way from first base. Great slide, beats the tag on a great relay throw by the San Diego Padres. Chapman coming through. Estrada came through when you need him. And look, early on, you got to win some games.
Yes.
Ugly. I'm not mad at it. You win the season series against the Padres, who do have good pitching. Dodgers obviously have good pitching. Now let's see what you do against the Nationals. Can you put together some quality at-bats and get fat and happy here?
So who are you the most concerned with when it comes to this lineup?
I'm not concerned with anybody right now, to be honest with you. It's 10 games in.
Well,
10 games in. I am watching. I want to see how Jung Hoo Lee, as he faces Major League Pit. I know a lot of people, we want to crowd him and say he's the next star for the Giants. I'm cool with that. If he's a star, great.
Well, he's got to prove it.
Wait and see mode with Jung Hoo Lee. I want to see how it looks the first 2 months of the season. Because you're going to go on the road here to Tampa Bay and Miami and Florida. Those are nasty. It's always been a nasty road trip for the Giants. Going down to South Beach, Miami, seems like they always lose that series over the years, no matter what.
When I think of Miami on the road, I think of Hunter Strickland. And who was the guy? It wasn't Jazz Chisholm. Who was the guy that...
D. Gordon?
No, there was a guy that hit a routine fly ball, and Hunter Strickland ended up... I don't think it was D. Gordon. And he ended up breaking his wrist. You don't remember that? He got super angry because the guy pimped a pop-up, which got a run home, a sack fly.
Well, the recent memory I have...
did in their entire year.
The recent memory I have is Buster Posey almost breaking his jaw sliding into third base.
That's right. I forgot about that. Yeah. I'll tell you who I'm a little, not concerned, but I think he's the guy that I'm looking at, and I'm looking at Matt Chapman. And the reason why I'm looking at Matt Chapman...
You're concerned about Matt Chapman?
Not necessarily concerned. When you sign a 1-year deal, like these pillow deals that these guys sign, I do think there's a lot of pressure built into it, right? Like Jung Hoo Lee, there's a lot of pressure just inherently because you did sign a $100 million deal. $100 million is $100 million. Now it's a multi-year deal, and so there's a little bit of hey, he's going to be here for a couple years at minimum, so he can play himself into it. When you are basically trying to cash in on a career year and opt out, I just think it's really difficult. Conforto tried to do that last year, and it was kind of an up and down year. Conforto's been awesome this year, and he's in a contract year again. Matt Chapman is betting on himself, and I see a guy at the plate, and he just looks slightly off. Defensively, he's a stud. I mean, that play to his left, spinning, pivoting, and throwing, I mean, that's a sick play. But, B, there's a lot of pressure for this guy.
Well, let's be honest.
And it's not a hitter's park.
He's a lifetime 240 hitter. Lifetime. What?
Lou Brinson was the guy that hit the fly ball.
I don't remember it. Oh, Louis Brinson, I remember the player.
Who was he traded for? He was a part of a big trade.
Louis Brinson. Lou Brinson.
He's a South Florida guy.
I don't remember the wrist injury. But Matt Chapman's a lifetime 240 hitter. He's not going to hit for average. He had one season in which he batted above 249. He's got 234, 249, 232, 210, 229, 240, and right now he's at 195. He's had 1 year in which he batted 278. That was the only time Chapman, over the course of his career, has batted over 249. So he's not going to hit for average.
No, but wouldn't you agree that putting him in the 4-hole is probably we did this with Brandon Belt for almost a decade.
There?
What?
Who else are you going to put
there?
No,
I know. He's miscast.
Right.
It's no doubt. What I'm saying is I think that inherently there's a lot of pressure for Matt Chapman, and I would ease him off the pressure. But to your point, who are you going to put there? I mean, Soler, I would probably move Conforto up to the 3-hole. And then I'd move Soler to the 4 hole and then have Chapman be in that 5 spot. That's what I would do. Now we're talking one slot. It shouldn't be that big of a deal.
But ideally he's a 6 hitter.
That's what
he's a 6 hitter.
There we go.
But then that's why you got to just make it to the deadline. You make it to the deadline in the race, and maybe you could trade for one of these bats on a struggling team. And you got to feast on these struggling teams. You got to be out there in front if you're Farhan Zaidi. But right now, look, Chapman is a guy who's going to strike out. He's not going to hit for average. You just hope the power comes along. Yeah, sure, there's going to be pressure. He knows the deal. And look, if he fails, he can just opt right back in and get his check.
So what Conforto
really, I actually think he's playing with house money.
You think so?
Yeah, the way I look at it is Matt Chapman just go out there and play baseball. If I fail, well, I know I got a home next year. I could just opt in. If I ball out, I get to opt out and make some more cash. So he's in a win-win situation.
Now that you've seen 10 games of him, roughly, what do you think of the defense?
All right, he's always been good. We watched a lot of A's games. We knew the defense was going to translate. He's great defensively. He's one of the best defensive third baseman we've seen in the last 10 years.
Do we overrate defense in baseball just in general?
I don't. Do you?
No, I don't think there's an emphasis on defense, and I do believe like the bat has to carry you in the lineup, right? Like I think we're gonna feel like, for example, Yastrzemski. Yastrzemski's a pretty good defensive outfielder, but like when the bat is struggling this bad, I don't even care about your defense. You know, like Nick Ahmed right now is doing just enough with the bat, to justify playing every single day, and so he's not getting the ire of the fans. And he's been really good defensively, even though his arm isn't the strongest. The guy just makes plays at shortstop.
No, Chapman's fine defensively. I'm not worried about Chapman whatsoever. I'm not mad. Soler's going to hit for power. But this is what I thought with this lineup. Can you make it to the deadline? Pitching's going to have to carry it. You're going to have to find a couple more bats. Now, maybe that bat is Luis Matos, who's tearing it up right now in AAA. Maybe you need to just get him up because you need guys who can get on base, who can run on the base pass, who can hit with runners in scoring position. Because ideally, yes, Chapman is a 6-hole. I think he's a 6 hitter. Ideally, I think Soler's a 5 guy. 4 or 5 guy. You know what I'm saying?
You're probably right. Yeah, you're probably right.
That's just me. That's my opinion when you look at all the lineups here. So get the bats rolling here. They got to get those going. It's the first week of the season. Yeah. So I'm not really concerned about anybody. Not Chapman. I'm not concerned. Now I'm waiting to see what Jung Hoo Lee does. How can he play through his struggles? Tyro Estrada, what's going on with him? And then is Wilmer Flores just going to be ousted out? Is he going to be iced out here?
Well, he pinch hit yesterday, got a hit, and then they pinch ran for him. Like it does feel like he's kind of a rotation piece right now. He was your best player last year.
Yep.
But Lamont Wade's been good. I think Lamont Wade made 2 really nice plays on errant throws where he tagged the runner coming down the line. They look okay right now. I think the Padres are better than everyone gives them credit for. For some reason, I feel like not you and I, but people dismiss the Padres. And I look at that lineup, I'm like, dude, they got hitters, dude.
No, they do got hitters. But overall, I feel good about where the Giants are at. 4-6. They'll take on the Washington Nationals
you got to get fat and happy.
And the debut against the Washington Nationals. Debut against the Washington Nationals for Blake Snell. 3-game set against the Nats. You're going to face, you got Patrick Corbin Wednesday.
I know, Wednesday with him, yeah.
And then today,
it's a good matchup for the Giants pitching-wise.
Yeah, today Trevor Williams. So the Giants should be able to get rolling against the Nats. There's nothing to freak out about.
So a couple quick things from opening day. I'll start here. What did you make of Fred Warner and Deebo Samuel's opening pitch, the first pitch?
50 Cent like.
We love Fred on this show.
50 Cent
Poor guy.
50 Cent like.
And then Mitch Wisnowski punting it into the water. Did you like that? You think that was a good touch?
I don't know what the accomplishment was.
I thought that was
the first ever punt into McCovey Cove.
Yeah,
it was history.
People still talk about the Matt Cain drive from home plate into the water.
Yeah.
Well, because he threw the perfect game that night.
That's true.
Yeah, I didn't really get the Mitch Wisnowski punting into McCovey Cove angle. I didn't. What did that have to do with baseball and opening day? Are we just punting to start the season? Would
you rather he threw out the first pitch?
I would rather. I just try to figure out what the hell did anybody ask?
Well, the Niners are hot right now, and so they start there.
Like Fred and Debo being there,
that's cool.
Fine.
That was cool.
But where's Brock too?
Where is Brock? He's in a cornfield.
But no,
he's going to reset the pitching market.
Seriously, can we discuss this? Why was Mitch Wisnowski punting a football into the cove?
It symbolized the 49ers punting away the Super Bowl.
I hate you so much.
All right, that's the answer I'm looking for.
So much.
That's the answer I'm looking for.
Oh my God, I hate you.
I mean, we're all standing around it. Come on, it was right there.
So they did opening, like, the pomp and circumstance, and they've got pyrotechnics going, and they're calling out all the names. And you and I were joking around, was like, who's going to have the loudest ovation? Who do you think got the loudest ovation?
It sounded like Bob Melvin or Pat Burrell or Matt Williams.
Yes, that's who. Sneakily, Yaz got a little pop too. And I was like, if Yaz's name was
told you.
Mike Smith, there's no way. Like, we're literally just rooting for the name at that point, right? Because it's a baseball name, right? Yastrzemski, yeah! And then, so first inning, very mundane. We're getting through it. My wife's holding the baby. She's feeding him in the seats. Second inning. Now, we're up above third baseline, so a lefty's up for the Padres, and we're above the netting because we're in club level. And I underrated how many balls were going to come flying up into this area. I should have brought a glove. Guy sitting in front of us wearing a black Bumgarner jersey, okay? Here comes a screamer back up behind toward us. And my guy sitting in front of us thought he was Neo from The Matrix, sticks his hand out like he's going to catch the ball. The ball hits his hand, and I go, oh my gosh. And Michelle, I thought, had to twist and turn to make sure that the ball wouldn't hit the baby. We were all moved out of the way to try to protect the baby. And I look at the guy, I go, hey, dude, you okay? That looked like it hurt. He's like, I'm fine. And I turn to Rocco and my brother, and I go, for sure, that guy's got a broken hand. There's no way. He got up within seconds, left the stadium, never to come back. Poor guy, I think he broke his hand second inning of the game. He must have paid a couple $100 for those tickets and stuck his hand out. I'm telling you, fans, don't try to catch a screaming line drive with your hands. It will break your hand.
So obviously,
poor guy.
I want to go back to this punting thing with Mitch Wisnowski. I do. This fascinates me because 650 Xfinity mobile text line wants to come at the kid. Grumpy ass Fonte. What does punting have to do? It has nothing to do with anything. It's just people having fun. Relax. I'm very relaxed this morning. I'm just asking the question. All right, you get Debo or Fred Warner to throw out the first pitch, which I thought was cool. Fred Warner skipping it after it seemed like he was trying to give Debo Samuel details.
Almost took your producer out.
Yeah. Well, that would probably been a good thing.
So you were on the field?
Yeah, he was on the field.
I was standing right behind home plate for it.
Right. So he almost got hit, Sam Lubman. But we brought out Mitch Wisnowski to say, hey, everybody. And he punted the football into McCovey Cove on opening day of the baseball season. Again, I'm just asking, why? What was that supposed to symbolize? I was watching at home. I was very, very confused. I was very confused. That's all I'm saying, 650.
I thought it was like grumpy. A Barry Knight thing. I thought it was cool. It was
yeah, if a Sharks player shows up, maybe they do a slap shot into the Cove, which that'd be kind of cool, actually.
I mean, all right.
Once the Sharks have
like a knuckle puck shot right up into the Cove.
Do you want to see Steph Curry shoot a 3 into the Cove?
No, that would be cool. Steph could probably hit that shot too.
From way downtown.
I was just like, all right, cool. We got Wisnowski. Thank God we got Wisnowski. A lot of people hated that pick. I was like, dude, fine. You got to punt it for the next 10 years. And he's obviously got a leg. But again, it's baseball. There's bunting. It's opening day. And we got Wisnowski punting a football into the Cove.
There's bunting and there's punting.
Yeah, I don't.
You're reaching now, kid.
I know. I mean, you guys everybody was like, ha 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 ha.
I thought it was fine.
Yeah, and then I didn't know what it symbolized. I don't know. I'm just trying to ask for people who were there.
This is your Brandon Belt boat moment too, isn't it? You hated that.
Oh, the Brandon Belt. The boat moment was like,
Mark Willard was over here taking a parade lap on the side, like he was in like the jet ski behind the boat, enjoying every second of it, and I was rolling my eyes.
I mean,
the captain,
the boat thing, and I remember
the captain is shocked he's not signed right now. Let me tell you why, Brandon, because you haven't been good for a while.
That may have kept me out of the home opener for many, many years because he came out on the boat. I said, well, man, you're coming out on the boat like you're the captain. Okay. Well, can I get 30 home runs this season? And no.
Maybe he'll go to the Padres.
Howard is telling me that I'm being too cool. It's just base stuff, Bonte. It's not that serious. I was just asking. Like, we brought out the punt. Like, we brought out a football to punt.
Did you watch? I don't know. When you watched the broadcast at home, did they show you what was going on the Jumbotron for the Bob Melvin?
Well, I did. They showed everything.
Whatever it is, the montage.
Montage.
It was pretty cool to hear. Like, they had a lot of A's, him in A's gear and him in Padres gear, and then him at Candlestick Park talking about, I grew up in Menlo, and so for me to play at Candlestick Park has always been my dream. That was really cool.
Yeah, that was cool.
I thought that was really cool.
I also thought the tributes to all the people who fought, like Michael Urban was up there on the scoreboard. I felt good about that. To see Herbs getting some respect right there. Good for ball, bad for ball. They had
Gwen Knapp up there, too.
Gwen Knapp was up there. Yep, no doubt about that.
And then all the different people. I thought Vida, when Vida came up onto the screen, there was a huge pop for Vida.
He might have gotten the loudest ovation.
You're right.
Yeah, that was really cool. I miss Vida, man. I was, Bill Lasky texted with him over the weekend, man, to see Vida up there on that screen. That was pretty cool.
It was really cool. And then Montel Jordan. I look, there's something about Montel Jordan. For as long as Montel's out there, I'm still in. Maybe I'm alone. Maybe I'm stuck in the 90s, but Montel still does it for me.
Did you do it for you, Lubman?
I mean, it's just how we do it.
Dude, the song knocks. You play this, it still hits. Am I wrong?
The girl who they had do the anthem yesterday, she was 10 years old. She had an incredible voice, just as long as we're talking anthem.
She was good. She was really good.
Really good.
She was really good. She sung the hell out of that song. By the way, Karl-Anthony Towns. Great news for Minnesota. Kathmandu. He participated in his first scrimmage on Sunday.
Oh, my God.
There is optimism that Karl-Anthony Towns will play before the playoffs start.
I'm optimistic about
for the Minnesota Timberwolves as they get ready to ramp up for the playoff run. Top 2 seed right now, Minnesota.
Before we pivot out of this, I've seen a lot of rhetoric over the weekend regarding the rash. I mean, there are tons of Tommy John injuries all over the place in Major League Baseball. Major League Baseball Players Union is pointing the finger at the pitch clock. I mean, there are a lot of reasons why this is happening right now. I have my own theories. What did you make of Spencer Strider going down? Clearly, Garrett Cole's been hurt. Yuri Perez for the Marlins. Like, there are like 6 guys right now over like a 2 or 3 day span that are just going to get shut down for the year.
Not good for the game. Not good for the game. Not good. I don't know what's going on here in college, travel ball, pitching coaches, mechanics. I can't put my finger on it. There's all these theories about pitch clock and whether or not they're pitching too fast or the grip of the baseball or whether or not they should have grip. I know Tyler Glasnow had that long video about what he's doing. Maybe they're overcompensating. I have no idea. I don't know how you fix the problem, but it's not good. And now with all these pitchers going down, now we're going to see a lot of 4-inning pitchers, 5-inning pitchers. Now we're going to see a lot of bullpen games. And it's a sign of the times, man. It's the sign of the times when we grew up watching Greg Maddux and Tom Glavine and John Smoltz and Randy Johnson and Pedro Martinez and Roger Clemens, and the list goes on and on and on, where guys are going 7 like it was nothing. And now you're lucky to get a pitcher who goes 6 innings. Like, that's what makes Logan Webb so attractive, on the mound. He's giving you 7. We hope Blake Snell is not a 5-inning pitcher, because that's what he has been. Now he shuts things down and he gets better as the game goes along. But hell, there's games where he gets to the 4th inning and he's had 80 pitches. I'm like, damn, how many innings does he have left? The Dodgers, they're getting Walker Buehler back. I don't know what you do here with the Tommy John stuff. It is a serious, serious problem in the game of baseball.
Well, I'm glad you referenced Logan Webb. He led all of baseball with 216 innings pitched last year. And this is just regular season. Zach Gallen, number 2. Garrett Cole, who's hurt right now, number 3. And I would put Zach Gallen in the same, bucket as Logan Webb, though he throws harder than Logan Webb. I don't view either of them as max effort every pitch guys, especially Logan Webb. Like, he's got movement and he's going to try to, hit his spots, and he's not going to blow you away with straight velo, just nothing but velo. And if you just look at like the top 10 guys, I mean, there's a lot of guys like Corbin Burns is number 10. I don't view him as a max velo guy either. There's a lot of guys in that bucket. Clearly, the pitch clock is a part of it. There's no doubt about it. It's undeniable. It is a factor. I think the max effort is another factor. I always bring up Greg Maddux. Greg Maddux, 350 wins. One of the greatest pitchers of all time. Why? Because he hit his corners and he had 4 or 5 different velocities and different speeds that weren't max effort, and he was throwing to contact. And I think that that's a lost art. Throwing through bats is what everyone wants to do now instead of throwing to contact. And I just think that the way we look at pitching has completely changed. Mechanics, drive line and all the different mechanics, whether left shoulder up, right shoulder up. There's so many different things when it comes to mechanics. Spider tack and the grip, I think, is another part of it. But the number one thing for me is just be at the youth level, the kids are pitching all year round.
Yeah.
Your body's not set to be playing. You shouldn't be playing basketball all year round. You shouldn't be playing football all year round. And you certainly should not be pitching all year round. You should play multiple sports. Yeah. Give your body a rest. I think the specialization is out of control. And you see this in girls soccer with a ton of ACL injuries on the turf. Right. It's not just exclusive to the elbows, but you're seeing it carry over to the big leagues. And I have a 17-year-old nephew who's coming back from Tommy John. He's a stud. 17 years old, and he's coming back from Tommy John. That means he had it at 15 years old. There's too many kids I know that have got elbow and arm injuries because they're throwing more in a week at 12 years old.
It's not good.
Than Logan Webb does, who's a man.
Not good. Not good at all. By the way, 50 years ago today, history was made. Atlanta Fulton County Stadium. Guess what happened?
Hank Aaron?
1 ball and no strikes. Aaron waiting. The outfield deep and straight away. Fastball is a high drive into deep left center field. Buckner goes back to the fence. It is gone. What a marvelous moment for baseball. What a marvelous moment for Atlanta and the state of Georgia. What a marvelous moment for the country and the world. A black man is getting a standing ovation in the Deep South for breaking a record of an all-time baseball idol. And it is a great moment for all of us, and particularly for Henry Aaron.
Wow, what a moment. And just the fact that the announcer had to say, a black man in the South could get a standing ovation.
Powerful.
Very powerful. We've come a long way in this country. We still got a long way to go. Trust me, a very long way. But death threats that season. Obviously, he surpassed Babe Ruth for the record. Now, obviously, Barry Bonds has eclipsed that record. But wow, what a moment for Hank Aaron, who, just like Roger Maris, and he was white, when he was trying to break the home run for the single season record, 61, and he was getting threats, and he was losing his hair, and people wanted Mickey Mantle to break the record instead of Roger Maris, and then he started getting threats, and teams stopped pitching to him, and instead would pitch to Mickey Mantle. But Hank Aaron, doing that 50 years ago, had Destiny Baker on the batter's box, people running on the field, shaking Hank Aaron's hand, the image, the visual, it's just so powerful.
Yeah.
But damn, to hear that announcer say, I hadn't heard that. I can't recall hearing that full call. But just in the Deep South, getting a standing ovation, which was uncommon back then. 50 years ago today. Wow. Wow, wow, wow.
42 is a great movie that's about Jackie Robinson, clearly. Mm-hmm. And they have this little, part in it where Hank Aaron goes to see Jackie Robinson play. Mm-hmm. And it's just a little, rabbit hole that they go down. And because Hank Aaron, that was the guy he idolized.
Yep.
And he tried out for the Brooklyn Dodgers, and he didn't make it. Originally at 15 years old, which is crazy. 15 years old trying out for the Brooklyn Dodgers is insane. Mm-hmm. There are so many statistics about Hank Aaron that speak to his greatness. 3,000 hits if you took away all the home runs.
Right.
24-time All-Star, tying Stan Musial and Willie Mays. That's crazy, right? Now, they had All-Star games for a couple of years where they were 2 in one season, so it's a little diluted. Never led the National League in single-season home runs in any of the years. How? It's impossible. It's almost impossible. The model of consistency. He's a guy that I wish we had more documentaries on.
Yeah.
I want to know more about Hank Aaron. I feel like I don't know enough about Hank Aaron, and there's somebody who could tell that story, and I want to see it.
Just looking at his baseball card.
It's incredible.
755 home runs.
What's he, a 300 hitter?
Lifetime 305 hitter.
305. I mean, come on, man. Come on, man.
Hits, 3,771 hits. Wow. Wow. Hank Aaron, 50 years ago today. 888-957-9570 if you got some thoughts on the Giants winning their first series of the season. How about the Warriors? Where are you at with the Warriors, fans? With the Dubs? Where are you at heading into the play-in? Warriors are a game behind the LA Lakers. 2 games behind the Sacramento Kings. If Shaq goes 1-3 and the Warriors go 4-0, they could jump into that 7-8 bracket. It's possible. It's very, very possible. They beat the Lakers tomorrow. They win the season series against the LA Lakers 3-1. And then Sacramento, their last 4 games, they're playing Oklahoma City on the road. They had the Blazers, they had the Suns, and they had the Pelicans. Is there a way for the Warriors to go 4-0 and surpass the Sacramento Kings and get to the 7-8? Or, if you're a Warrior fan, does it even matter if you're 7-8? Do you feel good about the team now to where you're confident they can win 2 elimination games and then get into the first round of the playoffs?
Let me answer the back end. It's hard to feel extremely confident winning 2 in a row. But if ever there was a team that could do it, wouldn't it be this collection of battle-tested playoff guys?
You would think so.
You know, I know that they're relying on a lot of young guys that don't have the pelts on the wall in the playoffs like the older guys do. But, I mean, this is why you acquired Chris Paul, right? This is why you got Steph Curry and Draymond Green and Klay Thompson. You kept this core together because they have that equity in the playoffs. And so if ever there was a team that could go on a run, win the 2, and then get into the first round and make some damage, it would be this team. It wouldn't be some young, plucky team.
Yeah, I'm looking at some of the comments here. B's, D's. I'd rather they eliminate the Kings and Lakers on the road. Huh.
That'd be very difficult.
I know Joe Lacob wants a home game. I think we all want a home game.
Yeah, I'd prefer a home game. Though they haven't been as good at home. So there is something to that. But we know, like, when they go to LA, they don't shoot well in LA. It's like, there's like tons of historic, it's a big sample. It's not a small sample size.
And there's, Klay or Steph has had struggles at Crypto.com Arena. Although I thought he shot better last time out when AD got poked in the eye. Speaking of which, he got poked in the eye last
how
night,
was
right,
the eye?
Spinelli?
Eye gate?
The corneal abrasion is what they're calling it. Yeah, apparently he's going to play on Tuesday. Just wear some damn goggles.
Did you see James Worthy on the postgame show? James Worthy was on the postgame show, Special Sports, wearing goggles, begging AD to wear the Kareem Abdul-Jabbar goggles.
They look sick. Come on.
AD would look sick in goggles.
Chris Sabo?
AD wore goggles when he was a kid.
Horace Grant. Like, let's go. When I close my eyes and I think of athletes who wore goggles, Horace Grant.
Kurt Rambis, right?
Kurt Rambis,
yeah.
Good time.
Kurt Rambis. Chris Sabo. Who else?
Anyone recent do it? I'm trying to think. No one, right?
No, there's a couple of... there was
the kid from
woman for Stanford.
Indiana State.
What's the...
Oh, that's right.
Kareem Abdul-Jabbar?
Yeah, Kareem Abdul-Jabbar.
Kareem.
Milk
He wore goggles, right?
Who's the woman who dunked for Stanford last year? A couple times.
Oh, I don't know.
In game. She wears goggles. Gosh, the name is evading me.
Yeah, it's evading me too. Speaking of women, you guys watch the national championship? South Carolina, Iowa?
It was a great game.
Great game. Iowa came out, it was 10-0. Boom, boom, boom. We're like, oh, Caitlin Clark is serious. She had 21 in the first half. Then along came Raven.
Well, they did
Raven Johnson.
They did a great job denying her, just in general, before she even got the ball. And then when she did, they were forcing her to give the ball up. Like Staley did exactly, as a coach, what we thought the other teams should have done, like what Gino should have done, and teams prior, where you can't let Caitlin Clark beat you. And Martin had a great game. That little number 20, she's a heck of a ball player. Number 3 was excellent for Iowa, but to me, South Carolina was the more impressive team. They spaced the floor. Their bigs did a great job out rebounding and scoring around the rim.
Camila Cordoso, she's going to be a top 5 pick in the WNBA draft. Their freshmen play very well. Full Wiley, backup point guard, who's part of the Curry brand. Malaysia, Full Wiley. She's going to be a star in this league. So South Carolina goes undefeated. Perfect season. Second championship in 3 years. Don Staley now has 3 national titles as a coach. Got one as a player. Olympic gold medals. They've lost 1 game in the last 2 years. But the women's game overall, the tournament, was just, I thought it was just from beginning to end, it was top notch. So I think Caitlin Clark, I think Juju Watkins, I think Paige Beckers, I think South Carolina for really elevating the women's game, man.
Agreed.
I think the future's bright for the women's big game. I really do.
And I know the Monday, night standalone game is great for everybody. I thought it being on a Sunday was easily consumable where
At
there's not a
noon?
lot going on where there's not a lot going on.
Noon?
I had the Giants on my phone and I had the women's game up on the big television
same
and
here.
I watched the whole entire
Same
thing.
here.
And my wife sat there with me and we enjoyed it. And there's a lot of star power. And then when they showed like 5 players on last year's South Carolina team were drafted into the WNBA, that made it even more impressive.
Yeah, no doubt.
You go undefeated and go back to back and that, like, I was very impressed. I thought Iowa had a great run and they fell short to a better team.
And Don Staley was very classy and crediting Caitlin Clark for taking this game to another level. What she did. It was just a great Final Four. Now the call Friday, moving screen. I don't care how many slow-mo angles. I'm still not calling that. I'm sorry.
Well, I was watching it in real time and I was texting through. I think you were doing post-game?
Yeah.
Yeah, and I'm texting.
We're watching it. There's Splash Cousin who works at NBC, took a picture of us on the TV. We're all watching the final play on my phone.
Incredible.
It was an incredible game.
Well, the final fourth quarter, same thing. I'm watching the Warriors on the iPad, and then I got the game on the big screen because I flipped once you guys went to post game. I put that on the big screen, and I'm watching, and Iowa was just shooting themselves in the foot over and over and over. 45 made 5 different mistakes. She had a good game in the first half, but had 5 different mistakes, and they squandered that game. And I think we were all robbed of at least seeing if UConn can get the shot off and if it can go in or not. And I know by the letter of the law, it's a foul. I just didn't like it in that sequence, and I've seen all the different angles and everything. That was a highly physical game. And anybody that wants to say that play, that isolated play, was adjudicated properly, well, then I have an entire fourth quarter I want to show you of physical play on both ends where they and I'm okay with it, swallow the whistle. I don't know, man. It was a bad call. I didn't like it. I didn't like it at all.
I didn't like it at all. Hey, guys, 408. Some of us didn't watch anything other than WrestleMania 40. The last couple of days.
I missed it.
Fill us in
I missed it. Was it any good?
408, what would you like to be filled in about? Giants won 2-3 against the Padres.
Yeah.
Warriors beat the Jazz yesterday. Klay scored 32. JK came back after missing 6 games. He dropped the double-double. Steph didn't play. The A's won a series in Detroit.
Yeah.
The Sacramento A's.
Of Las Vegas.
Yeah, of whatever.
By the way, they're waiting to license. You just filed the patent. How did someone not file the patent before them?
Because they're a clown show.
Right.
Keep going. I'm sorry.
Final Four, Alabama lost to UConn. UConn's playing Purdue. Zach Edey and Purdue's taking on UConn.
First time since the 60s.
Yeah, no, seriously. What, first time since 1980? Was it the 60s?
Oh, I saw something that first time since 69 or something.
67? Yeah, good for them. Good for them. Maybe Zach Edey does win in Glendale, Arizona.
I watched infinitely more, and I'm talking full games of the women's than I have of the men's.
Wasn't even close.
And I enjoy
Wasn't even close.
The other thing I want to highlight, the Iowa coach, the way that they use Caitlin Clark as the inbounder to get her free releases was really, really smart. And I think more teams need to do that. She's a great passer. That's why she's an inbounder. But on all these baseline inbound plays, these blobs, they use Caitlin Clark as the inbounder, and then they set up 2 or 3 passes to get her the ball coming off of action. It's just really smart. I really enjoyed the X's and O's of Iowa this year.
And not only that, she's so box office.
Oh, she's
so box office that the Las Vegas Aces have already moved their game against the Indiana Fever to the T-Mobile Center. They play at Ultra Michelob Arena, which seats about 10 to 12,000.
Okay.
They're moving that game to T-Mobile Center where it's about 20 to 22,000. Huh?
What was the one that I went to MGM? I went and saw.
I don't know.
You didn't go. So I went to the USC game at, I believe, the MGM. Where's the boxing matches at?
They have them at T-Mobile, MGM. They have them.
It was probably the MGM. So I went to that one to watch, and it's not that. I mean, it's a big
they
stadium.
Play T-Mobile Center is the big stadium.
So T-Mobile's the big one. I had not been to that one. Okay, in Vegas.
That's the big one. So they're going to move the Indiana Fever game to T-Mobile Center, where Caitlin Clark. All right, we got to run.
Sorry.
Wow. Injury report. Now, I will say this. Last night when I got home, I did go down the rabbit hole of WWE, and I watched the ending of Cody Rhodes and Roman Reigns, and I watched The Rock in there. I don't watch wrestling anymore. I felt like I grew out of it. But when I do see the clips, and I see The Rock, and I see John Cena, and I see Roman Reigns, the Tribal Chief, I do get sucked into it.
And you saw who made an appearance last night.
Jason Kelsey?
He's at every WrestleMania.
Who'd he fight?
He came in and chokeslammed The Rock, and then Cody Rhodes won the match.
Was that how Undertaker?
Was he more
Undertaker came out? I didn't see that.
Was he more Dead Man Undertaker, or was he more like rock and roll?
No, American
Harley?
Badass. No, he was like in between. So he had like like a hoodie on, but he just came in. The lights went out. He went in.
He needs to go back to the
Rock.
purple gloves.
I know.
Yeah,
I was hoping Stone Cold come out.
Cena got punked by The Rock. It was hilarious, man. I got sucked into it. Warriors got an easy win over the Utah Jazz, but did lose Draymond Green for a brief period of time. Left the game in the third quarter with back issues. That's something we need to monitor. He was seen grabbing his lower back as he walked back to the Warriors locker room before returning to the bench a few minutes later. Warriors built up a big enough lead that Draymond was not needed for the rest of the night, so we'll monitor Draymond Green's lower back as we get ready for the LA Lakers tomorrow. Kevin Den at 8:30. That was the injury report brought to you by Boxer and Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm. Helping get your workers get their lives back for over 40 years. What's coming up in the game? Brought to you by Fremont Bake, full-service baking, no compromises. 888-957-9570. What do you think about Kuminga coming back and where his mentals are at? What a game for JK getting to the Warriors and this whole playing situation. We'll play out the tiebreakers and all that, plus Giants baseball. That's all coming up in a roast.
Life doesn't stop when the economy is uncertain. The market might not care you have a wedding to plan.
Morning Roast. Featuring
With Fillmore's finest, Bonte here. The pride of the Excelsior, Joe Butcher Boy Shasky. You're listening to 95.7 The Game. The morning.
Baby! Yeah, it's Monday, my favorite day of the week. That means another week of the roast. Good morning to everybody out there getting off their graveyard shift. If you're at work, what is happening? If you're getting ready for work, what is happening? Shout out to YouTube and Twitch, brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union. Upgrade your savings dividend. Open a First NorCal first-class money market today. You can now download the Odyssey app directly from our YouTube and Twitch pages, as we've added the QR code on both pages. The Xfinity mobile text line. Shout out to our friends at Flowing Water Plumbing and Drain. If you're going to call into the roast, you better bring it, because if you don't, you will be flushed. Brought to you by Flowing Water Plumbing and Drain. Listen, good night. Good morning to all the overnight dancers. Baseball season's back. Embarcadero's booming. I know y'all making some money out there, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning to all the carpenters, high school teachers, middle school teachers, daycare teachers. Chad's got to go back to school today, so spring break is over for her. Good morning to everybody at Lamore Farms. Have you ever been on the Pillar Point, Half Moon Bay, right by Sam's Chowder House?
No. I'm
It's
sure
their
my
little
brother
pier.
has. My brother lived there for a
They
long
got the
time. I
live
love
crabs
Half
out
Moon
there.
Bay.
They got the crabs,
Yeah.
like $8 a pound.
You know what today is?
What's that?
The end of crab season.
Yeah, I know. That's why we went there Saturday. Got 7 crabs for $100.
That's a great deal.
That's an amazing deal.
About 2 pounders each?
Yeah.
That's a good deal.
That's a great
That's
deal.
a really good deal.
Really
Wow.
good deal. We're killing crab.
I did yesterday. I went to Molly Stone's after church. We did a little shopping and whatnot, and I did a little halibut. A little halibut last night. It was delicious. I should eat more fish. I don't know why I don't eat more fish.
So here you go. And let's get back into the Dubs. There's a couple questions I have actually for the audience. 888-957-9570. What's more important to you, the seed or health? What's more important, the seed or health? And what I mean by that is the Warriors are 10th right now. Do they have a chance to move up in the standings? Sure, but they need a lot of help. Need a lot of help if they want to get to 7-8. I'm not sure they can get there. So the flip side is maybe you can get rest and get ready for these playing games. Because if you're 9-10, you're going to have to play 2. You're going to have to win 2 double elimination games, which won't be easy. But also Tim Kawakami, which is, something that I mentioned in the first month of the season. One of the worst, this is from Tim Kawakami. One of the worst kept secrets in the league is at Orlando. Loaded with young talent, but not with shooters, might offer Klay a ton of money next summer.
And the question is?
So, TK, welcome to the party, baby. I know you just tweeted it was one of the worst kept secrets because it was a secret that I revealed in November that a team like Orlando, will throw Klay Thompson the bag. So, Salbo on YouTube, my fam's on YouTube. So, you guys going to owe me something because I bet you guys saying that Klay's going to see at least $30 million.
Okay.
Anyway.
So, look, it's his right to see what other teams offer him. I want to see what the Warriors do. Like, they've done this before with other players. Iguodala is a good example, where I thought it was over. He tested the market, and then they came back, and then they renegotiated, essentially, and they gave him what he was looking for. They did the same thing with Draymond. Didn't it feel like they allowed Draymond to kind of get some sniffs around in free agency and see if he could, test it? No?
Well, that free agency, he signed on the first day.
Well,
that
yeah,
Friday.
but there's like a tampering period, right? Right? We don't think these guys are back channeling,
right, no doubt.
Like if we don't think Orlando had, what their cap situation is. Like, Orlando's been reaching out through back channels probably for months to gauge interest.
Well, Draymond, the one team was the Kings, right? That was the one team, and then eventually they signed Harrison Barnes. But it was like, the Kings, which kind of never really made sense because he stomped Domantas Sabonis in the chest.
Well, no, I did. I was actually talking to Draper Friday. Draper was in the studio. I hadn't seen him in a while. It's good to see Kyle Draper. They almost stole that game against the Boston Celtics, by the way. 21-1 run.
How arrogant is he feeling?
Oh, he's not feeling arrogant at all. No, he's feeling like, damn, what has happened? We don't want to play you guys in the play. That's Draper's mindset right now. But he mentioned that, Kyle Draper mentioned that, the Kings were interested in Draymond Green. That was coming from him. Now, obviously, Draymond and Joe Lacob had dinner at Lacob's house. They got the $100 million contract, and that's that. That is that.
And what he also said, whether we believe him or not, I mean, Draymond has said on his podcast a lot of things, but one of them was that he had a bigger offer elsewhere, correct?
I guess so.
That's what he said.
Yeah.
Again, let's just, we're buying it at face value.
I don't know what team that is.
Yeah, I don't either. So let's just hypothetically. Orlando comes in and they're a couple of million a year over whatever the Warriors have offered. At that point, like, come on. You know? Like, first off, I don't think Lacob's going to do the take it or leave it to Klay Thompson. I just think I look at his track record, and he's always put his money where his mouth is to stay loyal. That's number one. Number two, I mean, if it's really about like maximizing money and all that, well then, like, you know, the Warriors, maybe they can't, make that happen. And whenever there's a divorce, and I'm not saying there should be, but whenever there's a divorce in a relationship, you can't worry about the significant other that you just divorced marrying up. You know, and marrying a zillionaire. Like that could happen. Klay could leave. If you're ready to move on for whatever your reasons are, you know, Klay could leave and go to a better situation for him. You have to do what is right for your organization with what you have. Like, so, yeah, would I like him to come back at the right price point for everybody and everybody to feel happy and not feel disrespected? Of course.
What's the right price point? Because the price keeps going up.
I don't know.
Yesterday's price ain't today's price.
Is Chris Paul coming back, right?
I don't know. But what's Klay's price? What's Klay's price?
I don't even really care what the price is.
I mean, I don't, but people do care.
Well, no,
because that's all people talk about when it comes to Klay Thompson. How many times I heard people say, "Well, he makes $43 million. Oh, well, he's getting paid this." So obviously, people do care about how much he makes. That's crap. That's cap. People do care about the price point when it comes to Klay Thompson, or when it comes to any of these professional athletes signing with their team. That's all we talk about. With Brandon Ayuk, we're talking price point. Deebo Samuel, his price point. That's all we talk about.
But what I'm saying is I think the only thing I care about when it comes to the price point is can they get under that second apron, right? Like that's the more pressing thing. So if it's $1 million or $2 million or $3 million here or there, but they're still under that apron, well then everything's fine.
It's going to be interesting because they need shooting. And outside of Steph and Klay, the shooting has been sporadic on this basketball team. It was. But, you know, Klay was talking yesterday, and he said, you know, he's in a great spot right now.
I think being home after such a long trip or trips helped a lot, and I just felt really good body-wise today. I didn't feel any pain anywhere, and I thought that transferred over nicely to the gameplay.
And he's only missed 4 games this season. 4 games for Klay Thompson he's missed. So he's been durable since he's come back from those 2 brutal leg injuries. Klay Thompson asked if he thinks this team is better than last year.
That's to be determined. We got obviously advanced past the West semis, but I think we're playing the best brand of basketball we played all season, and I am going to be very confident going into the play-in. I'm not saying we're better than last year because we haven't advanced further than that, so I can't say that with as much confidence.
Ask what he thinks of the play-in.
Well, lucky us. So we get a chance to compete in the postseason, and I'm very grateful for that because there was a time where the Warriors made the postseason once in 18 years. So I hope people can be grateful for that we have a chance to, chase greatness.
Play that one more time.
Well, lucky us. So we get a chance to compete in the postseason, and I'm very grateful for that because there was a time where the Warriors made the postseason once in 18 years. So I hope people can be grateful for that we have a chance to, chase greatness.
Grateful for that. Klay, Bonte Hill, am very grateful for that because I know what it was like during the dark days of Warriors basketball when the Warriors stories were on D5 of the Sporting Green. That's right, the 5th page of the Sporting Green with about 400 words, nothing there, KICU, Channel 36, and I got people like my family said, you know what, just let Klay walk. The greatest era of Warriors basketball, we're just willing to let our stars walk. And I'd be appreciative of all the great things. So, you know what? That's fine. People are ungrateful. There are a lot of ungrateful fans. I'm not trying to come down everybody's road, but there are a lot of ungrateful fans. He's right about that. Have some perspective, have some appreciation for what this dynastic core has done for over 12 years. That's all he's saying.
Well, I think, look, I mean, I agree. Your overall arching theme, I completely agree with in terms of being grateful. We've been jaded. I've been jaded. I admit that. Like, once you start winning multiple championships during the LeBron, quote-unquote, era, you're going to become jaded. There's no doubt about it. But it also goes both ways. This isn't somebody looking for his first big contract. He's had multiple significant contracts. He's made a lot of money. They've been loyal to him, and he's been unbelievably he has rewarded their loyalty by unbelievable play. Like, it's gone both ways. I don't think, we could talk about disrespect and this, that, and the other, but I think overall, and again, I don't know what goes on behind the scenes, I think overall it's been a very fruitful relationship between the Warriors, front office and Klay Thompson.
Well, it has.
And the fans.
Well, I don't know about the fans.
Well, maybe recently, when you struggle.
I've listened to these fans the last 2.5 years. Shasky, we've taken a lot of calls from the fans. We've had a lot of disagreements about Klay Thompson. Hell, just last Friday, he goes 7 for 11 for 3, and I got a guy texting me saying, "Oh, Bonte, don't be tricked. He's washed." And then I look at the numbers and say, "Wait, Klay's washed." When I look at the All-Star break, I said, "Wow, damn! Since the All-Star break, Klay's shooting 41% from 3. Huh? Wow, Klay Thompson shooting 41%, 45% from the floor. Wow." He scored 18 points a game.
Lucky us.
Wow. He's shooting 93% from the free throw line. By the way, Evan Giddings last night on the postgame show. Evan Giddings, where's Evan at? Evan's over. He's already in the building. Evan last night was preaching on the postgame show last night when he was discussing Klay Thompson. I think he was saying like he was a 50-40-80, 50-40-90 guy or so. Evan has some numbers coming off the bench, starting, whatever it was. And I was like, damn. Klay's been better than I thought. So that's where Klay's at right now. And I'm not going to go crazy over lighting up the Utah Jazz, but for the better part, since the All-Star break, he's been inconstant. He's been consistent with his shot. His shot has been better than Steph Curry's shot since the All-Star break. Those are the numbers right there. Now, I'm not trying to disrespect Steph Curry. Steph Curry's an all-time great. He's been dynamic, and a lot of buckets that other guys score is off of Steph Curry's presence, just being on the floor, just by being doubled and trapped and getting the ball out of his hands. Next thing you know, you set up a 4-on-3. You got Draymond coming downhill, throwing that alley-oop to JK or Andrew Wiggins. Steph Curry, I get it. But also the gravity of Steph Curry and that rapport with TJD. I asked him last night on the postgame show, that rapport with TJD. You saw the pass yesterday. Beats double, drives to the lane, throws up an alley-oop to Trace Jackson-Davis. They've got that two-man game. They are rolling with that two-man game, Klay Thompson and TJD.
Yeah, no doubt. And I mean, Klay's been really good this year. He's been really good. It is a contract year for him. And so it's the same question I ask about Steph Curry. Like, and this is the questions that I think the Warriors are asking themselves. Like, okay, if you're going to give a guy a 3 or a 4-year deal, what's it look like in year 1 of that deal? What's it look like in year 2 of that deal? What's it look like in year 3? And then in year 4, and I think that's kind of baked into the equation. That's why, to me, when I look at the Draymond Green deal, it's like, wow, I mean, he's wearing a back brace already. It's year 1. I mean, what's that going to look like in year 2 or year 3, Well,
that's what I'm saying. Like, we're out here pocket watching Klay.
Well, it's not pocket watching. It's called salary cap assessing.
No, I get it. But if you're Klay Thompson, like, really, you're going to pay him less than Andrew Wiggins and Draymond Green?
Pocket watching applies to normal life people. It doesn't apply to people in sports.
But we always do it, though.
Because it's a salary cap.
But you saying we don't pocket watch, we should pocket watch. You pocket watch all the time.
No, what I'm saying is it cannot be pocket watching. It's called salary cap assessing.
Okay, all right.
Because
salary
that's literally what every team... Right. Are they not?
Salary cap assessing.
Okay, why is Dante DiVincenzo not a Warrior?
Salary cap assessing.
No, but why is
he was better off? He wanted to go to the East Coast and play in New York City.
Could the Warriors pay him anything?
Anything is possible in this league. You make a couple trades and release some money, anything is possible. He had his mindset on going back to the East Coast.
All right, you're right.
I'm not trying to be right.
Warriors'
I'm just having a discussion.
Situation financially was so locked up against the cap, it limited the amount of moves that they could make. Okay, and so if we're going to talk sports, there's a business conversation regarding. Is there not? Why is Eric Armstead not a 49er? But why is Eric Armstead not a 49er? He's a good player.
He was good. I'll take a pay cut.
Yeah, I know. Well, that's called.
They moved on. But they moved on from him.
It's not pocket watching. That's called salary cap moves.
But they basically said, "Nah, Armstead, we don't feel like you're worth this money no more. We want you to take a pay cut."
But that's literally the business of sports now is baked into how we talk about sports.
No doubt it is.
Sports fans have never been more keenly aware of what everyone's making and what moves are available. I mean, they have an NBA trade machine for a reason because you have to stack up the numbers.
How many times I've heard people talk about these players saying, well, they're not worth that. We need money here because he's not worth that.
Do that all the time.
And he's not worth this and he's not worth that. That's pocket watching to me. That's telling me this guy, no, the guy's worth what the team is paying him. If the team's paying him $28 million a year, then he's worth $28 million a year. If the guy's getting paid $25 million a year, the team says, "Hey, I'm paying you $25." That's what he's worth.
Yeah, but is it good value? It's not worth. It's
right.
like, is it good value?
Tell me
Aaron Rowan,
tell me,
example.
Is it good
Aaron
value?
Rowan,
That's
it was
terrible
not good value. What?
That's terrible value. But you had to get some players in here to try to fill.
No,
up.
I hear you, but I'm just saying, like,
so
value
Klay Thompson,
and worth are two different questions.
Klay Thompson? What's Klay Thompson's value then?
To the Warriors. I don't know. Like, I think that's a great question about, like, what is his value to the Warriors? So I
would love to throw that out there to Dub Nation, 888-957-9570. What is Klay Thompson's value?
So to me, like, his value, I think, is above Draymond Green's. Like, that's, if you're asking me what is value financially to the Warriors, I think it's above Draymond Green's. I think what he does offensively alongside of this team is something that they need at a premium. Shooting. They don't have enough shooting, period. Like, this team, forget the league, forget Orlando or other teams out there. I don't think they have enough shooting. And then what's his value to Steph Curry's happiness? I think that's another equation. And I want to do whatever I can to keep Klay Thompson and Steph Curry together if that's what makes Steph Curry happy, right? And so then the other value is, like, what he can do in a variety of roles. If he's a starter, I think he can be efficient. If he's off the bench, I think he gives you something else as well. So, like, to me, he's got value in a couple of different avenues. I think he's more valuable overall. I'm talking about, like, to the franchise right now. If we're talking value, I think he's got more value than even Andrew Wiggins.
There you go.
And I don't think I would have said that a year and a half ago.
510. Okay, Sam Darnold worth $10 million. You was hating on him getting that money. I was hating on Sam Darnold because I wouldn't pay him $10 million. But you know what? He's worth $10 million because if Vikings said, "Here's $10 million,"
you don't think that's value?
I don't think he's a good quarterback.
Yes,
Robin in San Francisco. Robin, what's happening? Clay's a Hall of Famer. Sam Darnold's not on his level.
No one's saying. I didn't say Klay.
Let's go to Robin in the city. Robin, what's happening? You're on the morning roast here on 95.7 The Game.
Thank you, guys. Good morning, you guys. Hey, Shasky, I was working somewhere. I'm going to give you an analogy and with youngsters. That's what I call them. But anyway, I asked for a typing stand. And they didn't know what that was. And then they said, "Oh, it's a document production holder." I'm like, what the hell is a document production holder? It's a typing stand. I say that to say this. Salary cap watching, you can call it what you want, but most fans look at, he's not worth that. They are looking at people's pockets. They're not looking at it the way you're looking at it. And so when you said that, reminded me of the typing stand story. It's like, oh, that's a new one, salary captain. But I get where you're coming from. But they're watching. And to Bonte, your point is real about this fan base not appreciating what the Warriors have done, just like they didn't appreciate Kevin Durant was here. Now they're backpedaling about, we could have kept Kevin Durant, but you didn't treat him right when he was here because most of the time he was a better player on the floor than Steph Curry. So heaven forbid if anybody outplayed Steph Curry. And Steph didn't care because he got him there. In terms of value, I think Klay is equal to Dre at salary given his injuries. But all three of them are instrumental to this. But they need some shooters and they better players around them. Right now they got Pookie and them around them. Peace out, guys.
Shooting. So you need some shooting. Let's go to Samita in Los Gatos. Samita, what's happening? You're on the roast here on 95.7 The Game.
Hello.
Hello.
Hi.
Hi. Hey.
Hi, guys. Hey. Morning. So listen, I wanted to weigh in on this Klay versus Dre issue. The value that Klay has to the franchise, I think part of the issue with the core, of course, Steph is in a league of his own, but I think part of the issue with both Draymond and Klay is that there is a high emotional factor to when we talk about these two guys. And at this point, I think I agree that Klay is worth more than Wiggins, but I do not agree that he's worth more than Dre, because I think Dre does a lot for this team that doesn't show up on the stat sheet, and I think he facilitates in a way that Klay cannot.
Would you meet me in the middle?
I know we need the scoring.
I'll let you finish. I apologize. Would you meet me in the middle and admit that Klay's been a more valuable player this year because of Draymond's own actions have really sabotaged the team at times this year?
I would absolutely agree with that. I could meet you in the middle on that. I mean, Klay stays ready, right? Mm-hmm. Regardless of whether he's playing well or not, he stays ready, right? He took the transition to coming off the bench really well, surprisingly well, for a guy who, his entire life is being a warrior.
Yep.
I remember Dre said, last year or the year before, I love basketball, but Klay really loves basketball. So I think he did a good job there. I think he's effective coming off the bench. He's always going to get a hot hand at times, but I don't know that he's worth more to the team at this point in time on the court than Draymond.
Interesting.
The game is good call, but I disagree. The game is about getting buckets. The game is about getting buckets. Football, we always say defense wins championships. Defense wins championships. Well, I feel like that has shifted in today's day and age in the NFL. If you don't have an elite vertical passing game, you're not winning a damn thing, right?
Kansas City did have they had
a great
both.
defense,
They had both, yeah.
but defense connects to offense, offense connects to defense.
No, I would agree with you.
In the NBA,
it can mask
a lot. Can you get a bucket? If I can't get buckets, you can play all the great defense in the world.
Well, that's what I'm very interested to see is, can Gobert play in the playoffs?
Right.
Am I wrong?
Good thing Karl Anthony Towns is coming back for them.
I mean, how many times for Utah and Minnesota have we seen in the big games, he's very important regular season.
Exactly.
Then you get to the big games and they run him off the floor. I'm very interested to see if he can stay on the floor.
You don't have shooting, you can't space the floor. All of a sudden the paint is congested. You need 3-point shooting. Part of the problem last year with the LA Lakers series and even with Andrew Wiggins, we were highlighting this on the pregame show last week. When he touches the ball early in the shot clock, now he has more space to operate. How many times have you seen Klay Thompson or Andrew Wiggins get the ball with about 4 to 5 seconds left in the shot clock and their back is to the basket or whatnot, and they got to force up a shot?
Too many
That
times.
happened in the Lakers series over and over and over again because of the lack of spacing on the floor. You need shooters. You need bucket getters. Now, yes, you need to play defense, but defensively as a team defenders, Klay and Steph at this point, they're still very capable team defenders. Colin Sexton guy held in check yesterday.
Well, I think that Klay's made a very big adjustment that no one has brought up a lot, where I think he's more aware of where to play a guy on the floor. Like before, he used to really get up in someone because he had the lateral quickness to recover. Now he's understanding, I don't need to play that guy 40 feet away from the hoop so high up. I can lay off a little. I think he's done a much better job in his own awareness of his lateral movement and staying in front of people in his own way. It's very different than what he used to do.
All right, we got a break. Kevin Dana coming up here on the roast. Having a nice conversation about Klay Thompson and Golden State Warriors as they get ready for the LA Lakers tomorrow. They beat the Utah Jazz yesterday. Jazz have lost 12 games in a row. Warriors have won 7 of their last 8, so it feels like they're playing their best basketball right now. That's all coming up. Kevin Dana, voice, one of the many voices of the Golden State Warriors. That's coming up on the game. Brought to you by Fremont Bank. Full service banking, no compromises.
Hey!
I'm what you might call very good at hide and seek. This one time.
Warriors 6 of 10 from the field. Oh! Jonathan Kuminga just murdered Jakob. Chris Paul driving right on Amen Thompson with 4. Bounce pass to Klay. Bounce pass inside to Trace. Oh my! He throws it. 99-83. Jalen Green from 70 feet away. Strong and an emphatic finish to the third for Trace Jackson Davis of Golden State.
Now, back to the morning roast with Bonte and Shasky.
Oh, man. Kevin down on the call is going to join us.
It's like he got caught up doing the
Trace Jackson Davis throws it down.
I love Kevin Dana.
Oh, man. He'll join us in moments. Here's the Warriors have won 7 of 8. Don't forget to catch the Warriors Roundtable with Gary St. Jean every single week here on 95.7 The Game. Might be a good week to get the St. Lee one on.
He's full of baloney.
Dana's on the iced tea, huh? Landline. No, landline? No? Kylie's got the Comrex. Oh, Mr. Gucci.
Comrex, baby.
Oh, Mr. Gucci.
Pulling a townie.
Oh, man, sounded crystal clear.
Comrex from home.
I got to ask, man, how do you come up with these calls, Kevin? I love you. I love it. I know you a long time, man. Can we play the TJD one real quick? Play the TJD one. I need you to break this down for us after we play
Chris
TJD.
Paul driving right on Amen Thompson with 4. Bounce pass to Klay. Bounce pass inside to Trace. Oh, my. He throws it.
All right. So what goes into that thought? How much practice does it take to get that call down? Because that must be difficult. That's impressive stuff.
All right, thank you, guys. So, Bonte, really what it came down to was that play was so impressive to me, I had nothing intelligent to say. And I couldn't just say, he throws it down. So I had to just do something else. And I like to play with my voice on the air. And so, like, when I say throw it down, I like to bring my voice down, do something like that. But throws it down wasn't going to be good enough for that. So I just kind of started just getting a little ridiculous with it because it was such a ridiculous finish at the rim. I do not practice those calls. There are things that I sometimes say, oh, I want to use that, like when I'm just thinking about a broadcast. But something like that is spontaneous because I have nothing better to say. And it's just like not intelligible, but that's what I want to bring sometimes.
I'm not mad at that, Shasky. I'm not mad at that at all.
So, Kevin, what have you noticed from the Warriors over the last couple of weeks here? Because, I mean, they've been all over the place. They give you a great performance. They give you a poor performance. The availability is always a question mark. It does feel like they're rounding out into form, though. Like, I actually do think they're playing some of their best basketball all year right around now.
Yeah, I agree with that, Shasky. They are playing their best basketball right around now. And I was looking at the last 6 games of their regular seasons, each of the last 3 seasons coming into this year. They've been 5-1 or better each of the last 3 seasons heading into the postseason, whether it was the play-in 3 years ago or the playoffs each of the last 2 years. And so I'll be curious to see how they finish this stretch. They're 1-1 in their final 6 right now with the 4 games still remaining. So they seem to play their best when the chips are on the line, really. But defensively, they've definitely taken a step up, basically since Draymond's been back in the lineup, returning from suspension. Their defense has stepped it up another level. The Utah's 110 points last night, that really wasn't 110 points. That was 97 until they put the deep subs in. I mean, they held Dallas to under 110 in both the games they played last week. Houston can get fiery on offense. They held them to 110, and holding a team to 110 in today's NBA, even with the new rules, quote unquote, that they've instituted midseason, is a pretty good job. So defensively, Klay has been on a pretty good heater since February. So getting Klay to shoot around 40% from 3 over extended time has certainly helped. Obviously getting Draymond back. And then Trace Jackson Davis, he's been awesome since he's been in the starting lineup when Jonathan Kuminga got injured. It's great to get JK back, but I'd say those are some of the main factors.
Clay's value. What do you think his value is going to be on the open market? I don't even like talking all season. You know us down here on the roast. We wait till the all season to talk about the all season. But it's reports, the dirty little secret that Orlando has a bunch of money. Philadelphia's going to have a bunch of money. The Clippers are probably going to make some moves here. What is Clay's value to this league? Because I feel like he has a tremendous value to this league.
I agree with you, Bonte, and I think it's only going up, and not just because of the 32-point game last night. I mean, he has been consistently good over the last couple of months, and he's been consistently available, too. 74 games played he's at right now for a guy who's 34 years old, coming off 2 major injuries, and he's still the second leading scorer on a team that's at least going to be in the play-in. I mean, at least 20-something million, you would think, with the way contracts are right now. I would not be surprised if some team were to hand him mid-20s kind of money per year. I don't know how many years that would look like, maybe 2, maybe 3 years, because he'll be entering his mid-30s, but I think he's at least worth that much on the open market.
What did you think of Kuminga last night? I was surprised at how well he was moving. I mean, the explosiveness was just all over the tape yesterday. He looked so much better than a guy that I thought was going to come in looking a little, frail and out of shape because he hadn't played in 6 games.
Yeah, that was the thing that impressed me, too. He looked just as bouncy as he normally does, and he had scrimmage during the week, and there was the thought that he was going to play Thursday against the Rockets because he had played Tuesday. He had scrimmage Tuesday before the first Dallas game, and then just when he had got to the gym on Thursday, just didn't quite feel right, went through his workout routine pregame. Same thing on Friday, thought he was going to come back Friday. So he'd been close for a while, and it's not like he had just been resting. He had been working to get into game shape. He had a hard workout on Saturday, according to Anthony Slater's report in The Athletic. So, look, he had kept himself in shape, as good a shape as you can, returning from injury, and it certainly showed. And I believe Fitz said on the broadcast last night, it was his first 10-rebound, 4-assist game of the season, in addition to the 21 points. Wow. Very efficient from the field. So, look, yeah, He was really, really good. He exceeded my expectations, but I do think this was the best game for him to return. Yep. You're playing a team, with all due respect, they weren't the Utah Jazz, they were the Salt Lake City Stars last night. And I saw those guys at Kaiser Permanente Arena in the G League playoffs last week.
Hey, Juzang, like Bonte was laughing at me last night, but I was like, I like Juzang at UCLA. I know it's a G League showcase last night, but I think he could play.
I think he can play, too. Like, he's a dead-eye shooter. I mean, he had 25 points and a half against Santa Cruz a couple of months ago. He had 27 last night. He's not going to shoot 7 of 8 from deep every night. But I think he could be a high 30s, low 40s three-point shooter percentage-wise in the NBA. I think he could certainly be like a 9th guy, 8th, 9th guy as kind of his NBA ceiling, which could certainly make you some good money. I think Darius Bazley is a real athlete. I'm surprised they didn't play Kenneth Lofton. Actually, not super surprised. He and Johnny Juzang kind of got into it during the Santa Cruz Warriors playoff game.
Did they really?
Yeah, so like Johnny, there's a fast break. There's a fast break, a 2-on-0, and Johnny Juzang has like Lofton right under the basket for a kick ahead, and Juzang just kept it himself and laid it in. And apparently they and Lofton started yelling at him, and he got pulled out of the game. That was midway through the third quarter. Salt Lake City was leading, and I'm not going to say it cost them the game. Santa Cruz won by 2, but Lofton was kind of killing Santa Cruz. So a little G League drama.
Has a little me in him. He has a little, I'm going to take the shot, not you. He's one of those guys. No, that's definitely right up Shasky's alley right there. Right up Shasky's alley. With the Warriors going to L.A. tomorrow, Kevin. Look, it's a big game in a sense. If they win, their hopes remain alive for the number 8 seed. But if they lose, I don't think it's far-fetched for Steve Kerr to say, you know what, let's shut it down for the last 3 games. How do you think the Warriors will play it, depending on tomorrow's result?
Yeah, I think that's well said, Bonte. I mean, if they do lose that game, you're really not playing for much of anything. I mean, technically, mathematically, I think they'd still be alive, but they would need they wouldn't be alive for the 9 seed anymore, right? Because they'd have could only get to 46 wins, and the Lakers would already be at 46 with a tiebreaker. They'd need the Kings to lose out, so that won't happen. So yeah, I mean, Draymond could probably use a rest day here or there if there isn't anything on the line. We've talked about Steph needing the rest day, which he got yesterday, another perfect rest day for him. This is going to be an interesting game because we don't know if Anthony Davis or LeBron James are going to play. Anthony Davis left the game against Minnesota with an eye injury. LeBron had flu-like symptoms yesterday. I mean, obviously, if those guys don't play, that changes the calculus of that game. But I agree with you. If they lose tomorrow, then I think some guys will be in order for some rest days.
All right, let's have a little fun here, Kevin.
Let's do it.
All right. Now, nothing is worse than when someone starts to ask me all my sports opinions when I'm just hanging out with my families, but I'm going to put you on the spot here and do the same thing.
Do it.
I want you to envision me going down the lane, even though I would never do this in a game, dunking all over Bonte, all right? And that way we can have this sound, so whenever I have a good segment or a good opinion where I dunk on Bonte, like I need that call right now from Kevin Dana so we could use it on the board. What do you think?
All right, here we go. Shasky catches it on the right wing, crossover dribble, going up. Bonte going up to contest, and he just bodied him, puts him in the basket. Absolutely buried Hill, put him in a casket. Oh, my, Shasky, don't do him like that.
That's pretty good.
That's incredible. Save that, clip that. We're going to use that.
It's too bad we're only going to use that like once every 3 months because that really never happens.
Hey, Kevin, I love you.
Now, give me one where. Now, give me one where I block his shot. I don't want the dunk. I want to send his basketball to the 10th row, and I want to knock the air out of the Wilson basketball, Kevin.
All right, here we go. Shasky catches on the right wing, a right alley drive, and it's sent away. Get out of here, says Bonte Hill. That shot was sent into the 10th row. What was Shasky thinking trying to come into Bonte's vicinity?
Dude, I'm just going to say, you are the Picasso of play-by-play. That is incredible.
Hey, by next year, Kevin's going to be charging us.
I know, seriously.
He's going to be charging us, man.
Hey, Kevin, can you play right field for the Giants? They're 1 for 27 with 10 strikeouts right now. I know you're a basketball expert, but
I could go 0 for 27 with 26 strikeouts. I think I might be able to get a foul tip out of play maybe once.
That's hilarious here, man. JK playing well, Klay playing well, Steph getting some rest here. So the Warriors, man, what do you think their prospects, if they do have to play 2 play-in games?
Yes.
Depending on the matchup, like the Lakers, I'm eager to see tomorrow if they're at full strength because with AD and LeBron, it's just been a tough matchup for the Dubs, Kevin.
Yeah, no, they really have, especially at Crypto.com where they historically haven't shot well. I'd much rather face the Pelicans who are sliding, who don't have Brandon Ingram right now. I'd much rather face the Sacramento Kings, with all due respect to Alan Stiles, our guy up there in Sacramento. I'd rather face one of those 2 teams. And if possible, getting to 9th would be huge. I know the Warriors have been better on the road this year, but I'd feel much more comfortable about a 9-10 play-in game if it was at Chase Center instead of especially Crypto.com.
They needed that game on Friday against the Mavericks.
Yeah.
They needed that one.
Okay, I'm watching that game. I'm like, gosh, I wish Kuminga or Wiggins would have played in that game. I think they win that one.
I do too.
Kyrie special last night, 48 points. Luka Doncic 37. Outside of the Warriors, when you look at the Western Conference, I think Dallas is a very dangerous team. I think they match up very well with the Clippers if they meet them in the first round. But outside of Denver, who has the best shot to represent the West? And I guess I'll just ask this, Kevin, to you. Who has the best shot to knock off Denver?
Yeah, that's a great question. I do think it might be the Dallas Mavericks. Just because of the way they're playing right now. I like them in a series against the LA Clippers right now. If you asked me that about 6 weeks ago, I would have said the LA Clippers because of the way they had a 26-5 stretch this year where they just looked unbeatable. But I do think with the way Dallas is playing right now, they are the team I would trust the most because not just because of Luka and Kyrie, but the defense they put around them. I mean, Daniel Gafford, as we saw on Friday, is a major rim protector. And getting guys like Derrick Jones Jr. and Dante Exum who can defend on the wing. And now Dante Exum shooting 50% from 3 this year. I mean, that is I mean, he went to EuroLeague and came back a different player. So I think I would put Dallas up there. Their defense, they have like the top 2 defense since the trade deadline. So I would say Dallas. I don't have faith in Oklahoma City yet. I don't have faith in Minnesota yet to give Denver a run for their money in the postseason. They're maybe a couple of years away. I'd say so. Dallas would be my team.
All right, Kevin. Always good to hear from you, man. I know you're traveling down to LA tomorrow, right? You'll be calling that game?
Yep, I'm getting on the team plane in a couple of hours.
Oh, look at you. Quick flight to LA.
Who do you sit next to on the plane?
Yeah, so it's usually like the tech manager for NBC Sports Bay Area. Shout out Joe McCarthy or JC Garcia last time.
Oh, JC.
They aren't traveling anyone down NBC Sports to the Lakers game because it's a TNT only. So maybe I have a row to myself today.
Well, I would
we'll
say
see.
Netflix, Ridley. I started watching it last night. One episode in. It's in black and white. It's excellent. I suggest downloading
It's a 45-minute flight.
Okay.
Yeah, watch one episode.
Oh,
I got Lakers and Timberwolves to keep me warm and toasty on the inside.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah, there you go. And it's a quick flight. Any big plans in LA? Any big dinner plans, Kevin? I got to know what's going on in the LA nightlife.
Oh, well, we got Warriors Roundtable on 95.7 The Game from 6 to 7 p.m. So I'll be doing that from the hotel room alongside the Saintly one. And I got some cousins down there, so I got to hit them up. But yeah, I found out about this trip on Friday, so I haven't really been planning too far ahead.
All right, Dana. Big time, Dana.
Big fan, Kev. You know that.
Thank you, guys. Love you guys.
Love you too, Kevin. Take care, man. Kevin Dana.
All right, take care.
Voice of the Santa Cruz C-Dubs, and of course, Philadelphia for Tim Roy on the Warriors broadcast right here on 95.7 The Game. Warriors Roundtable, as he mentioned, with Gary St. Jean every single week on 95.7 The Game. So a lot to digest there. About to go to State Warriors. I guess we'll ramp it up tomorrow when it comes to the Warriors and the Lakers. Big game down there at Crypto.com Arena. It's going to dictate how the Warriors play out the rest of the season. It's going to dictate. If they win, all of a sudden, okay, you got a little bit of action because Sacramento, it is possible they go 1-3 over the next 4. Again, Sacramento has Oklahoma City in Oklahoma City. Oklahoma City's trying to battle for that first seed.
Go Chet.
Go SGA. Hopefully SGA plays. I'm not sure if SGA played yesterday. I got to double check that. They played in Charlotte, and SGA did not play. Jalen Williams did not play. So how healthy will OKC be when they take on the Sacramento Kings at home? Then Sacramento has the Pelicans. They have the Suns at home, and the Suns are just a tricky team. Suns, you thought they turned the corner, and then last night they lose to the Pelicans at home. I can't put my finger on the Phoenix Suns. I just can't do it. They need a point guard. They need a point guard.
Where's buyer's remorse right now? Is it Deshaun Watson with the Browns or Bradley Beal right now with the Suns?
Oh, well,
I'll say this. I never was intoxicated with any of these Bradley Beal trade packages that were out there. There's a lot of people who were, and that's whatever. I mean, maybe it plays out different with the Warriors. I just think he's a very hollow player. Like, to me, he just doesn't do it. I don't know how, we talked a lot about, Monte's not a winning player. We used to use to Monte Ellis a lot, and I found it a little absurd. But, if you're going to say that about Monte, can't you say the exact same thing about Bradley Beal? He just doesn't play a winning brand of basketball. He's never available.
Yeah, I right there with you. I never got the fascination with Bradley Beal. It was like the Kirk Cousins in the NBA. Every offseason for 3 straight years, go trade for Bradley Beal. 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 No, I'm good. I'm good.
The other thing I want to ask you is the Laker game tomorrow. Why is it that the Warriors struggle against them? And I know the AD factor, I get that, but they just have a struggle in LA. It feels like in general.
I mean, they did have a winning. I don't know. The backdrop, just spacious arena.
No, but is it something that LA does to them?
It's the Warriors, Lakers. Weird things happen when you get LA to San Francisco. I don't know. I think we're just so jaded because of what happened last year, the 6-game playoff series.
Yeah,
I don't think we really thought about it like that. They would beat the Lakers at home and blow them out. They go down to LA and they'll drop a game, whether it's a Sunday afternoon or a Sunday night. I don't know. It's been strange.
I feel like I fear them more than I should based on their regular season.
To me, it's the matchup. To me, it's the size and the length. And they have size and length at every position over to Golden State Warriors. Whether it's D'Lo at point guard, whether it's Austin Reeves at the 2, whether it's Vanderbilt defending Stephen Curry on the 3. Now you got Taurean Prince playing well for the LA Lakers. And then, of course, Anthony Davis and LeBron James. And this is where the factor of Draymond Green comes to play offensively. Because the Lakers, it's like a lot of those top teams, they'll leave Draymond Green wide open. And then AD's just roaming in the paint. He's sitting like, I don't know why they don't call 3 seconds, defensive 3 seconds on him. He's just standing right there in the paint, all possession.
Because he's a Laker. They get all the calls.
Yeah, I mean, you heard Fitch yesterday saying the Lakers are going to have 20 foul shots before they tip off tomorrow night. I mean, this is just the truth. The Lakers get free throw calls.
What a mindset. What a winning mindset.
I mean,
the other teams can have all these foul calls, please.
I mean, the Lakers, they get calls. That's what they do.
But
The proof is in the pudding, though. They shot over 1,000 more free throws than any other team in the league in the last 2 seasons. That is absurd. That is crazy to me.
Length and girth.
Oh, gosh. Please.
And they attack.
Yeah. Wasn't there a stat earlier, Spinoni?
That says that they don't attack relative to the rest of the league?
Yeah, exactly. Were they like last in layups?
The Warriors, you know?
No, but I'm just saying the Lakers, though.
Well, they would have a lot more layups, but they just keep getting hacked all the time, so the shooting percentage isn't as high.
Got it. That's what it is. Anyway. But their size and strength does bother the Golden State Warriors. And you got to have 5 threats offensively against that team. You do. And Draymond's got to be aggressive. When he's aggressive offensively, the Warriors are just a much better team. So they're going to do the same thing, probably.
There was a play yesterday. They might have been up 20. I don't know. Maybe it was during the comeback. Klay's coming down the lane. And someone throws the ball ahead to Klay, and he throws it a little awkwardly to a wide open in the corner Draymond Green. And again, in the fourth quarter, and Dre doesn't take the shot and then throws it to an out of bounds Klay Thompson. And it was like it perfectly highlighting, like, Dre, you got to take some of those shots. You're wide open. Even if you're only shooting like 28, 29, 30%, even if you were throughout a month, like, from three-point land, you got to take those corner threes to force those guys out. It opens the whole floor up for everyone. And it's weird. It's like there's times where he takes those shots and you see the results, and they're always positive. And then there's games where he refuses to take those shots, and everything gets congested, and it's like, I don't know. Psychologically, there are times in the half court where I'm just like, dude, you got to look at the hoop.
Yeah, no, I agree with you. There. Klay Thompson's back to him for a second because we're asking Dan about his value. Klay Thompson joined Draymond Green on the Draymond Green show. It's going to get released. I think it'll be released at 6 p.m. today. Killer Klay on why he's not thinking about free agency.
I just can't believe it's here. Like, in your mid-20s, it's so crazy. You think you're going to play forever, really, and you think you just maintain that athletic level that seems effortless. Oh, but then as time goes on, you really do realize how demanding this job really is. And it's so physically demanding. I was actually struggling with that a lot at the beginning of this year because of the unknown, you know? I mean, I might have let contract situations or playing time or just making up a lot of excuses rather than just appreciating what is in front of me. And it took me and Steve like 4 real heart-to-heart talks to finally break my shell, being like, you know what? I got to have fun this year. I deserve to have fun. Like, we worked so hard to freaking win these games and play into June and have fans on the road. I mean, my first couple years, there might be a few Steph Curry jerseys in the crowd. Now it's like a whole contingent of Warrior fans on the road. It's insane.
Wow.
That was powerful.
Said it took 4 heart-to-heart conversations with Steve Kerr to finally get over the fact that, one, his status and his role, just go out there and have fun. It took 4 heart-to-heart conversations. And he said he was pressing early in the season due to the free agency and the contract stuff into the role play.
It's relatable.
Unbelievable.
You very rarely hear an athlete in real time diagnose that during the season. You know what I mean? Like during the season, admit that. I mean, it takes a very mature, transparent individual to be able to open up and showcase that vulnerability. Wow. I mean, I thought that was extremely powerful.
Klay usually does that, though, right? Hasn't Klay always been vulnerable towards us?
I mean, there's times that he is, and there's other times where he's defiant.
Well, sometimes
where he didn't care about the fans, and
I mean,
you know, I'm cherry picking some things.
Yeah, I mean, with the fans, he was like, all you bandwagon fans, man, remember the good times, remember the dark days before we got here. Now he walked it back, but I understood what Klay said because I understand how some fans just get out of pocket about things. I'm not saying all fans. It's not a lot of fans. It's mostly the social media fans and dropping comments and calling people out their names. It's out of pocket. Out of pocket. Respect this man. Respect what these guys have done for this organization.
Well, I don't know. I don't know what these guys' social media looks like. I don't know how they sift through it.
Think about it. Hold on, real quick. Not to cut you off, but think about what you went through with Philadelphia. and all the fans coming down your road.
Yeah.
Now put yourself in their shoes. Because I've started to do this, like kind of recalibrating everything. It's like, if I'm getting this heat, imagine what they're getting on a daily basis.
Yeah, but there's also like, this is why they tell those guys to lay off those. Like, we need it for our job, right? To a degree.
You know what? I don't know if we really need the social media for our job.
Okay, well, I think that at some level you do, and I think we're on a local level, so there is something to like where when we respond to people, at least I notice that when I respond to someone on Instagram or something, that does mean a lot to somebody.
No, it does mean something.
You know what I mean?
Somebody.
And I try to take that to heart because I've been on the other side where I've been a listener. When you're of the level of these guys, when I go to games, like I'll just go to the Giants game, for example. You look on social media, everybody's ready to run Mike Yastrzemski out of town, right? You go to the game, Mike Yastrzemski, yeah, not one boo. I mean, not one boo. So I do think that
So a lot of fake fans.
I don't know about fake. I just don't think that people.
I'm just joking.
I just don't think that people, like in real life, I don't think people are as aggressive and as negative as they are on social media. Social media is not an accurate representation.
So that's what I'm saying. Like, social media, I'm saying, like, when I do my research and I break down my games and I write my numbers, I'm like, I don't really need social media. I've tweeted less and less and less over the last 8 months than I have in the last 10 months.
We agree.
Or in the last 10 years, I should say. So I'm thinking to myself, damn, there's a lot of people who've done this job at a high level without social media.
Yeah, that was also a different era.
Yeah, it isn't, but they still continue to do it. Now, what does social media do for me? I'm available for people.
Yeah.
But
you're retweeting your content to be consumed so that you can bring more people into the tent.
I do,
right?
But how much does that help?
I don't know. Probably not a lot.
You know what I'm saying? How much does it help?
But Bonte, again, we're very different. And I look at the NBA, none of these guys need to have a social media, and they have enough money and resources and stuff to where they can hire somebody else to manage their entire social media stuff. You see a lot of people. Do I believe that Steph Curry is the one posting all of his stuff? I don't know. I probably don't. I think Kevin Durant does. I think Kevin Durant controls his entire thing. Right. And I think that's a part why Kevin Durant is relatable to some people and hated to some people. I don't know.
The way I look at social media is, I know it means a lot. And I see P Dizzle 710. It means a lot when Bonte tweets back. And the same for Shasky. Well, I don't have the time to tweet back like I used to. I have a 3-year-old daughter.
Yeah.
How much time do I want to consume on social media when I know it's toxic and I'm replying to one person, then another person comes in and another person comes in and you have all these long conversations.
Hard to sift through.
And it becomes disrespectful. You can't just have a cordial conversation on Twitter.
Yeah, but none of the athletes are.
Instagram. But I'm saying, for our job, though,
yeah,
I don't know if we need social media all like that.
You don't.
I feel like I don't need it. I don't need it.
Think about Joe Spadoni.
That's what I was saying, but that's what I was explaining. I'm thinking, as I get deeper into this game, the more and more I'm like, wait a minute. I didn't need to, I don't know, even if I wasn't on TV. If I wasn't on TV, I may just shut it down all completely. I think about it every day. Let me just shut it down. Let me just shut this down.
If you weren't in media at all?
Yeah, I would shut it down completely. But even if I was on TV and I just did this job, I probably wouldn't be on it as much. I probably would think about shutting it down completely. I
find Twitter as a spot where I find news. That's number one, where I love the funny stuff. There are some funny things out there, so I probably still would end up using it. Instagram's different. There's a way to tap into friends.
But you can find news by just typing news. I could find out, I was like, wait a minute, I can get this intel by not doing that.
Okay, well, I'm telling you how I do it. It's the modern newspaper, and to a degree, it's not the same as a newspaper, but to a degree where I follow Pavlovich and your boy Slater and this guy and that guy. So anyway, whatever, it's different. If I'm one of these athletes and I've made gobs of money, I don't think I would be opening Instagram and looking at every single comment.
It's tough.
I would have a social media, representative or someone to be able to kind of curate my social media so I don't do anything stupid or foolish to prohibit me from getting the next sponsorship.
Yeah, it's time for you to do the legal.
All right, you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMG FM and HD1 San Francisco. Don't forget, you can also watch us every single day on our YouTube and Twitch streams. Just log on and search 95.7 The Game. Be sure to like and subscribe to the channel while you are there. Brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union. Upgrade your savings dividend. Open a First NorCal First Class Money Market today. You can now download the Odyssey app directly from our YouTube and Twitch pages, as we have added the QR code on both pages. Shout out to the Xfinity Mobile text line, And if you're looking for the best Giants talk out there, FP San Angelo is coming up in 9:20. But also you can be subscribed to the Garlic Fries and Baseball Guys podcast. Sam Lubby, Joe Shasky bring you the best damn Giants talk in the Bay Area every week, all season long. Win or lose, subscribe today on iTunes and Spotify, or wherever you listen to the podcast and get excited about Giants baseball. Let's go to Reese and Vallejo. Reese, what's happening? You're on the roast.
What's going on, brothers? How you guys doing?
Good.
Yeah, so the argument to me, Klay and Dre, they help us both very, very instrumentally. Klay is more of that shooter, knockdown. Draymond is more of the facilitator and defensive specialist. But I think the argument, guys, is who do we not want to see? Like, who do we not want to face coming to Chase Center on another team? And my opinion is Klay. I don't want to see Klay get on the heater like he does and just torch our lights out. That's just my opinion. Is I'd rather have him if we had to pick one.
It's an interesting way of putting it.
Yeah.
That is. I would agree with that.
Why not both?
Well, because I think you fear offensive opponents, right? And so Draymond's never going to be one of those kind of guys. So he doesn't strike fear into you the way an elite offensive scorer does. Would you agree?
Yeah.
It just has from an opponent perspective. Like nobody's like, oh man, Tony Allen's coming to town. What are we gonna do? Like I don't know. I just don't think that's how we're wired. We're very offensively driven as a society.
Let's go to Richie in Queens. Richie, what's happening?
Hi, Richie.
Hey, boys. How are you?
I'm doing so much better now that I hear your accent.
Yeah, well, I called up initially, real quick with the Giants. That was one of the ugliest games we've ever won yesterday. I watched the Vol and I stand on my head. I know, there's so many great closers, and I think sometimes he's going to have to take a rip because there are times he takes too much time. He gets the pitch count against him. He's just all over the place. He does have great talent, but he is difficult to watch sometimes. There's a lot of guys that are 1, 2, 3 out there, and he's like 1, 2, maybe 2.5, 4, and it just takes forever to get it. He did get the job done, but you agree? Is he frustrating to watch, or is it just me on the East Coast?
He works very slow. I thought yesterday he did a great job, though. I thought he was painting corners yesterday.
One of his better ones, yes.
Yeah, but he does take forever.
And real quick too. You mentioned Yaz. I love Yaz. I think it's a great story, 28-year-old, 27-year-old rookie. But I think Montos has got to get in, and I think Warner and Slater. I do not like Slater, obviously, as much as Yaz. I think Slater's been okay, especially against lefties, but even he's taken kind of a step back. I know a year ago he thought he could be a starter. I don't know where he ever came up with that thought. But I think Montos has got to get in. Real quick, what you're talking about, NBA guys. I'm on the East Coast. You talk about Denver being who could be the team. I agree with Kevin. I think Dallas playing really, really well right now defensively too. They've really picked it up. And then I look at the East Coast and my team, fighting. I don't know how they're doing it. And I mentioned to you before, I think Brunson's got to get votes for MVP. And I know Jokic will probably be Doncic, but they've got the caliber and they've had the team all year. He has not. He has no Randalls. He finally got Odabi back. Okay, he didn't have Mitchell Robinson.
Wait, Richie, are you talking Knicks right now?
Yeah, I went to the Knicks real quick.
Yeah, just say WFA. Yeah, man, I don't give a damn about the New York Knicks and the LG Anunoby.
Anunoby.
What the hell, Richie?
That's the second time he pronounced it wrong.
He pivoted right to the Knicks, and I just let it go.
I don't care what the prospects are. Good win yesterday in Milwaukee.
Jalen should get a couple of votes from those biased New York writers.
Yeah, he's had a great season.
I think Lucas should get the MVP this year. Why are you hesitant on that? Why?
Jokic is. It's hard for me not to see Jokic win the third MVP. Take him off the Denver Nuggets.
What about SGA?
SGA, I think, needs more votes than Luka.
I mean, okay, I like Luka. I don't know. Maybe it's just because of what he's done the last month.
I'm just trying to get over. Was Richie trolling me?
No,
was he trolling us?
No, he's serious.
But the New York Knicks? What the? How did I was just like?
He just slipped it in there.
Richie, call into the pregame show 5 to 6 Monday through Friday. I'll take that. 8 o'clock your time. We can talk Knicks.
He's a big time pregamer.
He is. So is Charlie in New York.
What happened to Charlie? I miss Charlie. We should have used a Flushing.
We should have.
Do it now.
We can do it now.
Yeah,
it's not too late.
Lucky us.
I used to talk about Yaz and, the Giants, and then I was like, all right, I'm following along. And then all of a sudden, I heard Tibbs and Brunson, and I was like, wait a minute. And I'm like, I thought I was hearing things. I swear to God, I thought I was hearing something. All right, that was brought to you by Flowing Water Plumbing and Drain. Richie, you've been flushed. What the hell? OJ
they got alligators in those sewers over there, too.
Oh, dude.
Well, they got big rats, too.
When I saw that homeless person sleeping down on the ground and they lifted the coat up and like 1,000 rats. I mean, rats are the most disgusting, right?
Oh, it's pretty bad.
Disgusting.
It's pretty bad.
Shout out Echo Pest.
Oh, disgusting.
Yeah, I don't even know where to go after Richie. Like, seriously. Just, what did he say? OJ Adedabi? Adedabi.
Yeah, that's pretty lame.
It is surprising to see Klay be so transparent during the season like that. It's just very few athletes are willing to give you that kind of stuff. And so when we get that authenticity, I find it refreshing. It's endearing.
In saying that, when it comes to free agency in July, I just got to keep that in mind. Like, yes, I want to re-sign with the Doves, but I also have to prioritize my mental health and lay out what is important to me at this point in my career. And I know we have so much basketball ahead that I haven't given it much thought, really, because if I start thinking about July 1st, then I'm just doing myself a disservice. I'm not here. I'm not thinking about the Hornets tomorrow and these must-win games this weekend. So for me, it's just about staying present, as simple as that is, staying present.
And then he brought this up about grappling with this sports mortality.
I was kind of grappling with that a lot this year. It's almost like your own mortality as an athlete. Like, man, I might not be able to elevate like I once did, or I might not slide my feet left and right like I once did, but I can still be a heck of a player if I just give gratitude and keep that perspective. Like, I'm out here balling, because that was hard for me these last few years when when you go through injuries and you're so used to playing at a certain level, guarding a certain guy, shooting certain shots. Then you have to adjust all of that. That was the hardest part of my career. And it's still hard for me, when I'm used to scoring 25 in a quarter, locking up the best player. Now I got to pick my spots a lot more just precisely, which is fine. I've finally come to accept, like, look, I can still be a heck of a player. I can still be incredibly efficient as long as I'm having fun and being a good teammate. And you actually helped me a ton when you're like, lean into these young guys, lean into the fact you're a vet. You made X amount of money. You don't have to worry about nothing. Like, you're playing for the love of the game. And I think once I realized that and I relax a little bit, rather than trying to play for a contract or an all-star nod or some accolades, but rather just play for the love of the game. And the fact they get to play cards with the guys on the plane. We're playing ping pong last night after the game. We're having fun. That's the beauty of the game right there. Not trying to get another max deal or another endorsement, but just smelling the roses and appreciating all the work it took to get here.
Damn.
It's incredible. Well, and then also, to me,
absolutely incredible.
I hear all that. You know what? We'll talk about it on the other side.
Yeah, we'll talk about it on the other side. Draymond Green show, Klay Thompson there. Great perspective. Awesome stuff from Klay. We'll pick that up. Plus FP Santangelo. Coming up on the other side, I talk a little Gigantes. That's coming up, brought to you by O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Hear my shower, Bonte.
Replace your
he's really not hitting his stride yet, but he's finding a way to make contact with guys on third and less than 2 out. And he's finding a way to get a big hit with the whole right side open there. He wasn't trying to do too much, just try to shoot a ball the other way.
Now, back to the Morning Roast with Bonte and Shasky.
All right, it's Bob Melvin, manager of the Giants, discussing Matt Chapman and his start to the season. Defensively, he's still one of the best at third base, if not the best. Looks like he's already, you can make the argument he's already got the Gold Glove wrapped up with some of the plays he's made in the first 10 games, but at the plate, a big-time hit yesterday, the game-winning hit, game-winning run on Friday. So Chapman, I'm not too concerned about Chapman. He's going to get his numbers when it's all said and done, if healthy. He'll hit around 20 to 25 to 30 jacks. He'll probably bat anywhere from 230 to 250. And he'll drive me some runs.
One thing I noticed when I was at the game, and I don't know if this was just against San Diego, he plays a really deep third base. And his ability to come in on a ball and make a throw on the run is very underrated. It's a very difficult play. And then he's making plays to his left with the pivot and the throw. The guy's really good. Defensively, he's really good. But I was just kind of surprised. He plays a deeper third than I'm accustomed to seeing at Oracle Park. And again, I don't know if that was just a couple of against San Diego, or what if that was the scouting report, or if that's something to monitor. I'd love to know, where he stacks up in terms of where he plays depth-wise in comparison to other guys in the league.
We'll have more Klay sound from the Draymond Green show. Some very, very interesting sound. Draymond Green asked Klay Thompson how he felt. How does Klay feel when he gets ejected or suspended from games?
Oh.
We got that answer coming up. But first, we got to talk to our main man. It's going to be our 95-70 game insider, our baseball insider, Giants insider. We have Flynn, but why not have FP as well? I am his shower.
That's BS, man.
No, I am his shower.
I saw Flynn on Friday.
Did you say hi?
Well, he was in the middle of doing something. I came walking by. I had the baby Bjorn on. I gave him the piece, the point. He gave me the point. I gave him the little chest thing, and then I did the Palo Banquero to Bonte. He did it back.
By the way, you did lie on me last Friday. I got a lot of heat for it. And I was like, you really big time Shasky? He called you twice. I was like, no, he didn't. That was a lie. I called you back that day. I know I did. Anyway, FP Santangelo, former Expo Giant, Dodger and Athletic. But he's our baseball player here at 95-70
He would never big time us.
No.
In the Gotham Club over the weekend.
Oh, did you hit him up?
No, I saw his Instagram.
Oh, man, you should have hit him up. FP probably would have big time you. I would have big time Shasky. FP, what's going on, man? Good morning. I'm surprised you're up this early.
Yeah, I get overwhelmed at the ballpark sometimes. So yeah, and this is weird. Like when I do the show, you guys are getting toward the finish line, and I just got up, so it's just totally different. You guys have been there since like 5:30, and I'm just rolling out of bed, drinking a cup of coffee.
Don't rub it in, okay? It's not always easy getting up at 4:30, or you hear the alarm clock. Like you go to bed at 8:30, right? And then all of a sudden you wake up 4 hours later, it's 4:15. It's like, wait, did I get 8 hours or did I get 4 hours? Thank you, SP. I know you're somewhere out, maybe the water bar, the bus stop, or having some fun yesterday if the Giants won a series for the first time this season. But let me ask you, let's get serious here. First 10 games, how'd you assess the situation with the San Francisco Giants?
I like what I'm seeing. It feels, I mean, I've been hearing this around the ballpark a lot, that it feels normal. And I don't know what that means. I really don't. I mean, but it does, right? I guess I do know what it means. It just feels normal. The brand of baseball they're playing, the clutch hits. I'll say this. It hit me during the game yesterday that in the last couple of years, I can't remember hoping that a certain part of the lineup came around. And I'm starting to think that, like, okay, we're getting toward the bottom. If Ahmed could get on, here comes Jung Hoo, and then here comes the guys that we want to see hit, that we want up in big situations. And the last few years, when you had such a lineup that was whatever on a daily basis, there was no, like, as a fan where you're sitting there going, oh, get to the top, get to 2, 3, 4, here we go. Get Chapman up there in a big situation, here we go. Like, or Soler could knock one out and we got a tie game. We never had that continuity in the lineup because we never knew who 2, 3, and 4 were going to be based on, you know, the roster construction or the philosophy of the manager. Not that it was bad and this is good, but this just feels normal again. So I found myself this weekend going, yeah, turn the lineup over, get back to the top. And it made me feel like those days when, I don't know, there was Jeff Kent and Barry Bonds, and you couldn't wait to get down into Buster Posey or whomever. And that's why I feel it feels normal again. So you're rooting for that part of the lineup to get up in big situations. And I don't know that I felt that the last couple of years because there wasn't that part of the lineup consistently.
All right, let's start at the top of the lineup. You know center field better than anyone, and maybe I'm too high on Jung Hoo Lee, but it felt like they were pitching him inside the first couple series of the year, and now teams have made an adjustment. They're going a little more away. He's rolling over some ground balls. I thought he adjusted in the first at-bat going back up the middle on an outside pitch. He's made a few gaffes out in center field because of the wall and not seeing the ball, but he's scoring from first base, on a gapper, and you see the speed, you see some of the skill sets. What's your feel on Jung Hoo Lee through the first couple of weeks?
Well, I think we have to remember he's 25 and he's a rookie. Like, no matter how you want to put it or what they signed him for, he's a rookie. Like, he's playing in the big leagues for the first time. So we saw a lot of mistakes from a lot of rookies last year, and I think there's a learning curve to playing in that ballpark on the corner of 3rd and King, whether it's a night game, whether it's a day game, whether it's a 6 o'clock start and the hitter's in the shadows and you're in the sun. I always thought that if the hitters, say the sun's in my eyes in center field, but there's shade in the hitter, I couldn't wear sunglasses because I couldn't see the ball in the strike zone. So it was just making the hitter even darker if I wore glasses, but I needed glasses because the sun was in my eyes. So it's all tricky, and the wind and the currents of the wind on given nights. I mean, he is grandson of the wind, so I feel like he'll pick that up a little bit sooner than most people. But, he got too close to the wall yesterday. And as an outfielder, when you get too close to the wall, you can reach up and pin yourself up against the wall, and then you don't take extension with your glove. And it's just a matter of taking your bare hand and your throwing arm and extending it like a Heisman kind of pose where you're finding the wall and it gives you space to jump up and catch the ball. But all these things in a new ballpark. And I'll say this, every park he's going to play in this year is going to be a new ballpark. So there's going to be a learning curve, right? He's never played in Tampa. He's never played in Marlins Park in Miami. He's never played in these places they're about to go into on a road trip. So there's going to be a curve here. I don't think it's going to be like, oh, he's a disaster out here, but there's little intricacies to knowing every park in the big leagues, knowing how the ball carries, how it doesn't carry. In Tampa with the girders up there and the walkways, the catwalks. Yeah. I mean, good luck with that. And so,
what about his at-bats?
His at-bats? I mean, he's going to see a lot of pitches, and that's kind of what he does. So he's going to go up there and take a fastball down the middle. And I'd like to see him get the ball in the air a little bit more, but he's figuring out them, they're figuring out him. Any rookie that comes in the big leagues, especially one with a big name like him, there's going to be an adjustment period, and how rookies adjust to how the league adjusts to you is crucial. Like, you got to do it quick because there's old guys sitting in the stands with gray hair that are watching every game for 2 series ahead. Like, there was probably scouts from Miami in the stands. There's probably scouts from Tampa in the stands, and they're trying to figure out how to get him out. And once they find that hole, you have to adjust to that. And you have to know, well, I hit that pitch last series. They're not going to give me that pitch. They're going to try something else. And it's a constant cat and mouse game, and you have to have the wherewithal, number one, the intelligence and the ability to execute based on the league adjusting to you. So I think it'll be fine. I see this team taking a lot of strikes, man. When they don't hit, I wish there was a little more aggressive nature to the at-bat at certain times. Because sometimes that first pitch right down the middle is the best one you're going to get. And excuse me, I see these guys taking a lot of pitches, like fastballs right down the middle early in the count. And I'm just like, man, you got to hunt for that pitch. And like I've told you guys before, there's 2 strikes. There's 2 counts to hit it. 2 strikes and less than 2 strikes. That's it. There's only 2 counts to hit it in baseball. And with less than 2 strikes, you sit on your pitch in your zone. And when you get that pitch, you get off your A swing on your A pitch. And then when you get to 2 strikes, you fight, you battle, you scrap, you figure it out. But like before 2 strikes, it doesn't matter if it's the first pitch of the at-bat or the 7th pitch of the at-bat or whatever it is, before 2 strikes, you're just sitting on one pitch in one zone.
FP Santangelo breaking it down there as well as he does there, former Expo Giant, Dodger Athletic. Of course, 95.7 The Game. He's our insider here on the Morning Roast, breaking down some Giants baseball. Blake Snell going up against the Nationals. When I think Nationals, I don't think Bryce Harper. I don't think Steven Strasburg. I think FP. So a little home at home here for FP Santangelo at the yard today. No, I know that was corny. I was bad. But Blake Snell, what should be the expectations? I know. I couldn't help myself.
I appreciated it. It was a good attempt.
I can't help myself.
It was a good attempt.
That was. I enjoyed it because I never played in any form. I get it. No, but hey, the one thing I think Blake Snell is going to be amped up, right, is his first start at the ballpark in his new uniform. And sometimes he's been to different teams before, right? He's Tampa, San Diego. He'll figure it out. But he's got to control the adrenaline tonight. And I think when you have a power pitcher like him, whether it's the power curveball, the power fastball, that just to harness your emotions, to harness your adrenaline, and to get in the strike zone consistently. He's what I call a sprayer, you guys. Those are tough at-bats where he's just going to spray the ball. It's going to be up and away. It's going to be at your chin. And he's going to drop a curveball in the back knee for a strike. And then he's going to throw one in the dirt. And then he's going to do a backdoor curveball. So those are the guys that are toughest to hit off of because whatever my game plan is on a given day, if I'm sitting on a pitch, I may never get that pitch. So I think effectively wild when you face a guy like Blake Snell with plus stuff that's a sprayer, that you just don't know where it's going. And plus, he can't take the Nationals lightly. Like that's not a good lineup over there. I've been checking it out. They're getting like 4 hits a game, 3 hits here. They're not scoring a lot of runs. But still, I think the big test for Blake tonight is going to be to harness the adrenaline, harness the emotions. I don't know what kind of crowd's going to be there on a Monday night against the Nationals, but it's still Blake Snell's opening day. It's his opening day with a new team. He's got the comfort of having his old manager there. Maybe with a new manager, you try to impress him a little bit more. But, you know, I think we'll see great things from Blake Snell tonight.
Yeah, and no spring training, really. So this is a big showcase for you. Look, you bring up the Nationals, and Strasburg comes to mind. And he's a guy, and I guess this is we'll ask about Strasburg in particular because he got paid a lot of money and is basically retiring. But he's another guy that's got arm injuries. And I look at across baseball what's going on. What's your feel on this? Because I see it from the Little League level where 12-year-olds are throwing all year long, throwing max effort. I'm like, I don't care if you throw it as hard as you can if you can't throw a strike. That's number one. And you shouldn't be throwing 3 times a week when Logan Webb doesn't even throw 3 times a week and then go play catcher. You know what I mean? In a 5-game tournament over the weekend. That you see all these guys at the big league level. 54 Tommy Johns already this year. There's the pitch clock. There's drive line. I mean, there's so many different angles to this. What's your feel on the arm injuries at the big league level?
Right, maybe these kids should just blow out at 12 and just call it like little Tommy John and get that surgery when they're that age. Just get it over with. Like, I'll tell you this, pitching has become an aerobic exercise, an aerobic art because of the pitch clock where, you know, they're basically doing burpees out there. So, you know, and back in the day when you were struggling to find the strike zone, you'd step off the mound, you'd put your glove under your arm, you'd rub up the baseball, you'd take a deep breath, maybe you tie your shoes just to slow the game down. And while I do like the pitch clock as far as, hey, 2.5 hours and we're out of there, and it's not like you have to sit through a 4-hour game anymore, and it's good for everyone that's ADD, when you think about the guy that's doing the most, it's the pitcher, right? So he's basically getting the ball thrown at, getting the ball thrown at, getting the ball thrown at, and pitching's become a workout. It's become an aerobic art, if you will, to where, you know, now I don't have time to slow the game down. We hear quotes after the game all the time, like, oh, the game really sped up on us. And, you know, we couldn't slow it down last night, sped up on us. There's no way as a pitcher really, other than a trip from the catcher, but I think you only get 4 of them now to slow the game down. So these guys, their training has changed, but like you said, man, they're just getting it and throwing it, getting it and throwing it, getting it and throwing it. There's not a lot of time to think. There's not a lot of time to throw the game down. And so we say 100 pitches, but it's a different 100 pitches than it was a couple of years ago. It's 100 pitches. I don't know, like if you did, 5 sets of 20 push-ups, but you're not taking time between the sets, right? You're just doing, you guys have done that when you lift weights and you don't take enough time between the sets.
HIT, was it high intensity training?
Yeah, hitting hills. I do it on my Peloton all the time, but yeah. It's like, so now you don't get that rest between sets, and you do that second. You do that. That was good. Yeah. Maybe whoever hit that should do some more Peloton.
But FP,
they need it. That's for sure.
What about pitching to contact? Like Ted Lilly, and I'm just going back. Kenny Rod. Like there were so many guys. Like I'm thinking of lefties, but there even Greg Maddux, who I believe to be one of the greatest pitchers of all time. Like there was and Logan Webb. There's a reason Logan Webb led all of baseball in innings. He's not a guy that I consider a max effort guy. Isn't that a part of this? I know spider tack and the grip. There's all these other angles. Like, isn't there something to the max effort throwing that you're seeing across the league? Like everyone's doing it.
Yeah, it's not the throwing motion is not natural. We all know that, right?
Yes.
That's why the slow pitch or the fast pitch softball girls can pitch every game because that's the natural motion. Underhand, overhand's not the natural motion. So you add that to max effort, to everybody's looking at the speed gun now, and we want to miss bats. We want to miss bats, and we want to be power pitchers, and we're going to go after power pitchers as an organization. And in our organization, when we get these power pitchers, we're going to roll them out there until they blow out. And once they blow out, we're going to roll another batch out there and let them throw as hard as they can until they blow out. We'll just keep assembly line rolling these guys out there. And I think, baseball over the last decade has become throw it as hard as you can and swing it as hard as you can. And the art of pitching, of throwing strikes when you want to and throwing balls when you want to, and the actual art of pitching, for the most part, the majority of guys just go out there and try to blow it by you because that's what organizations are looking for. They're looking for spin rate, and we used to call it late life and jump, and they're looking for the ball jumping in the strike zone and missing bats. And so how do guys get paid? Well, I could sit at 94. I could sit at 93 and get outs, but then maybe I'm in AAA, but if I come up here and I can throw 97, 98, I don't always know where it's going, but if I do throw 97, 98, I'm going to be in the big leagues for a lot longer, or at least I'm going to be in the big leagues because that's what our organization wants. So what we've developed is this mentality throughout baseball, all of baseball. It's the speed gun mentality, throw it as hard as you can. So you got the max effort thing on top of, you guys know when you're going to bench and you're going to max, like you wait a long time between sets because you're going for your max. You're trying for one rep. But if you just have like a plate on the end of the bar, and you're doing 145 or whatever, you can rip off sets left and right. So to your point, like there's no rest, and they're throwing hard, which to me is conducive to an injury no matter what you're doing, whether you're running sprints, whether you're lifting weights, whether you're throwing a baseball. If you're doing things with no rest between sets and your max effort in something, your body's just going to say, "Uncle, I can't do this."
Yeah, it sounds like me. Every single day. Uncle, your body can't get up. Uncle, your body needs a taco. Uncle, your body needs a slice of pizza. FP, real quick before we let you go, Padres. What do you think of the Padres through the first 10 games? They got a good lineup. I think their pitching will get better. Are they a factor out here in the National League? What's your take on the Padres through the first couple weeks of the season?
I mean, there's something missing there. I don't know what it is, but then I kind of look at Manny Machado cruise up to the plate, and he just like, I don't know. He's never been like a guy that's going to spark you. Tremendous talent, can hit the ball a mile, can play third base as well as anybody, but there's just something kind of missing there. And then Tatis. I mean, there's tremendous talent. Cronenworth, and you go down the line with all these guys they have, but I don't know. It's only been a couple of games, but I feel like that's been the thing down there for a while. Whether who got along with who, right, and the manager and the GM and the players and the locker room. There's been all kinds of rumors about all that stuff in the past, but there's just something. There's something super San Diego about them. Like San Diego's chill, and they're chill, and I don't know. There's a lot of talent there, and that team has potential to be really good, and they did last year. And they lost, I think, 11 or 12 one-run games last year, which was the difference in their season. But early on this year, they kind of look like the Padres. I mean, I don't know. They're a good team. I think the NL West is the best division in baseball. So we'll see how this whole thing plays out.
Yeah, we'll see how Arizona's tough, man. Arizona's tough. Giants got to get rolling here. Try to get fat and happy. Gets to Washington Nationals before hitting the road and going to Florida for 6 games against the Rays and the Marlins. FP, man, let's do it again soon, brother. Always good to catch up with you.
Dude, that was a good tease about Klay. I'm going to turn you guys on. I want to hear
like that?
Klay's feelings are probably hurt. I guarantee you, he's not. I mean, he's pretty like open. I can't imagine he's happy when Draymond gets ejected.
Well, we're going to play the sound right now.
He's thrilled.
Yeah, are you thrilled, FP? It's been a while.
Dude, they're playing good basketball. I'm fired up to watch the Warriors now. They play good against Dallas.
Didn't you do the show with Willard the next day when he got kicked out in Orlando? 3 minutes, 36 seconds?
I did not.
Oh, because I heard you were on one of those days, and Willard was saying, Draymond is grown. At least it was just an ejection and not much more. And you said something to the effect. And it was you. You were like, wait, what? You were like lost. I was on my way to the cleaners with Baby Chaz.
No, I did not. I did not do the day after, but I did like the week after that.
Right.
And my initial knee jerk was like everybody else's. And then I found out that when like big things happen, if you could take a deep breath and kind of let the dust settle, you'll have a better take. And then I watched him come out and play a lot more focused brand of basketball and finishing at the rim and trying to score. And he looked like he harnessed the Draymond effort that sometimes is out of control, whether it leads to a technical or an ejection. It looks like he's playing better basketball. I'm all for it.
Yeah, he is playing better basketball. Warriors are playing better basketball. They've won 7 of 8, and let's see what happens tomorrow night in L.A. and see if they can get a higher seed in the play-in, or maybe they're just stuck at 10. FP, maybe we're going to Sacramento. Warriors and Kings, go to 1. Will you be hosting?
Warriors, Kings, and A's in a 3-game series in Sacramento. I'm all for it.
Oh, boy, Southern Health Park. I don't know if it's too soon. FP, get out of here, man.
See you,
Go back
buddy.
to sleep.
See you guys.
See you later. I'm not going to lie. I can't believe I'm going to say
Just say it. Say it with your chest. I need you. No, what's the Steiny? I need you to man up and say what you want to say. How does it go?
Steiny's like a lot like me more than he thinks.
I am the system of this show.
Is it that one? Steiny, you're more like me than you think you are. He doesn't like that drop.
He hates it.
Does he?
I'm sure.
I'm hateable. But this take will have a lot more people hating
You're
me.
having a hell of a year like Steiny.
I am having a hell of a year, actually. Having a great year.
Steiny was saying that 2 weeks into this new year.
Yeah. I'm having it. Just hosted it. People were sending me pics. I forgot I hosted the PCA Awards with Julie Foudy. Man, it was all over the place. I'm having a hell of a year. Got some crab on Saturday down at Half Moon Bay. I'm feeling good.
Well stated.
When the Giants go up to Sacramento to play the A's, not going to lie.
I don't know.
I kind of want to go up to see the Giants in Sacramento play Major League Baseball.
It's the most intimate ballpark in America. That's what they said.
That's what they said.
Can't wait to see Aaron Judge play there.
Right. I'm not going to lie. Southern Health Park.
Mike Stanton.
Get a hotel room.
Mike Trout.
You know, there's plenty of hotels available. Well, they got 2 hotels in Sacramento. I'm sure I could get a room in one of them.
You can get a lovely Airbnb up
or
there.
an Airbnb. Yeah. I'm not going to lie. I kind of want to see the Giants play in Sacramento.
Why? What? I'm just curious. What is?
I don't know. It's just I want
the novelty of it.
Yeah. Yeah.
But why is that? I'm not going to lie. Why are you afraid of getting?
Because I don't want to tick off A's fans.
Oh, I see.
Like,
I didn't
there's a lot of A's fans who's going to like boycott it. And like I saw Katie Caraway. He's all for Sacramento. And I can't be mad at Sacramento for wanting a baseball team. They should want a pro baseball team. I'm sure they don't want a team under these circumstances.
Well,
but I'm not going to lie. A short drive up to Sac, watch the Giants. But
you're not an A's fan, so it shouldn't matter. Like you're a Giants
but
fan,
I feel bad for A's fans.
In an indirect way, being a Giants fan, you do feel a little bit of guilt because of everything going down when it comes to territorial rights, and the Giants kind of. How do we put this? Like on a business level, I get wanting to drive them out of the area. But on a greater for the game and the community standpoint, do you owe the community something? I think it'd be naive of me to say that the Giants didn't have a little bit of blood on their hands or were a little bit of culpable in the entire thing. At least not standing up for what's right for the East Bay and the greater game of baseball.
Right. Nah, I'm with you. Tina, that's not true, Tina. I got a lot of love for A's fans. A lot of love.
Because I know if the shoe was on the other foot, I would feel very different than what I feel.
They almost lost their team to Seattle. Hell, they did. It was done. They're damn near done. And Sac rallied. He kept their team in, so they know what it's like. It's just.
And I think that's why a lot of A's fans look at that situation and like, what the hell? You guys are now the scapegoat. Like no one was gonna pick us up. No, no one wanted us. Like Salt Lake City, that wasn't gonna happen. And you gave John Fisher an out. No one else. You gave him a lifeline.
Yeah. You did.
And that's why it's like, come on, Vivek. Like you were in this situation trying to keep the Kings in Sacramento when they were gonna go elsewhere, and now you're bringing this. Like, I get it for the city of Sacramento. Like, I'm not mad at them or anything like that as an A's fan. Yeah. It's more Vivek. And if they play Joe Lacob in the play-in, I will be a huge Warriors fan.
Really?
Oh, you kidding me? Well, you guys were talking about last week. There's going to be a bidding war coming up in Sacramento because this is their time to showcase them as a Major League Baseball market. And if Oakland is still viable, potentially, we'll see. Maybe Joe Lacob wants a piece of that action.
Yeah, that's a good call.
Well, the
Joe
rumor
Lacob has been outspoken about wanting to own a baseball team in this market.
The rumor is that this is obviously a conspiracy theory, that John Fisher moving them to Sacramento now creates leverage for a group to try to buy the team in Sacramento, a group to try to buy the team in Oakland, a group to try to buy I'm talking about the A's, try to buy the team in Las Vegas or relocating them to Salt Lake City. Like now you have multiple buyers because it's out of the market. I don't know. It's just, I don't think John Fisher's that smart to where he could create a conspiracy theory leverage.
Absolutely
like, am I tripping on that? Like, I feel like he's so inept. I think they're literally winging it every step of the way.
He's literally a laughingstock.
That's what I'm saying.
MLB owners are embarrassed right now, which I say, well, you guys, this is all your fault. This is all your fault anyway, so it doesn't mean anything to me.
When they're embarrassed, they allowed this to happen.
That's why it's so this whole situation, like Manfred, everything, it's just a clown show, top to bottom. Like Major League Baseball, we should be having last year was a banner year, I felt like, for Major League Baseball. There's a lot of young talent. Shohei Ohtani was awesome. And now this year, who was it? I think it was Wayne Rendazzo on the Angels television network.
Oh, yeah.
Going in on Major League Baseball, just destroying Manfred, Shohei Ohtani, obviously.
Well, pretty ironic he's going in on Ohtani after he wasn't saying any of that when he was playing with the Angels.
Well, in fairness, we didn't know any of this gambling stuff when he was on the Angels.
And by the way, announcer, Artie Moreno's the owner of the Angels, okay? What has he done? Artie Moreno.
Overpaid for C.J. Wilson.
We go down the list with Artie Moreno and what he's done and what he's not done.
Artie Moreno he's one of the most hated owners of the ownership circle, which is saying something.
Right.
Outside of John Fisher.
He votes against everyone, so it's been like 29-1. Artie Moreno against.
All right,
Al Davis in him.
Let's get to Matt Narenda real quick. Matt Narenda, and then we'll get to this sound where Klay answers a question from Draymond Green. I can't wait to listen to it. But Matt, what's happening, man? You're on the roast.
Oh, man, so good last night. Bonte, I gave you the old baby coming in.
I saw that.
You looked out the windows from the studio. You looked out the windows of the studio, and Shasky, catch this one. I'm not a great lip reader, but he said, "Hey, Chief." It's not a good Chief situation, but I do want to say, Bonte, the view from the corner last night, Festus rolled in. We were talking. You know where I sit. Shout out the crew down in the corner. Shout out Dale. Shout out Janine. My girl Janine brings the refs in and out of the game. Fantastic. But I'll tell you this. They looked sharper last night. They looked crisper. They had a little more bounce in their step. I get it. They were playing a G League team. I get it. But you can tell the difference. But here's the thing I'll say. The Warriors are more than all the championships. Warriors are a collection of really, really good dudes. And I know you stuck by Klay's side for a really long time. And it's great to see him performing. It's great to hear him with Draymond. I'll tell you something else, man. We're lucky to have dudes like GP2 around. Because when my son got a fortunate chance to meet him last night, he couldn't have been nicer. Big smiles, lots of pictures. So we got to appreciate these guys for more than just wins and losses. And by the way, that was a good Chief. You dropped a Chief on me, bro.
I did. Could have been boss. I alternate between the two.
Rumor has it last night's Curb Your Enthusiasm had some. It was one of the series finales, I believe. I haven't seen it.
Yeah.
But the rumor is that they had something with Chief Boss in there.
Don't say anything. I haven't watched the season yet.
Larry David listens to the morning roast?
I'm going to binge watch. I highly doubt it. I'm going to binge watch Curb. Binge watch it this last season.
Larry David is a man of nuance and culture. I'm absolutely sure he's consumed our product.
So please, no spoilers for the next 3 weeks as I binge watch Curb Your Enthusiasm. All right, I teased long enough. Draymond Green asking Klay Thompson what happens, what goes through his mind when he gets ejected or suspended from a game. 2-part answer here. Is the top one. Which one's the first part? Top one?
When you're not out there, it's like a piece of us is gone. And me and Steph are really nice guys, like probably too nice, and we could never be ourselves and have the freedom we do on the court without you. So when you're not out there, it's kind of like a huge kink in our armor. And I know the other team is very happy you're not out there. I just know that for a fact. They're like, they relax a little bit. They let their hair down. They feel a little bit more like they pump their chest up a little more because our muscle's gone. Our enforcer, the heartbeat of our team is not out there. And so it does hurt. But at the end of the day, We've been through so many battles, reached the mountaintop, been down the mountain, had to climb back up, got there again.
And here's the second part of that answer.
And now we have another real shot at this. And it's been like a couple tough years, but still, we're still fighting. We're still in the mix. So it does hurt. It could be disappointing in the moment, but it will never take away from what's ahead of us and what we've done. So at the end of the day, we just need you. And that like disappointment and that feeling of just like shaking your head that just comes from like, dang, man, we can't do this without you. So we love you and we need you so badly. And these young guys need you too, because Steph and I we're leaders, but we don't talk the game like you do. We don't inspire these young guys like you do. And even when Kenny calls on you in film, and there's going to be a void there always if you're not out there. And we're not the Warriors without Money Green. That's just a fact. And you can ask anybody in the Bay, around the world who's followed this team. We would not be the Dubs without you.
It's hard to disagree with Klay Thompson on the need for Draymond Green.
Do you think he was doing some like psychological embedding on Draymond in the terms of like without, you know, like when there's just ways of telling someone something without letting them feel like they're being attacked. We're like, hey, we need you out there.
Yeah, no, but I mean, he just kept it real with them. It wasn't just, you know, they said it behind the scenes and he just said it on wax in front of everybody. We need you. When I was banging the table when he got suspended, Draymond Green, what was I saying? I love Day-Day, but damn it, I'm disappointed because he said it was the most important season of his career and he's missed 25 games. And I wrote down the numbers here. The Warriors are 11-14 in those games that he missed. 11-14. What if that flips? They're now in the 6th seed. You know what I'm saying? And now that game tomorrow night is not as big as it is currently. So Klay basically said, like, look, me and Steph, we're quiet dudes. We're quiet leaders. You need somebody in there who's loud or whatnot. And sometimes you're like, well, maybe not too loud. Put some perspective on how they feel about Draymond Green, the enforcer, the muscle. And you know what? He's been balling. And I've said that the last 2 years. The worst part of last season about what happened in training camp was that it did overshadow everything that he did on the court. I thought on the court, look, he made second team All-NBA defense. He was shooting it. And then you think about this season, the clip that he's shooting the three-point shot at, it's damn near a career high. I think it is a career high right now when it comes to three-point percentage for Draymond Green. But the other stuff overshadows it.
Yeah.
And so that's, you know, just like Steph and Klay, I think we're all disappointed when he gets ejected and when he gets thrown out of a basketball game or he gets suspended.
Yeah. Do you think he makes any of the defensive teams this year?
We missed 25 games. Don't you have to play 65 games?
Oh, is that what it is for those?
Yeah, you got for all of them, right? For all the awards, MVP.
Well, that sucks.
All NBA, all that stuff. So he's probably not gonna make that team.
I thought it was just for like the big awards. I didn't know.
Right.
Okay, wow. Well, I guess it is a big award. I guess wow.
I love this. It's gonna happen every day for as long as the roast exists. San Jose Jazz fan. I like him. Then he has people listening, Bonte. Why do I give a damn about that?
Lucky us.
Great. More viewers and more ratings, man.
Every day we talk, our name is on it. Like I don't
hey,
like.
What you guys?
We talk, and then you guys clip it, and then you put it out there, and then you tag us, and you put a million things on it, and I just whatever.
You want some attention, San Jose Jazz fan? I gave it to you because you've been doing this for the last month now.
Yeah, that's pretty lame.
Grow up. How about that? Grow up. Oh, man. All right. Time for Fast Five. Big game tomorrow. We'll break down the Lakers-Warriors game. We want to kind of ease into it. We got all day tomorrow to do that, plus break down Blake Snell's debut with the Giants. Debut today at Oracle Park. Chaska, what you got?
Well, I'm going to start there with Blake Snell. Do you hear that? Do you hear that?
No.
That's the drumbeat of Giants fans being excited about Blake Snell starting tonight in his first ever game as a Giant against the Washington Nationals. Let's do this. I want to see it. I want to see it tonight. Let's see our number 2 in the rotation because Logan Webb's the ace right now. Let's see what this guy's got. I think this is set up really well. It slides Harrison down. Clearly, they need another guy. I hope Cobb can come back soon. Jordan Hicks looked really good on Friday. I don't think we've talked about that enough today. So, very excited for Blake Snell today.
I would just pay as much money as I could possibly afford to pay, which unfortunately probably wouldn't be enough, to just get a like live transcription of what was going through Draymond Green's head when Klay was breaking down how badly they need him on the court. Like I need to know what thoughts, what words, what was popping up in his head when you heard Klay get that real with
He's
him.
probably like, yeah, I know, I'm valuable.
Dreaming about something else, who knows?
That's exactly how I felt that whole time listening. Is like Draymond's loving every single thing that Klay is saying right now because he's literally just saying what he thinks.
But he is valuable.
He is valuable, but he loves to hear that he is valuable too because I just think that's the kind of person
Who
that Draymond Green
doesn't?
is. You know.
Yeah, I could go with. I don't like compliments.
Neither do
personally.
I.
I'm a compliment. No,
don't get along
Chasky, don't scoff at me. Don't project onto me.
Well, no,
I
mean,
don't like
I don't-
compliments. Seriously, I hate compliments.
Well, no, I wouldn't even read it more as Klay was complimenting Draymond. Klay was basically saying it's like, when you are not there, we are suffering because you are not there. I mean, I guess it could sound like a compliment. Maybe Draymond was reading it like a compliment, and maybe that's the problem.
No,
but, like, it's just like Klay is literally just, like, emotionally laying it out in line. Dude, we need you out there, and you weren't there. And, it hurts to hear Klay say that.
Honestly, my final thought is I prefer constructive criticism more so than compliments. I feel weird with compliments. You don't feel weird? You like compliments, Shasky? I feel weird about them. Spinoni, I'm kind of with you.
Like, I love you. No one likes constructive criticism. We all want it.
Oh, no.
And then
I love constructive criticism. My editors, when I was writing, I was like, what do I need to do better? What do I need to do better? Dave Bursey, what do I need to do better? Matt Higgin, what do I need to do better? I always ask these guys that. I don't know about you.
Loveman,
I'm speaking for
do
myself.
we like to
here.
be criticized?
You don't like to be criticized. I like constructive criticism.
And there's also two kinds of people. It's like going back to this Bonte. I was talking about this Jade yesterday. She likes to let people know when it's her birthday. And then there's other people that just don't even bring up that it's their birthday at all.
Same. I'm like
That's two types of people in this world. By the way, my final thought real quick, because I know I have to hit the break. If the Raiders do not draft Michael Penix, it's official now, I'm going to be very disappointed. Every single mock draft has them taking him. They got to take him now. I don't care if it's at 13. Get your quarterback.
Joe, how old are you?
30.
Okay.
Rich Gannon is the greatest quarterback.
I was just going to say, could you say that the title of Joe's Raider life, I'm disappointed?
Yes.
Officially disappointed.
Yes.
See, Drew Down knows it. We're Virgos. Virgos don't like compliments. We like constructive criticism. Those are facts. Let's Fast Five brought to you by Xfinity. I don't like compliments. I'm not you, Shasky. I know you need compliments. I don't need them.
Everyone likes compliments.
No, not everyone does. Nope, that's not true. That's not true.
Yeah.
Not
There's a
true at all.
psychological
No,
and metaphysical
nope, not me.
endorphin kicking when
I don't
you
like
get
them.
compliments.
It makes me feel soft. Nope, I don't like them. I want constructive criticism. I like to be better. There's always something we can improve on. All right, that was Fast Five, brought to you by Xfinity. At home or on the go, you'll get the fastest internet to all of your devices. Signing Goo next, right here on 95.7 The Game.
You dropped a chief on me, bro.
I'm what you might call very.
tell me to pray and you don't say what for?
He brings the perspective.
Yeah, I think they both have a great point. Get off me, text line.
He's truly one of a kind.
That is wow.
Oh my God.
He's doing a great job.
I need you to man up and say what you really want to say.
Simon, you're doing a great job.
Sports, man.
And together, they are Steiny and Guru.
Yeah.
On 95.7 The Game.
A little out of sorts. Not quite ready. What's going on, Goo?
What's up, baby?
Hey.
I'm on a high.
How come?
I was dancing yesterday. My sister-in-law, Min, turned 60. They had a little party in the daytime, a day party, Steiny. But the DJ don't play the right music, so I had to go tell him, like, put this on, because I only got a few moves for certain songs. But I was out there.
So you put the new J. Cole on?
No. It was old school stuff.
Oh, old school.
But I don't know how to electric slide, so I had to step off when that came on. I just wobble, the wobble, wobble, wibble, that song too. I can't do any of that, Steiny. I know you can't.
The electric slide is like 4 steps.
It's
go the wrong way every time, Evan.
It's basically like line dancing, isn't it? I mean,
I ain't into it. And then the wobble, wobble, weeble, weeble, that song, I just go sit with Norm.
No, I don't have a strong opinion, and I don't really know.
Michael Jackson. What's up, baby?
Hey, what do you think about the Warriors? We got a lot to talk about today.
I like what I'm seeing. I just hate they didn't win the game that I feel has escaped them the whole season when it comes to making an impact or standings growth. And Steiny, that was Friday. I still think that Klay shot was going in. I thought. But damn, they're 10th. Got a shot at 9th. Got the Lakers tomorrow. But all in all, Kuminga's back, so I'm done with being worried. But Steiny, it is what it is, and hopefully they don't get the Lakers. Do I sound scared, or does it sound like I'm running from the Lakers?
You do.
Well, I admit it.
You do.
Because I want this team to get a seven-game playoff series, man.
Because what you want is obvious. You want the Lakers and the Warriors to make a run. And that's impossible unless they both get as a 7 and 8.
There you go. So L.A. would be the 7th seed.
And I guess Warrior fans would ask you, why are you so gung-ho on the Lakers? Why do you want the Lakers to make a big run? Because I don't
feel like, and I love TJD, Steiny, we don't have an answer for Anthony Davis. They sag off Draymond, and then he roams the paint. He needs to get some damn goggles, Anthony Davis. But he just roams the paint, and he makes it hard for Curry. Last time they went up there and won a game, the Warriors did on a Saturday night. Curry didn't attempt a shot in the first quarter, and I thought a lot of that was because big-ass Anthony Davis was down there roaming around. So that's my concern about that matchup.
Tell you what, I'll tell you who could do a great job on Anthony Davis. Seriously. Spadone.
Where you going?
Tell you who could shut Anthony Davis down. The Three Stooges. With the eye gouge. They made the eye gouge one of the greatest weapons of all time.
Larry Moe and Curly?
Absolutely. Dude. I like that you said Larry Moe and Curly. Shemp
is family. Come on. No, I like
Shemp stinks. Shemp's like the sixth man you never want to get into the game.
Dude, this dude has more eye injuries than, man. I had nothing.
Get those Kareem Abdul-Jabbar goggles.
James Worthy said that in the postgame.
Karambis.
Yeah.
Did he?
Yeah.
What postgame?
The Lakers.
Spectrum Sports.
Yep.
So you guys, why? Oh, no, you don't.
I just told you what he said after the game.
Well, you heard it.
Shout out YouTube TV.
Now Guru's lies about watching the games. Now he's going to actually say, "Oh no, I watched the whole post game."
The NBA League Pass. You haven't
seen big game.
Spadoni, can you tell what James Worthy? Nobody cares here in the Bay. His signature after the Lakers get a big win, he'll fire up the stogie on the set, and I'm waiting for the sprinklers to go off.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
Let me tell you, this game yesterday is really. What do you do with Klay Thompson?
No, well, I told you what I'm doing.
I don't know.
I know.
Right,
Scratch
you're
that.
Giving him the max.
No
now.
doubt about it. He had that shot Friday night. It looked good. But it
didn't look good. It looked like a miss from the minute it left.
Are you being honest? Yes. I thought it was. As soon as he let it go, I said that ball's going in.
It was offline. It was offline. And you hate what I said. You hated what I said.
You said a few things this morning. When you said, it's not a big shot, I thought it.
And I'm like, they don't make as many big shots as they used to anymore. The Warriors, those kind.
start next Wednesday. We'll find out because that's when the play-in game is upon us. And they're going to be a part of that we know. So, I mean, they could change that narrative and prove you wrong.
Well, do you really think they will?
It all depends on who they play. I like their chances against New Orleans, Sacramento. Who cares about me and them?
Come on. New Orleans is 3 games ahead of them.
Oh, well, they're 8th right now. New Orleans is 7th right now. If they slip up in the last 4.
But they're only, they win 1 game and it's over pretty much.
Right. 415 asking me from the Xfinity Mobile text line, Stoney, how can you afford to give Klay the max, Guru? I said, I wonder if 25 will be suffice.
I don't think so. I don't think so. The problem with Klay is that, he goes through periods where he's so-so.
Yesterday, he just came out like,
but he always has, he's got 15 games a year where you don't win a game without him yesterday. So they got to figure that one out with Klay Thompson in the offseason.
But in a league of shooting, I keep going to this, but it makes all the sense in the world. Can you really afford not to have him a part of your team and just, all right, who are your best shooters? Well, Steph Curry, and then I'll wait. Wiggins on a good week from deep, but Klay Thompson has value. It's just we'll play some sound. He joined Draymond Green on his podcast. But, Stoney, I think Klay wants to stay and remain here.
I have no idea. I have no idea.
How far will that go in negotiations and trying to bring down the house?
Like when you say, I have no doubt Klay wants to be here, what about the report from The Athletic early in the season that his relationship with Lacob has been strained since Bob Myers left? And that maybe that led to why they couldn't come to an agreement before this season started. Because reportedly Klay turned down $48 million over 2.
Gotcha.
So now what do you got to pay Klay Thompson?
Now, let me ask you
I don't think there's any way you're getting him for under 24.
He's going to get what Draymond got at minimum. And that's why I think he could get 30.
Who's more valuable to the Warriors? Or are they essentially of equal value? I mean that. I'm talking about Draymond. If Draymond Green right now, I'll just kind of throw this to Warrior fans. It's not an either or. It's not an either or. It's a Draymond Green's essentially 25, 25, and then player option. Can you get Klay for 3 for 75 with that last year being a player option?
Wow.
So I would hope. They basically have the same contract starting next year for the next 3 years. They're both going to make 25. They're both going to make 25 again. Mm-hmm. And then they're both going to have a decision on a player option at 25 for 3 years from now. Does that get it done if you're Klay Thompson? I wonder. I do. I wonder.
And if you're the Warriors, I'll tell you this. If you're the Warriors, I mean, I don't want to say, Stoney, that's a home run. If you can, those numbers you just cited, I get. And about what you mentioned early, you and I have been around the block a few times, Stoney. Relationships do change. And I think Klay Thompson, for whatever reason, I don't know if it's going to the bench, being back inserted into the starting lineup, it might not be any of that. But he's in a good place mentally, and maybe he's talked to Joe. I don't know. So maybe that sourness that was reported is gone, and he's looking at his future and wants to end it with Steph and Dre.
888-957-9570 is the number. How do you look at this weekend if you're a Warrior fan? I mean, you got beat on Friday, and they don't have Doncic or Lively, and they still beat you.
Yeah.
Like, that one hurts a little bit if you're a Warrior fan, I got to believe.
But they were down 16 early, partner. I know it's a game of runs. They didn't quit, the Warriors, that game without Luka, because I was like, oh, boy. And even it felt like
congratulations, you're not Utah. Well, you haven't quit.
Good God.
I mean.
Who covered, by the way?
So you're encouraged by Friday?
Without Steph, I'll say yes. I'm not going to sit
he played Friday.
Oh, excuse me.
I'm talking about, Kuminga was the only guy that missed Friday.
I'm telling you, I know they're playing better basketball. And as scared of the Lakers as much as I am, I know this team with TJD starting, Steiny, that maybe they could win that game. But I'm not going to sit here and come in here and say I'm blind to the fact that they're playing a better style of basketball. And that's why I'm just eager. And I know it's hard. You got to win 2 road playoff games, it looks like, to get the 7-game series. But I would love to see what this team can do and what they've learned to all of a sudden it seemed like they got good fortune on their side.
I'm not being a stickler.
Yeah. They're playing. Look at their record since January.
I know, but why would you say they
if
have
you look
good
at their
fortune
record,
on their side?
it just looks like things are going their way. They're playing better defense. Give me that. Are they playing better
on
defense?
Friday that was worried about Kuminga.
Well, today's Monday. Quit worrying about the past. That's your problem.
Now they have good fortune.
I feel that way. I just feel like a nice bright cloud is over them and the sun's out. And that's because of Klay Thompson, that's because of TJD, and that's because a lot of guys are playing a better brand of basketball. We'll see what it means.
TJD was terrible Friday.
Well, that doesn't negate what he's been since he's been inserted into it. See, I'm not you. I don't just, hey, new information, but you got to look at
Wiggins
the whole
missed
grand scheme
Friday
of things.
too.
Yeah. But since January, the Warriors got, I believe, the second best record in the NBA. And somebody could say, what the hell does that mean?
Exactly.
Because they're 10. Yeah.
They're 10.
But what if
do you feel like they have a better chance to win 2 road games now than a week ago?
That I do. And I guess that's what I was trying to convey. And I'm being real, Stoney. That I do. They're playing better D. Like yesterday, I didn't even care about the game. I watched it in its entirety. It was Utah, Moses Moody. I needed you to get 12. But, other than that, Stoney.
Oh, there we go.
What happened?
There's always something like that.
What are you talking about?
I got you.
Yeah, please. I'm ready. Let's go.
888-957-9570 is the number. Right now, the Warriors are a game and a half behind the Lakers, and they're 2 games behind the Kings. They got the Lakers tomorrow.
Yep.
The one thing that Steve Kerr said was the loss to the Dallas Mavericks on Friday changed their approach. And so what I got to believe now is the Warriors are going to obviously try to win tomorrow against the Lakers. But if they can't beat the Lakers or don't beat the Lakers tomorrow, then they
rest.
Then they have 4 games left, and who cares?
Yeah.
How many you win, how many you lose. I think that's the way the Warriors are approaching it, and I wonder if Warrior fans feel like that's the way to do it. Now, maybe you beat the Lakers and the Pelicans lose, and all of a sudden there's a chance to move up, but the bottom line is you got to beat the Lakers tomorrow for anything, I think, realistic to happen to move up the standings.
I get that. And speaking of the Pelicans, every time you look at it from a Warrior perspective, the standings, I had that as a loss. New Orleans without Ingram at Phoenix, and they win that game. And then the Friday night game where everybody in front of you lost, that just kind of, like Steve Kerr said, that changed a lot.
Let's go to Brian. Brian's in Hayward. What's up, Brian?
Guys, how's it going?
Going well.
Monday.
Hey.
Thanks for taking my call. I noticed last night, I didn't know what I was looking at beforehand, but I noticed Steph didn't play, and then I started listening to more of what you guys were saying on the radio and stuff and the telecast, and LeBron wasn't playing either, and then it started making more sense. And as I was listening to it, a lot of people said, well, Steph and LeBron are focused on not today. They're focused on moving forward because it's going to be a tight race. It's going to be close. And then I thought to myself, you know what, man, they really, really understand what thinking ahead is. A lot of these teams don't. A lot of these teams think ahead in, what lottery pick are we going to get? And that's kind of frustrating because it's not competitive. Like the Jazz last night. Like, don't even get me started, man. I don't even want to say the guy's name who's basically in charge of that. He used to
Danny Ainge. Yeah, Danny Ainge. He quit.
Yeah. I didn't want to say his name, buddy, because
it's a joke.
I don't appreciate that style of play, and I know. But I just don't like how we can take our foot off of competitiveness for the wrong reasons. I understand last night LeBron and Steph had to, man, you guys are in their upper 40s or 30s. They had to take their foot off the gas for a night because they understand the long run. But when teams do it like this, where they just basically tank to get better picks, and it ruins the game. But moving forward, Goo, I heard you say you were scared of the Lakers. Eliminate that thought, man.
All right.
We ain't scared of nobody.
Okay.
We ain't scared of nobody.
Tell
we
us.
Got TJD, and we got Draymond up court. What, Anthony Davis? What? All right, guys.
There it is.
Looking forward to tomorrow, and I'll take your answers off air.
Appreciate it, Brian. League's a joke. Now, look, teams are load managing for the play-in. That's all you need to know.
Wow. Okay.
LeBron James and Steph Curry, throw them in the same boat last night. The Warriors didn't play Steph Curry because they knew they could not play Steph Curry, and they're still going to beat the Utah Jazz, who are 3-23 in their last 26.
Damn, that's a shame.
They were 26-26. They traded 3 rotation players. They're now 3-23, and they didn't play Markkanen last night. I mean, it's a joke. So the Warriors then say, well, let's save Steph Curry for Tuesday. Fine, okay, that's the league now. Meanwhile, LeBron James is sitting in L.A. saying, well, we got the Timberwolves tonight, okay? Well, that's a game that even if I play, we have no guarantee we're going to win it because the Timberwolves are really good. So, knowing that we got a bigger game possibly on Tuesday against the Warriors, I'm going to sit out against the T-Wolves. We lose, and I'll push my chips into the middle Tuesday against the Golden State Warriors that we can beat them and move up a game in the standings. I mean, it's a joke.
No, I agree with everything you said.
Doncic doesn't play Friday. Wiggins doesn't play Friday.
Yeah.
Kuminga didn't play Friday. Derek Lively doesn't play Friday.
But they're the 4 and 5. They're the 5th seed.
Embiid doesn't play yesterday. It's
but he's coming back from injury, Stoney. You
I'm
can
just
kind of say
saying.
that. Well, they're in the play-in.
Single game, guys are not playing. Just every single game, and it's one of the reasons that people are down on the NBA. They just are. I mean, I'm pissed if I know a couple people that went to last night's game because it's one of the easiest tickets of the year against Utah. You don't get Steph at home.
All right, we got Sexton.
Yeah. No.
Well, let's talk about
Steph. I'm not singling Steph out. I'm just saying.
But how long
These
have we
guys
said
don't
he
play.
looks tired, though, Stoney? He looks gassed.
There's nothing wrong with it. Everybody does it. But it's a problem with the league.
And I'm going to say this about the Lakers. I don't have any inside knowledge. They say LeBron, they could be lying, woke up with flu-like symptoms, but I don't think they were trying to get that game, Stoney, so they could catch Sac or New Orleans, the Lakers, and get out of a date with the Warriors or stay in the 9th seed. So when they reported flu-like symptoms, I'm just saying everything you said I agree with. I believe he had flu-like symptoms.
I don't believe.
Well, you just gave yourself one game then if you went in thinking we're okay to lose to catch Sac in New Orleans, and I don't believe they did that.
I do.
Okay. All right, we differ.
Because I think their number one thing is getting one home game. And all they got to do to get one home game is beat the Warriors tomorrow. And if they beat the Warriors tomorrow, then they got a shot at 2 home games. Like he looks at the standings and knows who they have left and can figure it out. It's exactly what, and listen, some people would say it's a strength. It's exactly what he did last year against the Warriors in the playoffs, and it paid dividends. I mean, it absolutely paid dividends. They finished off their series in 6. The Warriors didn't, and they got 3 or 4 days rest before that game 1 against the Warriors. The other thing I was thinking, too, is, and I want to ask Warrior fans about this because I just did a little bit of math. Who do you think leads the Warriors in minutes this year? Top 2 guys. Minutes played.
Steph.
That's 1.
Okay.
Who's 2?
Pods.
Nope.
Kuminga. It's Monday. Wiggins.
Nope.
Dre.
Nope.
Damn, I'm done.
Who's left?
What are we doing?
Who's left? Klay Thompson. So I'm looking at
Klay? My bad.
And this is the one thing that I'm keeping an eye on as we meander through the end of the regular season. So I'm looking at
last week.
Klay and Steph and Klay lead the Warriors in minutes played. They're both at about 2,300 total minutes.
Mm-hmm.
And both of those guys have been really healthy this year. Steph's played 71 games. That's a full season now in the NBA. So Steph's going to play 75. Klay's going to play over 75. I was just looking at some other guys' minutes on other teams, like Kyrie Irving. Like he's played less than 2,000 minutes this year because he's missed games.
Yeah,
like even
he's been hurt a few times.
CJ McCollum played less. Jimmy Butler in Miami's played less. Donovan Mitchell. You know, it's like all these the guys who have played more are like the big boys, like Durant and Jokic. But is anybody else concerned about the fact that Steph and Klay have played a lot this year? They've been healthy most of the year, and now they might be playing some teams that have been strategizing all year and may be coming into the postseason fresher.
I don't know what to do with that. I'm not saying you're wrong, but I'll fight you to the end because of your theory about why the Lakers won that game because they had rest. I mean, Stoney, it's what happens on the court. And I'm not saying that has nothing to do with it, But if you're so worried about Steph and Klay, and we're asking Warrior fans and Celebrini and company are watching these guys every day, why would they let them play these amount of minutes? They must feel like, there's no detriment to that.
Well, all I'm telling you is
because you don't just win because you rest, you're fresher.
It's not me saying it. It's Steve Kerr saying that he thought Steph's been fatigued down the stretch.
No doubt.
So
and
now
we saw that.
So now I looked at all the minutes, and you do realize that Steph at 36 has played more minutes, a lot more minutes than some guys younger than him who have missed time because of injury or whatever. And I'm wondering if that's something that worries Warrior fans. Like that to me, if I were a fan, that would be my biggest worry of the Golden State Warriors. It's not that can they surprise? Can they shock? Absolutely. Yes, they can win 2 play-in games. But then it's where do you go from there knowing that
your guys
they're wearing down? Wow. And to me, we saw that happen last year with the Warriors. And is it avoidable this year? And if so, how? That's why I've been gung-ho on these young guys continuing to play and trying to keep these guys' minutes down. And is there a balance there? 888-957-9570 is the number. Steiny and Guru. Kuminga came back last night.
I'm jumping out the gym. I'm no longer worried, Steiny.
Okay.
So that's a good thing.
Well, but now you're gonna die sooner. You're going to die sooner than you normally would because you carried around a stress last week that you didn't need to carry around. And then what happens, I found in life, is the more stress you carry around, the more it just gets you on the back end. And that's why I've always been just worried about how you live and die.
I appreciate the Guru camera, but also, too, what we put in our body, too, can help that number and get you somewhere you don't want to in the casket faster. So, it's about what you eat and what you consume, what you drink. So it's not just how you do your sports.
888-957-9570 is the number. You would jump into the conversation. Steiny and Guru with you. The Warriors beat the Jazz on Sunday. They lose at Dallas on Friday. Damn. They're still in the 10th spot, and now they play the Lakers tomorrow. We'll see who plays. We'll see who doesn't play. But if you're a Warrior fan, what do you want to see the Warriors do to approach these last 5 games? Is it 5 or is it 4? 4. Last 4 games. Last 4 games for the Golden State Warriors. How do you want to see this team approach? Do you want to see them go all in tomorrow?
Number 4.
Go all in tomorrow. See if you can knock off the Lakers in L.A.
What's that look like, Steiny, all in tomorrow? Steph, 33, 34 minutes?
Yeah, exactly. 33, 34, whatever you need, whatever it takes. And then if you beat the Lakers, then you take a look at the standings. And I think what you're going to find is you have the tiebreaker over the Lakers, so now you got to win the last 3 to stay above them. Huh? Can you get to 8? I don't know. What's Sac going to do? I feel like if Sac gets one more win, they're safe pretty much. But
they got OKC on the road, and SGA didn't play yesterday. He may not play, so you don't know what other teams are going to do.
I mean, there's just no doubt that tomorrow's game against the Lakers is the biggest game of the year for the Warriors.
Wow.
They win that game tomorrow. Now we're talking about maybe, just maybe, having a game at Chase Center. 888-957-9570 is the number. You lose to Dallas. At Dallas on Friday. You come home, you beat the Jazz. You're still in 10, but 9's within range. What do you want the Warriors to do to approach these last 4 games, Warrior fans? 888-957-9570. Also want to get into some of this Klay Thompson sound. He was on Draymond Green's podcast. And Klay's feeling pretty good right now. You want to talk about Klay's long-term potential here with the Warriors? We could do that. He's a free agent at the end of the year. I think you got to pay him. I think he has done something that we all talk about, and we love to say it, but we never follow through on it, and that's he bet on himself. That's right, he bet on himself. And I think it might be time to reward Klay Thompson at the end of this year with a deal, let's say at least more than $24 million. All right. What do you think? 888-957-9570 is the number. That segment was sponsored by O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Lucky us.
Paul. Screen set. Paul back to GP2. Goes in and dunked it with two hands. Right down Broadway. And there it is. The official sound on Warriors radio.
We're going to call it early.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Was that us at the old ship? I heard a can. What was that?
They do it on the broadcast now, and the game's like over.
Oh, they like pop a top?
Oh,
Yeah.
Goo getting the game.
It's LaCroix.
I was watching without the sound on yesterday
You
for a
do
while.
that a lot.
Yes, I do. And they had food. It looked like they were doing food. Kalena and Bob had food in front of them or something like that.
Fish
And
tacos.
Oh, yeah. And
Look, it's Madoni.
so are the Warriors now doing an in-game thing where they promote a business?
Correct.
Pretty dope.
Sure.
It was a woman-owned business, Female Empowerment Month. Yeah.
That's tight.
That was last month, I thought.
Maybe it carries over. It's every month, Steiny. Come on.
Hey, I'm just going to tell you, and this
Caitlin Clark, rise
is
up.
from a woman. All right, it's not from me. It's from it's a partner of mine. And she says,
Did this Friday.
I told her. Wait, what?
No, go ahead.
I did this before?
No, just.
I said to her about a month ago, hey, maybe you want to watch a Warriors game tonight. She said, why? I said, it's Women's Empowerment Month, so part of the broadcast, they're having women do the entire broadcast. The announcers, da-da-da-da-da. And she said, it's Women's Empowerment Month? And I said, yeah. She goes, oh, yeah, I was reading some about that online. I think it's real funny that Women's Empowerment Month is followed by April Fool's Day. So there was some cynicism and sarcasm among that. Not from me. Not from me.
Well, yeah.
Not from me.
I feel that. Same way I feel about Black History Month. The shortest month of the year.
Do I have your focus today, Goo? Or
no, you said something that bothered me.
What's that?
You go, we're doing that today. Like that was what happened?
Well, good. You also got an extra day this year.
The extra day off.
Could you imagine if your birthday was the leap year? You don't have a birthday every year. I could not and would not.
You'd
want that.
And you don't have to not have a birthday.
It's hell of a sweet 16.
You just kind of work around it.
Imagine that, though. That's the booby prize.
I think Steiny actually kind of would like that. Like, people wouldn't pay attention to his birthday a couple days out of there, right?
Your number's not called. You got a ball. Which one did? No.
Or March 1st.
Dude, that bothers me.
You don't
Just
have
hold
to
it over
adhere
people.
to it. No, I just see you're already, 30 minutes into the show and you're going back and forth with somebody on the text line.
Dude,
That's
let me
all.
live. Somebody
I
said
let you
Goo
live.
wouldn't make it in the New York media, please.
I didn't even see. What do you? Guru would never make it in the New York.
What
media
did I say
market.
in the first block that would he? And I could. I got some
908.
fastballs.
908. Guru. Oh, so just let people know. 908 on the Xfinity mobile text line. Guru would never make it in the New York media market. Then Guru gets back, responds, I'm built for that market. Please, why you say that? And 908 then has now responded and said, you're too soft on your own players and staff. Well, Guru, he's on record. He would never hold the players accountable.
Yeah, please. Have you not heard me talk about one Draymond
Soundbite,
Green?
please.
And I'm not going to hold the players accountable.
You said that
hurt.
in the wake of Draymond Green's
that hurt
incident.
right there. Anyway.
Yeah.
We got some sound from Klay and Dre. Did I just... We'll play it and react.
We can play it right now.
Come on.
We got two different Klay sound.
One where he talks about Dre asked him, how do you guys feel when I get thrown out?
Let's do small picture first. Let's do a little small picture. Talk about the game last night because Klay was terrific. Klay felt good before the game, apparently.
25 in the first half.
I think being home after such a long trip or trips helped a lot, and I just felt really good body-wise today. I didn't feel any pain anywhere, and I thought that transferred over nicely to the gameplay.
That's Klay Thompson.
Man. But Steiny, he's a flamethrower right now. I'm stealing from the great Kevin Hart. He's a flamethrower.
Last night, struggled a little against the Mavericks on Friday.
Oh.
Remember, don't forget that game. That's when they played a good team,
but
and they got beat on the road by the team that wasn't at full strength. Neither were the Warriors. Neither were the Warriors.
But overall, we'll take this Klay all day. He's got up off the mat, man.
Absolutely. The one thing I was going to say about that, Klay, I know his body felt really good. Shoot, there was something I was going to say that you said. Body felt really good. Body felt really good.
Transferred over.
Yeah, I can't think about it. how often does Klay play without pain? You know, he's 2 years removed from this couple injuries.
Most of the time, but it's 82 games. You're not going to be 100% every night. Yeah. I mean, what I missed? Maybe 3-4 games this year? That's incredible after 2 years of rehab plus. So that's something I can hang my hat on and be proud of, is just being durable throughout the season.
Pay the man.
Yeah.
Pay him. You got to pay him. Actually, you should. You should pay the man. That's kind of where I'm at right now. It's going to hurt. It's going to hurt. But you got to pay Klay Thompson right now. And I think most Warrior fans, I came into the year and said, well, let's see what we're going to do with Klay. You know, and then he came out and he struggled and playing for a contract, and then he comes off the bench. But if you take the totality of the season, which is almost one full regular season right now, let me try to take the pulse of Warrior fans. You tell me if I'm right or wrong at 888-957-9570. I think at the beginning of the year and the middle of the year, Klay Thompson has won a lot of fans over. And I think most Warrior fans are now saying, let's get him back here at a good number. 25. If it's 25, it's 25. If it's a little more than that, it's a little more than that. But I think most Warrior fans right now would like to see Klay Thompson come back. If that number's anywhere between 25 and 30, and I think there's probably a lot of fans who don't really care about the money, and rightfully so, where they're just like, if we can get him back, we want him back.
No doubt. And Steiny, right now, he's shooting 38% from three on the season, you know, and in a league now that's predicated on shooting more now than it ever has been. I just don't say how you could say bye-bye to Klay Thompson and forget the nostalgia and everything that goes with what he's meant to this team. I'm just talking from a basketball standpoint. Steph needs somebody that can shoot it with him, and this has been his road dog forever. It's worked, and I can't believe he's up there 2 years after this, coming back, leading in minutes with Steph. And what's crazy, if we want to give Klay some love, I'll give him the greatest love. Shout out Whitney Houston of all time. The year he came back, I know someone said he started in January against Cleveland, but he led the Warriors in minutes in the finals against Boston.
Yep, he did. That year he played 32 games. And that's the other thing is I'm looking at this. I don't know how you guys look at it, but I look at it as 2 years ago they won it. Last year they went to the second round. And then this year I try to compare what's been going on to last year and the year before. And I think the one worry I'd have for the Golden State Warriors is it feels to me like because Steph and Klay have been healthy all year, and that's kind of the other thing. Like, is it fair to say, Steph doesn't have a Robin? Is it fair? Is it fair to say, so
he's re-entered that discussion now?
All right. Well, then 510, if keeping Klay prevents Lacob from building for the future, adios. See, I think that represents a minority. But I do think there's a part of this that is, if Klay walks, you're worse. You just are. If Klay re-signs here for 3 years, that's a while. And then you're looking at the big three for another 3 years, and that comes with positives and negatives.
Yeah. And why does it just start with Klay Thompson, Steiny? What about
his contract's up?
Yeah, but what about Draymond last year? How much did that impede the future?
Exactly.
The 400. I'm just saying.
Maybe. Yeah. Maybe. I don't know how much it
I like this Klay Thompson right now, man.
How much do you like him?
I told you I'd give him Steph Curry's jersey number. I would give him that.
Steiny, I believe that all lifetime Warrior fans who have seen all of our great players leave us with absolutely nothing want to see all three of those guys that gave us 4 chips retire as Warriors. Yep. And that's to me is my inherent, I don't know if it's disagreement, but that's where I am a little different than a lot of fans. I think there are a lot of fans that want to see the big three. How many fans out there want to see the big three retire together as Warriors?
I got my hand up.
What if it means no playoffs for the next 2 years? Do you still want to see that? Because there's a chance that they could essentially have had the big three this year. 2 of the big three played 75 games. And that's the other thing now that, to me, there's some things that have presented themselves. And one is that you can no longer say, well, as long as we have Steph Curry, we have championship action. Because Steph and Klay were healthy all season long. And if you're telling me Draymond missing 20, 25 games is the difference between them being a 10 seed and a championship team, I can't make that leap.
Or what about a 5th seed? And then you get bounced out the playoffs, whatever. You know what I mean? Like that. That's where this thing is going this season to me is like, hold on now. You're telling me had Dre not missed the amount of games that he missed for getting suspended or whatnot, does that change who we are and what we are in regard to wins? And I really believe I could go to a whiteboard and do a PowerPoint on this team. They're 10th now. Maybe they get bounced. But if we do run it back and there is no suspension, because you got to be proactive, are we really talking about, okay, maybe no championship, Steiny, but maybe we're talking about a 4th or 5th seed in the regular season? Like, I don't think that's too far-fetched now. That I believe that is not Fantasy Island anymore with the emergence of Klay balling.
I do. Well, it's not going to happen this year. They're going to be a 10 seed this year. Yeah. Last season, so they've gone, here's what's happened the last 3 years. They were a 3 seed, then they were a 6 seed, and now they're a 10 seed. Yeah. So the funny thing is we're kind of joking around in here a lot. Oh, you tell you what, they're playing pretty well. Run it back. Maybe they run it back. Can you really run it back when you've been a 3 seed, then a 6 seed, then a 10 seed? Not only that, the other thing I was thinking about is let's say Draymond Green had not gotten suspended this year. You're still playing the oldest guys on the team the most amount of minutes. So if you resign, let's say Klay stays here, and you got Klay, Draymond, and Steph for the next 3 years, because they'll redo Steph, or not redo, but they'll extend. So now you do Klay for 3 more years. The one thing that I think's got to be talked about is how much do those guys play over the course of those 3 years, and how much are the younger players more and more integrated into the core over the next 3 years? Because I don't know how much longer you can keep Steph, Klay, and Draymond like playing more minutes per game than everybody else on the team, like as they get older. I think you're going to need more and more and more from the young guys. And how do you start that process over the course of 3 years?
Well, before you grab the call, let me just tell you this, Donnie. We all know how you feel, and you're not a doctor, so there is no we can prove you right or wrong, but I'm going to cite some names, and everybody's body's different. But if you're going to bring the big 3 back, from what I'm watching, from my standpoint, I want them to always supersede when it comes to minutes. I'm looking at LeBron James. Everybody's not LeBron James, but look at his minutes. He's everything still to the Lakers. Look at Kevin Durant in Phoenix at his age. He's still playing the minutes. So don't we have to trust the staff and what they think is the best thing to do? Because if they disagreed with you, or they agreed with you rather, we would see the minutes curtail for Steph. He wouldn't be playing as much as he's playing. And on top of that, Klay too.
I'm talking about next year, the year after, and the year after that. Like, what does this team look like next year or the year after, 2 years from now? Like, how much do they play? How much do you rely? See, I think we're reaching a point now where they're being relied upon too much, that we're getting to the point where it's getting harder. It's getting hard. Yes, it's getting harder and harder and harder to rely on those guys, because you're paying them so much they don't have enough help. And if you ask them to play more, then I don't want to say making a deal with the devil, but you have to be careful, I think,
like if I told you right now, next year, nobody wants to talk about it, who's going to lead in minutes? I think it would be Steph and Klay still.
I think you're right. I think you're probably right.
But that's year 1 of the 3 that you're right. And it's kind of, we'll handle that when we get there type of thing.
And here's my point. What does that guarantee you? I'll tell you what it guarantees you. The 10th seed.
Well, see.
That's all it guarantees you. You need other guys to be better. Like, I don't think Steph and Klay are going to be better next year. If they're about the same, I think you take it. They've both been plenty good. But in order to be better next year, Like Draymond's going to have to play a full season at this level.
It starts right there.
Okay.
Availability is the best ability.
To me, that's a coin flip. And
what about Curry?
Curry's going to be, I'm allowing that Curry and Klay are essentially the same, maybe with a little bit of a drop-off.
Now we got Kuminga one more offseason.
So you, like...
Wiggins, Pods.
Let me just ask you, do you look at next year and say Steph and Klay are going to be better?
I'm being real. I would bet on that more than they take a step back. And now I'm about to introduce you to the new Klay Thompson, Steiny. I'm talking about mindset and everything. Oh. So I'm betting on the come that, you know what? I don't think it's that big of an ask to expect them to do this. Or maybe Curry did something or didn't do it in the offseason last year to where he might be a little tired, but we are.
He's going to the Olympics,
and that is that. See that I just
see. I mean,
I don't understand that one, but we'll deal with that when it happens. But
I guess here's what I don't understand, and this is going to sound harsh, but
I could come on.
If you were a GM, if you were Mike Dunleavy, like I'm sorry, you cannot go into next year saying I think Steph and Klay are going to be the same or a little bit better. Like, how can you do that as a GM with two guys? One who's 36 and one who's 34. I'm not hating on those guys, but as a GM, I think you've got to go in with your eyes wide open and say, are we going to get 75 games apiece out of Klay and Steph? Boy, that would be great. Are they going to play at the same level? That would be great. But, like, I just can't count on that at their age.
But writing that check to me, to Klay, it's like when you have an old school, Steiny, and some guys drive the old school just on weekends. I don't think the Warriors are there with these guys.
What do you mean?
I'm driving the old school Monday through Friday. I'm my fancy, 68 Mustang. You break it out on weekends, but I'm not there yet with these guys. I'm riding them Monday through Friday, and you kind of, I'm not comparing Draymond to
this is what I'm saying.
Yeah, but a lot of other things did that are not Steph and Klay,
and that's 2 years in a row that something didn't go right for this team, allegedly. See, I don't look at it as like, boy, things didn't go right the last 2 years for the Warriors. No, things just went the way they went.
Oh, Steiny, see, those are two soap opera type of things led by the same character,
and you don't think
Money Green.
And that's just a coincidence.
No, I'm hoping that will stop.
Okay, that's good.
All right, I'll give you this.
I get it. Listen, I'm not... Listen, so you're hoping that Steph and Klay stay at this same level or get better.
Right.
And you're hoping that Draymond can play a full season at this level.
And not get suspended. No doubt.
Okay.
Would Matt Steinmetz right now feel better? Forget what's about to pop off in the playoffs.
Yep.
I mean this question. If they were the 5th seed right now,
I'm not doing that.
But why? Because we do it all we do it all day, every day when it fits your narrative.
No, I told you when I did. Remember we had that conversation.
You wouldn't feel better about them if they were the 5th. It even got ran in the first round. I think you would.
I don't do hypotheticals with something that hasn't happened.
I would say you don't do positive hypotheticals.
I'll do a hypothetical with what happens if the Warriors beat the Lakers tomorrow, or what happens if the Warriors do make the playoffs. But I'm not doing a hypothetical on something that we've seen happen 2 straight years and say, can we make it disappear? No, we can't make it disappear.
Do you think the organization will do that?
Well, they don't have to make a decision on
30. I think they're going to have to do that positive hypothetical like they did with Draymond, thinking this dude ain't going to get suspended again.
And that's where
after he hit,
Okay, so you're going to, And listen,
I hear you, man.
There's a big segment of Warrior fans that want the big three to retire together.
And that is right.
That's fine. Yeah. It's not right. It's just that's what they want. It doesn't make them right. That's what they want.
But shouldn't a dynasty end that way?
I don't know.
Well, to me, you've earned that.
I mean,
and we're one contract away from that being the case.
See, I look at if I'm Mike Dunleavy, I don't look at it as though I don't just look at it rose-colored glasses and say we get Klay back here and Draymond plays a full season. Oh, and Wiggins is Wiggins and Kuminga takes the next step.
We got a center now.
Yeah, you've got to also look at it. What happens if Steph only plays 58 games, which is what he's averaged over the last 4 years? What happens if Draymond misses a big chunk of another season, which he's done the last 2 seasons? What I'm saying is there's risk on both sides, but to me, if you resign, and I'm not saying you shouldn't. I think you got to reward the guy now. But what I'm saying is if you got Steph, Klay, and Draymond under contract for the next 3 years going into next year, one's going to be 37, one's going to be 35, one's going to be 34, 35, then there's a risk there that the same things are going to happen because your three most important players are still your three most important players, and they're on the decline. They are, in my mind. So I'm not here doomsaying. I'm just here, like, I am curious what it looks like 2 or 3 years from now if the big three are still the most heavily relied on players on the team, which they still are, with the exception of Kuminga's ascendance. Let's go to Travis in Vallejo. What's up, Trav? How you doing, man?
Valley Joe.
And I also think you lose to the Lakers on Tuesday and you lose in the play-in.
Yeah.
Then it's all done.
Can you hear me?
Yes, all you.
Okay, sorry. So a couple of things. I do not want to see the big three together if that means we do not go to the playoffs in the next 2 years. And I already know, or I assume the reasoning behind all that is because Draymond was the main cause. I mean, just the amount of games he missed this year has really affected us in the standings. I think we would have been better, of course, if he was there for even, 50 to 60% of those games that he missed. But yeah, just to answer that question, now to address kind of what happened in 2022, I kind of feel like I'm sitting in the same position. However, back then in 2022, I believe we were the 6th seed, so we didn't have to really worry about it. We were automatically in a 4 games, need to win 4 games. Now we play in the play-in. It makes me a little bit nervous, but I still find myself in the same position as I'm just along for the ride. I'm not expecting anything. I would have expected more if we would have banked in on that James Wiseman pick, because at this point, James Wiseman is in his, third year probably.
I think fourth,
he should have been developed, and that was our transition pick into another stud, another star. That didn't work out. So fortunately from that, we got some good young picks in Pods and TJD. But to me, personally, I feel like the age gap and experience in between those young rookies and the big three that we have now, we're just in a bad time funk. And you're hoping Kuminga and them will develop, but by the time they do, the big three are already going to be on their way out. And then you have the person that's in the middle with Andrew Wiggins, who has already hit his ceiling. We already know what to expect. 2022, the reason why we won was partly because of him.
Yep.
And that was a nice surprise. And so I'm sitting where I sit at in 2022. Hopefully somebody steps up, like an Andrew Wiggins, or maybe it's Kuminga this time around. Who knows? But somebody needs to step up. If not, it's going to be a rough next couple of years, just because the young rookies aren't going to be developed in time, in line with.
They're up against it a little bit, no doubt about it. All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. I'm looking real quick at Adrian Gutierrez on the YouTube chat. Who cares once Curry is gone? And that's kind of what I wonder, too, is can you live with a real down period? It sounds like some people may be willing. That segment was sponsored by Pacific Coast Termite.
I'm busting wood.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Why?
Oh my gosh.
I'm open. I love bumper music with a purpose, but
Do you know the name of this song, gentlemen?
I'll tell you
Bright
this.
Eyes?
Bonnie Tyler.
Something Eyes. Lion Eyes.
No, that's
Crying Eyes.
This is
what I used to
turn
play.
around, Bright Eyes. Bright Eyes.
God, turn it off.
This is the song that the dude sang in Wedding Crashers.
Yeah, wait
it
for
started
it.
fall apart. By the way, the boss is on vacation this weekend, ladies and gentlemen.
I swear to you guys, this when I used to get dumped.
What's the connection?
And my heart would get broken. I would play music like this in the lab. I might go viral.
Sack.
Total eclipse of the heart.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
What if I told you I'd never seen an eclipse?
Who has?
Oh, there it is, dude. I thought you were going to.
Don't look up at the sun.
Who has?
You stare directly into it. Everyone knows that.
You know what?
People are going crazy.
Eclipses are overrated. They're a lot like Steph. I'm kidding.
Oh, boy. Yeah,
I know, people can't take a joke. Hey, I want to acknowledge this Xfinity mobile text. Because, yes, Steiny, if Steph, Klay, and Dre stay the same next year, can't you say, or can't you agree that J.K. Pods and TJD getting better could make a significant step forward toward getting, yes, that's the way. If you re-sign Klay and you got the big three coming back, to me, what you're banking on is that the young players improve more than the older players decline. And is that possible? Absolutely, that's possible. Absolutely.
And whatever you're banking.
But it's going to involve the big three reducing their minutes over the next 2 or 3 years.
How long have you and I been together and we always been talking about that and it hasn't happened?
What?
Like it's going to eventually happen.
What?
Their minute reduction. Like they're still running Curry out there like he's been his whole career.
Is it?
Yeah, we've had off-season Steiny where you and I have talked about it, even with Jordan Poole, when we thought he was going to be something, the Wiseman pick. You know, Eve Kerr told us face-to-face before the season started a couple years ago, you know, that this season, the regular season, is going to be carried by the youngsters. And we've kind of really never saw that happen. And I want to say right now is the first time you see Kuminga, who's not in year one, Pods, TJD, and all these others, Moody, to where you're like, okay, what if they take a step forward? I could see maybe 29 minutes or 30 at the most for Curry and the rest of the gang.
So Curry's playing 2 minutes less this year per game than basically in any other year of his, like he's played 34-7 last year. He's at 32-7 now. So he's down 2 minutes a night, which I know doesn't sound like a lot, but it's, 175 minutes a year, which you could say they add up. And the 2 minutes that he sits are fourth quarter minutes usually.
The Minnesota game. Yeah.
Well, no, that's why you would do it 8-5-8. To me, is you re-sign Klay because you think the young guys are, but the only issue with that is then you're still paying your older guys a fair chunk of change as you're reducing their minutes moving forward, and so you're going to have to get them more and more help. And I think the other thing here is total minutes, and this is to me what I'm gonna. So Curry this year has played more minutes than in any year since 2019.
Damn.
Is there a correlation between his second half struggles this year and the fact that he's playing more minutes now than he's played in the last 5 years, and he's been healthier now than the last 5 years in terms of that's the kind of stuff that I think you got to look at. I mean, you got to look at it. It's a good and a bad thing. The good news is Steph Curry has been healthy this year for the most part. He's played 71 games. That's a full season in the NBA. But
not his best stretch since All-Star.
But his numbers are down. They're down. They just are. So next year, what can we expect from Steph Curry? I mean, you have to start thinking about all that kind of stuff especially if you're gonna give Klay a contract extension. Let's go to KC. KC's in Marin. What's up, KC? How you doing?
Gentlemen, good morning. Especially after listening to Klay on Dre's podcast earlier this morning.
All right.
He's my GOAT. He's my favorite athlete of all time.
Wow.
I can't communicate how much I respect him as a person, as a human, and most importantly, as a fan, as a professional. That being said, after this year's over, please don't spend another time in a Warriors uniform unless it's the last, your swan song, come sign with us, because it's going to ruin this team if we give some thank you contracts. They got to get rid of Dre's contract. They got to get rid of Klay. They got to get rid of the franchise pieces who are aged and often injured or often suspended. And I love Dre, but it's time to move on. We can't be a fan base that votes for the names on the back of the jerseys. It's always been about the Warriors. It has always been about them, from Chris Cohan and Robert Rowell and Don Nelson.
Great knowledge.
It's always been about the front of the jersey. It's always been about the front of the jersey, and we can't give thank you contracts. I love Klay. Oh, man, do I love him. But thank you for your service, and good luck.
How are you going to replace his shooting, though, specifically for Klay?
I'm gonna package Kuminga and Wiggins with Pajemski and Kuminga. Anybody who will take anything to get rid of salary, and I'm gonna start to get some younger players who I can trade for, who will support Steph at the last maybe year, because it's time to let him go soon too. And I'm willing to have that conversation when you are, boys. Love your show. Have a great day.
Oh,
he's ready
KC
for the
Moran.
rebuild, yeah.
Well, Joe Lacob might be ready for the rebuild if they lose the play-in. See, that to me is what it's all about at this point. If you can't get out of the play-in, then everybody who said this thing's the way, then what do you do? Because here's the one thing that I'm not saying it as Matt Steinmetz. I'm saying it as Joe Lacob, a guy I've watched now for 12 years. If you lose in the play-in, there's no way Joe Lacob is talking to Mike Dunleavy and saying, hey, Mike, I'll tell you what, man, if we could have just kept Draymond in line this year, we could have been a 5th seed, and we might have been able to, would you really do that if you were the GM? Think that way?
I wouldn't put
Warrior fans, 888-957-9570. Would you, if you get beaten this play-in game, and you look and you say, well, Draymond Green only played 52 games. He was out for 25 games, and if you give us 5 more wins there, which is rational,
all right,
then all of a sudden we're a 50-win team, and we're a 5 seed, and you know what? That's our strategy next year, and the young guys are going to get better, and maybe we could win 55 games next year. Does that sound viable to Warrior fans? And believe it or not, I'm not sitting here saying no chance, but it's risky.
Yeah, I'll say that. You asked me my thoughts on it, and Steiny, the fact that Draymond Green got his contract when he got it last year, Klay Thompson has that same credit card. I don't want to say leverage because that's not the word, but he's built, this dynasty. He was a part of it, and I expect him to be back. And Steiny, you still got a financial mess. The Rat on the Table brought to you by ATCO. With or without Klay, I just don't see Dre getting brought back for 4 and Klay Thompson now, playing somewhere else, especially now. I can make the argument he's playing the best basketball to where now it's
he's
about
shooting well.
Okay, that's what he does, though. That's what he does.
You know what he doesn't do? He doesn't keep the guy in front of him on Friday who got you beat.
And he doesn't get suspended, though.
Right?
He doesn't get ran out of game. So
the game's more than just a guy.
To that caller's point, he's coming back. I believe that.
And this is where, listen, I'm not here to bash Klay, but he's never shot worse from 3, and he's never been this poor defensively. So I get it, and I'm for. Hey, I'd probably have to pay him too, because he showed me something this year in terms of his attitude and his professionalism. But this is where we've got to be wide-eyed. He's not shooting as well as he has, and his defense has declined. And if you're still looking at a guy playing 30 minutes a night, to me, it no longer guarantees that you're going to be an elite team.
Now, I can't argue with the defensive component of that, and I'll say this to that. Then why do you think he's on the court the second most in a Warrior uniform? Because I could give up 20, but if I get you 30, I'm a plus.
Right, because he's a great shooter. But he's not a great shooter like he was 3 years ago. And I get it. He's still a really good shooter, but he's at 38%. And so next year, is he going to be back up to 40? Back up to what we were accustomed to, 42, 43? Probably like that. All I'm saying is I'm just very curious with Warriors fans how they weigh in past performance, future performance, service time, and all those things are important. I mean, to me, I just look at if we're going to pay Klay for 3 years, you need to realistically assess what he is at this point. Austin's in Redwood City. What's up, Austin?
Hey, nothing much. Hey, I just want to say this, man.
Yeah.
As I was watching the game yesterday without Curry being on the court, them youngsters was thriving together yesterday. And just remember when they won remember when the Warriors won the chip with David West and Livingston and all that?
Mm-hmm.
I can see Curry, Klay, and Drake coming off the bench and thriving that way and winning the championship that way and letting these youngsters thrive. They can't go nowhere. They're going to retire as Warriors. They built this stadium here. They broke the single record of the Chicago Bulls. Curry need that 5th ring, man, to solidify as the best point guard ever. Aside Michael Johnson. Magic Johnson, I mean.
Appreciate it, man.
What do you think about that?
All right. I don't think that's a championship.
Well, man.
Like the Warriors, even right now, don't have a number 1 2 years from now on their team. A surefire number 1. So if they don't have a number 1, that means you're saying that you're still assuming Curry's going to be the number 1 in 2 years.
Yeah.
You are?
Yes.
That Curry's going to be the number 1 player on this team in 2 years.
Right now, it looks that way. Wow. And I got to, you didn't say anything for me to defend Klay Thompson, but Stoney, it's just like Curry. The dude's shooting 38%, and you are right when you say it's his worst, but when you're that stellar, 38 is still good.
Right, and it got you.
That's all I'm, you know what I mean? The big 3. That ain't 28.
Right, and all I'm trying to say is we can quibble about 38, still this, still that, still the other thing. The last 3 years, they were a 3rd seed, a 6th seed, and now they're going to be a 10 seed.
I got nothing for you there.
In what world would they be able, would you want them to lose? Not want them, but they lose a play-in, and we think we're going to be better next year.
Well, what if you do? Here I go. I'm broken record. What if Joe Lacob says, you know what? We are the play-in, Steiny. But you know what? Wink, wink, we're really not because of the suspension. And what if they were the 5th seed and then we could say they were actually better than last year when they finished 6th?
Do you really think Joe Lacob thinks that way? Joe Lacob.
Before Draymond Green's 4 years for a $100 million contract, I would say hell no. But now I'm thinking, you know what, Steiny? That's the leader in the clubhouse, I believe. I really believe that.
And I don't think...
When he told Tim Kawakami, he looked as Draymond Green. I just keep going to Dre because that was the guy that I really thought, you know what? He ain't going to be able to get you 25 or 30. If he were to just catch fire, he could do a lot of great different things. But to me, I just find it would be an eyesore. Here I go.
So what if they lose? So
Joe say the bottle stopped spinning on Klay's re-up.
Joe
gave Dre
Lacob
25 for 100.
But Joe Lacob made it clear if they don't win a play-in game, there's going to be big changes. Yeah. Like that's what I mean. I mean, you go to LA and you get beat by the Lakers in the play-in game. At that point, like, I get it. I just sat here and said, you know what? I think you got to pay Klay.
Yeah.
But I don't want to pay Klay if we lose in the play-in game. I just don't. And Joe Lacob indicated that I don't know. I mean, to me, it's almost pathetic in a way if they were to lose the play-in and you say, well, not you, but people say, well, next year's going to be better. Why? Why is it going to be better?
Because your youngsters are
so the last older. 2 years should have been better too, and they weren't. So why would you just think, we're going to be better next year when each of the last 2 years you were worse than you thought.
Because I'm banking on one of the big three to remain on the court, and if he's out, it'll be due to injury. But injury.
And shame on you. Then.
Okay, let me say this to you.
Shame on you for a guy who messed up the last 2 seasons.
No doubt.
And you're going to say, well, this year, no. This year, he's going to have it all under control.
You gave him the Janet Jackson. You gave him the control.
Doesn't mean you can't move off him
the contract after he knocked out one of your players. But I'll say this about Joe Lacob. Stoney, there was a juncture in this season. I'm talking about Steve Kerr here, to where I asked you and I thought, you know what? And I left the studio thinking, is Kerr coaching for his job maybe? And for a couple days, fans chimed in and we thought, and you know, I was like, hey, if that's it and that's what route they're going to go, I get it. And then what happened? Steve Kerr got the contract. Did I think he deserved? But my point is, I don't think if they lose in the play-in or get out of it is going to decide. Like, I think what their plan is already, they know which way they're going, and the play-in has no bearing on that.
But but I want, like, what you're saying flies in the face of Joe Lacob's last big interview. Joe Lacob's last big interview is he says that he believes in this team. He thinks they can be pretty good. But obviously, if it doesn't end well and we don't there's going to be big changes. So, I mean, and this is another thing that's interesting. I'd love to know what Warrior fans think of this from the Xfinity Mobile text line. Do you guys think that Lacob can keep selling out Chase Center without the big three? I think not. Count me in for seeing our guys and coach retire together, retire together, even if it means we don't get out of the playoffs. I would assume that means into the playoffs over the next 2 years. And I'm just telling you right now, Joe Lacob would never take that deal. And here's the other thing. Big three ain't selling out the Chase Center. Steph Curry sells out the Chase Center. As long as Steph Curry's here, I believe they can sell out the Chase Center.
And I'm right behind you.
I don't think it's because of the big three, although, yeah, it's better when Klay and Draymond are here.
But the big three was really the big three because it was led by Michael Jackson, who is Steph Curry.
As long as Steph's here, they're going to sell out every game.
All day long.
If Klay walks, they're not selling out next year. They're still going to sell out as long as Steph's here. Let's go to Bob. Bob's in San Francisco. What's up, Bob?
Hey, how's it going, guys? Can you hear me?
Yeah.
So first of all, I don't think. Thanks for the lively conversation, by the way. I don't think that Steve Kerr and staff get enough credit. I think Phil Jackson ain't got nothing on his staff as far as the Warriors being the biggest NBA babysitting job during this era. You know, they've got a giant star in Steph and managing that and having his happiness be, at the top of the list. They've got Klay, all these guys, Wiggins, Draymond, my God, And I don't know if you guys have experienced like a major knee or Achilles injury or something like that. Rehab is one thing, but getting your, psychological confidence back, I mean, man, it took me like a year and a half, 2 years before I thought, okay, I'm my old self again.
Yeah.
Clay's right at that point. And magically he's playing at least shooting level. He's older, so he's not the guy who can guard anybody on the floor anymore. That's supposed to be Wiggins at this point.
Yep.
Right? And Kuminga's not there that way. And then Wiggins is his own head case, right? And we need Wiggins to be the Wiggs that he has been, well, like he was when he was a championship series MVP and stuff like that. He's been playing that way lately. Now he's out with some nagging stuff, right? So, I mean, I think that Joe Lacob actually intimated early in the season, I think you guys reported it, that he wants to, keep these veterans going while simultaneously, do both things at once, develop these young guys. And I see that that's what's been happening. I mean,
that is what's happened this year.
Podziemski, right? Podziemski and TJD, I can't believe how they've matured. Their basketball IQ. Moses Moody is not at that, talent level or doggedness, but you could include him in that. Kuminga is like the best athlete we've seen in a long time in a young guy. He's 21 years old, for God's sakes. And if he can get his basketball IQ up, which it has improved, I mean, that guy's the future. I'm all for this team right now. Yeah. And, of course, Draymond's suspensions, if you look at their record overall, they're going to end up with the number of wins that got them to the 6-5-4 position in past years. it's just a very competitive West. And I think it's just fine, man. Draymond's suspension, Wiggins' head case, Klay not coming to. You're talking about 3, 4, 5 more wins. When Draymond has been out, I think when he was in, they were like 10 games up on wins. And when he's out, they're 3 games below in wins.
No, I got you, Bob. I think you're right. I think if you take a step back and look at the big picture, the big picture is this is the first time in the dynasty that young players have played this much for the Golden State Warriors.
And you've been excited about them.
Yes, I have been. I have been. And I don't think they're a realistic championship team anymore. I don't think that. Call me crazy. I don't think they're going to run the table from the 10 seed.
Okay, no.
Okay, and I don't think they're going to win a round. And the reason I don't think they're going to win a round is because I think Steph and Klay have played full seasons, and I think the playoff series against a really good team is going to be the kind of grind that we saw last year against the Lakers. Right. That's why I like that they're finally integrating the young players. And I'll also take it a step further, and I guess this is now my theme. The only chance they have, to me, to make a run is to not play the big 3 34, 35 minutes a night, because we know they can't get that done, or at least they didn't get that done last year when we saw them play the Sacramento Kings and then the Lakers. Like, I don't think they have 2 more rounds in them from last year at unbelievably high-level basketball to make that kind of run.
Okay, I hear you. You're on record. I disagree with the last part, but we've been together for 5 years, Donnie. I think it might even be 6, so I'm going to shock you with this one. I have been hurt at many junctures by the Warriors in their play on the court this year. I thought it was despicable, the Draymond Green suspension, him letting his team down. So don't take this the wrong way, and I honestly want to know we're here till 2, what you think. But I'm telling you, I've seen some, because we got into it over, I couldn't believe your excitement about the youngsters, but I was still looking at it through the title prism. I've come to grips with, I don't think this team really technically is a 10th seed, but it is what you are. It's who you are right now. What if I told you, partner, if they ran this thing back, and I look at their record since January, I look at the fact that you've identified your starting center, I see Kuminga, I see Pods. I honestly believe you don't get a do-over this year. I'm looking past this year, and I normally don't do it. I'm giving no passes. I'm going to be all in for the play-in game or hopefully games. But, Steiny, if this team were to run it back next year,
what happens?
I honestly believe they would have action, and they would be a 4th or 5th seed.
Okay, what happened?
I don't know if that would be good enough to knock off Denver, but they got something.
My question is, why are you running it back? Did you make a run this year, or did you get beat by the Lakers in the play-in?
No, you got your season got suspended and thrown off by one of your heart and soul players being gone. And I'm banking on Draymond not to have that happen again.
Well, I want you to think about this, because it sounds to me like this is from the 408 Xfinity Mobile text line. You know what? I'm going to read this on the other side. 888-957-9570 is the number. Are you leaning Guru's? Well, I don't know if it's Guru's way, but are you leaning that way right now?
Man.
Even if you get beat in the play.
Yes. Because you really technically earned it, but you did because you couldn't count on one of your guys. So you're really not a 10th seed,
yes,
Steiny.
You are.
It's not that hard. You are. You're right. But you know why they are. Right. If you had 5 or 6 or 7 more wins, you might be a 4th or 5th seed. You met me halfway. I'm tapping into that because their defense is better. Their ball pressure, Steiny. They got an identity, and it's effed up that Dre got them here to where they're in the 10th seed. I'm still rooting.
And your best option is to come back, fingers crossed, that Draymond Green will be, I don't know, Draymond Green more consistently. That segment's brought to you by Fremont Bank. Full service, 888-957-9570 is the number. Segment brought to you by Fremont Bank. Full service banking, no compromises.
I'm good now.
on 95.7 The Game.
Oh, here's something real important to put in the memory bank. Guru thinks Scott Scheffler's going to win the Masters.
Do we have a problem? Because you didn't have to air my business like that. That was private.
Oh, please.
I'm playing. Hey, plus
April
475.
Okay.
By the way, you didn't get it. It was a song by Clips.
I was about to explain to
like
him.
Super Clips?
No, like E. Oh, boy.
The rap group.
I've never heard
Eclipse.
of it. Crips, like in L.A. Super Crips.
Careful.
Oh, Evan, help me out.
No, you're thinking of Twilight, the third movie, Twilight Eclipse.
Oh, no. God. Eclipse.
Boy, there's so much to just keep straight these days.
Good call, Evan.
Let's
Good pull.
see.
He sent us a picture of the eclipse happening. It's not. It got dark.
That was a game changer.
You even look at it?
What makes you happy?
Nothing.
Well,
I make
golf.
myself.
You golfed over the weekend. Streets told me.
Yeah.
2 days. You're back.
I got a little issue.
Look at you smiling though.
No, I'm not. I'm not really.
You know why?
Why?
Because you didn't trust Celebrini. You came back too early.
Oh, boy.
I haven't broken 90 since I've come back from my hip surgery.
But the fact you're out there playing with a new hip.
That's not enough for me. It's not enough that Klay Thompson can just jack up 25 shots. See, he's better off, and the team's better off when he's making them.
He ain't like Hauser from Boston. One of 18 Friday night.
Let me start out with this text.
Disrespectful to
he made
my people.
I always like these texts
Our
that start out. Guru.
Oh, boy.
This is from the 408. Guru. You're making it sound like the way the season ends won't matter in terms of the off-season approach. If they flame out fast, they'll do anything to make major changes in the off-season. Now, that's not just the 408. That's according to our owner, Joe Lacob.
Right. Totally get it.
So you're telling me that you think Joe Lacob is a big, fat liar.
Never.
Mm-hmm.
I'm telling you that this one game playing situation that you've earned and put yourself in to all kind of reasons why. Yeah.
Stumbled into.
Okay, but
thank God the Rockets and the Jazz.
There's been a lot of good, Stoney, with this team here of late since the All-Star game.
Coming out to play.
And I'm just telling you, I believe Joe Lacob, when it's all said and done, will take a step back. Now, he could do a blockbuster trade. I'm not saying that's off the table, but I've seen enough good for me to be positive moving into next year once you get that reset. And I just want to warn the people, I'm fired up for the play-in. But, Stoney, if they flame out, it's just another game they lost on the road. Let's not act like they blew a 3-0 lead. You shouldn't be in it. You're in it. But if they lose, we gotta slow down on. Oh my! It's one game. It's not like 12.
Well, I'm not
because that's how the thing is set up. You lose and you go home.
I know, but what shouldn't they be in?
Like something major that we have not already seen this year happened. And that would be them going on the road, losing to a team that has more size than them. So for the people saying the season's not over, I can be a parent and step back and reflect and look down the road and say, you know what? The season could technically be already over because you're banking on 2 road wins that you may not get.
Thank you. That's what a lot of people feel. I may have misunderstood. Yeah. Did you say something like they shouldn't have been in? Meaning like they shouldn't even be a play-in team.
Oh, no, not at all. I'm just saying they shouldn't be in this position. I believe it's because of basketball play. But now they've got a center. You've got Kuminga. Wiggins is waking up. And if Draymond wouldn't have went through and took this team, what he went through, I really believe we could find 5 to 7 more wins. And maybe that's not beating the Nuggets.
So could the Wizards.
But they don't have a Draymond Green.
So you just discount.
I believe that.
You discount that they can't hold a 15-point lead.
No, that bothers me too. Okay. And you know what? You've actually helped me with my case to where we can talk about, and I know you think it's age, why they can't sustain those leads, but, you know, those are other examples, 13, I believe, or 14 examples to where the Warriors showed up, got a lead, and couldn't hang on. But they didn't get beat by 30.
Well, okay, that's great. Like that,
but
again,
you made me say
that's
that
the
to
point.
Piggyback off the 12
point is like, stop talking about championships and then saying they're not getting beat by 30 when they're losing. Like
I didn't mention Chip.
Steve in the city. What's up, Steve? How you doing, man?
Hey, what's up, guys?
Steve.
Guru, I love you, and I love that you're sticking to the bit here.
But
that hurt. It is insane to suggest that this team deserves to be in the 4 or 5 slot. Father Time is undefeated. They're getting older, and something else will happen next year if it's not Draymond Green blowing his top again.
Okay. I'm getting a lot of that.
We gotta accept where we are. This is like the Giants back in 2016-17. You try to hold on, and all you do is delay the inevitable.
Wow. He's talking about the blown lead against the Cubs, Don, in the wildcard game.
Yeah. Thanks, Steve. Appreciate the call.
But have you seen them play better, though? I'm not just...
Right, for 8 games. And you know what? Without Kuminga. I put that into the equation. They've actually played, You want to say they're playing their best basketball?
I'm going larger sample size, even when he was a part of it, since the All-Star break.
I don't know.
Yeah, they won without Steph last night.
Yeah, Utah.
I don't know why I give it equal play, because it's 9 Guru's wrongs to 1. No. Guru's correct. Look at the record of all the teams in the West over the last 35 games and not their cumulative record over the season. Who's better poised in terms of quality of play and wins approaching the playoffs than the Warriors? Okay. All right.
And one thing we hadn't even another rat on the table, Steiny, that we have not talked about is it's not feast or famine. If Curry doesn't play his A+ game, it's not over. The guys that you were talking about, the youngsters, Wiggins, Kuminga, I'm starting to see something, and hopefully we don't see a lot of it, but I'm starting to see when the Warriors play, if Curry's not Michael J. Fox and Teen Wolf, they still got some action.
Because of one win over Dallas?
No, it's not. I'm not.
Do you think they can win a 7-game series without Steph being spectacular?
Oh, no. I wouldn't dare say that.
Right.
Come on.
So you're weighing heavily wins over horse bleep teams.
I'm not even looking at the opponent. I'm just looking at what they got, man, and what they've made when I counted them out. And again, it could be nothing, and I could be totally wrong, and Joe Lacob make some big changes, Stoney, but I believe you are in no position from a basketball standpoint to let Klay Thompson and his shooting walk out that door. Forget his age and what he means.
I'm saying,
you have no shooting outside of the Splash Brothers. If we want to put the rat on the table,
why don't you start giving Pods a little respect? What's Pod shooting from 3?
Pretty good.
Might be shooting better than Klay. I'm just throwing it out there. And you think Draymond's shooting 39% from 3 next year? Here's all I'm saying.
Well, he could shoot 25. No one care.
As long as if he made a couple in the 4th.
Well, there you go.
Here's all I'm saying, and it's not me. When I see Joe Lacob, I don't think there's a chance in hell that if they lose in the play-in, he's not going to want to do something big because.
Now, want and can is 2 different things too, Stoney, because that's what we talked about.
He may have to out there. He may have to bite the bullet and bring this thing back. Oh, God.
And he may have done that last year with Dre's contract.
Philmo Mike. What's up, Philmo?
Mike.
Oh, man. Y'all touching on so many topics. You feel me? I kind of got discombobulated, but I'm making it quick. I'm making it real quick. First of all, I remember when the Warriors used to be whack, right?
Yep.
And then they start getting national televised games, and they would beat the teams that they were supposed to beat, and they would demolish them. I was just, as a fan, so proud that they got to see the Warriors in Oakland and the ambiance the vibe that brought. I was so proud of that. So and then Lacob is always about his money. He moved him from Oakland or Frisco to get his money. So with that being said, the Warriors are the Warriors, Guru. The same way we could rely on Dylan Brooks to miss an open shot. The other teams relies on Draymond blowing up. So that's gonna happen. It is what it is. You feel what I'm saying? And then also it's real Warrior fans are like black people at the voting ballot. It's who cares? We dealt with the worst of the worst. So this is kind of in some ways, you know what I'm saying? It is what it is. You know what I'm saying? You just got to deal with it. With that being said, Klay is cool. Dre is cool. Curry is awesome. My bad. I had to write some notes down. This market don't have a basketball problem. So Lacob knows for a fact that if I bring a good product to the table with Curry, without Curry, it's the track gonna keep moving, baby.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. You feel me? And then also we not making as many threes as we made before. We're not making as many open shots as we made before. You feel me? You got to remember, Curry is the magnet of the big three. You feel what I'm saying? So with that being said, we got to do everything around Curry, but Lacob has in mind life without Curry, bro. He don't make an investment to say, okay, I got 10 years with Curry. He made an investment to say, okay, I'm finna do something on top of Curry, on top of that. He don't want a Chicago Bulls situation.
Gotcha.
I'm sorry for rambling.
That's all right. You want to?
No, he just stumbled out the block.
You want to talk to your guy?
No, Mike is our guy because Mike
Thanks,
usually
Mike.
coming with the
Let's disconnect Mike and then we'll talk about it.
No, that was the episode of what's the movie with Charlie Sheen where the reliever comes in and misses
Major League.
just a little bit outside. But he got it at the end. Big Mike. Real quick. Pods, 37.9% from three on the season, 42 the last 10, but that would be 38. That's what Klay's shooting.
Exactly.
But you got two guys, and you're going to throw something at me, I'll duck.
I don't care.
You got two guys, they're going to make the all-rookie team, I believe. TJD and Pods. And
Tyreek Evans was a rookie of the year.
Dude, I loved his game.
I know he did. He's not in the league anymore. Could only go right. He had no left hand.
How did he? Hey, dude, but come on. He was strong.
4 years into the league, he got his left arm amputated, and he still averaged 22 a game the next year. That's how right-handed he was. He had no left hand.
I'll give you one.
Yeah,
but
terrible.
But still, a lot of people saying, Goo,
a lot of people.
I see the momentum, but the fact that you're trusting 23 not to get suspended, and Mike touched on it, Philmo Mike touched on it too, that might be the hardest part of it all. I ain't no sucker. Because I came in here and said, man, this thing, but Stoney, I'm telling you.
So
I like what I'm seeing.
Well, here's the thing that I'm just wondering how it works. So the last time Draymond got thrown out against Orlando, I'll give you the benefit of the doubt. You were like, wow.
I was done.
You were done to the point where people were actually calling in and saying, I can't believe Guru was talking that negatively about him and yeah. And now you're ready to, you can say yes or no. Now you're ready to have him come back next year. Okay. Come back next year, and once again, for the third consecutive year, dictate the course of the season.
It's what they've signed up for, but I'll say this about Draymond Green, and we'll play some sound with his guest, Klay Thompson, in a minute, Stoney, but Curry in tears, to me, was the last straw. And when I say last straw, I think Dre knows, he's not going to get thrown out of game, but those lengthy suspensions, I think, are a thing of the past.
Yeah, okay.
And I won't be proven wrong until next year.
You're already proven wrong. You were proven wrong because you said he wouldn't do anything after this suspension, and then he pulled Orlando. Yeah. So,
and I wasn't by myself. Not that it makes me feel better, but I think the Warriors were thrown off too.
I don't.
Curry was emotional.
I think they were thrown off earlier in the season after he got the contract and he pulled the BS. And for all we know, that may have just been the last. Let's go to Nathan in San Francisco. Yeah. What's up, Nathan? How you doing, man? Let's get off Draymond.
Nate Dogg.
Sick his negativity.
I'm good.
Hey, what's up, man?
I feel like I agree with Philmo Mike. Like, I guess
what was his point, by the way? We struggled.
Lay off my boy.
Back Draymond last year was we're like sort of
Nathan, you got to call back. Yeah. I know you've been hanging in there. Just call back. I'll get you on.
Kind of like Mike's call.
We need two things from Nathan. One is, what the hell was Philmo Mike talking about? And then
but I got him.
Whatever Nathan wants to do to respond.
We love
to
you,
Mike. I don't know what was Philmo saying.
It was a bit choppy.
I think he was saying Warriors are playing with house money because he was a fan when they stunk. And I kind of agree.
Watch the game again then, Tiny.
Oh, by the way.
What you got?
Simmer.
By the way, Guru and I have this funny thing about gods and basketball gods.
Yeah.
I don't think they exist unless they back up my point of view.
You called on him?
Did the basketball gods stick it to Guru?
I'm trying to figure this out.
Stick it to Guru and the casuals this weekend. Oh, God. Wow. They reminded guys like Guru of one thing that should never be forgotten, except he forgets it all the time.
Maybe that's why I thought the Klay shot was going in. I needed the 25, but they still got
the basketball gods once again reminded all the casuals out there.
Of what?
And all the people that think they know basketball, but they don't. You got reminded again that it's about teams. It's not about players. It's not about individuals. You come in here last week, chirp, 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 chirp. About what? About Beckers and Caitlin Clark and Juju Watkins and Angel Reese and Steiny, the star power, and the this and that. And guess what? Name me a player on South Carolina.
I can't.
Thank you. But that's the best team, and they didn't lose a game.
Yeah.
Well,
it's about teams, people. It's about the front of the jersey, not the back of the jersey.
Okay, number one.
Thank you.
Camila Cardoso is going to be a top 4
but she
or 5
was
NBA
not.
pick.
She was not in the class of the 4 players that the game and the media pushed.
Well, because she didn't play that day.
Well, but she no.
The day before.
No. What's her name?
Camila. Wait, you don't know her name?
Exactly. She's not as big of a name as those other 4.
Well, she's actually taller than all of them, but Camila Cardoso is her.
You know I'm right. The media pushed a narrative that served them, but the bottom line is Dawn Staley is the best coach in college basketball, and she had the best team.
In fairness, they pushed a narrative that got the most eyeballs on the screen.
Yeah.
So
and drew Guru in like a mouse with cheese.
And I had a good time.
Don Staley, after the game, Don Staley, the head coach of South Carolina, singling out Caitlin Clark.
So classy.
That was classy.
So
she changed
classy.
the game.
So classy.
Yeah, I appreciate that.
Yep.
Yeah,
Best
Don
team
Staley's
won.
telling you it's all
I
about
have
the
no
stars,
shame.
too.
I came in and told you this Final Four is going to be great. I was in it.
Yeah, you just missed the
Yesterday was
boat.
kind of competitive. But yeah,
you missed the boat. But
that's anger over there for you. Just
You know
at the
what?
media, not
It's
me.
funny.
Gatekeeping women's
No.
basketball.
Man.
I figured this out. And you know what? That's good. We got 5 minutes here.
I didn't think that
I
applied.
talked to Susan about you a lot this weekend.
Oh,
In
hey,
fact.
Susan.
There you go. Now he's interested.
Hey, now that's
So we were talking about women's basketball, and I said something to Susan like, oh, boy. Well, tomorrow now we come in, and Guru's going to be like, wow, look at South Carolina. And she says, well, why does that bother you? And I said, it doesn't bother me, but there is something about...
Yes, it does.
No.
Thank you. Me being happy.
No, it's not about you. It's about, there is something about what I'm deeming an overpraising right now of the women's game by people with no sense of its history. That's all. And here's what I finally came to the conclusion about. It's not, I don't want to see you happy. It's that I do believe when you say, oh, these women, Beckers and Clark, and they've taken it to another, they might have. But the more you do that, and the more you say, well, now women's basketball is
disrespecting the past.
Yes.
But I give Cheryl Miller her props.
Not
swoops. I mean, come on, man.
Right, that's fine. You're just barely mentioning their names.
But the world's doing that along with me.
No,
like you said, the media.
It's like when people say, "Oh, we've never seen Zion Williamson before." Yes, we have. His name's Charles Barkley. Oh, we've never seen a guy like Wembanyama. Yes, we have. Ralph Sampson. Now, he might not be as good as Wembanyama, but don't tell me we didn't see a guy 7'4" play like that. Oh yeah, I'm on one right now.
I think Iowa beat South Carolina last year.
Iowa who?
The women's team that lost yesterday, they were saying only
right. They lost one. They've only lost one game.
Is a baller, Steiny.
She is. Yeah. But the best team won.
And I guess what I'm saying is I'm a fair weather. I guess is it a bad thing that people get drawn into something like the women's game?
No, it's not a bad thing.
They set records as far as the viewership. And I know Juju Watkins is a baller, but
just stop saying like the women's game was invented in the last 6 months.
Right. Well, I'm not doing that. Maybe the networks are.
I mean,
but I always put respect on Cheryl Miller's name and the great women players of the past.
Well, right, but they never come up anymore. Because people think women's college basketball started in the last 5 years now with Caitlin Clark.
Well, they got the Manning cast with Taurasi, and who else was on there with her?
Aaliyah Boston?
Yeah, they got into some stuff the other day. Subject matters, but the game hasn't forgot about the old school ones.
I think they have. The fans sure have. They've never heard of him in the first place.
Wait, so Steiny, are we allowed to watch women's college basketball now?
Of course you are. Of course you are.
But
Just
we weren't
don't.
before.
You can do whatever you want, but just stop acting like you've discovered something new under the sun when women's college basketball and women basketball has been around and has had great, great players. What do they call them?
Athletes?
But no, not traditional. Generational players in the past.
But there hasn't been a Caitlin Clark.
No, Spadoni, I was just going
no
there.
One's been
Steiny,
like
give us
Caitlin.
Why
that.
not? What about Cheryl Miller?
Not like shooting
like
for
Caitlin Clark.
Steph Curry range, like the show she put on.
Cheryl Swoops had 44 points in the NCAA championship game back in the day.
Yeah,
like,
but I
you
won't-
can't,
yeah.
you can't tell me that
couldn't
Caitlin.
see it, though.
Oh, that's fine. Then we're talking about an
There you go.
exposure issue.
So
That's
then how am I
fine.
supposed to appreciate something I never am able to watch?
Well, you go to YouTube for all the Kendrick Lamar videos. You can just go to.
Yeah, that's in real time. I'm not. Like,
That's a one.
I wasn't
Okay.
alive when Cheryl
Well,
Swoops was dropping 44 in NCAA title.
Well, I'm here to educate you and tell you that Caitlin Clark, I don't think is necessarily a better player than Cheryl Swoops in college.
I got you. But the style, Steiny.
What style? Have you seen Cheryl
Yeah,
Swoops?
I've seen her, but
she was
ain't
unbelievable.
She wasn't shooting like Caitlin Clark, and shame on you for even trying to go there and pit them together. Their games were entirely different, and Caitlin Clark looked like Steph Curry out there,
Right.
and that's why
And Cheryl
everybody was
Swoops looked
mesmerized.
like Walter Davis.
No doubt.
Okay.
But why do you have to bring up Swoops?
Because
you're front
she's
running.
forgotten. Because she's been forgotten.
And who are
I'm
you
here to tell
be
you.
mad at people
I'm not
for
mad.
praising these women
I'm not
and
mad.
saying, you know what, I need to double back
That's
and
right.
give the other. It's
That's
just
right.
a hater mentality.
Actually,
and
it's
that's
a
what
lover.
you're doing.
It's a
'Cause
lover
I've been with you
mentality.
6 years and you ain't
Stop
brought up
telling-
any other
that's right.
women's player. And now
That's
that
because you
Caitlin's
haven't.
getting her flowers
Right.
along with the others, you got a problem.
No, I don't have a problem.
That's a negative mentality. It's
No.
like poison.
No, it's not negative.
Don't come
It's
in
a
here
lover.
yelling Swoops all of a sudden now.
All of a
like
sudden.
you've been holding the banner for her for years. You're
Yeah.
front running doing that. And you got an agenda. But that's who
My
you are
agenda,
and why we love you.
My agenda
But Caitlin
is
Clark
stop
has been
acting
box office.
like something's drastically different now.
There's
other
never
than
been a Caitlin Clark in the
exposure.
women's game.
It's
Do you have a problem
exposure.
with that if I say that?
And there's never been a Swoops,
I
and
got
there's
you.
never been a
I got you.
Taurasi,
But
and
can-
there's
can we stop
never,
at Clark?
ever been a Cheryl Miller.
No doubt.
Ever.
No doubt.
Like, do you think just off Caitlin Clark's a better player than Cheryl Miller was? Just curious.
No, I won't say that.
And that's all I want
But
you to
it
say.
doesn't, and I can't sit here and tell you it's affected my pleasure of watching Caitlin Clark perform.
No, and I'm just
I
saying.
think it's unfair to say
I don't.
to somebody that's telling you, hey, I was mesmerized
Right.
by player A. Well, player Z in 1980,
Yeah.
nobody. Like, what's that's not fair.
What I'm saying is these are not the first players you should be mesmerized by. There have been plenty of players in the past.
Who
So
weren't
just don't-
visible.
Right, that's right. I said it's an exposure thing. Just stop acting like you know college women's basketball and that we're in some new
didn't know who
generation.
Camila
That's
Cardoso
No,
was.
you know what I'm talking about. You know, everybody wants to be an expert on college basketball with the
You're
women's
hot.
game now. Hit the pike. Hit the pike. Just, dude, quit diminishing the past year in and year out.
got the goal,
That
my
segment
brother.
sponsored by, Crystal Geyser Natural Alpine Spring Water. That's really important. Now, the one thing that was great about Saturday was met a lot of guys.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
And feel free, 510. Feel free. You can get excited.
The women's game or the Warriors?
The women's game.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Yay!
Did you ever hear the phrase, there's nothing new under the sun? That's all.
You sound like the old rapper that was great in his day, and then he said, we didn't have the damn Instagram and the YouTube. It's okay. You're right.
It's my responsibility.
What about under the total
You're taking
eclipse?
Dude, I just saw a picture. It was black as hell. That's incredible. I'm back on. When's the next one?
Back on the Warriors bandwagon?
No, the eclipse. I would love to see that. It's dark in the daytime.
Why don't you look at it straight in with your eyes wide open?
Now, why would you do that?
Well,
you're not supposed to do that.
I'm in a good mood. You're supposed to ask why.
How come?
I got 2 brackets that I may win. One with KPIX. If UConn wins,
that one.
There's no money. I'm the winner. Hopefully some camera time. And then my buddies, the fellas, led by Zeke Moore, if Purdue wins, you can't. I got caught here. I win a certain amount of money.
I want you to win the one where you don't win money.
Because that would make me the less happy.
No, it's got more prestige.
Well, you know
the
what?
KPIX has.
Yeah, what?
Stop
it. Look at Evan and almost bit like you're right, Steiny. I need that moolah. You seen gas?
The women.
You driving electric.
Yeah,
Hey,
the women.
he wins, we win.
There you.
Do we?
Evan.
Friday.
Oh, really? Oh, you haven't worked with Goo as long as I have. Sometimes that money.
Alligator arms is a thing of the past. Come on. I done got a couple now.
Oh, man. Yeah. Just an absolutely phenomenal women's tournament. It's terrific.
Who's this guy?
It was. I'm not here to say it wasn't, but I'm just here to say, like,
I understand. There were great players before. We get it, Steiny.
That's right.
Yeah.
And I'm here to level the playing field. That's my responsibility.
But you're not mad at anybody that was
no, heavens, no.
That's what it sounded
like. I love Juju Watkins.
Yeah,
I like Angel Reese. I like Angel Reese.
I do too. I'll tell you what, the rat on the table for the women's game, Steiny, is, and you're not going to believe me, Norm and I watched the hell out of WNBA basketball. How do you get that excitement for the league that these girls are going to transition to?
Well, they better.
Or can you?
Well, no. How good's Caitlin Clark going to be at the next level?
Taurasi doesn't think she's going to be very good.
Did she say
Go
that?
ahead, play that. You have that
boy.
I don't have the cut, but her quote was essentially,
you call me hater.
Yeah, she's going to get exposed at the next level.
Did you see the tweet the bot put out Friday about Taurasi's?
Oh, boy. Go ahead.
Yeah.
No, go ahead.
So a young lady had a nose. Her nose was bleeding. So Taurasi's doing the Manning cast and was using material and said, I got to be careful here, Steiny. A certain thing stopped the nosebleed, and the boss found that funny and tweeted it. I thought it was raunchy. I didn't like it.
I don't like that kind of humor normally.
Yeah.
And I don't know what.
I think I get in trouble if I say it. So,
yeah, then don't.
Yeah, I'm learning.
Unless here comes Spadone. He'll get fired for you.
They're the Carolina Gamecocks, so she refers to them as the Cocks for the chicken.
That kind of humor.
Yeah, we're out on that, Steiny.
Yeah, I'm out.
Yeah.
I'm out on that.
I'm not into it.
Let's go back. Hey, remember Nathan? Nathan is back. He had a little problem with his connection. What's up, Nathan?
Oh. Hey, what's up?
Hey, what's going on, man?
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, look good.
All right, perfect. At this point, I don't remember what Phil Mo Mike was talking about at all. So can't really talk about that, but I can.
Don't feel bad, right?
Wasn't Phil Mo's finest hour.
We love you, Mike.
He'll call back. Set it straight.
I think what I was trying to talk about was like roster construction with the Warriors.
Yep.
I think essentially by re-signing Draymond, you already like dug a hole that you can't get out of until all 3 of them are retired. Like you might as well bring Klay back. If Draymond's back, you might as well bring Klay back.
Boy, I hate that. I hate that approach. You might as well. But I hear what you're saying.
Because go ahead. You've been an advocate of how bad, if you're Klay Thompson, and we're putting this on him, he may not be thinking this way, but let's be real, Steiny. You talked about it. So you're telling me, I'm going Matt Steiny, you're telling me Dre is going to get 400 and then now you guys are penny pinching when it comes to me. That would just, from the optics of the people that love the big three, and there's a lot, I think Joe Lacob would avoid that because that would look bad, Steiny. I'm being real.
I don't know. I mean, I think, I can just speak for myself. If Klay's not back next year, but Dre's still here, I mean, yeah, I think if I were a Warrior fan, I'd be like, that sucks. That's all. I mean, I'm not going to not be a Warrior fan. I'm not going to not root for the Warriors. But yeah, I think all things considered, I'd be bummed if the big three gets split up and Klay's the first to go. Yes.
What a way to put it.
That stinks.
Yeah, what a way to put it.
Drew in Oakland wants to talk about, me living in the past?
Drew.
We can do that.
Yeah. Look, I appreciate all of y'all's perspective, but what I notice is there's some of y'all who live in the past. They always talk about the old dudes and the old women who were, the older players. I don't want to sound horrible like old, but, historic. Anyway. And then there's those who live in the present moment, like Guru, who's like all excited about right now. This is what's happening.
Yeah.
And then you have the daydreamers who's dreaming about what the potential could look like, but they can't enjoy the moment right now because they're busy daydreaming. Or those of you who hanging out in the past can't appreciate the current people because you got to go back. Comparing Jordan. Oh, Jordan was the greatest. Steph Curry is the greatest right now. Yeah. Each player has their moments. That's how you got to look at it.
Yeah.
And so right now the Warriors are, they're downhill, but they're coming back. They're trying to rebuild. Will it happen? We don't know.
Yeah.
So let's just enjoy the ride, baby. That's all I'm saying.
I appreciate it. Thanks, Drew. I appreciate the call. And I have a responsibility to my listeners just to remind them that sports didn't start a week and a half ago. That's all.
What did Susan say about that when you told her?
She said, it sounds like you're a hater.
Are you being...
Yeah, I'm serious.
I love Susan. Keep up the fight.
And I said, I'm not
I try to keep him honest.
But what I am, it's like I was sitting next to FP Santangelo on Friday, and I was looking at him, okay? And I was looking at him, and I'm like, man, this guy played in an era where there were 28 Major League Baseball teams. 28. And you know how many went to the postseason? Evan, you know this. 4.
Oh, my gosh.
4 playoff teams. And so there's FP Santangelo, grinds his whole career. 7 teams in each division. 1 team makes the playoffs in each division. And then you fast forward it to last year, and almost half the teams make the playoffs, and you think, well, this guy must not have been very good. He never played in the postseason. Well, guess what? Carl Yastrzemski never played in the postseason, even though they finished second every single year. But we didn't reward mediocrity back in the day. That's all.
Well, Yaz is a Hall of Famer.
Oh, yeah, but he never played one postseason game. He played 163rd game. Just a shame. But had he played in, a more recent era, he would have had a chance to play in the postseason. And
or if he had chased rings.
They didn't do that back then, Evan.
Exactly.
Why not?
Exactly. You know why? Because we had pride. We had pride.
I believe in the postseason.
We had pride. Larry Bird never said, I'm going to form a super team. I am a super team.
And Barkley's ass did it, but won't own it. Hey, I got a quick question. Somebody with a great thought here on our 25 road win bet for the Warriors, because we're going to have to pay up soon. If the Warriors end up with 24 after the season's over, but go to L.A. and win the play-in game on the road, would that constitute?
Nope. That game is not available for the
if they win the road, if they played the Lakers on the road and the Warriors win when we're at 24 in the regular, I think that could be 25.
Well, 24 is not 25, but if you want it to be, you could,
Where does that play-in stuff go? It just vanishes into the cloud.
Yep. It certainly doesn't go on your side of the ledger.
Dude.
I might give it to him.
In case
go ahead.
In case you don't know what we're talking about, Guru and I have a couple of bets.
Oh, boy.
They're coming down to the wire. And the Warriors need to win their final 2 road games.
Dallas hurt me.
Yeah, it did. Yep.
Maybe that's why I think Klay's shot was out. No, Steiny, when he went up and let it go.
So the Warriors need to win against the Lakers, and then they need to win against the
Portland.
Oh, and Portland.
Why do
They've
you
won 2 games in their last 9. You never know. You never know.
And Sacramento needs to go 4-0 to get to 49.
And their schedule's pretty tough.
OKC tonight, but maybe teams are resting.
You know me. I never count wins. I'm not like Guru that says, "Well, I thought the game was over in the second quarter."
Spadoni's like that.
But I feel confident about the Kings bet.
Only with the Lakers, Spadoni. But Portland does have, as you know, Steiny, a Hall of Fame head coach that the Warriors got to worry about.
That's funny.
Yeah, boy.
Yeah, no, but hey, that's what it's all about.
No.
Everybody gets a trophy. Yeah. Just from the 650, just to make it official. Hey, Guru, the play-in doesn't count, Guru.
All right, I got
just
you.
like the play-in stats don't count, Guru.
Which is so weak.
Let's go to I love it. Let's go to Voltron. What's up, Voltron? How you doing, my man?
What's up? Hey, I'm doing good. Well, what about you guys?
Hey.
We're doing well. Yeah.
Yeah. Hey, so I have a question. Tell me if I'm wrong or what. So, do you guys still remember Joe Lacob? He said, like, our team is, like, light years ahead of any other team?
Well, that was a decade ago. That was a decade ago, but yes, absolutely.
So, why he's not evolving, like, the team? If I'm the owner of a company, I would evolve the team, be more advanced. Because what is the NBA right now is more big guys shooting mid-range. And we don't have guys that are doing that like that. And tell me if I'm wrong or right.
Yaz played in the postseason. That's all I care about. It's 1967.
Get your facts straight.
What made you? And I just sit here like a bump on a pickle. What did somebody point that out?
St. Louis. How about back in 1967? One team in each division or in each league made the World Series.
Is that when he hit that famous home run?
Yaz didn't really hit a big famous home run that I remember. I know he popped out to.
Oh, never mind. I'm thinking of
Greg Nettles.
How did you go to that? Did somebody point that out, Snotty, he played, or you just said, let me look?
Double checked.
Yeah. It's all good, baby.
Yeah. Oh, and of course in 95. Never mind. He only played in 2 postseasons.
Well, I'll tell you what. His grandson's struggling. Man.
Dave's in Fresno. What's up, Dave? How you doing?
Hey, guys. I'm riding the car and listening to conversations. Want to jump in real quick on the Warriors.
Yeah.
Yeah, NBA is tricky with the whole finance part of it. Because if you let Klay go, it doesn't necessarily open up money to sign somebody else. They kind of, they're in the luxury. So, yeah, if you let them go, you kind of get out the luxury. But the NBA design is so you can keep your guys. So, to the other caller's point, and you already signed Draymond, so you're already locked in financially with him and Steph. If you let him go, it's not like, oh, okay, that opens up money. We can go get Paul George. Or it doesn't work like that.
Right.
So the only way they can get better is very limited. There's only one way, and that is maybe trade Kuminga. But if you do, and I'm not saying you do, but if you do, the contracts have to line up. So you would have to, if you want to get a player that's, a good player that's making a lot of money, you're going to have to trade Kuminga, but you're going to have to include Wiggins with it for the finances to line up. So there's not much they can do as far as signing somebody or trading, because the trading aspect of it is very limited too. So there's not much they can do. So re-signing Klay is probably it's a no-brainer whether you think he's worth the money or not. So they're in a really tough spot.
Right.
They got a lot of young guys, a lot of old guys, and there's not much they can do as far as next season goes.
Appreciate the call.
Yeah. But we'll see. He already, like you said, he picked that phone up to call to see the availability of LeBron James. So, Stoney, I'm not saying he's not going to try Joe Lacob. That is, regardless of what happens in the play-in. But
that's the
it
other
takes
thing.
two to tango to get something big. Somebody you gotta.
And that's where I would put logic right in your face.
How?
Yeah. Okay. The Warriors are going to lose the play-in, but they're going to run it back 3 months after Joe Lacob called the Lakers about LeBron James. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I'm just like,
why would he change his mind?
No.
So he called the Lakers about LeBron James at the trading deadline. Then the Warriors proceeded to play the second half of the season, get eliminated before they even make the playoffs. But now he's going to run it back when we know for a fact he was thinking about monster changes halfway through the year. So, I just don't believe the Warriors going, whatever they've been, 25-18 since they called LeBron as, well, now we're good enough that we don't need big changes. I feel like, I just feel like Joe Lacob is far more risky. He's far more try something rather than not.
Yeah, but no, look, this is other logic. You are correct. But Steiny, my thing is, you're not going to operate from a place of desperation. So he could have the intent to go make a big deal, but if it's not, if nothing's out there, which that's where I'm kind of more focused on, you're not going to do anything to do it. It's got to make sense, and it's got to make your team better. I guess I'm just down on, unless we see some teams flame out in the playoffs and some stuff pops off, which it can, Steiny, it takes two to tango to complete that. I want to do something big and enhance my team, but what's out there? What can you really get?
Maybe LeBron's out there.
Yeah.
I mean, LeBron is out there, right? He's a free agent, or he can opt out. I just
like the effort, I believe, will be there, Steiny. But
I just don't
the worst case scenario that I thought real quick 2 weeks ago, where oh my God, running there. Now I'm like, oh, it ain't the worst thing now.
And this is where I would say, okay, that's you.
Yeah.
But I would say, I don't think anything's happened in the second half of the season that makes Joe Lacob think differently than where we were halfway through the season.
All right.
On a grander scale.
Yeah.
Like, if he was, all I'm saying is if he called the Lakers about something involving LeBron James and the Golden State Warriors finish the season 45-37 and they get beat in the play-in, I just, and I don't want to, like, knowing Joe Lacob like I know him, which is only watching him be an owner for 12 years, I just don't think he's going to come back and say, I really like what we did in the second half of the season, and I think we can build on it. It just doesn't seem like who he is. He's a risk taker. And I think he maybe wanted to take some risks last offseason, and he got talked out of it, or he got schnookered, whatever you want to say. But I don't think he wants to push this off longer if he thinks they're going to be 9 again next year.
Let me throw this to you before you grab the call. Speaking of which, what's the biggest risk he's ever he bought the team? That's one of them. But Steiny, other than that, getting Kevin Durant, that wasn't a risk. That was almost
trading Monte.
Yeah,
when Steph was early in his career.
But something more recent, because you've been on top. You know.
I mean,
this is
the Wiggins for D'Angelo Russell and Kuminga. Russell for it was Kuminga, right?
Wiseman.
Yeah, it was Wiseman.
No, I'm saying
that's
the biggest risk.
You might have hit that out the park.
But it was also a risk to acquire D'Angelo Russell for Durant in a way. And they ended up moving him positively for Wiggins.
No doubt.
They got Kuminga. That was the other. Yeah.
But the Wiseman pick, Evan.
This is James Wiseman.
Well, he's still in the league.
Just goes to show you. Having a high pick doesn't guarantee anything if the draft stinks. Wow. Savala in Richmond. What's up, Savala?
Hey, guys.
Hey.
I love this show so much.
Oh, my.
It just makes my day every day.
What are you having for lunch? What are you having for lunch?
Seriously, what did I have for lunch?
Yes.
I had a piece of roast salmon and some salad and then a little bit of chocolate.
Oh, there you go. Nothing like chocolate.
Okay, so I'm kind of surprised that they even took my call. The screener took the call because this is such this will never happen, but it's just my daydream. It's my fantasy for the Warriors, right?
Okay.
As a fan, it's so hard for me to think about who they should let go of in the offseason because everything is so precarious right now. It's like you can't imagine them surviving without everybody, you know? It's like things are so shaky. They've needed something from everyone, which is just kind of sad. But in my daydreams, right, what I would love is for the big three, who are all richer than God at this point, they do not need any more money, right? And they all talk about the love of the game, like Klay on Draymond's podcast. It was beautiful to hear him talk about the joy of the game and all of that, right? So let's walk the walk. And in my daydreams, the big three go to Lake Hub and they say, you know what? We have thought about this. For the love of the game, in the name of our legacy, we want a pay cut. We want less money so that we free up the funding to go get what we actually need, which is someone who's going to cost a lot of money. I know it's not going to happen, but does Steph need $55 million, or could he make do with $30 million this year? You know what I mean?
Yes, Savala, you're asking the hard questions.
I know it's naive, but that's how I feel. If you love the game,
I agree.
And you know what? If they did that, they would go down in history as the truest MFers of all time for demonstrating what it's really about, which is the love of the game and what you can do as a team when you're selfless. I would love it.
Yep.
And that's all I have to say.
Don't be a stranger. Call in more.
Next question.
Steph.
Well, you can't do that in the NBA, restructure like the NFL. It's gangster in the NFL. Hey, Stein, we need to talk to you.
I don't know. We need to off the top of my head, I don't why couldn't Steph Curry go to Joe Lacob and say, let's rip up the last 2 years of my deal? I think you can do that.
Oh.
I think.
But I'm laughing. The chef ain't doing it. He having a new baby. They about to have baby number.
Got a family to feed?
Dude,
Steph, how about a little pay cut?
You know what, Joe? I'm getting a little. There goes Lucas. Call him out and tell him what you said about him. Tell him what you said.
What do you think? I'm not gonna?
Yeah, I want to hear.
You got a lot of nerve.
Steiny on Steiny.
You got a lot of nerve, Luke. The boss isn't here. This is the day you get in at 8. Seriously.
Lucas, I couldn't believe he was asking about you. Oh, boy.
Who was asking about Lucas?
No, you were clock watching. You shouldn't be here.
So
you're great, man.
Evan drops in early this morning. Lucas's name comes up, and Evan goes, "Hey, yeah,
he's running the show
Lucas
today."
And then he goes, and I didn't know this. He goes, "Yeah, Lucas still plays baseball."
Dude, that's my guy.
He's like, "Oh yeah, Lucas plays baseball." It's like, how? With whom?
He just came off surgery. He's back, and he pitched. I heard he was on the bump.
He's have you looked at Lucas? I love him, but.
That's why
he's got bloop single written all over him at best.
I just said he pitched too. Steiny, you can't judge people on how they look.
Oh, I can judge people.
He played hoop he played in the tournament too.
I saw.
Lucas, that's my teammate. Yeah, dude, you are something else.
You're right.
So it's Butch. Now we've added Lucas and myself that are still active, still athletic. He plays softball. Now, why would Evan?
Wait, how sorry.
Oh,
you know what?
That hurt.
It's not only sorry.
Evan,
I'm going to say I'm sorry to our
coming from you. I'm still going to the rack. I wish you would just come with me one Saturday.
I won't.
One time after work.
I never will.
You can tell what type of player I was.
I know what kind of player you were. I know. I don't need to see it. You're the kind of player that I hated to play with.
And watch. Oh,
all right.
It would mean so much, man. I'm telling you.
How much? 350? You might win for that.
Not that much.
That pool. All right, 888-957.
The amount.
You said 350, I think, on the air, didn't you?
Nope.
Oh, boy. Okay. Good luck to you. 888-957-9570 is the number, and on the other side, we'll have a little treat for you on 95.7 The Game.
What are we doing? we doing? Lucky us.
The Rockets coming out to play.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
I finally figured something out.
Oh, hey, buddy.
The listeners get to see me or hear me, and unfortunately, it is who I am. You see the warts and the blemishes, but that's just who I am. I feel like that's what I have to be on the radio. I have to be true to myself. But Goo,
don't start nothing, man. I'm telling you.
Remember when
because I think that's a bunch of hogwash. What you just said.
I know. Do you want to address the thing you said though?
Bonte.
Yes, Bonte.
Yeah, our guy.
Okay,
BS&G.
It felt like you stuck it to him a little off the air.
Stuck it to who?
Bonte.
How?
Well,
and that's why
I just wanted to make sure
tomorrow,
that I didn't get that right.
They might, because he wants his boy to win the bet.
Right.
That if they lost to the Lakers, they probably would rest, but the bet would be over.
Right. But then what did you add to that?
I said they could still beat Portland if they rested everybody. What do you think I added? I'm being real.
I'll tell you later.
What else was there? Or did I miss something?
Remember you said you basically did the you did the Klay, kind of thing. Yeah.
Oh, boy.
He said, hey, the Warriors may rest guys if they lose.
But it'll be over because they'll be out of games if they lose tomorrow. Warriors got to win the two. They got to beat LA and Portland for me to win. So if they lose tomorrow, it's a wrap.
Right, but I think he would.
No, and he's right. But what do you think I said about that? I said,
"Oh, I must have missed it. I misunderstood."
I said that would be. You heard me say that would just be my luck.
I misunderstood.
Okay. And
I thought it went like Bonte just texted and said if the Warriors lose to the Lakers tomorrow, they may rest guys the rest of the season. Right. And you were like, well, of course they will.
Oh, no. I was saying that would be my luck, and I'm done if they lose tomorrow because they only got 2 left. Hey, you said something to me on my way to get a 7-Up. #random, and I need you to explain it. I'm being real. Yeah. Of all the things we could have talked about, or you asked me on this beautiful Monday, Bonte's favorite day, I believe him. No, you said, when was the last time you bought a shirt?
That's correct.
Why would you? I'm not mad. I just thought, and then I thought you asked me for a different reason. I said, he must have seen my suit that I was wearing yesterday. No, you were running material.
Not really.
Why would you ask that question?
Well,
a listener made this shirt for me.
That's what I was asking.
No, but you're insinuating all my shirts are free.
That's correct.
Oh, my God. You are just, wow.
Remember, he got like one of those fishing shirts or a golf shirt. Yeah. He bought a couple of golf shirts a while back.
That's why I asked him.
No, you were insinuating
I like that one
because you said you like swag, which is free stuff.
I just asked you when last time you bought a shirt was.
Your free stuff you got from D.C.
I got a shirt under it that I paid for.
I see you.
Guru and I are hanging by a thread right now. I can tell.
I'm ready for this next Sam.
No, you're ready to get it. You're ready to unload on me. And I think,
no, I wouldn't. I'm done unloading.
Oh, hey, the 510. Hey, how did you shoot, Steiny, at Metro yesterday? I saw you in the bar afterwards. Yeah, we met a couple listeners.
Come on.
Dibley and I. Dibs golf too. No, I didn't golf in his foursome, but we had 8 of us, and we met some listeners in the clubhouse afterwards. Shook their hands. Great guys.
Come on, Steph. No. You remember their names?
I can't.
So no Drew Down or
no, they were
or playing. Ernie Chavez.
It didn't sound like you were in a real.
I didn't know Dibs was with you.
No, what's the
outgoing, cheerful, lovable Steiny that everyone knows that you are.
You're not easily approachable, bro.
Please,
no, Steiny.
Please,
that's the book on you.
Let's go to.
Oh no. I'm playing, right?
I deserve it. Antonio in Oakland. What's up, Antonio? How you doing?
Hey, what's up? If the Warriors come up short, I think they do need to move Wiggins, Kuminga, and necessary Draymond Green for Giannis Antetokounmpo because Antetokounmpo, he's going to get eliminated in the first round. I'm telling you. Toronto. It wasn't a good fit there when Lillard got there, and I just think he's going to be our guy, man. Him and Steph is going to do wonders, and we're going to win another championship next year once we get him. I see it right now. I'm telling you. So No, I think we can make some noise because, like I said, when the playoffs start, everybody's record is 0-0. I'm just saying, just in case they do, they need to move in another direction. That's all.
Hey, I don't believe you think the Warriors can make a run this year.
when I say run, I don't think maybe not title, but at least win a round.
Yeah.
Maybe 2 rounds.
Oh.
2 round stops.
Okay. Well, that's Western Conference Finals.
I don't think you believe that either.
Well, I was just about to say, like, I'm using reverse devil tongue because I have prepared myself for a play-in loss, but the season wasn't a loss like I thought it was, and I'm being real. The guru math, and Ernie tried to say that means wrong math. I don't know what he's talking about, but I'll tell you this.
Can I be honest with you?
I've seen
here's what they're talking about.
Go ahead. Yeah.
What you're doing, well, this is what I think people are saying. Okay.
Well, it's Ernie.
Okay. Well, and kind of me too. I side with Ernie.
All right.
Okay. You're going to say the last 3 weeks is how it is, and you're going to dismiss the first 4 or 4.5 months.
I would hope you're not thinking
that.
I'm doing that, but that's where I'm operating from. And that's where we had the bad Klay Thompson, right? Yeah. Now he's improved.
Okay. But I'm not letting the last 3 weeks dictate what I've seen the whole season.
Right. And I love you for that. All I'm coming over the top and trying to tell you and everybody else is you can want to make a big move all day, but it takes 2 to tango. And that's why I got my popcorn ready, Stoney. I don't think it's out there.
It is time for the call of the game brought to you by Xfinity. The Xfinity 10G network is made for streaming live sports, which means it's the network you can rely on in the biggest moments. The Xfinity 10G network, the best way to stream your Warriors.
Chris Paul comes back to the right side, finds Thompson, squares up, lets it fly. 3-ball, right corner pocket for Klay. 6 of 10 from distance. 81-58. Thompson has a 30-point night.
All right, that was the call of the game presented by Xfinity. Klay Thompson, big night for him last night against Utah. 32 points on 13 for 23, 12 for 23. Yeah. See, I got this photogenic memory. It's photographic. I did that on purpose.
Hey, you got me thinking about
Dibs and Steiny were fantastic and very approachable. Thank you, 510. That's the way we are. I am all the time.
I expect that.
Sometimes
you're good with names.
Sometimes, I'm not actually.
So you guys didn't golf together?
No. All right. He was in the group behind us.
Did he tell you how he shot?
He shot an 86. I shot a 90.
We'll hear about it. Change over.
I know. I know.
You're off injury reserve, man.
Yeah, but
you got me thinking about Danny Ainge. Why would Utah do what they're doing? And there's no savior out there in the draft. We talked about how this draft was kind of Willard went off the names of a couple guys over. But this is not there's no Zion or, you know what I mean?
I don't necessarily think it's about the draft. It's just about,
what?
Like when the Warriors traded Monte Ellis, they were in it. They were about the 9th or 10th seed, way back at the beginning of the dynasty. So now they had a draft pick that they had to keep, I believe, that year. Like, not mistaken. No, it was a year after that. But anyway, this dynasty started with Steph Curry, but it continued with a tanking. Like, that can never be forgotten. And that's why I always feel like Joe Lacob always walks the fine line of, well, we're never going to, like, we always want to win, but that can be couched with, I'll sacrifice a year to win a year down the line, because that's what he did that year with the
But they don't look like they're remotely on that track year down the line.
Not yet. Honest to goodness, the idea that the Warriors could lose a play-in and then we only look at I don't know. I just can't see Joe Lacob watching this team lose in the play-in with an exorbitant luxury tax bill.
The most in the game.
And say, you know what? We're going to run it back.
Well, I got to be careful here. I get all that, but like everybody's calling and saying, I've said it, move Wiggins. Okay, who's going to take him? And somebody may, Steiny, but, I'll believe it when I see it type stuff.
Well, I believe that.
Because he said to Kawakami, and you're right, big changes if they lose and get bounced early.
I believe there are trades that every team can make for you think you're giving away a better player, and maybe you are, but you get back a better fit, and that's how you become a better basketball team. They right now, from what I've seen, I don't think you can bring Kuminga and Wiggins back. I just don't. Why not, Steiny? Because they're both 30-minute-a-game players, but they don't bring out the best in each other. So That to me doesn't change whether you lose your first play-in game, lose your second play-in game, or lose in the first round of Denver in 5 games after making the play-in run.
I got some something that'll cheer you up. Ernie Chavez, Donnie, on the. You in a good mood?
Well, I don't know.
Well, ever since the college basketball L you took, you kind of.
I didn't take an L.
Back. Well,
I have a responsibility.
No, but
I have a responsibility, and I've taken it.
Yeah,
and I did it again, and I'm. Go ahead.
Ernie says, my friend Bendy once met Steiny at a bar. She said he's awesome. And you're getting all kind of love.
Hey,
just to go against what I said, you're not approachable.
The only Bendy I know is a guy, Bindo. And I was in his pool.
Bendy, B-E-N-D-I.
B-E-N-D-I,
yeah.
Bendy.
And who was the young lady that called having lunch? Yeah,
Savala?
Yeah, she needs to call back.
All right.
Anyone on their lunch hour?
Yeah.
It is the lunch special. You just tell us what you're eating and where, and that business gets a shout out, and we'll try to make money off of it. Larry in Los Angeles. What's up, Larry? How you doing?
I'm really good. First time caller. But, I just had one question. What is the difference between the Warriors making it to the NBA Finals and the Miami last year making it to the NBA Finals? Are the Warriors a worse team? Are the Warriors in a weaker league? All the people in the East that Miami played were bums. And so that's my question. Or maybe that the East has a better coach. Maybe Kerr's a bum coach. And that's why they could.
I'll let you take this one, Stoney. Give it to him.
I mean, the difference is Miami came from the 8 last year, which guaranteed them
2 games.
2 play.
Yeah.
Yeah, they were, no.
They lost their first
they were
playing
7.
Game. Atlanta beat them.
No. Larry, they were 7 last year. So they had a home game against the Hawks. They lost.
Oh, my gosh.
Then they had another home game, and they won, and they made the playoffs, then made the run, but from initially the 7 spot, if I'm not mistaken. So the Warriors are going to have to play what looks like 2 road games to get to the postseason.
If they lose tomorrow. Because then all bets are off.
Yeah.
Like Bonte admitted. Stunny, I would rest Curry for the Pelican game Friday at home that I'll be at. Nobody cares. And I would rest him that Sunday against Utah. So now we're talking about that Wednesday game with the chef hasn't stepped on the hardwood in almost a week.
Uh-oh. You don't want him rusty.
We'll see there.
Careful. Rest versus rest. Yeah, that's...
Week 18.
We still got that Klay sound.
Week 18.
In the NFL, they always do the rest versus rust.
Remember how the Niners came, yeah.
All right, let's. I do want to get into some of this sound. This is Klay Thompson, and this one says why he's not thinking about free agency. And I would just add to that, let's listen to why he's saying he's not thinking about free agency.
I just can't believe it's here. Like, in your mid-20s, it's so crazy. You think you're going to play forever, really, and you think you just maintain that athletic level that seems effortless. Oh, but then as time goes on, you really do realize how demanding this job really is. And it's so physically demanding. I was actually struggling with that a lot at the beginning of this year because of the unknown, I mean, I might have let contract situations or playing time or just making up a lot of excuses rather than just appreciating what is in front of me. And it took me and Steve like 4 real heart-to-heart talks to finally break my shell, being like, you know what? I got to have fun this year. I deserve to have fun. Like, we worked so hard to freaking win these games and play into June and have fans on the road. I mean, my first couple years, there might be a few Steph Curry jerseys in the crowd. Now it's like a whole contingent of Warrior fans on the road. It's insane.
Wow. That was Klay Thompson on Draymond's podcast. You got to bring him back.
Well, there
is doubt.
Well,
there is. But how can you hear that and not want this guy back?
No doubt. We talk about fan favorites, Nani. He's arguably, during this whole run, Steph is just different, but Klay is his personality is what captivates the fans. When he talks about when you're 20, I remember that when I used to hoop. My dad.
But it was just 10 years ago for Klay. It was 30 for you, so he remembers it better, probably.
Boy, the Malachi Crunch, Evan Anstein. Oh, my goodness.
That was a great Happy Day.
Dude.
It was.
We need more shows like that.
Oh, Oh, now you like the past.
I love
now
the
you
past.
revere it.
I don't hate the present because see, that's what you do. Snotty, you went off, man. And you put it at the wrong doorstep.
No, I put it yours. I can't watch Happy Days.
Yeah.
You're like telling me I can't watch Happy Days and enjoy it because I wasn't there.
No, what I'm saying is get to know Happy Days and Arthur Fonzarelli. You see some acting that you haven't seen before, even though you think you hadn't seen anything before.
And I'll tell you to watch Dune too.
I was busy, this? Evan. It's coming.
Oh, my God. I get home Saturday after golf, and I get a, hey, want to go see a movie? And I was like, of course, I just come from golf, so I'm debilitated, and I need to lay around for 7 hours. But I was like, maybe. And you know what she said? How about Dune 2?
Tell me you went.
No chance.
Oh, good God.
No chance.
False alarm. What'd you say? You were tired?
Yeah, fatigued. I said I took a Steph Curry day. I was fatigued.
You should have went. You probably would have went to the Grand Lake.
Yep, we would have.
Wow.
Might have fallen asleep. Those chairs are mighty
comfy.
comfy.
They are great chairs. They are great chairs. Did you go to... No, you didn't see a movie on a Saturday, so you didn't have the organ player. Is the organ player still playing there on a Saturday?
They have an organ player on weekends?
Why would they be at a movie? Just
see,
it's like a Broadway stage.
You don't understand the past. That was a staple. This is what I'm talking about. You're making my point.
Organ player?
Yes.
The NBA games, I get.
Last time I went to a movie, let's say at the Castro Theater on a Saturday night, yes, they have an organ player that plays music before
Sabrina
the movies
Ionescu.
No way. I've never heard of that, man. That's awesome.
It's my responsibility. That's what I think is my responsibility. What do you mean an organ at a theater? Yeah, it used to be very common.
I've never told this to my wife, and I mean this. There is nothing big. There's no bigger turnoff than your spouse falling asleep at the movie when you go on a movie date.
How come?
And she snores.
Well,
and then you're hitting her because you're embarrassed. It's like, why did we pay $100? No, I'm serious, man. For the spouses out there, don't go to the movie if you think you're tired. Because if you fall asleep, it's a turnoff.
I did.
For the other,
it's not a turnoff unless you snore.
You're too young to fall asleep in the theater.
No, nap time is 3:30 about every day. And if I don't get one in,
you got to be careful.
See, I don't mind.
Hey, what do we do? We go to movies, get some, and then and it's like, oh, that's asleep. Yes, you are. I'm watching you and I hear you.
Some people can just rest their eyes and they won't make that sound. Like, that's fine.
Be excited that you're out on a date.
Movie must not have been good enough to keep their attention.
No, Steiny, this is right when the credits are going. It's been the 50 of them. And then the in-laws are like, how was the movie? And she's like, oh, I'm like, you didn't even watch it. It watched you anyway.
Yeah, credits are not at the beginning of movies anymore.
It's a turn off for me.
What?
Credits are not the beginning of movies now. They're at the end.
Right. But I think Guru's like they're falling asleep at the beginning.
I meant previews.
Yeah, the coming attractions.
Yeah.
The coming attractions? Is that what they're called?
You've never heard that before?
I've heard of previews.
Okay.
I've never.
Well, I'll tell you what. My responsibilities are endless here. Yes.
The coming attractions.
When you went to a movie.
Do you watch your programs at night as well?
I mean,
I call them that.
I get what you're doing is making fun of me. That's fine. But again, it's just a slice of Americana from the past that I like to let people in on. Yes, when we went to movies, might have only been as recently as 10 years ago, we'd say, well, let's get there early for the coming attractions.
I don't know why I'm laughing.
I need people on my side on this kind of stuff. Because otherwise, we're just whitewashing the past.
Well, you said earlier we weren't even allowed to talk about it in reference to the present.
That's not
because
true.
anytime we talk about something that happens now, it's not as good as what happened 20 years ago. My God.
Never put it at the doorstep of the 4 young ladies that be getting this pub. We understand what you're saying, but you
actually don't.
I do.
You don't.
Yeah.
But that's all right.
I'll let you have it.
You let me have a W?
No, you took an L.
How about this?
Oh, wait.
How about you know what? And don't think for a minute that I didn't catch this last week with Goo on these 2 bets we made. When he was sitting, he thought before the Dallas game, he was, hey, guess what we're And then he goes, oh yeah, we bet a dinner on it. We have never bet a dinner on a bet in my entire life and relationship with you.
I'm trying to spend time with you. But if it's just a drink, I got you. Especially this Friday, payday Friday.
It is just a...
we'll know before.
Steiny, the organ player at the Grand Lake is the best. And the Castro Theater, too. Thank you, Chef Amy.
Jordan Bell.
Like, what type of tunes? Just
organ tunes?
Wow.
Oh, let's go to JB in Fremont. Oh, wait. Is this the same JB who came down my road from the East Coast?
Yeah.
Oh, boy.
He deserved it.
Part 2.
Hey, what's up, JB in Fremont?
Steiny is 100% right. Steiny is 100% right.
Hey, this is you, right? You tried to take...
That's right.
The same guy who ripped me on Friday.
Wow, dude. That's right.
See, and I don't have a problem with this. I don't have a problem with this. I don't have a problem.
We're back east, man. We're Easterners.
Thank
These guys don't get it. And what you said about the movies, the coming attractions. Come on. What are we supposed to erase that? Come on.
Wow. Now, you were the same guy that said...
100% and then laughing at you like you didn't know what you were talking about. Come on.
Thank you, JB.
Come on.
Wow. JB,
I'm right with you, man.
You were the guy who said I'm jealous of Curry, though, right?
Well, that's true, too, but I got a good one for you. I got a good one. Hold
Give it to me. Give it to me.
Steiny,
yeah.
Steiny, Union, he goes, Union City. That's in New Jersey. What are you talking about?
Wow. Yeah. There's only one Union.
The original Union City. Yeah. That's right. That's
what
right.
hood?
Thank you.
Boulevard?
The Union. UNE, baby.
JB, you are
understanding nothing else.
Graces. My man, JB in Fremont. That's what it's all about.
He says the Union City in Jersey.
That's consistency. See, that's consistency. That's like he called in on Thursday.
Becoming attractions.
And he eviscerated me.
Yeah.
I don't think he was on the money. I don't think he was on the money. I'm not. But he shook you. I'm not jealous of Steph. I'm more jealous of like 7 guys in this office than Steph Curry. You can't be jealous of somebody unless they're on kind of the same level. What do you want to say?
You reap what you sow, brother.
Oh, boy. JB.
We got a minute.
My man. Yeah. Well, does Guru have a prize pick reads or anything, or do we have to kind of fill?
Fill.
We have to fill. It's funny. We have to fill, and then I'm not even going to get into it.
Yeah, I'm still mad at you about the shirt comment. Dude, you always got to dig.
Yeah, it's what makes a show. You heard
it. And you're wearing something free over there.
What was the last? Yeah, it was the last time you bought a shirt, Stein.
Right here.
Used to be in the
college shirt underneath.
But I've seen that before. When was when?
A new one?
When'd you buy it?
It came in the mail on my clothing package that I get once a month.
So you didn't buy it in person. You bought it online.
No, I pay $60 a year, or I'm sorry, $60 a month for a new like a new pair of pants and a new shirt and socks that come every month.
It came yesterday?
No, this came a few months ago.
So you haven't been in the mall like I do when I go.
Mall?
Yeah.
What the hell is a mall?
Southland, Hayward.
I wouldn't be caught dead in a mall.
Macy's, Nordstrom's.
Why?
But you get something right there.
Yeah, I'm out on malls, bro. Yeah, I don't go to malls.
So is San Francisco.
Man,
that's
you got to be kidding me. A mall? What is this, 1973?
Nothing better. You get it,
you ridicule me for 3 hours about the past and living in the past, and now you say, hey, Stein, you want to go to the mall? The mall.
That's how I shop.
Check out the coming attractions.
Hey, a reminder, you can catch all 4 hours of Steiny and Guru on the free Odyssey app. You can download it right from our QR code now. You can see that code on YouTube and Twitch. Brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union. Upgrade your savings dividend. Open a First NorCal first-class money market today. On the other side, I do want to get through some of this Klay Thompson sound. Really good stuff on the Draymond Green podcast. And Klay is... I don't know. Is he 4 regular season games away from not being a Warrior anymore? We'll talk about that on the other side. Hold on. Just chill out. Oh, it's right here. Oh, that's all I have to do on 95.7 The Game. See, I got this photogenic memory. It's photographic. I did that on purpose.
Come on.
I'm being a D. I'll be a D, and I'll take the D. You ready to unload on me?
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
It's so obvious. It's so obvious. Guru, there are many people out there that can't fathom a relationship as strong as ours.
No doubt. I got to explain it a lot, but you're right.
But nevertheless, and I can't tell you what was said before, but Guru, I was just running some stuff by Guru.
Some personal stuff.
I seek Guru's advice with a lot of things.
I wish we could tell him with what.
The punchline's better than what was before it, and Guru just said, I wouldn't lead with that.
Yeah. I got a bone to pick with Evan on his last day. He's on vacation.
No.
Well, that's
starting tomorrow.
Okay.
Well,
hey, let me ask you a question.
Right. I don't come down this road.
Go ahead. All you.
So during the last segment, he told us, he shared with the world, he falls asleep in the movie theater. And then we play the commercial about the Atco golf tournament, and I'm going to hit the first shot.
Mm-hmm. And
Evan chimes to me. He goes, Goo, you hitting the first shot? And I said, yeah, you obviously are asleep in the show meetings. And he said, Goo, you good with hitting the shot? That hurt me, Evan.
No, that's a 4.
But you're young. I get it.
Well, I can fall asleep standing.
I'm going to whack that thing too, Steiny.
Yeah, you're in trouble at that course. So I went up and previewed it this week. So on April 22nd, we're doing a show from Stone Tree Golf Club.
Got to get some gear.
Owned by the Bay Club, which owns some courses and some health clubs around the Bay Area.
You going to buy a shirt there, Goo?
And I went to, they're expensive. And I probably not. And I went up there Saturday with some buddies to scope it out. Because like I said, we're going to be doing a show there 2 weeks from today. And so I went up there and scoped it out and played around and met Joe. Joe, the general manager up there, and he was money.
Yeah,
and learned a lot about the course, and good time, nice course, and had a lot of fun there. Stone Tree in Nevada.
Let's go.
Mm-hmm. We will be 2 weeks from today.
And I got to say this: all my job is to just hit it off the tee.
You just got to make contact.
Yeah. So when you said, "Oh, that course is tough," I'm not really gonna.
That's true.
Deal with that. I just got to have a good swing.
You're going to be nervous.
No, I'm not. Some people watched me hit last time.
There's going to be, I think there'll probably be a few dozen people watching.
All right. Well, I'm telling you this. I hooped Saturday morning with Lil D, and I'm going to tell you this. I was not lifting before we did the last time you and I golfed. That golf ball's in trouble. I'll just leave it at that.
Don't forget to hit it.
Jorge Soler.
Hey, to bury the lead, forget the Giants record. Real quick, Snotty. The place has been packed. I know it's on. That's better than if you were 7-3 instead of 4-6. The place was packed. I'm watching yesterday. They came back and got a win. They battled back. But anyway,
nice.
I said, there's no empty seats. Huh? Early?
Yeah.
That's what you want.
Good for them. Good for them. Let's go to Pete. Pete's in Oakland. What is Pete?
Well, I'm right here.
Hey, Pete, what's going on?
Hey, Matt. Hey, Goose. So, Matt, I got your back big time on this old school rant you've been laying out. I got your back, Matt.
I appreciate
so I got
that.
three quick. I got three quick things for you, Matt. Number one, I cannot stand GPS. Either I know where I'm going, or if I have to use a map, I'll use a map. I've never used GPS in my life. Number two, I'm with you. I hate malls. They got no soul. Give me some small, old, small family-owned businesses over a big box store. Then number three, about the movie theater, I agree. The Grand Lake Theater, I think it's the most beautiful, wonderful theater in the United States of America. And what I can't stand when I go to the movies now is they must have 25 minutes of commercials where they used to have 10 minutes of good coming attractions, fellas.
Thank you.
For all you youngins out there. And lastly, I'd like to say, Matt, I am the Run TMC guy. I was there last year at the Warriors game. I'm the guy who came up with Run TMC. And I had a great time with Tom Tolbert and great time with Chris, and I really enjoy your show.
Thank you.
I enjoy it a lot.
Hey, thanks.
Goo, I enjoy you. I love your banter back and forth. I think you guys are both very entertaining, and I think you have a really wonderful relationship, and it comes across on the air.
I
But Matt,
appreciate that.
Don't give up on your old school rants, Matt. You got a lot of people on your side.
Hey, before you go, let me ask you this. You didn't include his thoughts on the women's game because he said that earlier, and I thought that was misguided. I know what he meant, but the world's changed, and so has the attention. So we weren't forgetting about the old great women basketball players, but Steiny sounded like he was mad at the Caitlin Clark hype. He was wrong.
Well, no, Matt, are you mad at the Caitlin Clark hype?
Absolutely not.
I don't get that sense at all.
No,
I mean, I think I can see both sides. Caitlin Clark is outstanding.
Unbelievable.
I've been telling people that I think she's the best shooter in the college game, boys or girls.
Wow.
And I think she's the best passer in the college game, boys or girls. And, dude, this is a little bit before your time, but I know you know your history. I saw Pete Maravich light up University of Georgia for 62 in 1969.
Oh, wow.
I had a friend who was going to Athens at University of Georgia. Pete was playing for LSU for his father, Press Maravich.
Yep.
And my God, he came in there, and this is no 3-point line goo.
Wow.
And Pete Maravich in college was the best passer I ever saw, the best dribbler, and he was Steph Curry on steroids from behind.
I wish we could find that footage, man. That's what I hate about that.
Some of it's around.
LSU, right?
I think if you dig, I think I looked for it, and I couldn't find it.
Oh.
I mean, we're talking, but Pete Maravich was such a great player.
That's incredible.
And the thing that I love about Caitlin Clark is she's kind of a cross between Steph and Pistol Pete.
I'm not mad at that.
I mean?
Yeah, that's a good call, Pete.
No doubt.
Appreciate it.
Wow.
Averaged 44 a game at LSU.
Just the 44.
No 3-point shot. Look it up.
We need the assist numbers, though, Evan.
How many shots do you think?
Man.
I bet you had more assists than you think.
The things he could do.
So his dad just let him do whatever he wanted. He had you thought Harden had the ball a lot. Pete Maravich just.
Now.
He must have taken 29 shots. And come on, look, the numbers at LSU.
My guy just gave me some love for knowing history.
Why would he do that?
I love him because he listens. Did he play? Pops coached him?
Press, yeah.
Wow.
Dude, his senior season.
Check this out.
He took 1,200 shots in 31 games.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, you would have loved him.
The real Harden.
Yeah, you would have loved him, Goo. He could get a shot off whenever he wants.
And I'm watching these videos he did with Larry Bird and Red Auerbach, Steiny, the things he could do to a basketball with his hand. He's the real Magic Johnson. It was magic.
Go ahead and ridicule me, Warrior fans and Steph fans, and go ahead and say I'm an idiot, and go ahead and say I'm a hater, but like Pete Maravich was the first guy who had a routine with the basketball to work on his handles.
Wow.
If you look at Pete Maravich, he had all these drills he would do.
Oh, Steiny, I watched the VHS.
Steph's is better. Steph's routine is a lot better.
Nobody said that.
No, it's better. It's better. And the reason it's better is because it's now. It's now.
No,
so
we don't do that. He was a genius, man.
That's all we do as a society.
How'd he pass?
He was unbelievable.
No. How'd he pass? How did he die?
He died of a heart attack playing pickup basketball.
Oh, Steiny, stop.
At like 40-something years old, I believe.
No way. But
he had demons. Pete Maravich had a lot of demons.
All right. But still, man. Steiny, I'm telling you, when I watch that, it looks like magic. He said, you hold the ball. Okay. And I was like, oh, my goodness.
Yeah, he had a rare congenital defect, evidently. But also, Pete, speaking of Pete, I don't know if he and you see as closely eye to eye as you're feeling, Steiny, because last time I checked, you have a GPS in your car.
Yeah, I didn't want to end that. You guys are having... My middle name is GPS. I love Waze. It's incredible.
Yeah.
But he didn't like it. You don't use a map.
But that's okay. He was on my side, so that can be overlooked. It's just true. Eric's in San Francisco. Let's talk about Klay Thompson. Hey, Eric, how are you, buddy?
Hey, guys.
Hey.
I'm doing good. Hope you guys are doing well.
Yeah.
It's, I guess, apocalyptic day with the solar eclipse, according to the boogeyman.
Yes.
Anyway, talking about the Warriors, I saw something. I didn't catch the beginning of your show. I saw something on Twitter where you were saying that the Warriors need to pay Klay Thompson and the price is going up.
Yes.
And I kind of disagree, and this is why.
I agree. I don't have a problem with that. Go ahead.
The reason why I disagree is simply because I'm a season ticket holder. I've been to like 3 or 4 games where Klay has gone nuclear in the first half. And then basically in the second half, he's had like 2 to 6 points on like 2 of 7, 1 of 7 shooting. And the reason why I'm worried about extending him is I really think that because of the leg surgeries, he's only got about 20 to 25 minutes where he's like super excellent. And then if he's extended to 10 minutes past that, you get issues where, like, I forget which game it was last week, where he got beat on a point of attack dribble because Wiggins wasn't playing and his defense is slow and his legs are going. And like, he front rimmed the Mavs shot to win the game last week. And I think that's because his legs aren't under him. So I just don't think paying him $30 million a year or $25 million a year when he's only going to be able to give you 20 to 25 good minutes and it's only going to get worse as he gets older doesn't justify paying him a huge salary unless the Warriors are just comfortable with just riding the big three off into the sunset and punting on basically the next decade. Because if we double down on Klay, Steph, and Draymond and they just get old, we're not going to be any good because we won't have any salary cap flexibility. So that's why I love Klay, but I just, the price plus the production just doesn't match it for me.
You know what, Eric? I think that's the most logical, both sides of the equation call we've had in a while. And let me just say, I'm looking at the YouTube chat. Estimated Eyes. He's one of our YouTube chat people. He said, okay, I hate this caller. And I get what he means, because there is no, if there were an easy decision on Klay Thompson, then they would make it. And it would be easy. The issue is it's not going to be an easy decision. Just isn't.
I just hate that everybody's saying if you bring him back, that's the only reason you wouldn't get a championship. It's bigger than just Klay. And that's why I believe this is a family-based business that it's been under Joe Lacob, a modern-day dynasty, and they're all going to ride off into the sunset. But, Steiny, so many people act like, oh, if you pay Klay, that's the reason why you can't get back to – the reality is if you let Klay go and you give it or pass the baton to the next gang, if you're not going to go the Los Angeles Lakers route and use free agency every year to your benefit, then, Steiny, the reality is you're probably not going to get that number 5 for a while. And Steph will probably be gone by that time.
Estimated Eyes is a woman. I just found out. And she said, there you go. You got to pay him. You pay Draymond.
No doubt.
You've got to pay Klay. See, listen, I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm not saying you're wrong, but I hate the strategy. I hate why do we want Klay? Because we paid Draymond.
He can still shoot, Stain. I hear just he can still shoot.
Not like he used to.
All right, he's 2% down, right? Career 40?
He's 5% down. He's like a 42%.
Oh, you're talking about for the field? I'm talking about from 3.
Yeah, he's 5% down.
And tell me if I'm crazy here. Evan, chime in. Have I noticed him going to the rack more? I'm not saying I like it. I'm not saying I don't like it. I look at it as, Steph's got a little spunk to him. Have you noticed him trying to go to the rack and at times finishing them?
Steph or Klay?
Klay.
I don't know about more than he has post-injury. My question would be moving forward, because we've seen Klay be really good in shorter spurts. So are you bringing him back to start next year, where he struggled at the beginning of this season and has been better as of late? But if he's playing 35 minutes a night, then I don't expect him to be as efficient. Or are you paying him this money assuming he'll be your 6th man next year, where he was shooting 42, 43% from 3 and was scoring more in a smaller amount of minutes?
I would go, to me, Stoney, shocker, Evan, to answer your question, I would say as a starter.
See, I think his best role is as a gunner off the bench at this point, but you might not have someone ready by next season to be the starting 2.
Well said. Garbage Man Tricks on the YouTube chat. Steiny, is the right thing to do with Klay? No, I'm not that one. Echo Pest Control. Steiny, Miami didn't keep Kyle Lowry for a reason, because of his game and his age, so they let him walk. The great R.C. Davis, Warrior director of
our guy,
programming and broadcasting, said exactly. He sent me a text last week. We're just talking about Klay. He's like, people forget Tony Parker went to Charlotte at the end of his career. It happens more than you think. Guys don't end their careers with one team. The decision to me with Klay Thompson is a tricky one. I don't think there's a right. I don't think the problems are solved if you let him walk. I don't think the problems are solved if you get him back for 25 or 30.
Okay.
They're just a different set of challenges that will follow whatever the decision is.
Now, can I ask you this, because I know the answer? What can the Warriors do if Klay chose to walk? Could they make that woulda, coulda Klay money into a player?
No.
That's where I'm just like, man.
But the Tony Parker one is tough because Duncan wasn't on the team anymore. I think that was also Ginobili's last season.
Thank you.
So there was a natural splitting or inflection point in their franchise. You kind of made the choice of that inflection point being pushed down the road when you brought Draymond back, right?
Correct. But, and I get what people are saying, but maybe they look at it, and I'm talking about they being the Warriors, look at it as, we'll re-sign Draymond, and what does that mean? We'll kick the can down the road, but only for a year, and then we'll look at it again. And I do think there's part of this, E and Goo, where the Warriors may say, last year we said, do we want to kick the can down the road? Yes, that's why we re-signed Draymond. But you know what? Now it's been 2 years. It's obvious we are no longer a title contender. It's obvious. And so Draymond got the good fortune last year of us thinking we still had an outside chance, but now it's a year later and we don't think that anymore. But unfortunately, it's Klay the one. Klay's the one who's got to pay the price. That's possible. And if that is the scenario, that's the one where just a guy like me says, it just kind of sucks that Klay's got to be the first one of the big three to go. And if the big, does anybody else think like this? Well, if the big three's got to be split up, obviously I want Steph here the longest. I wish Draymond would be the first to go. I think more people are like that than I'd rather have Klay be the first to go. I get you probably don't want any of them to go, and they may not have any of them go.
But we're past that. If
damn it, it'll be tough. Damn it, it'll be tough next year if this team's struggling and Klay's somewhere else. And I'll say it, and there's poor Steph having to deal with Draymond again. This is the other part of the equation that I put into it. You have got to think about this team with if you let Klay walk, now it's Steph and Draymond, and he doesn't have Klay. I'm talking about Steph doesn't have Klay here, and Steph doesn't have Looney here, and Steph also doesn't have Chris Paul here. That, to me, needs to be thought about long and hard. Yeah. To me, I don't want Steph as being the primary person who is responsible in a way for what Draymond does. Anthony's in Richmond. What's up, Anthony? How you doing?
What's up, fellas?
Hey,
I got through.
Hey, buddy.
What's up, Guru? So I got a couple things to say, but the first thing I want to get off my chest is if Draymond Green can punch out Jordan Poole and get 4 for 100, what does any fan calling on the radio think that? Why do they believe that Klay isn't going to get paid?
Yeah,
the Warriors are going to they're going to go with their big three. Period. They gave Stephen his extension. They gave Steve Kerr his extension, and they gave Draymond Green his extension. And they're going to give Klay the extension. So I wish people would stop trying to figure out what we should or shouldn't do, because the bottom line is the Warriors have shown us, all of us, that they're going to pay their big three. So
I agree.
And the other thing is this. Listen, we have a nice young nucleus that are showing some promise. And I personally don't believe that we're going to get, quote unquote, back to the mountaintop. But I do believe if we can continue to nurture this young nucleus that we have, we can at least be in, we can compete, for playoff spots and eventually maybe get back to the mountaintop a little further down the line. But, as constructed right now, maybe we won't win that fifth one. But I'm glad we got 4, and I was along for the ride for the whole thing. But I wish people stop trying to get rid of Klay, because Klay has been a loyal soldier, and he didn't punch nobody. And I don't even believe that Klay's even gotten suspended before. So if y'all willing to deal with Draymond, shut your mouth, and we're going to roll with Klay. And that's just the way it is.
Appreciate it.
Yeah, I agree with them.
Well, I don't agree with Klay may be back. I wouldn't. You could trade. I'm not saying I wouldn't. I would bet against
other guys. Yeah,
but I wouldn't sit here and say, what's the point of the conversation? We know he's coming back. We don't know that yet. If one other team offers him a contract that puts the Warriors' offer on another tier, why would he come back? Like this hometown discount.
Well, Draymond
Klay,
allegedly did it, right?
You know he didn't. Please. Do you believe that? Do you believe Draymond Green took a low-ball offer to stay with the Warriors? I don't.
Yeah.
I don't.
Do you guys think that if Klay Thompson takes an offer somewhere else, or just hypothetically isn't a Golden State Warrior beyond this season, that they would try to trade Draymond?
It's a good question.
And it could come up?
Like either you keep them all together or you just try and break it up?
It's a good question.
Well, just me and who I am and what they've been through, Stoney, Evan, if it were up to me and I'm Joe Lacob, I'm not letting Klay go to another jersey unless, like you said, Stoney, some team comes. Nobody's offering him 40. But, there was just an offer he couldn't refuse. But to me, that means something, that this team's a damn dynasty, and maybe we're done winning chips, but I want them to ride out together.
So you'd be willing to put the exclamation point on the dynasty if it meant the big three can stay together? Like that kind of is what I hear. And it might not have to be that way. You might be able to re-sign everybody.
But I ain't mad at that either, Stoney. But what if that happens and you let Klay go? If Klay walks, the dynasty still technically is still intact. You got two of the.
If they lose in the play and the dynasty's over, come on. What are we doing?
Because we did this before. When's the dynasty technically over after you win that chip? Yeah. So last year was the first year they were, 6?
I mean, if they win a title in 2022 and in 2024 they don't make the playoffs, I think it's over.
Wow.
But you know what? That's, hey.
No, I hear you.
No.
Because I'm about to give you something.
Because you're the one who says that what happened these last 3 weeks can translate.
I just feel better for the future if they didn't. Like, I won't even call, guys, the Warriors not making a big splash of failure. But I've saw enough stuff in growth that I think TJD at 5 for the outstart of the season. Kuminga's, a year older. Pods.
How are you going
to? I'm buying into this ball pressure I'm seeing. So I really believe, Stoney, they could be a 4th, 5th, or 6th seed.
Yeah, I don't think so anymore.
All right.
And one of the reasons I'm starting to think that is because I don't know that their most important players, their high-minute guys, are going to be able to play enough minutes. And then when they play so effectively that they can operate in the playoffs from like a home court seeding thing. And I'm not saying that, if they're a 6 seed next year, they have no chance. But the one thing with this team that I don't see any way around is if you pay Klay whatever you need to pay him, and you go in again to next season, we're going to ride Steph, we're going to ride Klay, we're going to ride Draymond. How do you win 50-plus games so that you're able to enter the playoffs from an advantageous position? That's the problem I've seen with this team for the last 2 years. As you continue to rely on the older guys, there's just not a guarantee that you can win 50 games. In fact, it's shown maybe the last 2 years it's a guarantee you can't. 888-957-9570 is the number. What's coming up next is brought to you by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises.
Everybody's happy. I'm not. I'm good now.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Play us in a positive light. I'm feeling good about the Dubs. Play in or play on or play out. I like what I'm seeing, man, and I really think it's tangible if you want to apply that to next year. I really do. I can't believe I'm here.
Yeah.
I want you to get mad.
No, I get it.
No.
You think that
if Draymond don't get suspended, that's where people got the flaw in the thought process of you're really going to trust him not to get suspended.
And this is where people say this is where Guru does stuff that we love him, but he loses us. 2 weeks ago, you wrote him off to the point where we were taking calls for the following 2 weeks where people couldn't believe how you were talking about Draymond.
Oh yeah, but
now he's the heart and soul again.
No, it's bigger than
very
him.
Easily influenced.
No, stop. He's big.
No, I'm
Somebody
sorry.
said that to me in my past, and that always bothered me. I'm very easily
You should not have said that.
No, I shouldn't. I just gave him a weapon, Lucas.
That's like Dana saying my game was like Shea Gilgeous-Alexander.
That gets to me, and I'll let you know it. My point being is bigger than Dre, man. This team did not start the year
than Dre, then
with
move his
rim
ass.
protection. No, what if a big move constituted moving Dre?
I would do it.
No, I'm just saying all that's in play, but I'm just looking at every team today, and like somebody cited Milwaukee or Phoenix, and things happen every day that somebody could be available that's not today. But I really believe if we had to set odds, running it back is in the lead until further notice.
And I believe if you run it back without a run, I don't think people want that.
So tomorrow's a big deal for you then. No, for them to win the play-in game.
It's all about the play-in games.
Man,
and I don't care. Here's the other thing. I don't care what happens these last 4 games. You still have to win 2 elimination games.
And that's why
I just cannot jump to we're going to do that and make a. It's like you got to win a game.
I hope you didn't think these last 4 constituted a run. No, it starts.
What I'm saying is, if they lose in the play-in.
He said it. He's on record.
Right, but it sounds to me like you could find enough if they lose in the play-in and they re-sign Klay and Kuminga's back and Wiggins is back. I mean,
yikes. I wouldn't.
Well, then Joe Lacob didn't keep his word. Which is fine, but I'm just saying.
Or he did, and there was nothing that nobody was available.
There's not going to be nothing available.
If you're going big game hunting, you're saying there's
I'm not saying big game hunting. I'm saying I could move Wiggins for a guy that we'd say, oh God, he's not as good as Wiggins, but we as a team are actually better. Like, for example, yes, I said it. If you substituted Caruso for Wiggins this year, I believe the Warriors would have been a better basketball team.
What about Grayson Allen?
No, he's a role player. Less of one than Caruso in my mind. Because Caruso, Grayson Allen's a good little player. Who, Grayson Allen?
No, Caruso.
Simon in Castro Valley. What's up, Simon? How you doing, man?
Simon says.
I'm good, Jeff. How are you? Hey, so I just think the Warriors can take a page from the Lakers. If you guys remember, before Jeannie Buss took over, the Lakers wasn't really a destination for superstars. But after Jeannie Buss took over and she paid Kobe, they basically gave the identity to the league that, if you sign with the Lakers, if you play for the Lakers, they'll take care of you. So that's what I'm hoping that Jeannie will do for Davis and possibly for LeBron too. I just think you just have to think of what they did for you and for your legacy and for the amazing championship run that they did for you guys, and take care of them because I think that can hold up for you guys in the long run.
Well,
how'd those years go after Kobe? Left.
I'm with you.
For the Lakers.
Speaking of which, I know this is the too short segments, Donnie, but there's been moments during our show, our run, that I remember our conversations, some more than others. Some I try to erase, mainly because of you sometimes. But I loved when you said, Goo, when is the dynasty over after you win it? And I'm just bringing up the Spurs. They won it in 2013-14. Stoney, the next season, they lost in the first round. Season after that, they won the first round, lost in the conference semis. Year after that, they lost in the first round. They lost in the first round the year after that. at what point do you say
it's gone?
It's okay, right? So two trips to the playoffs, a win or two, or win.
Okay,
like that's interesting.
If you want me to be honest, like I couldn't care less how people
decide when it's over.
Define when it's over.
All right.
I'm just saying, if you go from the number 3 seed in 2022 to the number 6 seed in 2023 and the number 10 seed in 2024, what the F are we doing if we think we're not going to make big changes and we're going to jump back up to 3? That's the part that I cannot wrap my head around.
You're probably not by yourself, man.
And that's why I don't care if what's the record now, right now?
I want to say
43 and...
So 47 and 35 is the best they can do.
They're 8 games over. Yeah, 43 and 35.
Let's say they go 46 and 36. They went 3 out of their last 4.
The same as last year. No, 48.
It's 2 wins better, but they're worse in the standings. And why are they worse in the standings?
Other teams have gotten better.
Exactly. I mean, I get nobody's got like Memphis on their mind or any teams like that.
Well, Ja's coming back.
That's right. That's right. So the Memphis Grizzlies are going to jump up 15 games.
The Rockets
at least
may be better. Yeah, I was going to say Wemby gets some help or the Blazers, but yeah.
Like, to me, I don't know. I just sometimes view it as the core of the Golden State Warriors is declining. What cores of other teams are getting better? And it's like most of them. Like that's a cold, hard reality that hits me sometimes.
Go ahead.
Like the Oklahoma City Thunder. And I get it. It's easy for us to sit here with 4 rings in our back pocket and say, well, we could upset them. And okay. But they're winning 50 games for the next 8 years. Like they're just gonna, assuming something crazy doesn't happen. Yeah. And like the regular season is important. And I don't know that the Warriors have a 50-plus win regular season in them without playing the big 3 so much that it might take a toll during the 10 weeks of the playoffs.
Well, that's why it's real quick here. It's sad to me, or it's not sad. It just it's like bad luck. The fact that you cite the big 3, and I can say, okay, who are your next 3 best players? Wiggins, Kuminga, and I'll even put TJD up there for right now. Man, Steiny, if those 2 could coincide, I could see somebody telling me, hey, big 3. Steph, you ain't playing 33, 34 minutes a night. It's 32, 31, even 30. And I got 2 potential, if everything went right, guys that might make the All-Star team or could average 18 to 20 points. Kuminga and Wiggins. But you can't, there's always a but. You can't count on Wiggins, and then they can't play together.
Okay.
Like that stinks.
There's no way you could have 2 All-Stars, and it's those 2 guys on this team.
No, well, I'll give you that.
I think that's what you're saying.
No, well, I was saying they both have the potential on a good day to be an All-Star. Like I would
never if they're playing together.
And that's why I said that's bad luck. That's buzzard luck.
Why isn't it Mike Dunleavy's?
Well, it's been everybody's.
Challenge.
They haven't figured it out this whole year. We got to go.
They have figured it out. They won 4 titles.
No, with these 2.
Well,
Wiggins and Kuminga.
Yeah, that's because Kuminga's starting to play. And guess what? They find out that he can't play with Wiggins on 95.
You got to go, my brother.
Yeah, download the Odyssey app. You're ready to unload on me. I'm being a D. I'll be a D, and I'll take the D.
He deserved it. Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Willard and Dibbs in the house.
You don't mind if I laugh, do you, Steiny?
No, it's what I do with you a lot.
Yeah.
Guru's ready to keep this thing together.
And run it back, right?
He might be right.
Run it back.
He might be right. What do you think about this stat? I'm just going to throw this at you.
Right.
This year, the Warriors, against teams that are below 500, okay, they're 25-5. Teams that are 500 or better, they're 18-30. Now, how can you reasonably expect the Warriors to climb back up next year with the same team when they can't beat good teams this year?
Real quick before the guys step in.
Let me guess, Draymond.
No doubt about it. I would say how many games, 50. Did they take place where Dre was available? I'm not being an advocate for bringing it back, but I'm looking around Willard, and like you said, the answer may not be in the building, but I'm like, man, TJD's emerged. Kuminga, you're not going to make this Wiggins thing work. Klay's coming back. I just feel that, and I could understand if he didn't, but I'm gearing myself up for if Drayden gets suspended, this team would have 5 to 7 more wins. And Dibbs, if you put on the standings on ESPN, they would be a 4th or 5th seed. And I just wonder if management's looking at it like that. If they try to go big, shout out Tom Hanks, and they can't get a deal.
If we made the two of you a betting line, right?
Go ahead.
Guru's over here with Run It Back. Steiny's over here with That's Ridiculous. Steiny would be a favorite.
No doubt.
Steiny would be a favorite, but I don't know that you're right. And what if I countered with why do we need to know that now? I still think that, like Scott also said this, I don't know if it was on Twitter in the Chronicle, he said belief is free.
Today.
So
I like that.
Goo has been influenced by the last 3 or 4 weeks.
If you've watched Warrior basketball, you've gotten influenced by something you saw the night before at least 5 times this year and been wrong.
Let me be clear. It's not me.
What do you mean?
I've made clear, I'm looking at it like Joe Lacob. And my feeling is, if the Golden State Warriors get ousted in the play-in game, that Joe Lacob will not run it back. I just don't think he will.
I agree with you.
He may have options he doesn't like, but I just think of Joe Lacob, and he's going to say, 2 years ago we were the 3rd seed. Last year we were the 6th seed. This year we were the 10th seed. You know what, though? I'm going to double down on it and run it back, and I think Draymond will be able to keep his nose clean, and Wiggins will be more, and maybe that's the path of least resistance. He just doesn't seem like that guy to me. Like, I don't view Joe Lacob as a guy who's necessarily afraid to make a transition that we all know is probably going to happen in the next year or 2 or 3.
I just wonder what that looks like, though.
I do too.
Because you've got Draymond for 3 more years, and you've got Wiggins for 3 more years, and you've got Klay, who's up. And if you don't re-sign Klay, then he walks for nothing, and Chris Paul's going to be gone, and you can't replace him either. And I know you're just trying to get below the tax and get underneath. I think it's $172 million is the number of the first threshold. So how do you do it? If you don't completely blow it up, you trade Wiggins and you trade Draymond and you let Klay walk and you let CP3 walk, then you kind of run it back almost by default because you have Draymond and you have Wiggins. So maybe it's Klay 2 for 50, and then does that mean you run it back if you bring back Klay? Probably. Is that what running it back looks like?
I think run it back looks like that, yes.
So you bring back Klay for whatever number, and Chris is gone, but you keep Wiggins, you keep Draymond, and you use your plucky little second-round pick on whatever you can get and hope you strike gold again.
I think that's running it back.
And I think that's more likely than the idea of blowing it up for me.
Maybe we're like defining this more than we should or even can. In other words, what if I said to you, they're already not running it back? They've already experimented with Klay Thompson on the bench. They've already inserted Jonathan Kuminga is, you can't call him the big three anymore unless you think Jonathan Kuminga is the fourth best player on the team. Most don't. He's not the fourth most important player on the team anymore, is he?
Well, when you say important, that triggers something with me.
Okay, but I mean,
and I know it's semantics,
right?
But I think as long as the big three are on the team, they'll always be the most important. Again, let's move on.
Right, Andrew Wiggins fits into this somehow. In other words, the team is evolving already, right in front of our eyes, and would continue to need to do that.
Correct,
and it would every year. So it's not so much run it back as I just think the easier way to say it are the changes big or small. Are the changes next year? Because it changes every year.
Because Joe Lacob said they were going to be
big.
Yeah.
But and then the other question, like, what if they come out of the tournament?
I'd call Wiggins a big change. If they re-sign Klay, Chris Paul walks, and they trade Wiggins, and they might have to attach something to Wiggins, maybe a couple picks. I mean, we don't have to discuss it this way, but I would think, because he's a champion. He was a part of the championship core and a very important player. So when you say big changes, I would put Wiggins' trade as a big change.
Was last year a big change?
What'd they do?
Traded Jordan Poole, also part of the
Good question. I guess the answer would be yes.
Yeah, see, but to me, it didn't feel that way.
I don't
because it felt like it was going to happen, no matter what.
Right.
That was not a shock to see him trade.
It wasn't a shock, but isn't it like? Does this year feel like they went? Okay, we're going a new direction. I'd argue no.
Well, I think they went in an old direction.
And I think the same thing's going to happen next year, even if you removed Wiggins and brought in some other pieces. Like as long as Steph, Klay, and Draymond, and now the upcoming Kuminga, that's the core. If that's what's still the core, then that's not major changes to me.
I do think that last year they won a title, then last year happened, and at some point during the year they said we've got to we got to make a decision on Poole and or Draymond. They both can't be here, right? And so that's the decision they made there. They chose Draymond over Poole, and there were other factors. But I think maybe this offseason they'll say, well, we've kind of got one of those this year, not to the extent, but Kuminga and Wiggins. Like, we got to figure out something to do with one of those guys. Like, that would be a move that, I don't know if it would be huge or not, but that would be a legitimate move to me if they come off Kuminga or Wiggins.
What do you guys think about this? Steve Kerr said, very, very clearly yesterday, this team is better than last year's team. In every facet. So if coming out of last year, it stood to reason for all of us to quote unquote sort of run it back because 6 seed, won a round, okay, you were in the mix, you were in the conference semifinals. But this year, do we buy that? Is this team better than last year? And if it is, then why would you be more forceful of the idea of major change this offseason as opposed to last offseason?
I think because you're getting older. Because
they're going to win more. Even their seed is worse, but they're going to win more games.
Right.
Record's
but you probably won't go as far as you did last year.
Probably.
And when you get to October, all these pieces are going to be 1 year older, and you're not going to have Chris Paul, who's been a good, solid reserve for you. He's going to be gone, and you replace him with who knows what. Is it Quinones or the next Corey Joseph? I don't even know. So this team maybe is better, but the big memo for me is that the West around you is also better.
Yeah,
so you're better, but the conference around you is better. So whether or not you're actually better now, will you be better in October? Who knows? But you're getting older, and the rest of the conference is getting younger.
They're also really, as we all know, this conversation weaves its way to, okay, fine, make changes. What's even available?
Exactly. And
what's even available?
Been my thing all day.
I don't even know what the hell's available.
Well, I think of a movie I just saw over the weekend, Dazed and Confused.
You just saw it for the first time?
No, I've seen it a million times.
Okay, so what prompted you to want to watch it again?
Susan hadn't seen it for a long time.
Oh, wow.
I'm always in for it.
It's a good one.
It is good. It is good.
You weren't just partaking for Saturday night.
It's kind of what we did. Right. Sometimes
she wanted to see Dunes too. He golfed. He was tired. He the movie.
Fiesta.
The Warriors are like Wooderson. they keep getting older, and everybody else keeps staying the same.
Yeah. Yes, they do.
Let me do the, you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ, FM, and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. Don't do that, whoever did it.
You know what I mean. I love that.
Why?
I'm ready.
About as big a distraction your boy could ever have.
I knew you're a professional. Sometimes I feel like testing you.
Where did I hear that recently, though? We were
the
just
Warriors,
talking about that.
Tim Roy on the broadcast.
Tim Roy is doing that?
Open, yeah.
Oh, okay.
So I owe you two an apology. Stoney doesn't know this. I hope he doesn't get
You
jealous.
probably don't, but go
I
ahead.
sent you and Dibs a giant text. I created a thread you guys are a part of if you don't know. And I got Butch and Bonte and Lubman on one. So I get away from Stoney sometimes. And I was never worried about the Giants. But what I overlooked watching yesterday's game was forget the 4 and 6 in right field. And I saw your tweet about right field, the production or lack of right now. The rat on the table is the stadium has been packed since Friday. So
it's a big
I
deal.
know it's early, but that is a big deal because we've been throwing rocks at them, rightfully so, over the couple years where nobody's coming. Where are they at? But I know it's early and only a 3-game set. But Dibs, that was old. I'm watching the game and I'm like, dude, they stick in there. It's early, but that's got to be a good feeling for the Giants organization to be like, people came out to see us. Just my 2 cents.
They matched last year's number of sellouts already?
Yeah.
That's wow.
That's pretty freaking crazy.
It's great.
Dude, that's early.
And so a couple takeaways on that. We can get it all to baseball. But everybody out there who does not like Farhan Zaidi, today's a bad day for you. Because his bosses are happy with him today.
Now, I have no...
Because that was the goal. And I hate saying that because I know what we want the goal to be.
Yeah.
We want the goal to be, hey, I don't know, like be good. Be a good team, be exciting. And there were moments, and what your text was about is they have all these changes. The lineup still scores 2 runs and then tries to get a third in the 9th inning.
4 is their lucky number.
And so it was not, I mean, what'd they score this weekend? 6 runs in 3 games?
Right.
Like they still
2 wins.
Still can't hit.
Yep.
Or maybe this is the ballpark again. There weren't many
You're
runs
playing the
scored
Padres
by
and Dodgers a couple of times.
Well, the Padres didn't score any runs either. Like Profar snuck one by the foul pole and whatever. Bottom line is, though, that was actually what they were trying to do this offseason. That's why their drum beat from above was coming, was because the stadium was starting to empty.
Yeah. And Blake Snell tonight, so you would expect a big crowd again. I don't know if it'll be a sellout on a Monday night, but you would expect a big crowd, 35,000 at least. I mean, I would expect 35.
Spring break.
Spring break.
Wow.
And
cold.
No.
It's cold. It's beautiful.
No,
I just walked here for 20 minutes in a short sleeve shirt.
Well, you built up a lot of body warmth. You're not; these people are going to be sitting in the stands. Yeah. They're not going to have the luxury of a 2-mile walk to warm them up.
Even though I'm down about 17 pounds, still quietly not cold in this weather. Over the weekend and last week, really cold because you get skinnier and you start getting colder. But today, absolutely beautiful out there, Stein. It's going to be a lovely night.
Maybe it's what I come in real early to prep for the show, 2 hours.
Grinder.
And that's probably
6 a.m.
It was probably nippier than when Goo came in 3 minutes before the show.
Dibs, the streets are saying you had a good day on the links.
Not bad, not bad. Good early and then leaking oil a little bit late. 86, which is right where my.
No, that is.
Thank you. Hello, friends. My handicap would indicate that that's what I should shoot, even though I haven't played in weeks. Okay. So it was kind of good to come back and be able to move the ball around.
People, I want to say that this take 2 seconds on this. It'll be more than 2 seconds, but like 20. The handicap is not what you're supposed to shoot.
Correct.
It's what you're supposed to shoot when you're at your best.
Exactly.
Right. Okay. So, like, if you hit your handicap, that means you played well.
Yeah, played well.
Yeah, you played well. So
had
good
about
for you.
4 or 5 putts that burned the lip, as we like to say.
What's the matter, Joe?
No, why would your handicap be anything other than when you're at your best?
Your handicap is your average of your top 50% of your scores.
Right. Okay.
So over 20 scores, the handicap only looks at 10, your best 10. And then your handicap is based on that because you use it in tournaments where you're playing up against other people. So in order to beat them, you need to play well. You can't just play sort of okay and then beat everybody because you're getting strokes. Does that make sense?
No, it
does. Did I do okay with that?
You did great. Right. So my handicap on this course was a 13, which means I should shoot an 85 and I shot an 86.
If he's playing well.
If I'm playing well.
If he's playing well.
And I played pretty well. Yeah.
So if I come across a guy and I wonder if I'm better than Steiny at golf, and he gives me his handicap, that has no. We still got to go battle, but it can tell me something. He's been more consistent or better.
No, handicap is a way to tell the difference among players.
Right.
Assuming everybody keeps it pretty fair.
Okay, all right.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, so Mark is like an 8 handicap. So if he and I, well, yeah, whatever. When you're playing, you play to an 8. But if we were to play and we were to play for money, and I'm a 14 and he's an 8,
I need to give him
he's giving me 6
strokes.
shots.
Yeah, 3 strokes a shot.
3 shots per 9. Yeah,
something like that.
That's why.
Which is why we don't play.
Which is
but
it's also why this guy's the worst because
that is crazy.
I'm an 8, I'm rusty, and then you watch him play. It's like, dude, he's legit. If he actually played as much as Steiny did, he'd probably be a 3.
But it's also why
one time in this calendar year.
I could play against Tiger Woods with the handicap, and have a shot because the handicaps are used to theoretically split it right down the middle, make it 50-50.
Plus, he'd leave after 14 holes because
so I'm a 14 and he's a -5 or 6 probably
at least.
So he'd have to give me 20 strokes. So that means if I shot an 86, which with Dib shot yesterday, which would be pretty good, he's got to shoot a 66. Otherwise, I win.
I need you to do me a huge favor.
But
and on that course, he won.
But then you got also
62, dude, for sure.
I'm not shooting an 86 if Tiger's my partner.
Oh,
you know what I mean?
You'd be terrified.
It'd make it so much harder.
How many holes? This is the only time I played Pebble Beach in my life. It took me, thank you. It took me until the 12th hole before I stopped shaking.
Wow.
I couldn't play.
Yeah.
I couldn't be, because you're just overwhelmed by the views and the history, and you're just like, good Lord. And so I couldn't hit the ball the way I normally would hit it until it took me about 12 holes to just calm down. Imagine if you were playing with Tiger.
I mean, with all those thousands of people out there.
Froze with Tiger.
I started on 14 when I played Pebble and promptly hit 2 into Jim Nance's yard.
Oh, good.
Hello,
Look
friends.
at him.
Yeah.
Did you call him and get the balls back?
I should have.
You should have.
Hey, Jim, I'm looking for a Shrixon 4.
I gave Steiny my Masters pick, Scheffler plus 475. I don't know why, Scotty.
Yeah.
Why does that bother me?
It seems too easy.
Because he's got no idea what he's talking about.
Dude,
that's why it bothers
think you're
you.
right.
And I told him that before. I'm hot right now.
How many golfers could you name right now?
5.
Okay. That's honest.
Yeah.
And Scheffler's one of them.
Scheffler's one
Who
of them.
else?
We'll give you women too.
Oh,
So you could say like
get your
Lydia
own
Ko.
women.
no.
Anyway, go ahead.
No, I don't like being on the spot like this. No, seriously.
Hello,
Okay,
friend.
That's fine.
But yet you consider yourself a clutch player.
I am. I didn't like this. There's no win for the goo in it. I'm either
Third
butcher a
person.
name. I'm growing. I'm learning,
I
Willard.
think you're going to hit the ball. I think
There's no less is more right now. Goo.
I think 2 weeks from today you're going to hit
Okay.
the ball great.
I'm looking forward
on
to
that
it.
opening shot.
I'm
you're
looking
gonna
forward to
fire
it.
that
that's
thing
in
right
2
down the
weeks?
middle.
Yeah, the
2 weeks from today.
22nd.
Nice.
My
Stone
mom-
Tree in Nevada.
My mom's 80th birthday, by the way. I want you to think about that when you want to honor her 80th birthday with that shot right down the middle.
I will do that.
Why don't you come up to the Stone Tree that day?
Yeah.
We'll celebrate.
I wish I could. We got a show to do.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
It's got great facilities.
Oh, I know Stone Tree. That's on the circuit for the high school teams. So they get to
So
play
who
there
does
every
that
year.
for the
It's actually-
Masters
it's
when
nice.
I'm doing
It's
the
really nice.
ceremonial shot? I didn't even know that that's not for big tournaments like that.
No, they actually,
Yes, it is.
in Augusta, at the Masters on Thursday, it'll be the ceremonial first tee shot, which will be Jack Nicklaus this
4,
year.
please.
4, please. It'll be Jack Nicklaus
now driving.
and Gary Player. And I think Tom Watson's now been added to the Troika ever since we lost Arnold Palmer.
Okay.
So I think it's Player, Nicklaus, and Tom Watson,
Okay.
if memory serves.
Sounds right.
Wow.
Yeah, and that's going to be at like 5:15 in the morning our time Thursday as the Masters gets underway.
Well, who you want to give your pick now? Do you have anybody?
All eyes on Jordan Spieth.
Okay.
I think Jordan Spieth. And I'm looking further down the board. McIlroy, a lot of buzz about McIlroy. I'm in a thing called the Cowboy Masters. I don't know if I think you get that email.
I get the email.
You should get in. It's,
What's the Cowboy about?
The Cowboy Masters is just a pool where you pick like as many golfers as you want based on like each golfer has a salary. Scotty Scheffler is an $80 player and you have $200 in your salary cap to spend. So you can go big on like 2 or 3 big boys, or you can sprinkle further down the board, which is what I've chosen to do this year. Spieth and sprinkle. Spieth and sprinkle.
So
really
which players are not? Give me
I'm gonna be the caddy.
I like that. Give me 5 guys who aren't playing in the Masters because of LIV.
Oh, they're all playing. If they
everybody's
can.
playing?
Well, if they've qualified, yeah.
13, I think.
Live golfers, yeah.
Live golfers.
Koepka's in.
Tiger? Koepka for
Tiger's
sure.
in.
Obviously.
Rahm.
John Rahm.
DeChambeau. Bubba Watson.
Will he make the cut, Tiger?
Well, that's
Phil.
That's the sad part about Tiger.
That's where we're at now. Will he make the cut?
That's his goal, is to make the cut.
Well, if he makes the cut, he breaks the record. 25th consecutive
Kind of like
Masters
the Warriors
cut
in the
made.
10th seed.
I want him to catch
No one's ever
Jack.
done that.
I just
Consecutive?
Consecutive.
Well, because didn't he withdraw last year?
But he made the cut, and then he withdrew.
Oh, gotcha.
So if I told you, gave you a bet right now, will he catch Jack? I don't know why that meant something to us in the streets.
Hell no.
No chance.
That's over.
No chance.
Well, it's not over because I have a bet, and the guy will not pay me because
it's not over yet.
It's not.
I mean,
over
it's
yet.
not technically
So how far
over.
is he off?
Way far.
One.
It was over under.
He's 1 tournament away.
Steiny's bet was over under 1.5 golf majors. And it was
Okay.
a bet
That's
made about 7 years ago.
Right.
And when Tiger won at Augusta,
Wow.
it was trouble.
That is probably also completely absurd, but
I know.
certainly more doable than catching Jack. He's still 4 short of Jack.
Okay, all right. Okay.
3 short, 4 to
is it
beat,
three?
4 to
No,
pass him. He's
4
got
to pass
15.
him. Yes,
Yep.
yes.
No,
4
then
to pass
that,
him.
yeah.
3 to tie.
Man.
And the only one he can really win is the Masters. He can't win the other ones. The courses are too tough.
Okay, all right.
The U.S. Open's too tough.
St. Andrews. I'd give him
Right.
a puncher's chance at St. Andrews only when
And I
it's
think
there.
that would be next year.
Okay.
I think it's every
Well, wait a
5
minute.
years, I thought.
No, I think they just played St. Andrews recently, and now it was going to be his last time because the next
I think
the
you might
next
be
one's
right.
in 2028. And he's like,
Okay.
well, I'm not going to be here.
Okay.
Something
I'm
like
gonna
that.
give you
I think you're right.
Johnson.
It was 2022.
Yeah.
Yeah, 2022.
Okay.
So he's okay. He's got it. Yeah.
No,
Man.
technically, I don't lose the bet, or I don't win the bet until he dies. In
Well,
theory.
Yeah.
I mean,
Or retires.
Yeah, even if he retires. Didn't Tom Watson almost win the Open Championship when he was like almost 60?
59, yeah.
Did he really?
59,
I
dude.
played that course 2 weeks later at Turnberry.
How'd you do?
I had the same putt that he had.
And?
Mine was for double bogey.
Did he go in?
No, of course not. It's like a
Cheers.
95. That course is brutal.
What fit did you have on yesterday? Shorts.
Yeah, just the usual. I'm not a big fit guy.
No, he's not.
Just whatever shorts, and I had
love it.
He has
a
never-
lightweight hoodie on because it was a little cold in the morning. We teed off about 7:45.
You know
Never
what-
been a big fit guy.
You know what he's got vibes of right now? Now, I didn't run this by him before the show, but
Okay.
this may hurt. You see these Andrew Dice Clay videos where he goes up to people and he goes, "Are you the one who wanted the picture?" And he's got those
That's
big,
a force,
he's got
Tiny.
those big glasses
Oh yeah,
on.
yeah.
You went with the big sunglasses all around.
Oh yeah.
I love
With the
it.
beanie.
Yeah, the beanie on.
It's when you're
It's
bald,
amazing.
you get cold. Skinny and
Yeah,
bald
I
does
got
not
you.
lead to being warm. That's all.
All right. Well,
It's all
Don't be
brought to you by
listening.
Great Clip.
All right, gents.
all right.
We believe, and again, belief is free.
That is great, Scott.
We believe that Michael Conforto will be on the show today.
Forts.
Wow.
Nice.
Yeah.
Nice.
His name Forts. I have never heard that before.
I thought you were going to say, when you said Michael, I thought, oh, Dunleavy.
Yeah, no.
We get the guy who's hitting dingers.
There you
195.7. That's the game.
They're longtime friends.
Let me tell you something real quick about Dibs that I'm sure not everybody knows.
And first-time partners.
Hang in there, big guy. There'll be brighter days ahead.
Now, these two homegrown Bay Area boys finally come together to take over sports talk.
Get the hell off of my doorstep.
Major League Baseball, you stink.
It's Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Oh, man. I am so excited to be back in here. I feel like this is one of these shows where I feel like I haven't seen you in like a month.
Yeah, it's been a long time.
Where the hell have you been?
Where have you been?
You know, just places. I've been everywhere, man.
Not me.
No.
I was home with a sick baby.
Yeah, you were. Everything going okay?
Everything's great.
Okay.
Yeah, she's back to doing her usual knucklehead behavior, running around, laughing, watching Coco Menon And we did get some Golf Channel over the weekend.
Oh, good.
And her new thing now is I put on basketball and she'll say, Warriors. It's like, yeah, baby. How about those dubs,
I
huh?
like that.
Yeah.
Okay, how about those dubs? And we also, Klay Thompson finally did the pod. Klay was on the Draymond pod. So we're going to work our way through all of that. But yeah, like what's the first thing that comes to your mind when someone says that? How about those dubs? Pretend that I was your neighbor.
Yeah.
And we walked out in robes.
Shout out Sarah Roberts.
And we got the newspaper that people now read on iPads and phones rather than actually picking it up with a rubber band. Sorry to all the newspaper boys and girls out there who no longer have a job. But anyway, let's pretend we go back like our dads did, come out to the driveway and grab the morning paper. And you look to your right and you look to your left. And, man, we catch one another's, oh, good morning, Dibs. Hey, how about those dubs? How would you answer that?
Nobody wants to face this team right now, Sarah.
I so didn't want to be that team. I don't want to be that team.
They are that team.
Nobody wants to face. I don't know. Does anybody?
They're playing great right now.
They are. They're playing good basketball. So couldn't that make them better then? Nobody wants to play this team? Or does nobody want to play the other teams in the play-in tournament either? I don't want to play the Lakers either.
Well, you want to play Sacramento.
Yes.
And you kind of don't mind playing New Orleans. I think that of those teams, you don't want to play the Lakers.
I agree with you.
And you don't want to play the Warriors.
Which you know what that means, don't you?
Tell me, Mark.
Maybe we save this for tomorrow.
Okay.
But I might be okay with it if the Warriors lose tomorrow night.
Whoa.
Let's put it that way.
To the Lake Show?
Uh-huh. I think that might be advantageous.
Even though that would mean you have to go down there for the play-in game, the 10-9.
No, you may not have to go down there for the play-in game. You might have to get on I-80.
Ah, gotcha, because Sac is coming back.
Go see those adorable playoff providers, the Sacramento Kings. Because, by the way, like you tell me, this isn't even a hot take. Would you rather be the 9 and the Lakers are at Chase or the 10 and you're at Golden 1? I think it was the easiest answer of all time.
Probably Golden 1.
No doubt.
Based on the fact that they lost Herter and Monk, and they look to be a team that is struggling, as I borrow from Joe Namath.
Yeah, absolutely. And the Lakers, listen, let's say it out loud. I'm sorry. It makes my stomach turn too. The Lakers have their number. They just do. I don't know what it is about the matchup, the size, the LeBron, whatever you want to call it. They have their number. The Warriors have, just a number of weeks ago, came out and played a phenomenal offensive basketball game at Chase Center, and it still went 800 overtimes, and the Lakers still won. So, yeah, this isn't, I don't want to hear this, oh my gosh, Willard's scared of the Lakers. No, there's no fear. And I'm also not saying the Warriors can't beat them, but there's the percentage chances of them winning a game at Sacramento versus beating the Lakers at Chase. No question which percentage is higher.
Yeah.
There's no question. I'd rather play Sacramento and hope the Lakers go beat New Orleans. And then once you beat Sacramento, go to New Orleans. You can beat that team too. And then go to the playoffs.
Right.
And you still may not. You're the 8 and you may not get Denver. You may get Minnesota or Oklahoma City,
you might,
which is what the veteran teams all want to do. Let's try our hand with these teams that don't have playoff experience, right? Isn't that the goal?
Yeah.
Okay.
The goal would be to take on Minnesota in that first round and, take your chances and hope that Draymond can keep his hands off Rudy Gobert, and maybe you can gut that thing out. You steal one on the road, and maybe you come back to Chase and you hold serve and you go up 3-1, and maybe you can then advance to the semis like you did last year.
I think Oklahoma City's the target, to be real. I think that's the team you would want if they can, but they're a game behind both Denver and Minnesota. But if you really wanted to have a first-round upset, a veteran-laden team playing well against Oklahoma City, I think that's your target. That's your bet. You want scenario A, Warriors go to Sacramento, then they go to New Orleans, then they go to Oklahoma City. For me, that's scenario A.
For me, it's Minnesota.
Okay.
Even though Minnesota's got the size, because I don't believe in the Minnesota Timberwolves as a team that can really beat Golden State. I think Oklahoma City.
Did you watch them last night?
Yeah, they look good. They look good, and then at times they don't look good.
Yeah.
Oklahoma City, to me, the speed and the youth and the athleticism is a problem for Golden State in a long series.
Yeah, but I mean, the size of Minnesota is a problem for Golden State as well.
Well, not now that they've got their center, TJD, holding it down at 6'9".
And how are you going to stop Naz Reid from going 7 of 9 from 3 every single time? Every time you play him. How are you going to stop that? Anyway, we're getting ahead of ourselves.
Yeah.
Tomorrow's game is tomorrow's game, and the Warriors are going to be in the play-in tournament no matter what. Soon as the Rockets started yelling on Instagram, that was the end of them. So that was kind of fun. So the Warriors are in, at least. In 16 days, they will play a basketball game. Will it be here? Will it be in Sacramento? Will it be in L.A.? Or will something crazy happen? That's what it looks like we're heading toward. And if the Warriors can win in that one-and-done situation, then they'll go get to play another basketball game to get into the playoffs. And to me, that is the message today. The whole idea of belief is free. You know, I spent, when you were, the days you missed last week when FP and I were in here, I spent the majority of the week sort of like, I don't even know if you listened or you would have recognized the show. He was over there, Warriors are great. I was just Captain Negative.
Yeah, I heard a little bit of it.
But I mean,
it's crazy.
Well, I was trying to be where I was at in terms of the realistic nature of all of this. But at the same time, what I kept telling him every time, he was like, no, the Warriors are playing well. I'm like, I can't rule it out. I can't rule it out that they're going to go on a run. And so, yeah, we've reached that point. They've got 4 games left. If they win them all, they're going to finish ahead of the Lakers and at least be the 9. That's actually, so they control their own destiny, to that degree at least. That's wonderful. Could they go on a run? It seems unlikely, but belief is free, so stay in the moment. That's why I asked Steiny and Goo, why are we doing the offseason already?
Right.
Because don't you all agree that whatever they do over the next 2 to 3 to 4 to 5 weeks, that affects what your opinion is on the offseason, no?
It does. It affects our opinion. I wonder if it affects their opinion, and by their, I mean Joe Lacob and Mike Dunleavy and whoever else is going to make the call on all of these changes that could be coming. I think that you look at this team and you take one of 2 approaches. One is, no matter what, we're kind of stuck with contracts and age and roster, and so we're going to run it back, and that's just the way it's going to go. Chris Paul is gone. Kevon Looney likely will be gone. And other than that, you're going to bring everybody back. You're going to try to get Klay in at a number that works for both parties, and you're going to run it back because you have no other choice. The other tack is, well, this is not good enough, so we're going to make dramatic changes. We're going to make dramatic moves. Klay gone, CP3 gone. We're going to try to trade Wiggins. Heck, maybe we even try to trade Draymond. We do whatever we can to turn this roster over in the short term to maximize the Steph Curry window. I don't think that how they do is really going to affect their plans unless they go on a really, really deep run, like win a series or 2 series, and you get to the conference championship series, and then maybe you look at things differently.
I hope you're right, because it seems to me if you've been following this Warrior story for years now, doesn't it feel like the sole Warrior thing to do would be just what they've done, just have all this mess sort of unfold, some of it under their control, some of it not. Tragic passing of a coach right in front of their eyes, Draymond getting suspended, Andrew misses some games, Klay Thompson goes through an early season mental crisis, whatever, all of that. Mess around, but work your way in. And but have it be something on just like bordering on the ridiculous, like, I don't know, the 10 seed. And then you win a couple of basketball games, and then just let's say you do take on the Minnesota Timberwolves, and after 5 games, the Warriors are up 3-2. Just spotlight that moment right there. Chase Center is lit up. We're down there at the team store, and the Warriors are about to take the court, and they're up 3-2. Tell me what it sounds like. What does a Warrior fan sound like that night with regard to the idea of big changes in the offseason?
Run it back.
Absolutely.
Probably have run it back chance in the arena, you know?
Then they lose that game.
Oh, boy.
And then they lose.
Trade Draymond right now.
Yeah, then they lose game 7 in Minnesota.
Blow it up.
See, but the fear is, but Dibs.
It's so close.
They're right there.
That was last year's problem.
Against the 1 seed. They put the fear of God in.
Right, in Minnesota.
But that's sort of your okay, fork in the road. Which way do we go?
Right, and that's why I think that the front office has already kind of figured out which way they're going to go. And to me, the interesting question is, what's the value in keeping this group together from a financial standpoint at the gate? And Steiny made a good point earlier that, the sellouts are mostly because of Steph Curry. He's the one who is box office. Klay and Draymond, less so. Andrew Wiggins, probably not a factor at all as far as, why would you go to Chase Center and spend all that money, $18 beers and all the rest of it? You go there to see the chef.
Kuminga's actually second in box office now.
Probably, yeah.
I would argue.
I'll buy that.
Yeah.
Without a doubt.
Yeah.
So if you're looking at that going into the offseason and you're Joe Lacob, you're probably thinking about that as the first and foremost decision-making factor in all of this is, how do we keep this building full?
Well, that's a great point because as a fan, that's the stuff that we never think about and we don't want our teams to think about, but of course, it's actually what drives our teams. It's the point I was making about Farhan and the Giants this offseason. They didn't make those moves because they were like, okay, we've done all the analytics, and it turns out Jorge Soler is the perfect embodiment of the player that we need to go, and that's why we're going to give him 3 guaranteed years. And Jung Hoo Lee, same type of thing. This is exactly what we need. Oh, by the way, maybe they are, but that's exactly what we need, and we're going to get back on top in the NL West. I think that's in the conversation, but that's not the first thing that came out of their mouths.
Right.
The first thing that came out of their mouths is, hey, Farhan, you can fill the building, dude. This building's been full for almost 20 years, and now it's not full. It needs to be full. You need to make it full. So whatever you're doing, sometimes it worked and sometimes it didn't. But we need to do whatever you want to do within a different backdrop so that the stadium's full. So they're like, I got an idea. How about 5 free agents? Spent 3 years, couldn't get 1.
Right.
5 in what felt like 4 weeks. Fill the building. That's all they're trying to do. By the way, it worked.
It worked, and they're 4-6, and they still can't score runs.
Right. But somehow people are like, I think I like it.
Exactly.
Have you noticed the reaction? It's wild. They're 4-6, and people are like, I think
it's okay.
Good.
Yeah. I mean, they were 2-5 to open up on the road, and it was like, that's fine. It's a long season. It's because there is a certain amount of excitement around the team, and even though they're 4-6, and you've got Washington in town tonight.
Well, I think that's big. It's first time they're playing someone that's not named the Dodgers and Padres.
Right, but I'm getting the sense that there's going to be a big crowd tonight for Blake Snell, and also the fact that people are excited about this team.
Speaking of this team, I can confirm Michael Conforto is going to join us in the 4 o'clock hour. Okay? Michael Conforto will join us in the 4 o'clock hour. Lucas is very excited about that. He's got a brand new jacket on to celebrate, and even though Blake Snell and Michael Conforto, neither of them went to USC, but fight on. But coming up next, y'all hear the stuff from Klay Thompson on the Draymond pod yet? Draymond been trying, you'd think he'd have an in. He'd been trying to get Klay Thompson for a long time to get on the pod. And he got on the pod. So there's some really inside stuff right here from Klay Thompson. And we will play it for you next. The phone lines are wide open, 888-957-9570. We're so glad you're with us. Hope your weekend was great. We're sponsored by Safeway, and it's Willard and Dibs.
Head to Safeway this week for amazing deals for members. Driscoll strawberries, $1.47 each.
It's up and good at the three. He's unconscious right now. 20 points, 7 of 10 shooting, 4 of 6 beyond the arc.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
We'll get to the Klay here in just a second. Just a second. Is it an easy prediction to say that tonight's college basketball men's championship is going to do a lesser rating than yesterday's Caitlin Clark experience with Iowa going against South Carolina?
Yeah, that's an easy prediction.
Call, right?
Easy call.
Yesterday's going to crush tonight.
Right.
Yeah.
Yesterday was one of the more groundbreaking, historic moments I think that you would ever have in women's sports. And I'm hard-pressed to think about a bigger women's sports event. And I've gone back last week or the week before to the Nancy Kerrigan, Tanya Harding ice skating gold medal showdown.
How about World Cup final?
Pretty good, yeah.
Women's
with
national
Brandi Chastain.
Yep.
Back in, I think that was 99. You're going, dude, it's hard to believe.
Stop it.
It's been that long, yeah. But, yesterday was an undefeated team against an Iowa team that was more than just Caitlin Clark, but for the headlines, for people who weren't, that dialed in on the women's tournament, it was Caitlin Clark against South Carolina.
Of course it was. And by the way, I don't think we should be shy about that. And I don't think that's offensive to women or anything like that. The way I look at sports and just content in general is just like what you were just talking about 5 minutes ago in terms of box office and why you'd buy a ticket to go see the Warriors. It's Steph Curry and David Stern. Like, he grew the NBA leaps and bounds because he started, and I know Steiny hates this, marketing individuals instead of teams. So, if I said to you Sixers Warriors, or if I said to you Embiid versus Curry, what sounds more exciting?
Right.
No question about that. So, I don't want to speak about this game and this tournament run that happened yesterday in a way that diminishes what Caitlin specifically has done and achieved. And so I don't feel this pressure to be like, it's Iowa versus South Carolina. And the women's game is now going to be watched because ESPN is going to promote it. It's like, maybe, do you have more TV characters? Because I don't care if it's men, women, or robots. If you don't have characters, we don't care.
Yeah.
Hey, Giants fans, how you been doing the last couple of years? You got no TV characters. Blake Snell starts in 4 hours. So there you go.
Yeah.
You need TV characters, and that's what she was. That's what she's been.
And think about this week, the Masters. And you know I'm a super double golf junkie, and so I could tell you almost every player in the field and tell you what kind of a game they have. But we asked Guru, and you put him on the spot playfully. Could you name how many golfers could you name? And he said 5. And we stopped a bit because he probably couldn't come up with number 2, but it's Tiger Woods. So the Masters starting Thursday. For many people, the casuals, as we like to call them, it's can Tiger make the cut? Can Tiger go on a run? And it's because of what you're talking about, the characters.
No doubt. And obviously the 3 characters that have been at the center of everything we've talked about with the Warriors for so long, Steph, Klay, and Draymond finally had Klay Thompson on the podcast. The Draymond Green show via the volume. That's the credit to everything that you're about to hear. Let's roll through these because I think it'd be fun to react to these. Would love to get your reaction. 888-957-9570. Does this make you feel good, bad, indifferent? Your reaction to what Klay Thompson had to say. Let's start here. First of all, on dealing with his own, as he calls it, sports mortality.
I was kind of grappling with that a lot this year. It's almost like your own mortality as an athlete. Like, man, I might not be able to elevate like I once did, or I might not slide my feet left and right like I once did, but I can still be a heck of a player if I just give gratitude and keep that perspective. Like, I'm out here balling, because that was hard for me these last few years when when you go through injuries and you're so used to playing at a certain level, guarding a certain guy, shooting certain shots. Then you have to adjust all of that. That was the hardest part of my career. And it's still hard for me, when I'm used to scoring 25 in a quarter, locking up the best player. Now I got to pick my spots a lot more just precisely, which is fine. I've finally come to accept, look, I can still be a heck of a player. I can still be incredibly efficient as long as I'm having fun and being a good teammate. And you actually helped me a ton when you're lean into these young guys, lean into the fact you're a vet. You made X amount of money. You don't have to worry about nothing. Like, you're playing for the love of the game. And I think once I realized that and I relax a little bit rather than trying to play for a contract or an all-star nod or some accolade, but rather just play for the love of the game. And the fact they get to play cards with the guys on the plane. We're playing ping pong last night after the game. We're having fun. That's the beauty of the game right there. Not trying to get another max deal or another endorsement, but just smelling the roses and appreciating all the work it took to get here.
I mean, this is so relatable. It doesn't matter how old you are. You move through this, and whether it's the glitz and glamour of playing for the Golden State Warriors or just the fact that you can't go to the park anymore and make as many shots as you used to. I had breakfast with my dad. He's in town this morning. Maybe they're listening on their drive. I hope you all are being safe. They're on their way back down to Southern California. He is in his 80s now. He took my son a couple of days ago to the local school to shoot hoops. He said it took him almost 40 shots to make a free throw. And he used to be a good basketball player. Took him almost 40 tries to make a free throw.
Hang in there, Tom.
Well, the body doesn't work anymore the way that obviously, he's in his 80s. He's in his 80s, right? They have to.
No longer a knockdown shooter.
You got to make plans to handle a staircase now. You have to make plans. Right? You have to talk to people.
You got to scout out handrails.
Right? You got to find what time of day is it? Is there light? Do we have people who can help us? You have to make plans for these things. So the only thing my only reaction to that, listen to what Klay's saying. I think what he's saying is great. It's almost a bummer that it sounds like it really took him a while over the last couple of years to get to that point. And it's challenging. I get it. But you also would have thought, like with the two major injuries, that maybe he would have come out of those injuries with a little bit more of an awareness that that's the way it was going to be.
Yes, but you know this, Mark, having been around so many pro athletes throughout your career and your life, these individuals have such an unbelievable ego because they have to. You have to have that level of self-confidence and hubris and arrogance and all the rest of it. So Klay gets hurt once, he gets hurt again, he comes back, and he's finally able to get out there and play. And even in the cut in Draymond's podcast, you heard him say, I kind of realized that I wouldn't be able to move laterally as well and be able to do quite the same things, but you still have the expectation that you'll be close. And when it doesn't happen, you get frustrated, and then you show Devin Booker your four fingers because you're a four-time champ and how dare you and all the rest of it. And so, as you know, Mark, getting older and you're not quite 50, but you're getting closer to it each and every day. As you get older, you realize there are things you can't do anymore. I know that there are things that I will never do again, such as run a half marathon or run a marathon or, heck, even run a mile.
Or run down the street.
I probably will never run a mile again, like I used to run a mile and, go sub 6 minutes or whatever. Forget that. To even get through it and do it. There are so many things now that I know that I'm never going to do again. And it's hard to have that reality hit you, let alone as a pro athlete, right?
Well, of course it is. And actually, what I think is happening here, you listen when he said, you really helped me with this. He's talking to Draymond, obviously. And he said, you really helped me by telling me to lean into these young guys. I think what's actually going on here, this is why it's so relatable, at least for me, because I really struggle with this in my own life. And that is asking for help. I really struggle with it. And you get put in situations where you have no choice but to ask for it. But for me, when I have to ask for it, I feel very guilty. I'm like overrun with guilt. And just think about it, right? We're here from like at least 1:30 to 6:30 every single day.
Yep.
And I got kids at home, and one of them's little, and boy, it would be better if I were there for him.
Yeah.
It would be better if I were there. So I got to ask for help all the time, and I can't stand it. And I think that's what Klay is really saying and going through when he's talking about lean into those young guys. Like, in other words, hey, the best player on the other team, Kuminga and Wiggins can guard them. Ask for help.
Right.
We suck at it. We're terrible at it. We don't want to do that. At least people who are doers, and obviously if you play for the Warriors, you're a doer.
Yeah.
You know, that's what sort of stands out to me, and I think makes whatever these struggles have been over the last year and a half for Klay, makes them a little bit more understandable.
Yeah.
I get it.
And it also is, him coming to the realization that his race for the most part has been run. He's a 4-time champ, and as he mentioned in that cut with Draymond, he's made more money than he could probably spend in a lifetime. So legacy, check. Finances, check. What's left that he has to go out there and prove? There's nothing he has to prove to anybody, even if his career right now, if he never made another shot, he finishes out this year and he goes 0 for 88 or whatever it is, and he comes back next year and never scores another point in the NBA. His legacy is cemented. It's probably bronzed and statuified down at Chase Center.
Totally.
You're good. You've made more than $200 million on the court. Off the court, who knows, with his Anta deal. I don't know how much he makes from the Chinese shoemaker, but he's set. You're set. Your legacy's set. The only thing left to do is have fun. Play basketball and have fun. And the fact that Draymond was the one to speak life to that, I just kind of wish that Draymond would take his own advice and maybe take a step back from the anger with which he plays, because all these guys, Mark, you're set. Warrior fans will love you no matter what, no matter how this eventually ends. Just go out there and enjoy the game and play with some joy.
I will say this, though. Sometimes we talk about Klay in a way that makes me not uncomfortable, but I just find it sort of inaccurate. And we do this to people. And it's all based on expectation. It's no different than the number 1 overall draft pick who ends up playing at the level of a second rounder. And then you're like, boy, he stunk. It's like, no, he didn't stink. He just didn't meet what you wanted him to be. All right, so let's talk about Klay, because I've heard this so many places this year. Oh, man, he's cooked. He's over the hill, and he just doesn't have it anymore. What's it? You're right. Klay's not as good as he used to be.
That's a great question.
I think that's what he's saying to you right now. He's not what he used to be. Want to know what he is? He's still really good.
Yeah.
He's averaging 22.8 this month. Okay? He's hit 17 threes in 4 games this month. The last time he didn't score double digits in a basketball game was March 13th. That's almost a month ago. That is spanning, quick look at it. Somewhere in the neighborhood of, I think, about 12 games. 15 games since he's had a night where he did not score double digits. Like, for all of you who want, 2 years and maybe $20 million a year, just understand. Oh, who's going to want Klay next year? A lot of people. This is a productive, scoring player, wing in the NBA. Is he a centerpiece? Is he a 2? No, he's none of those things. But he's somebody who can still give you between 25 and 33 minutes a night. And on any given night, he's going to give you some 25s and some 28s, and then he'll give you a 12. But he can still play, man. He can still play, and I love that he's starting to understand that it just evolves a little bit, man. It just takes a little bit of a different look. That's all.
Right.
But if the Warriors, you asked me today, you want Klay Thompson for 2 more years? Yeah, absolutely. I do.
And for me, it doesn't matter what the number is because I don't have to pay it.
Right.
And if they pay him $5 million a year or $35 million a year, my cost to go to a game is going to be unchanged. They're still going to hit you for an $18 beer no matter how much they pay Klay Thompson. So if you want to be above the luxury tax threshold, then be above it. If you want to try to get below it and pay him less, then pay him less and get below it. I don't think that the Klay Thompson question is should they or shouldn't they? It's a question of how much will they offer, and will he be willing to play for that?
Well, and in this next answer, the idea of free agency comes up. Listen to what Klay says about his attempt to stay in the moment.
And in saying that, when it comes to free agency in July, I just got to keep that in mind. Like, yes, I want to re-sign with the Doves, but I also have to prioritize my mental health and lay out what is important to me at this point in my career. And I know we have so much basketball ahead, that I haven't given it much thought really, because if I start thinking about July 1st, then I'm just doing myself a disservice. I'm not here. I'm not thinking about the Hornets tomorrow and these must-win games this weekend. So for me, it's just about staying present, as simple as that is, staying present. And
well, and by the way, it's great advice all the time. It's what I'm trying to do as a fan right now when we get ready for these last 4 games and then whatever's going to happen for the Warriors next week. Just stay in the moment. Again, belief is free. Thank you, Scott Osler, for the reminder this morning. Belief is free. So if you think the Warriors are going to be one and done next Wednesday night, fine. If you think that they can make a run and give the Nuggets everything that they want, put the fear of God in them, great. Think that. Or you can be somewhere in the middle and just sit down and make popcorn and watch the game. And all of that is going to shade our opinion. Our opinion about Klay Thompson changed just in the Lakers series last year because he couldn't make a shot.
Right.
And that changed our thought process with regard to Klay Thompson. It's interesting to hear him bring up free agency. Even though he's saying I'm staying in the moment, the fact is it's on his brain. And I don't know. It makes me think he's going to say out loud, I want to remain with the Warriors. But for those who think like he wouldn't consider going anywhere else, I do think he would. I do think he would if he feels undercut or disrespected by whatever the Warriors are able to offer.
And also, this is really the first time he's been a free agent. If you think about the arc of his career, because when he got hurt in the finals against Toronto, he immediately got the max from the team, which was an unbelievable thank you, sort of a gesture. A thank you and also the promise of him getting back to being close to the player that he was. And he's been great. I mean, he hasn't been elite, and maybe he's not earning all $42 million of his deal this year. If you look at his last 12 games, though, and you referenced it, since the last time he had single digits in points, he's averaging nearly 21 a game. He's shooting almost 50% from the floor, 40% from 3, and he hasn't missed a free throw. So Klay is starting to play like the Klay of old as we get closer now, 4 regular season games away from free agency.
Last time they were in L.A., he had a huge game, hit 5 threes, had 26 points, went 9 of 15 from the field, and that was the Warrior win in L.A. back on March 16th, and actually was the start of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 games in a row where he has now scored at least double digits. Okay, one more from Klay, and this was interesting when the conversation went sort of pointed toward Draymond and his absences this year and how that makes the rest of the team feel.
When you're not out there, it's like a piece of us is gone. And me and Steph are really nice guys, like probably too nice, and we could never be ourselves and have the freedom we do on the court without you. So when you're not out there, it's kind of like a huge kink in our armor. And I know the other team is very happy you're not out there. I just know that for a fact. They're like, they relax a little bit. They let their hair down. They feel a little bit more like they pump their chest up a little more because our muscles gone. Our enforcer, the heartbeat of our team is not out there. And so it does hurt, but at the end of the day, we've been through so many battles, reached the mountaintop, been down the mountain, had to climb back up, got there again.
I mean, that's really what the final analysis is of all the Draymond stuff. Again, I know it'll come back up in the offseason, and people will talk about whether or not you can count on Draymond or whether or not you're done with Draymond. I mean, that's what these next, and I know this isn't until July, and it's only early April, so we got 2 months before we're going to get some real decisions, but our opinion is going to be formed largely over the next 2 to 3 weeks, I think, in terms of what the Warriors can and should do. And I go back to the show we did the day after Steve Kerr called it unforgivable.
Right.
And Steph Curry put on Twitter, I'm never going to take these things for granted. And I think a lot of us are like, I think their support for Draymond Green, like I think they finally hit their breaking point. I look at that now and I'm like, no, they haven't. And they never will. They never will. Because that you just heard Klay say, that's how they feel. They've been through too much together. They're never going to not support Draymond Green.
Yeah, no matter what. And that's sometimes maddening for fans to hear. I don't think you're wrong because you hear Klay say what he said. And, Steph and I are nice guys and we need to have you out there because you're the dog and you're the guy who makes it so that we can play the way that we play because you have that ornery teammate who's willing to do all the dirty work and do all the hard things so that the Splash Brothers can just run around and shoot threes and not have to really get into the grimy part of the association. So as much as fans get frustrated and even the team themselves, they get frustrated, they deep down, I think, Mark, are saying what you're saying, which is we got to have Draymond out here no matter what. And when I say no matter what, they mean no matter what.
No matter what.
No matter if he punches a teammate or gets suspended for 15 games or gets ejected in a game where we absolutely needed him 3 minutes in, no matter what. No matter what means no matter what. And that's how they see it. And so we as fans, you either accept it and deal with it or you find another team.
All right. Let's wind this up, 888-957-9570, and really get down to brass tacks because if the messages stay at the moment, let's go ahead and do that. I don't want to get into too much today about what off-season things, this, that, and the other, who you support and who you want to move. But what's the scenario that gets the Warriors into the playoffs? Let's talk about this. They got 4 regular season games left, and then at least one next Wednesday night. What is the right scenario for the Warriors? Not just to get into the playoffs. Hell, you may have the opinion that the best scenario for the Warriors is to not get into the playoffs so that they can get that pie in the face or that cold shower that maybe you think they need as far as team building is concerned. But what's the scenario you want to see over the next week and a half for the Warriors? And we'll answer that as well. We're presented by Fremont Bank. Full-service banking, no compromises. Your call's next. Michael Conforto is about an hour and a half away right here on Willard and Dibs.
Another happy Safe Light customer.
Safe.
Chris Paul comes back to the right side. Finds Thompson, squares up, lets it fly. 3-ball, right corner pocket for Klay. 6 of 10 from distance. 81-58. Thompson has a 30-point night.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
All right, as always, connecting with all of you wherever we can. So Twitch and YouTube are options. If you want to watch the show, Dibs is turning into a lesser version of himself as we speak.
Man.
You can watch it live. You can watch Dibs wither away if you want, right here on YouTube or Twitch.
I don't miss the days of being a fat red pumpkin. I'm like a skinny bell pepper.
I know.
Over here.
You're
I'm a fat red pumpkin.
No, not as much. Not as a mid-sized red pumpkin. Yeah. You look good.
It's a mid-size. Appreciate it.
Look at you.
You're putting in work.
Yeah.
You're putting in some work over here.
Twitch.tv/957 The Game. YouTube.com/957 The Game. Watch us live until Dibs is no longer here. Hit the thumbs up button. And all of our shows are there all the time throughout the day. Bonte and Joe and Steiny and Goo, all of that. And also, you can download the free Odyssey app by scanning the QR code that's right there in the bottom right corner of our Twitch and YouTube streams with your smartphone. So, do that. And then there's this. And I knew I would get this. So it's okay. It's okay. Hang on, where are they? Let me find the people. I got the people on Twitter here. Oh, it's okay. Video show 22BR, who says, afraid of the Lakers? Nobody, never, ever. If you cannot pass against the 9 seed in the play-in, you're not going to do nothing when it comes to facing teams like Denver, Minnesota, and the Clips. And then, let's see. AWOL says this is a dumb bleep take. All right. And then Ace, this is my favorite. That's a losing mindset.
Oh.
Okay, let me help everyone with this. My mindset doesn't matter. I'm not playing tomorrow night. I'm not going to play. I'm going to watch the Warriors. I'm going to root for the Warriors because I don't know any other way to do this. But if you're asking me what is the Warriors' path of least resistance, it is absolutely for them to not have to face the Lakers in the play-in tournament. That's not fear. That's Vegas odds. That's history. And it's matchups. This whole idea that fans do, if you can't win that game, then you can't win this game over here. Yes, you can. Yes, you can.
Right.
Your matchup against the Lakers has got nothing to do with your matchup against any other team. So I look at this right now, and I'm ready for all the Sacramento smoke. You're still adorable, and the Warriors can still beat you. And you're all injured. The Kings are clearly, look at it like a lion. You've all watched Animal Planet, right?
Shout out to Serengeti.
And the lion comes up on a big group of gazelle. What does the lion do?
Look for the weak one.
I'm going to go for the fast one because if I can't get the fast one, then I'm just not going to survive on this planet as a lion. No. Go for the one that's limping. Get the limping gazelle.
Shout out Malik.
Give me the Sacramento Kings next Wednesday night.
Yeah.
Please.
I mean, limping, they've been doing pretty well of late, but
who, the Kings?
Yeah.
5-5 in their last 10.
Right. And, I mean, the roster is a little depleted. You lose Malik Monk and Herter's out, and so you start to think about, even in a short one-off, a one-game scenario, they're a team that's not nearly as dominant as they were earlier in the year. And if you go even further back, they're 12-10 in their last 22. So even before the injury, they were showing signs of maybe being a little bit wobbly.
Yeah. I just don't, you know what I mean? Like, if you know it's raining, you bring an umbrella. Like, right? What's this obsession with making things harder on yourself?
Right.
Like, if you all believe, the Warriors are playing well, and they're champions, they've got the DNA, that makes them dangerous. You just described the Lakers also. You just described the Lakers. You all want to play Minnesota or Oklahoma City because, well, they've never been there before. Same with Sacramento. So, play them. Play them. Same with New Orleans.
Right.
Play them. I absolutely, if I could have my pick of the way this plays, the Warriors take on the Sacramento Kings a week from Wednesday. They win that game and then face the loser of the Pelicans and Lakers, which I believe will probably be the Pelicans, who are 4-6 in their last 10 games. And you never know if Zion's going to show up in a game or not. I would play them in the second game and then hope that when you pop out the other side, ideally the Oklahoma City Thunder are waiting, and if not, the Timberwolves are waiting.
Right.
And then take your chances.
Exactly.
That's exactly the way I hope this plays out.
Yeah, and the Lakers are a team that, as much as you don't fear the Lakers, they have won 9 of 11 since the Warriors beat them in their last meeting back in March, on March 16th. They promptly went out and won 5 in a row. They lost a game to Indiana. Then they won 4 in a row. This Laker team is playing great at exactly the right time, and it'll be fun to see it tomorrow. And you threw out an interesting thought, and it's more of a tomorrow conversation, but do you lay down against the Lakers in order to get them up to the 8 and maybe have the Kings fall down to the 9?
So
it's an interesting thought.
It's an interesting thought. My answer would be no, though, in terms of laying down. I can simultaneously sit here and tell you what I think is the path of least resistance. I also think it's incredibly dangerous and dumb to try to engineer it. You know what I mean? Like, make love and have the baby. The baby comes when the baby comes. Like, don't go engineer this thing if you don't have to.
Right.
Is the way that I would look at this. Because, by the way, you can engineer it all you want. You still won't get what you want. You could lose to the Lakers tomorrow night, and then you end up still with the Lakers in L.A. the following Wednesday. That's
I don't know if you want to engineer it to the point where you're trying to concoct like a certain opponent in the play-in, but at the same time, I do think you look at Steph and you look at Wiggins and you think about maybe resting them. Like you give Steph another game and you let Steph maybe get another day fresher. And I kind of called this last week or the week before where when you lock into the 10, it might be a good time to give the chef a game or two. And yeah, you might, want to think about giving Klay or Draymond a game off. Make sure that when you get to game 83, that these guys are as fresh as they can be.
No doubt, but I mean, they did that last night with Steph.
Exactly.
And I know that they knew that they could beat Utah without him. And I'm sure that the Warriors are angling to win this basketball game tomorrow night, because here's the other thing. The reality of this is it's not 100% off the table that the Warriors end up in the 7-8 game. And until it is, you cannot mess around. You cannot mess around. However, even if they play well, they're still probably going to end up in the 9-10 game.
Well, they're 3 back of Sacramento. They're 2 back, but they lose the tiebreaker. You're 3 back with 4 to go.
Correct.
I mean, at what point do you want to expend extra energy and effort to chase something that's probably not there for you?
No, you don't.
Yeah.
You don't. But if I'm the Warriors, I'm going to try like hell to beat the Lakers tomorrow night. I'm going to root for them to beat the Lakers tomorrow night. But here's what I'll say. 2 things. One, if they lose, it's going to take me about a minute and a half to get over it.
Right.
And 2, here's what I'd say about what you're talking about. No, I would not sit the guys out, but I'm also not pushing them. Like if you've got, like we've seen before, if the Lakers and Warriors end up in one of these offensive firepower deals and it's 122 to 121, and like I'm not going, okay, Steph, give me the whole fourth quarter. Give me 37 minutes tonight. I'm not doing it. And Steve, they may lose, and Steve may have to answer questions. But
Grandy came down his road after the Steph 29-minute thing.
You did.
The controversy.
Not directly to him, though. He said it to you, right?
No. Yeah, we did a whole show on it when they lost. Was that not to Dallas? That's when they lost.
Minnesota.
It was Minnesota.
Oh, it was?
Yeah.
He played 29-51 on that Sunday in Minnesota.
You were mad about Kuminga after the Dallas game.
Yes.
That's what you were mad about.
I was mad about
You're
that.
You're mad about a lot of things over there, Grandy.
Yeah.
You okay?
I mean, just imagine if they won both those games,
Right?
how things would be different right now.
It would be different, right?
Big time.
I bet those teams feel that way about a couple games too, though. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But anyway, yeah, I'm not pushing Steph tomorrow night. I'm not pushing anybody with extra minutes to try to like grind out that win. I'm going to play it hard. I'm going to play it my normal way, though. Normal rotations, because you're right. Like, God forbid somebody gets hurt this week.
Sure.
In an effort to get ready for next week, because next week is now to a certain degree solidified.
And next week is bigger than this week. And
of course.
This week you got a Thursday and a Friday. So I wonder about those games, the back-to-back Portland and New Orleans, if they might look at sitting some guys in each of those nights.
Portland on the road. Then you got to get on the plane, come right back here.
Right back.
Right, and then Utah on Sunday, and then that's a wrap. We shall see. We're sponsored by Crystal Geyser Natural Alpine Spring Water. Michael Conforto is going to join us probably in about an hour. We're working out the exact time. 888-957-9570 is the number. And we got to get into Kuminga as well, who had a lot to say after the game. Not starting, but playing well. We'll get into that coming up next as well. This is Willard and Dibs.
At Crystal Geyser, we're committed to using recycled plastic in
Kuminga flies in for a dunk.
Well, you feel like when the Warriors work the ball, move the ball, they, like I said, they can get whatever they want to.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
So what's the story you were just telling?
We were talking about our former intern, Ryan Williams,
Okay.
SF State, D2 hooper, 7 feet tall.
Wow.
He was an intern here at 95.7 The Game back in the Jolo and Dibs era. And one day he was in and Lo looked at him and said, "Hey, Melvin." It's like, Lo, his name's not Melvin.
His name's Ryan.
He looks like a Melvin. So he became Melvin. And he also had he was missing a front tooth.
Oh.
And so he became Toothless Melvin.
Toothless Mel.
Yeah, Toothless
Okay.
Mel.
Mel, yeah.
So yeah.
Melvin.
It just
Yeah, and then you said, how do you look like a Melvin?
that was my question. How does he look like a Melvin?
I don't want to offend all the Melvins out there, but I feel like it's not a great look. Like it's kind of it's a name that has the connotation of being a little nerdy.
Or a little
Melvin.
Yeah.
Although I don't
Melvin.
even know any Melvins.
You know a Bob Melvin.
I know a bunch of people actually with the last name Melvin.
Right.
Yeah, I got a good friend, David Melvin. Good talking to you last week.
Okay.
Yeah, I know a bunch of people, but I don't know if I know any first name Melvins.
I was trying to think of one off the top of my head, and every time all I can picture is the 7-footer Toothless Mel, who was our intern for a while.
Well, then it got my head going on the players we've been talking about a lot and whether or not they look like their names. Because I kind of looked to the right, and we were thinking about, we were having a conversation about Jonathan Kuminga back into the lineup, and it dawns on me that everyone calls him Kuminga. Like, although I bet Mom doesn't, but
right.
He doesn't strike me as if you just ran into him and be like, you look like a Jonathan.
Right.
He doesn't strike me as someone who looks like a Jonathan. I don't know what the name is. Something that's got a little bit more je ne sais quoi, though, than Jonathan.
Yeah.
Nothing against Jonathans.
No. Shout out Jonathan in San Francisco, who also doesn't look like a Jonathan.
Well, that's true, too.
I was lucky enough to meet him down at Chase Center in Thrive City, and he's about 5'5", 118.
Perfect.
All business. Body fat of about 3.7%.
Do you look like Dan? Do you look like a Dan?
I don't think so.
I don't think you do either.
And I wish you wouldn't call me that.
I look like, I'm not.
Okay, good.
I just want to know if you look like a Dan. I would never call you Dan.
I was more of a Danny as a kid.
Oh, Danny.
Danny. But the people who know me from back in the 70s in Marin, Danny. Or my full name back then was Little Danny Dibley. So my first name was Little.
You look like a Greg to me. Your name should be Greg.
I don't know how to take that. Other than your cousin was a Greg, and I know that you
he's a handsome man. Yeah, and he's a very, very good-looking guy.
So I'll take that. You kind of look like a Mark.
Do I?
Yeah.
Grandy?
Mark is a good, solid...
What are your thoughts on that? Do I look like a Mark?
I don't know.
Do you look like a Mark?
I don't know what names
Lucas
look like.
Totally looks like a Lucas.
Absolutely.
Yeah, that's a good fit.
That's a compliment.
No, that's a good fit. It's a really good fit.
Grandy looks like a chip.
He actually does. I agree.
He kind of does.
Yeah, it's that, real solid jaw, hair perfectly parted to the side. Hey, Chip.
Yeah. I can see it. Yeah.
Chip's a good guy.
I don't know any Chips.
Yeah, well, you do now. So, congratulations.
Well, you do now. Anyway.
That's amazing. Yeah. All right. Yeah. I don't even know what to do with all of that.
I don't either.
Yeah. Melvin.
Toothless Mel.
Bob has done a great job of turning two names that might be associated with a little, I don't know if nerdiness is the right word, but even Bob. Bob is like...
Hey, Bob.
Yeah, it's like a real estate agent.
Yeah.
Or an insurance guy.
Completely.
He's turned those two names into a really cool nickname.
Hey, Bob Melvin here, and let's talk about your life insurance.
Bomel.
Right.
Bomel is cool.
Awesome nickname.
It's very, very cool.
Yep.
The names on their own, Bob Melvin, I'm not so sure.
No.
We'll ask him next time.
And I wonder if our next guest has a nickname. Michael Conforto. Because somebody referred to him as 40 earlier.
Forts.
That
was Matt Steinmetz.
Called him Forts.
Yes.
All right. Maybe that's his nickname,
Michael
or 40.
Conforto nickname.
Baseball Reference doesn't do it like Basketball Reference does.
He does actually have a nickname. He is nicknamed Scooter.
Get out of here.
Or Forto.
Forto. Well, that's just, by the way, when the internet does that, that's not an actual nickname. That's just the way baseball players talk. Baseball players are completely incapable of calling someone else by their first name or even their last name.
Right.
Everything's got to be some sort of, right, B-crawl. Like, everybody's got to have like a snappy little thing that works when you've got sunflower seeds in your mouth.
Webby.
Right. Forto.
Yeah.
Forts. Whatever. Scooter. Huh.
Scooter.
I'll ask him about that.
You will.
I did. I will.
Scooter.
Giants actually had a player named Scooter the year before Conforto or Forts actually got on the team. Remember Scooter Jeanette?
I was going to say Marco Scutero, who was Scooter.
That's a good one. Yeah, that's.
I do remember Scooter Gannett.
Yeah, Scooter,
Jeanette.
Is it Jeanette or
it's
Gannett?
I think it's Jeanette.
Yeah, Scooter
Did he have
Jeanette.
like a 4-homer game randomly?
Yeah, he did.
He did.
Good call, Chip.
He did.
It may stick. I can't help but look at him now and think about the Chipper. I love Chip. Chip's
funny.
my guy. I'm sorry.
Oh, gosh.
It's big fan.
It's like every fraternity brother from a movie.
Totally.
Like, it just works. Like, you could have a long sleeve crew neck sweater on with letters on it and a big smile and a beer and just like a presence about you. Yeah, absolutely. Way to go, Chip.
If you needed a ride, I'm calling Chip. Chip, I can't make it home. Can you come pick me up?
Yeah, but on the download, Chip's got he's got a dark side. He absolutely has a dark side. Yeah. All right. Well, I don't even know what the hell's happening right now.
Me either.
All right. Hey, Kuminga. Won't call you Jonathan because you don't look like that. How do your knees feel?
It felt great. Been out for a little bit. I was more concerned on how am I getting better to come back today, and obviously it felt great as well as more sure of my knees, just being ready, and I felt like today was the day.
All right, that's enough of that, not Jonathan. Let's get to the question that everybody really wants an answer to. Hey, Jonathan, you all right coming off the bench?
I wasn't concerned about coming off the bench. Coach always say, it don't matter. As long as you go in there, you give all you got, they're going to keep you in there. So I was just more concerned on just going there and just impacting, win, because a win is a win at the end of the day, and just play my game, and that's pretty much it.
And then the media did what the media does. They looked right into JK's eyes, and they said, hey, Kuminga, I know you just said that you weren't concerned about coming off the bench, but are you concerned with coming off the bench?
Don't affect me at the end of the day. As long as I know I go out there and just affect us winning, that's all that matters, Everybody could play, and at the end of the day, it's coach's decisions. If that's how they feel like everything is moving well, why would you want to go away from while moving well? And me personally, I think since I've been out, everything's been moving just fine. And it's not because I'm out, that's why we're moving fine. But at this point, everything is moving well. We're just going to stick with what's going to help us win and just keep winning games.
It's not a big deal, but I blame Klay for this. It's not like a big deal. It's not I'm not mad, but I blame Klay for this. Why have we reached this spot with Warrior basketball this year where coming off the bench is some sort of criticism? It's some sort of dark dunce cap that you got to wear. Oh, God, I got to come off the bench. Yeah. Go around the league. You know how many awesome players come off of the bench? And by the way, the Warriors have a situation where, look, how many players do the Warriors have who've appeared in an All-Star game?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Right?
Yep.
5. Okay. The whole year started this way. Hey, Chris Paul. You okay coming off the bench?
He had never come off the bench before.
You wee little non-Warrior. You can't come in here and start. And it became a whole thing.
You coaching?
And Chris didn't necessarily love it. And I didn't love Chris's response to it because it also seemed obvious to me. But it's like, I've said this now a bunch of times. I've warmed to what Chris has done this year with the Golden State Warriors. And yes, it's off the bench. And Klay Thompson has spent some time off the bench. And Andrew Wiggins has spent some time off the bench. And now Kuminga's going to do it because Trace Jackson-Davis has found a little thing here. There's a dynamic that he brings to the Warriors that they have not had and they need, and it's good. And so I wish there was a way for us to sort of attack this without making it a thing. I just don't think it's that much of a thing. Get your 25 to 30 minutes.
Yep.
And they come when they come.
It's not a thing, but we make it a thing because we all attach a certain amount of import to starting when anybody in the league will tell you the more important thing is who finishes. It's not who starts the opening five. And think about it, most of the time in an NBA game, the final 5 minutes are much more important than the opening 5 minutes. The only time the final five aren't as important is if the game's already out of hand. If you're down by 25 with 5 minutes to go, well, then those 5 minutes probably aren't that important. And also, that would mean that the first 5 minutes, you probably didn't do great if you ended up losing the game by 25. There's only one player on the Warriors this year who has started every single game in which they've appeared, and that's the Chef.
Yeah.
Every other player has come off the bench at least a few times, including Draymond, who's played 53, and he started 50, and Klay Thompson came off the bench 14 times. Andrew's done it 12 times. So if anybody's going to feel slighted coming off the bench, well, then you probably don't fit with this Warrior team because everybody other than Steph has spent time coming off the bench in this season for the team.
Kuminga played more minutes than two of the starters did yesterday. He went 9 of 11 from the field. He had a double-double, 21 points, 10 rebounds. He also threw 4 assists in there. He knocked down a three-pointer. He hit both of his free throws. It's a phenomenal basketball game, especially coming off of a 6-game absence. Absolutely phenomenal basketball game. Who cares?
Right.
Who cares? But the reason I said I blame Klay for it is Klay made a thing about it earlier this year. Tim Kawakami tried to ask him a question. You going to bench me? You going to bench me? You going to bench Wiggs? Yeah, we're going to bench somebody. We benched Chris Paul. And there's 7 of you or whatever that people want to start or think should. So, I don't know, man. I don't.
It's the idea of benching somebody. Just because you come off the bench doesn't mean you're getting benched. For me, it's kind of a misnomer because you can not start. Like you just mentioned, Kuminga didn't start, and he played 27 minutes. He played more than TJD, more than Draymond, and almost as much as Klay Thompson. Does that mean he got benched because he wasn't out there when the ball got thrown up in the opening tip? No, it just means that 5 other guys started the game, and you still came in and played 27 minutes. That, to me, is not getting benched.
Yeah, no, getting benched means you're out.
Right.
It's like a starting quarterback, right? Desmond Ridder last year for the Falcons got benched.
Ooh, boy.
And it doesn't mean you're not allowed to come back. They may go back to you in a few weeks, but he got benched.
Right.
So, yeah, I don't look at it this way at all, and I was thrilled to see the way Kuminga answered these questions. I'll say this about Jonathan Kuminga, and we had a bunch of conversations about this last week because FP it's borderline man crush with regard to
I was listening to it.
Yeah, which is fine. I get it. But Jonathan Kuminga, since the Shams tweet, and I wonder if you guys could look that up. What was the date of that? I feel like January, right? Is it January?
The I've lost faith in Steve Kerr.
Yes, that one.
Yeah, it was January.
January.
I'll find the exact date.
Dude, Jonathan Kuminga, since that tweet, has just been fantastic. And I don't just mean his stats. Jonathan Kuminga, since that tweet, and we've already talked to Steve about it, clearly there was a meeting of the minds that happened after that.
Yep.
Tried to get on the same page. Kuminga has played in most of the games, started most of the games since, but now he's going to come off the bench and probably will continue to. But he has said all the right things. He's done the right things on the court. He's performed on. He's stayed quiet off. 10 rebounds last night in 27 minutes, to me, is about as good of a thing as you could see from the guy who in the series against Sacramento in the playoffs last year would not go get a rebound. And now he's got 10. And a double-double, quote, off the bench.
Right.
He's been tremendous. And the Warriors should be very, very excited with where he's at.
That was January 5th, the tweet from Shams, which was in advance of a game they played that night. against Detroit, and he played 35 and a half minutes, remember, and it felt like it was a response to the tweet. Whether or not it was, only Steve Kerr can answer, but in the 3 months since that tweet from Shams came out about Warriors forward Jonathan Kuminga has lost faith in Steve Kerr and no longer believes that Kerr will allow him to reach his full potential. Since then, 30 minutes a night, 19.4 a game, 5.5 rebounds in 38 games.
And a public statement that he would like to be a Warrior for the rest of his life.
Exactly. That happened about halfway through that 3-month span.
And coming off the bench and saying, why would it? It's not just, I'm good with, it's like, why on earth would I not be okay coming off the bench? The team's playing great basketball. You don't want to disrupt that. Plus, I just came off the bench and had 21 and 10. And, by the way, had this to say about rebounding.
I don't know if you remember when the season started. I think the concern was how's JK going to rebound? And I feel like every other day I get a chance to step on the floor. It's just getting better at rebounding because it's big for us. Everybody got a rebound.
Fantastic. My fandom for this player has grown markedly in the last 3 months. My thought on where this is going, who he can be, his importance to the organization, is at an absolute high right now. No, he's not untouchable because no one can be with the situation that the Warriors are in. But I don't think we could have sat here on New Year's Day and predicted that it would look like this for Kuminga over the remainder of the regular season.
And it's
so good.
It's so good, and it's gotten to be consistent to where now you look at a game like last night where it's a double-double, and he's got 21 and 10, and you're not surprised by it anymore. Not that you expect that. It's nice to think that he can do that consistently, and he has. And if you look at his game log ever since the tweet that Shams sent, he's only been in single digits twice in those 38 games in points. He's been between 11 and 27 points, 28, I think 29 I'm seeing. He's got a consistency now that is maybe the most impressive part for me, the fact that he doesn't even flash anymore. This is what we've grown to expect, and he delivers.
Do you guys remember what precipitated the report from Shams? It was the day before that game. It was the loss to Denver at home when they had an 18-point lead in the fourth, and Kuminga did not play a second in the fourth quarter.
Right. And it evaporated. Was that the game that Jokic hit the buzzer beater?
Yes, from like almost half court. Yeah.
If the buzzer beater doesn't go in, do we get that tweet?
Probably.
Yeah.
You think?
I think so.
Because don't the Warriors win?
Yes, but Kuminga still didn't play at all in the fourth quarter.
Yeah,
didn't play the final, I think, 18 minutes of that game.
Tough to go to Shams after a win. That's not a good look. I bet his agents would say, let's wait for another day. Tough to go to Twitter after a win. Especially against Denver.
Right.
You beat the champs and you head to Twitter and complain. I think that I think the fan base reacts differently. Even though he would have had a point.
Yeah.
He absolutely would have had a point. But timing is everything. So I blame Jokic.
Yeah, exactly. Forget the fact that they blew a huge lead, and let's just look past the part about them giving up $130 at home. By the way, which is what you do when you're the Golden State Warriors in 2024.
It sure is. I mean, it's tough. It's tough looking at this team, and I do wonder sometimes: is this real or is it just perception? Because I think the perception of every fan base, any sport, if you're a big part of a fan base, if you're a diehard, you think your team has made all the bad trades and all the bad draft picks and has blown all the leads. Your closer is the one who's given up all of the 2-run leads. But that doesn't happen to anybody else. And so when I look at this Warrior team, because it's something that's come up a lot this year, Dan, if they had just won 4 of those 10 games that they blew,
right?
Look where they'd be right now. Is that actually the Warriors, or does every single team feel that way?
Every single team feels that way, but this year's Warrior team, I think that sort of a thought pattern is more appropriate than ever before. Not that they would have won all the games that they blew, and the numbers closer to 10 games, I think, that they've blown, 7 to 10. If they just would have won half of them, and I heard Guru earlier today, they'd be a 4 or 5 seed.
Yeah.
And he's not wrong.
Then again, what the hell's a 4 or 5 seed?
It means you're probably facing a very good Western Conference team, and you don't have to worry about the play-in.
Right. You're not usually winning the championship out of the 4 or the 5 seed.
No, you're not a front runner or a favorite to win the West, especially this year in the West.
Yep.
That Denver game, Mark, just looking back, they had 107 points through 3 quarters.
Dude.
And lost. They were up 107-94 after 3. And lost.
What was their biggest lead? The biggest lead of the whole game.
Oh, boy.
Did they get up by 20?
I don't think so. I think they got up by 17, 18.
I think they had an 18-point lead with like 6:45 to go. Something like that.
123-105 with, 6:50 to go. Good call, Chip.
Wow.
Look at me.
Yeah. That's, try to keep it alive for at least one show before I forget.
Someone on YouTube said we should get a new segment called Chip and Dibs.
Okay.
Yeah.
Maybe Friday.
That's maybe Friday.
Okay.
Yeah. I'll be listening out on Highway 5.
Attaboy.
Actually, no, I won't. I'll already be there by the time you guys start.
You getting up early, getting after it.
So early.
Attaboy.
That whole, the strategy of Highway 5 is a thing. My parents did it today. The whole idea is don't hit rush hour in either big city.
Exactly.
And so if you're going to...
Although you're going counter if you're leaving here in the morning.
Yeah, morning is no problem, but you don't, because LA rush hour starts...
About noon.
I don't know, every minute of every day. But yeah, I don't want to go through LA in the afternoon. So either get up at 5 o'clock and go, or wait till noon. Wait till noon.
Yeah.
Get out there now. Make your way down. Stop for dinner on the Grapevine, and then get through in LA at about 8:30 when traffic is still bad.
Right.
There you go. We're presented by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises. Michael Conforto next hour. Still don't know exactly when. Could be 4:15, might be 4:45, might be something else. I don't know, but that's coming. And so also, in addition to everything that we're talking about with the Warriors, are you where are you on the scale of impatience with right field and the Luis Matos thing?
I'm probably a 4. I'm still very patient.
Okay.
I'm still very patient. And there are a number of different reasons as to why I'm more patient than the average fan.
Okay.
Yeah.
Let's hear about that a little bit. And where are all of you? 888-957-9570, your scale of impatience on right field. Shasky was on this, I think, before the season even started.
Yeah.
So I've got a lot of people who are all over the board on this. You'd be stunned. The numbers from right field this year. Mike Yastrzemski has 1 hit, and Austin Slater has none. 10 games into the year.
Yeah.
The two of them have combined for a single.
And it's a single, too.
A single.
A single.
A single between the two of them.
Not even a double-double.
Nope. Well, now I'm hungry. You didn't need to do that.
My bad.
All right. We'll get to that.
I'm going to eat
it. You're right. I will. Coming up next on Willard and Dibs.
First, it's Dan Dibley here for Fremont Bank. Family-owned bank with a family-owned feel. And as you know, they're deeply committed to contributing to my goals and empowering our community. Fremont Bank just celebrated their 60th anniversary. 60 years ago, they set out to build not just a bank, but a local ecosystem. And I feel that each and every time I go into one of their many branches here in the Bay Area. They're proudly independent, and they are active members of our communities, and they do such a great job of serving the community. They support local nonprofits and are a top corporate philanthropist. They keep the money local and reinvest it into the businesses, organizations, and activities that make our Bay Area better. When I go into Fremont Bank and I deposit my money there, I know that my money is staying here locally to support family-owned businesses and home ownership for people right here in the Bay Area. We always say it, and it's true now more than ever. It's Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises.
It's truck month at your local. Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
That freaking word. It's a tough word. Patience. Everybody wants it. Nobody has it. Everybody's supposed to convey it. Very, very difficult to do.
Yeah.
I mean, we're talking about right field, but I think about it as for the Giants as a whole. How long do positive vibes go when you're winning 4 out of 10? So, in other words, and by the way, I'm not trying to this is not acceptable. Like, they played the Padres and the Dodgers. The Dodgers are very, very difficult. 2 of them were 1-run games. And then they played the other 7 games against the Padres, and they went 4-3. That's a way to look at it where you're like, there's no panic here. And I believe that to be true. There is no panic here. On the other hand, right now I feel like the Giants fan base, and as evidenced by all the sellouts over the weekend, the Giants fan base is sort of just still in this honeymoon phase of this looks different. And as FP keeps putting it, it looks actually like what we're used to. It looks like baseball.
Right.
It doesn't look like someone's playing some sort of an algorithm. So that's great. But how long does that positivity last while you're out there, A, going 4-6, and B, you're still very much doing it in the way that the Giants have always done it. Like, that was kind of torturous, if you will. It's not because it's game 10.
Yeah.
But okay, so how'd you win the game last night? Well, we got in the 8th inning and they hit a ground ball at somebody. And then they threw the ball to second base, and then Jorge Soler ran into him, and the ball popped out of the glove, and it flew into the outfield, and then he went to third. And then there was it's like, okay, right? When are you, what I would love, and I think what the Giants fan base really wants to see, dude, thump someone.
Right.
Come out and just have 8 runs by the 5th inning and really look like you have that in your bag. And I don't know yet if they've got that in their bag.
But it sure doesn't seem like it. 8 of the 10, they've scored 4 or fewer. So, and 4 is usually enough to get the job done. 4 is kind of a target, I think, for
sure.
Not only this team, but most teams. If you have a good pitching staff, you try to get to 4 runs. You feel like if you get to 4, you can win. Although this year they are 0-4 when they've scored 4 runs. So, but they've won with 3. Couple of times. And, they put up an 8 and a 9 down in San Diego.
I don't know if this has changed through the years, but historically, the average score for a losing baseball team is 3.
Right.
That's the average score. The average score for the winning baseball team is 5.
Yeah.
So, 4 is a good number. It's great.
Especially when you have a pitching staff like you have.
And this park. No doubt. No doubt. I will tell you one thing that stands out to me, though, as you know how many home runs this team has? What would you guess in 10 games?
I think it's 11 or 12. I'll say 11.
You are actually too high.
Really?
Yeah.
I thought they had 10 after 5 games or 6 games. Maybe they haven't homered in a while.
I'm trying to think now. Hold on.
Yeah.
Did they homer in the entire Padres series?
Grandy, you were there.
Did they homer in any of the 3 games?
I don't think they did. They definitely did not Saturday, Sunday, and I'm thinking back to the home opener. And
no. I mean, they didn't score on Saturday. Yesterday, it was a grinded-out 3.
Yeah,
Same thing
3
Friday.
straight games, no homers.
They have not homered at Oracle Park.
1-2-2, 1-1, 1-2, goose, goose, goose. 3 straight homerless games.
I got something.
Okay.
Could be uncomfortable because it's a jewel, and it is a house of memories and experiences.
Don't do it.
No, come on.
But before you do it, don't do it.
When does it become part of the issue that we're actually all talking about? Instead of screaming about Farhan or Yaz or whatever has your attention that given week, maybe you don't care. Maybe this isn't about the digging the long ball. They've won championships in this building. It is visually unbelievable. It is in the heart of, it's one of the most gorgeous things in sports.
Yeah.
Visually. Like walking around like tonight would be unbelievable. I'm not going tonight. I wish I was tonight or tomorrow night. The weather's going to be spectacular.
Wednesday is going to be bananas with the day game.
Glistening off of the water, and Blake Snell, the reigning Cy Young Award winner, is going to be on the slab. There's nothing better than that. Unless you want to see some freaking offense. I don't know. What do we get? The Padres played the Giants. Forget the Giants lineup and how you feel about Soler and Conforto and Chapman now as actual middle-of-the-order hitters. The other team had Tatis and Machado and Xander Bogaerts, and the Giants' 6 total runs in this series, barely bested by the fact that the Padres scored a total of 8. 3 games, 14 total runs. And another, at least set of rumors from free agents in the offseason that were like, not playing there. Not going there. Can't hit there. I don't know, man. I'll put it this way. There's a growing number of people in my network of Giants fans, just fans now, friends, family members, whatever, getting more and more frustrated by the ballpark.
Because it's too hard to hit there.
It's too hard to hit.
And I wonder if it's ballpark or if it's weather or a combination of the two.
It's got to be everything.
Because, the fact that you do have pretty cold air, and I know it was a very cold series and the weather is starting to warm up here this weekend, but I also look at the fact that they hit, as a team, 165 in these 3 games, and yet you won 2 of them. You were 15 of 91 as a ball club over 3 games. You hit 165, and you went 2-1. So I don't know where you would put the fences, how you would go about reconfiguring it. It seems like the biggest issue is Triples Alley, right center. So you're going to move that in. Already you moved it in center field and created the garden out there, which seemed to help a little bit. But I don't know, Mark. I don't know if it's so much the ballpark issue or the fact that your lineup is probably not that full of power hitters. It's more powerful now than last year.
Yeah, and listen, I'm not suggesting reconfiguring the ballpark. The thing is a gem. It's a church. I love that place. I love that place as much as almost any non-home I've ever been. I love that place. But it's not just the Giants. The other teams come in, and it's always 2-1, 3-1, 3-2, 4-0. Almost always. You want to really get into why 2 years ago, the 107 wins, you want to get into why that was like everyone always called, it was an outlier. The biggest outlier of that year was not that the Giants won 107 games. It's that they were one of the top home run hitting teams in the bigs. How the hell did they do that? What the hell was going on?
Brandon Belt was finally healthy for a full year, and Buster Posey and Brandon Crawford had darn near career years. Mike Yastrzemski, what did he hit, 20?
I think he had 25.
Right. You had
25.
You had a number of guys who had breakout explosive years with the power stick. And, this year, off to a little bit of a quieter start. Certainly Yaz is. And Slates is yet to even, get much going. And
ain't going to hit yet.
Right. And it's a small sample, too small to really judge.
Yeah, I'm looking at their home run stats that year for the Giants. Belt was the leader with 29. Yes, Yaz had 25. Game show music, please. So I've already given you a couple. Let me see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 Giants had double-digit home runs in 2021. I've given you 2. Dibs, how many of the other 8 can you name?
There's 8 more.
8 more
that were into double digits.
Double-digit home runs. I gave you a Belt with 29 and Yaz with 25. Those were the top 2. There are 8 more, including 1 more who was north of 20. Well, can you name them?
Crawford was one for sure because he was
24.
An MVP candidate of sorts. I'm trying to think of
these are some
late
fun
night.
names.
Lamont, I think, was on the team there, so I'll say Lamont Wade.
18 home runs.
Boy, Slates.
20 12 home runs.
Ooh.
Nice job.
Was Longoria still on the team?
13 home runs.
Jeez. Oh, did I say Posey yet?
18 home runs. I was going to say, we had an obvious one.
Yeah.
You're doing great.
Trying to stay hot here.
Okay, you got 1, 2, 3 more.
Oh, boy.
You're 5 for 5.
And I'm running out of guys who I'm remembering were on that team.
It's about to get quirky.
Yeah. Boy. I don't think Tyro was yet on the scene, but I'm working my way through it. It's a radio show. I can't just sit here quietly, Chip. Come on. How about Wilmer Flores? He played, didn't he?
18 home runs.
All right.
2 more to go. 6 for 6.
Oh, boy.
I'll give you a clue.
Running out of names.
I'll give you a clue.
Okay.
Neither of the remaining 2 are still on the team.
Oh, boy. Jock Peterson? This is pre-Jock.
This was pre-Pusoidos.
I have another clue if you want it.
Go, Lucas. I'd love it.
One of them was a former friend of the radio station.
Oh, that's true. That's true.
He did a weekly.
Yeah.
And
he had a chant. There was a chant.
Eric Dickerson.
That's
Close.
a football player.
Oh, no, Alex Dickerson. Damn it.
Remember that great Philly cheesesteak commercial he had?
Yes,
It was the most awkward thing I'd ever seen.
Eric Dickerson. What's wrong with
Eric
you?
Dickerson is an incorrect answer. That's strike 1.
Oh,
but
God.
Alex Dickerson had 13 home runs. Uno más, Senor Dibley. Uno más. Can you name him?
How about Donnie Barrels? Donovan Solano.
Oh, Donovan Solano. That's a no. Donovan Solano had 7 home runs that year. 7 home runs. All right, you've got 2 strikes and only 1 guess remaining.
I mean,
by the way, Tyro Estrada was on the team. He was acquired that year, but he's not.
He's not the one?
No, he had
He's
7.
not? Okay.
He had 7 home runs.
man, I'm running out of names here.
You sure are.
Yeah, boy. I don't know, Chadwick Trump.
I'm sorry, that's incorrect, although he was on the team and did have 1 home run.
Attaboy, Chad.
This player played in Korea before coming back to the majors. Do you remember now?
I do.
Who?
Darren Ruff.
That's right.
I totally forgot about Darren
with
Ruff.
16
Dang it.
dingers.
Yeah.
For the
16.
2021 Gigantes with 107 wins.
And they hit, what, like 240 as a team or something crazy like that?
Their team batting average was...
not their average, their total home runs.
241.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
It was 241. Wow.
41 home runs, one of which was hit by Logan Webb.
Okay, Logan.
Remember that one?
Yeah.
He was the only, he had the only pitcher home run.
Remember that when pitchers actually hit? And I do want to, yeah.
This goes down as the last home run a Giant pitcher ever hit.
That was the last year, pre-DH?
I think so, right? Then we go DH the next year.
I think he hit that in the last series of the year. I think it might be the last home run a pitcher has hit in the major leagues.
In all of the major leagues. Yeah.
And I just want to say this, spend 10 seconds on it, but I was wrong about the DH. I thought that I was going to miss pitchers hitting, just the purity of 9 in the field and 9 in the lineup, but I haven't really had a moment where I've thought, boy, I wish we had a pitcher up there to stand there and basically do nothing. So, yeah, I was wrong on that.
All you got to do is watch highlights of Johnny Cueto pitching to realize you will never miss that ever again. Yeah, I don't miss. You know what I hate? When the table would get set, the base is loaded, and 1 out. And you're like, this is a rally inning. And it's like, due up the starting pitcher. Oh, for crying out loud.
Yeah.
That's the end of that rally. It was over. It's okay. The Giants hitters find a way to end that rally anyway. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, always live on the free Odyssey app. Twitch and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. Upgrade your savings dividend. Open a First NorCal first-class money market today. Michael Conforto confirmed for 4:45. 4:45, Michael Conforto will be live on Willard and Dibs. Let's go to the phones. Nick in Berkeley. Hi, Nick. What are you doing?
I'm about to go to my softball practice, man, getting my Albany Cougars ready for our big game against Panola on Wednesday.
Okay, make sure you stretch, okay, Nick? I want you to stretch first.
Yeah, I'm 55. I got to be out there stretching. I'm going to fall over, man.
Yeah, right.
Hey, check it out. So message to all Giants pitchers. The home plate is there to tell you where not to throw the ball. Throwing Ohtani a bell-tie fastball directly down the middle of the plate is counterproductive to winning, dude. Like, I don't understand why these cats think they're throwing 103 when they're throwing mid-90s and they're getting shelled in a short porch in L.A. It's not smart baseball. I mean, come on, Melvin. You know what I mean? It's do something. Bunt somebody over. You know what I mean? It's like, come on, man. You got to play smart. Like, what are these pitchers doing? You walk somebody with 2 outs, and then you give up a grand slam in the first inning with 2 outs? That's like double catastrophe, man. That's 2 no-nos in one.
Well, but you're blaming, but Nick, you're blaming Bob Melvin for pitchers missing their spots. And by the way, I'm with you. Keaton Wynn walks Ha-Seong Kim in a time where you definitely should have, you should have gotten one in there. But at the same time, he should have been out of that inning already because the ball got lost in the in the lights or the sun out there in center field by Jung Hoo Lee.
Hey, he should have been working on that in batting practice before the game. You feel me? Or put up your glove. Like, you're not even running with your glove up like little kids get taught when in the 3rd grade. I mean, come on, man. I mean, you're a professional. You know, like, why? What is the pitching coach doing, man?
Nick.
Who is the pitching coach? I don't even know.
Nick, you can work in batting practice on something for 100 days in a row, and it's not going to allow a human being to be able to see a ball in the sun. I mean, I don't know, man. Like, you can be frustrated about stuff. I get it, but come on, man. Like, who are we? I just think you're finding things to blame people for.
Well, I mean, like, the Giants haven't been really doing too much winning of lately. So I'm really with Bob Melvin, though, because I couldn't stand the last coach. I can't remember his name. He's horrible.
Yeah.
So
his name is
Gabe
Kapler. Gabe Kapler. And Brian Price is the name of the pitching coach also, Nick.
Yeah, thank you, Nick.
All right, thanks.
And good luck. Good luck against Pinole.
Big one tonight.
Rivalry game.
Big one tonight. Throw the records out.
You have to. You have to. It's that 80 corridor.
I don't know.
West Contra Costa County.
Are we supposed to be frustrated yet?
No. And you asked me about my frustrationometer about right field.
Yeah, you're impatient.
I'm at a 4.
Yeah.
I'm still very patient for a couple of reasons. One, Yaz provides much better defense than what Matos would provide at this point. And so in terms of defense, I think that's a big factor. Playing right field at Oracle Park can be a little bit tricky.
It's a big deal.
I think that having him out there right now is, even though he's a complete goose egg at the plate, he does have 1 hit. The fact that he's out there as a good defensive right fielder, to me, is more important than going through the trials and tribulations of a young player. And unless you're going to play Matos every day, for me, there's no sense in bringing him up. You don't want to bring him up and have him sit the bench. Yaz. Right, platoon, but he's on the back half of the platoon because you don't face that many lefties.
Right.
So he's going to sit a lot unless you have a left-handed pitcher out there. And as a young player, you don't want him to just be relegated to the pinch hitting role, which is what Austin Slater is actually really good at in theory. So right now, I'm willing to let this thing ride out all the way through April. Let's get to May and then take a look. If they're still hitting 038 as a tandem in right field at the end of April, then we can make a move, but not now.
I think you're right. And they've whittled down the platoons to basically 2.5. And I shouldn't even call it a half because it's not really fair.
First base?
No, catcher.
Okay.
Catcher. You're going to get, when lefties are in there, sometimes you're going to get a Tom Murphy, but that's also blended with just the fact that that's how catcher is in baseball now, is, you know, 2-3 days in a row, whatever, then you get a day off. So that's kind of the deal there. First base and right field are platoons. I'm not terribly put off by that, but they have shown that they are willing to go every day with a lot of players. I mean, my favorite thing maybe about this team so far offensively is that Michael Conforto is an everyday player, because I believe he's an everyday player. And I love this guy. He's a really good baseball player. What you're seeing from him so far this year, and I'm not saying this because he's joining us in a half hour, but what you're seeing from him this year is much closer to who he's been as a major leaguer than what you saw last year. Last year was a combination of getting moved around, platooned, and he was hurt. But Conforto, if he is healthy this year, I promise you something right now. That guy is absolutely hitting over 20 home runs. No question in my mind. If he plays north of 140 games, that guy's hitting 20-something, and who knows, he could even get 30.
Yeah.
But he's a very good player, and I love that they're like, dude, you're a left fielder. No Slater. I mean, every now and again, he's not in the lineup tonight, right? Is that what you said, Lucas? Who's playing out there tonight? Who's playing left field? Don't throw your palms up. You're the one that out of the lineup. What's the lineup say? Yeah, he's not playing tonight, though.
Right.
But I love that he's out there every day. You got a lefty on the mound, so what? Let Conforto go whack the ball into the outfield off of him, and that's what he's done so far.
Lamont is playing left because Flores is playing first.
Okay, so this is just a day off because they're putting another lefty out there. And it's a righty on the hill for the Nationals, I think, right? I think they got a right-hander on the hill tonight.
Trevor Williams.
Yeah, Trevor Williams. There you go.
I love the fact that you look at the stats for the Giants and you've got 7 guys in the order who have played 10 games. That tells me that you actually have a lineup. You don't have this patchwork, mix and match garbage that we've dealt with over the last few years with Gabe Kapler. Like you're saying, Conforto, you're our best hitter. Go ahead and hit. Go ahead and face lefties, face righties. Go out there and play. And, you've got Jung Hoo Lee, who's going to play center field every single day.
Every day.
Your shortstop, your third baseman, your second baseman. You've got everyday players. And that's one thing that we all were clamoring for. And I know that fans were certainly hoping would come to pass. And so for me, the one platoon spot you have right now, it's a platoon spot because neither one of them is good enough to be that everyday guy. But I also don't think that Luis Matos is ready to come up and be that everyday guy.
Let's go to Marlon in Concord real quick. I want to say something about the ballpark thing that I brought up. Hey, Marlon, what's up?
Hey, guys. Thanks for taking my call.
Yeah, man.
The ballpark thing, I was just trying to, make a point that, it's really hard to hit in San Francisco with the marine layer, and we know this. You guys were breaking down all the home runs from the 107-win season. Half your games are at home. Half your games are on the road, and unfortunately, we don't. The Giants don't have a home like Yankee Stadium. That thing's a Fisher-Price Stadium, so they design stadiums to hit home runs. But on the opposite end, I think that it really is going to favor the pitchers. So with Blake Snell debuting tonight, I really think it's going to favor the pitchers. And if Snell has a good year, I think it'll attract more pitchers. And the last thing I'll say is, I think with contracts changing a little bit more, like Chapman coming here on a 2-year deal, they want their numbers to look good because if he's not staying in San Francisco, he's got to make money elsewhere. But yeah, that's all I got.
Yeah, Marlon, thanks so much. Appreciate that. No, I don't think it's that much of a deterrent to a lot of players, but some. And it can be a tiebreaker. I think JD Martinez was the one who this year, and it got taken completely out of context when someone reported that JD was like, I don't want to go to San Francisco, and the whole city thing came up again.
Right.
I guess what he was saying, no, I don't want to play in that ballpark because it's just not I'm a home run hitter, and it's not a good home run hitting ballpark. There's nothing you can do about it. There's nothing I don't think most of us want to do about it. But I do think that we need to start moving it up the board in terms of its importance in the way Giants baseball looks.
Yeah, and I don't know what you can do other than, they closed the doorways out in right field, and that seemed to cut down on the breeze a little bit. But ultimately, you're dealing with Northern Californian cold air. It's not going to be a hitter's ballpark no matter what you do to the fences.
I'm calling it. Someone's homering tonight.
Yeah?
Tonight's the night.
All right.
First home run of the year. We're sponsored by Safeway. Oh, and I got a little bit more on why Conforto is sitting tonight. And he does join us in a half hour, but I got a nugget on that, which we'll share coming up next. It's Willard and Dibs.
Head to Safeway this week for amazing deals for members. Driscoll's.
I'm a Giants fan.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Where were you, Dibs? Where were you when that ball went into right field and the Giants took the series against the Padres, their first series victory of the year?
I was at home on the couch watching a little ball with my daughter.
Were you watching the Giants game?
Yeah.
You were?
Of course.
You were watching college basketball post-game or anything like that?
No, it's a little toggle. I try to get the toggle going on the weekends, especially when I get an opportunity to just sit down and post up and watch sports, which is not as often as it used to be.
I was taken aback, actually, upon returning from some time away with the lovely Christy yesterday, to walk into my home, at that time occupied by both my parents and my 3 children, although one of them, the oldest, was still coming back from his golf tournament, so call it 4, party of 4. And probably somewhere in the neighborhood of, when we get back, about 2 o'clock-ish. And everybody in the living room is gathered around. And I'm like, oh, I bet they're watching some Giants baseball. And I walk in there, and they're watching Caitlin Clark.
Yeah.
And I'm like, damn, good for you guys. Look at you.
Yeah.
Yeah. My 80-something-year-old parents, my 10-year-old son, my 15-year-old daughter, watching women's basketball on a Sunday afternoon.
So great.
It's great.
Yeah.
I mean,
they were not alone. Highest rated.
Did we get the ratings?
I think I saw something earlier. 18.7 million people.
Is that the number?
That's the number.
Ephraim predicted 15 million last night on the show, and I said I'll take the over.
Yeah.
It's the most watched basketball game, men's or women's, of pro or college in the last 5 years. Pretty crazy. Crazy to think about.
Crazy. It's completely crazy to think about. Wow, the most watched basketball game in 5 years is the Women's National Championship.
And you think about where we are versus where it used to be, where, even diehard sports fans would scoff and make a mockery of the women's game, let alone lock in on a Sunday afternoon and just dial it up. And I got done playing golf at about 12:30, and I walk into the 19th hole at Metropolitan Golf Links over there in Oakland, and it's on. It's on every screen, and people are locked in. And South Carolina's down 20-7 at that point.
Yeah, Iowa got off to a great start.
And I said to Steiny, I said, man, I wish I could live bet this mother jumper right now.
Oh, South, yeah.
Because, I mean, the spread probably at that point was a pick 'em. South Carolina was favored by 6 or 7.
Yep.
So, but in live wagering, that thing probably came all the way down to like South Carolina by 1 or 2.
Woo. I tell you what, man.
Didn't jump on it.
No, you missed your chance.
Big time.
Shoot your shot, dude. That's all you got.
Yeah.
Anyway, show's not over yet. So, yeah, I look at this and I'm like trying to find ways, because one thing that we've all experienced this, and especially in our industry where we speak publicly, like you have to be careful now when you're talking about certain sports and certain people and certain things. I am a huge supporter of all sports. I don't really even look at things, and I mean this now. I don't look at it as like, what's the diversity of the sport? What's the gender? What's the ethnicity? I don't look at it that way. I'm just like, is it interesting, right? Because there are a number of sports that already have been more interesting on the women's side than the men's side for some time. I'll start with tennis and then give you a side of soccer. And I know that soccer is a huge deal on all fronts, and whether you're watching international or just World Cup. But if you're talking World Cup, and if you're talking tennis, yeah, the women have been bigger names than the men for some time now. And so that's wonderful. But I just look at yesterday's game and the tournament as a whole, and for me, it is less about the sport and it's more about the player. Like, this is Caitlin. This is Caitlin Clark. If UConn doesn't get that foul called on them on Friday night, and UConn hits a shot, and UConn plays South Carolina yesterday, what's the rating? How many less million of that 18.7? What are we looking at?
Probably looking at about 12 to 13 million.
I think you might even be high on that.
I might, but I will say this. The more people have gotten on board with women's college basketball, and I've been a fan of it for 25 or so years. My brother coached in high school, and so I was an early adopter of. It's a different game, and I like the way that the women play.
Totally.
A lot more sharing of the ball and a lot more fundamental basketball. And, these young ladies are all there for 3 and 4 years. And I didn't realize that you had to be, I think, 21 or 22 years old to even be able to play in the WNBA. So you're not allowed to be a one and done.
Really?
You have to be, I think it's 22 years old. I might be wrong, but there's a certain age limit that you have to be. So the Caitlin Clark phenomenon, it was something to watch because she plays so much like Steph. It was fun to watch just because she's so unique.
Although I do hope people tuned in this week or last week to watch her play, or if you've been watching her all year or whatnot, because she's so much more than just that outside shot.
Yeah.
My God, she's a great passer.
Great passer.
The whole floor looks so much more open when she's out there. And so I really think it's about her. That doesn't mean it's not great for the game as a whole, because it is. I think that's my takeaway. It's not, okay, now the women's game is X. I don't know what the women's game is. What I think is what you just said. A lot of people who for years, the kind of old style masculine opinion is, I'm not going to watch that because it's played below the rim. I think what Caitlin Clark just did is made everybody realize that, yes, specifically for this sport, a female can really be an exciting, watchable, television character player in the sport of basketball. And that will open up doors for so many more individuals going forward on the women's side.
The only thing about yesterday that kind of made me feel sad was the amount of hate and vitriol that Caitlin Clark was receiving from WNBA
other
players.
Female basketball players. Right. Thank you.
And just to hear all the different comments about, she's going to have a rude awakening when she comes to the WNBA and all the rest of it. Can we all just collectively appreciate what this has been and what this has done for the women's game before we skip ahead? And yes, there's going to be growing pains. Think about any player who goes into the NBA, into the association. Very few rookies go from dominating like Caitlin has to immediately dominating in the NBA. Even like Michael Jordan, for example, took a few years to get his footing, and LeBron James was terrific as a rookie. Think about Kobe Bryant, his first turn in the NBA playoffs when he was in the finals for the Lakers, and he was 1 for 17 in that game. It takes anybody time to go from college to the pros. So I thought it was just unnecessary for all those WNBA players to go out of their way to throw shade at Caitlin Clark, who, and memo to WNBA players, when she gets to your league suddenly becomes more relevant to many people.
Oh my gosh.
Right?
I absolutely want to see how she measures up in that league.
Right.
How she changes the look of those games. I absolutely want to see that. There's no doubt about it. The name is going to escape me, but one of the all-time scoring leaders in college basketball, she had some press conference. I don't know.
Yeah.
What was that? Where she was
saw it on Twitter
by the way,
morning.
Caitlin Clark has not actually broken my record, because her point was she had kind of a long way of saying.
Right, Lynette Woodard.
She could shoot threes and I couldn't. So basically, my record has not been broken yet.
And she was playing. She was playing with a men's ball.
Yeah,
is the
exactly.
point she put out.
Thank you,
too.
Lucas. Yep. Took the words right out of my mouth.
Are you kidding me?
No, you're great.
Are you kidding me? Somebody give that woman a copy of what Hank Aaron said when Barry Bonds broke the record. You didn't see Hank come out and be like, so, here's the thing. I didn't go to Balco, so this is all BS. It doesn't even matter if it's BS. You can't do that. It just, all the things that so many people want with regard to growing their sport or their cause, gender-related issues, ethnicity, disenfranchisement, whatever. I'm so glad you brought this up. It was just a line of people diminishing Caitlin Clark from the women's basketball movement.
Another funny thing on this.
What are you doing?
That I saw. Diana Taurasi was the one who kind of made the quote that she's in for a rude awakening. I don't know if you saw it. It was with SVP after Friday night's game. The Phoenix Mercury is the team that Diana Taurasi plays for. They tweeted out this morning promoting the game that the Indiana Fever come to town. It looks like June 30th. I'm guessing the Fever have the number 1 overall pick. They promoted the GOAT versus the Rook. So the best opportunity, the ticket that is most desired for them next season is when they host Caitlin Clark.
Of course it is.
And she hasn't been drafted
yet. Of course it is. I don't know, man. Major League Baseball struggles with this. And when I say this is what I mean. There will be a line of people who will have some sort of a point or movement that is totally counterproductive for their own sport. Let me take this over to baseball. Hey, Players Association, shut up. Shut up, if you would, please, with this whole idea that the pitch clock is causing all of these injuries.
Right.
You sound absurd for 2 reasons. First of all, there's data for 30 years now that blows your entire point out of the water. Innings have been going down and injuries have been going up every single decade for 30 years now. And you're going to blame something that just showed up last year? And here's the other thing that you should be thinking about. Newsflash, we love the pitch clock. Your fan base loves this. Do you not want good things for the game or not? So even if it hurts a little bit or it gets you out of your comfort zone, too bad. This is good for the game. It will be good for your salaries, in other words. And we can disprove your point. So please, the pitch clock is not causing your injuries. And I feel confident in that, even though I'm not a doctor, because you want to know who weighed in on this? Doc Pandia did.
Yeah.
And it has nothing to do with the pitch clock. It has everything to do with what you're letting these kids do and deciding when they're 8 years old that they're going to be a star pitcher, so don't let them play anything else anymore. Let's sign them up for $8 billion for all the travel teams and get him a private coach, and let's pitch him every day in the backyard for the rest of his life. That's why your arm's breaking down when you're 22.
Right.
Man, I couldn't believe the players' union's doing that. Are you guys crazy? The pitch clock has a chance to save your sport. Save your bacon.
Yeah. Yesterday, 2 hours and 16 minutes, that Giant game.
Great.
Might be too fast, actually, Mark. We need to find a way to elongate these games a little bit.
Saturday was 2:10.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You were at both, right?
Yes.
Bring your food. Yeah. Don't go get in that line.
Seriously.
Get in that line, you're going to miss 4 innings.
Easy.
No joke.
I mean, nobody wants a 3-2 game to be 3 hours and 20 minutes, but 2 hours and 16, that might actually be a little quicker than I would want, honestly.
A little bit, but we're talking about the weekend. Maybe, you know what, you really want to get fun. Only do the pitch clock on weeknights. And on the weekends, take your time. I got nowhere to be. But if you want young fans, they've been spending years go, let's juice the ball and want more home runs. No, you want young fans? How about not being in the 3rd inning at bedtime? How about that?
That would help.
Right? I mean, you can't, and I can't take someone to a weeknight game. You're going to be playing till 10:30 at night?
Yeah.
Who can
on
do
a school
this?
night, it's impossible.
But you want young fans? Yeah, wrap the game up by 9 o'clock. Perfect.
Yeah.
Bedtime. Great.
I would like to see the pitch clock turned off in the 9th inning, because that's when you get like
I could get
the drama, the high leverage moments. I would like to see that, because then you get the closer out there with a long look in, and that way we don't have to maybe rush through the biggest moments in the game. But we're definitely, I'm picking nits right now.
Yeah. But you see sports do this. This is what, by the way, let's go to the other side. This is what the whole offices of Major League Baseball have done by just being like, good job, John Fisher. All right, let's play in the minor league yard for the next. Like, you idiots. Stop doing stuff that's bad for the game. I've never seen a business shoot itself in the foot more than some of these sports leagues. And everyone's up there arguing, and their basis is always money, and it's always now. Right now. It's either money or standing or ego, and it's like, do any of you want to grow your business at all? I mean, to go back to your original point, the line of female basketball players taking shots at Caitlin Clark was stunning.
Yeah.
Stunning. Can you imagine, go back 15 years ago, if golfers were like,
just thinking that
this jerk,
Ellsrick. Eldrick Woods.
I just shot 69, and you're asking me about Tiger? Well, yeah, he shot 63 and kicked your rear.
Hey, it's Tiger.
And by the way, that 5th bedroom you just put in your house?
Yeah.
That was him.
Yeah, you finished tied for 17th, and you got $140,000 because of Tiger. Pre-Tiger, $140,000 went to the winner.
It didn't take him long to realize. And look at the way other golfers talk about Tiger now. It is all
reverence
and love. All of it. I don't know, man. I don't know. Like, just stop kicking yourself in the shin.
Right. Especially when it's something like this where, we just did a whole segment on women's basketball, WNBA and women's college basketball. 10 years ago, you couldn't have gotten 2 sentences out of anybody in this market or any other market. And yet, yesterday, 18.7 million people in this country took time out of their Sunday to watch Iowa take on South Carolina in a women's college basketball game. And they will outrate tonight's game for sure.
Oh, no doubt. Oh, they might double it. They might double it.
And this is a nice little matchup tonight with UConn and Purdue.
So you're telling me that in the last 5 years now, this includes championship runs or run, any game, including Steph Curry or LeBron James, any individual game had fewer viewers than Caitlin Clark yesterday. Is that what you're telling me, Lucas? In the last 5 years. That is absolutely bananas.
Bananas.
Game 4 in Boston 2 years ago.
Yep.
Had fewer viewers.
12.06 million.
Than Caitlin
I'm looking
Clark.
at it right now.
It only had 2/3 of the viewers.
Game 5 was 13. Game 6, 13.99 million.
Wow.
Yeah.
All right. I mean,
the last NBA game that you'd have to go all the way back to 2017, Warriors and Cavs, those games all were around 20 million or more. And then yesterday was 18.7 million.
Dude.
Yeah.
That's a big deal.
Raptors Warriors game 6, 18.3 million. And that was game 6. Yeah. That was the deciding game.
The decider.
Yeah. And
oh my God. That's wild, man. That's a big freaking deal.
Yeah.
And the more you're telling me, the more I think all those women, those former players coming down her road should be even more ashamed of themselves.
Yeah.
That's crazy. This is the biggest thing that's ever happened to your sport.
Ever.
Period.
It's just jealousy. And, a better way to handle it would be to go out there and let the world know when Caitlin goes and plays in Phoenix against Diana Taurasi in the Mercury. Go ahead and show us how much she's not ready to be out there.
Yeah.
Hold her to 9 points on 3 of 14.
Did you see the whole Big 3 thing for Caitlin?
Yeah.
Yeah. So she's offered $5 million to join the Big 3. My understanding, I don't know if I'm wrong, my understanding is that Ice Cube said she could do both. She could do Big 3 and WNBA. I don't know if the WNBA team would be okay with that because obviously that's a contractual whatever risk. But and I know you probably know this, but I bet our listeners don't. The top paid WNBA player, the highest salary, the max contract, about $250 million. I'm sorry, $250,000.
Yeah.
$250,000.
Right.
That's it.
That's it.
They're offering her $5 million to go play in the Big 3.
And that is why these women, for the majority of them, they play overseas. So they can actually make money.
Make money.
Because when you play for the WNBA, you make peanuts and you fly coach.
And it's year round?
Yeah.
Pretty much?
Yeah. It's just...
Yeah. Whole thing's wild, man. Yeah. So, yeah. First of all, Michael Conforto is going to join us in less than 10 minutes. So that's fun. And I do think that largely the vibe around the Giants, the sellouts, that's amazing. Again, they've matched last year's sellouts already. That's a huge story. They're 4-6, but somehow the vibe feels different. And I think tonight's game is a very, very big piece of that pie because you watch them go 4-6, but there's two things in the back of your mind, I think. One is, okay, but this is 10 games against, quite frankly, like that's a gauntlet a little bit. Like only 3 of the 10 have been at home. And you had to play the Dodgers, and you had to play the Padres. These are really, really good, hard opponents. Can we get a Nationals in there? Yes, you can. Okay? And the other thing that goes on in the back of your mind is, well, yes, they're 4-6, but now they're acquiring Blake Snell. And so both of those things come in tonight's game. And I think that, I think that this could change the entire picture. Makes it a big series. It's a big early season series because I think for whatever this positivity is to keep it flowing, the Giants need to have more wins than losses.
Yeah, and you're heading out on a 6-game road trip after this, so you'd like to take 2 of these 3. Just win series at home. If you can continue to be a good team at home and win series, you go out on the road and you can, scuffle and maybe go 500 eventually on the road. You only have the Dodgers 9 more times this year, so that feels at least less daunting than the old days when you'd have to play them 19 times. And the Dodgers are clearly the creme de la creme in the National League and in the West, but you've only got 9 more against them, so you feel like somehow you can survive those 9 and make hay against everyone else.
Yeah. At Tampa and Miami, long trip coming up later on this weekend. Tampa, pretty good team. Marlins just won their very first baseball game, I think. Or did they? Did they?
1-9, 1-game win streak.
Get to Miami fast, man.
And they're down 7-0 in the Bronx right now.
Okay, sweet.
Okay.
All right. So 1-10. Beautiful. Get to Miami as fast as you can. Get there and get there now. We are presented by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises. And Michael Conforto is going to join us in 5 minutes. Also want to mention that the Captain Klay Report is here, and it's brought to you by City Cruises. Plan a birthday, anniversary, or company party on a spectacular dining cruise at citycruises.com. Last night versus Utah, Klay led the way for the Warriors without Steph Curry. A night of rest. Klay scores 32, 12 of 23 from the field, 6 of 13 from deep. Classic Klay. He scored 25 of his 32 in the first half, helping the Warriors build a big lead that they would easily hang on to. In 4 games this month, Klay is shooting over 50% from the field and nearly 43% from deep. Yes. He can still play. And yes, I think it's very likely he's still a Warrior next year.
The captain's been playing great, and he might be playing his way into bigger numbers here in this offseason, be it here or elsewhere.
888-957-9570 is the number. Your calls are always welcome, but coming up next, the hottest hitter on the Giants. He's been their best player so far by far. Can't wait to get to know him a little bit better and share that with you. Michael Conforto will join us next on Willard and Dibs.
And Dan Dibley here for...
And this one clears the bags. A grand slam in the 8th, and the Giants have busted it wide open.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
That was Adam Amin on Fox from the San Diego series. Look, it's only 10 games in. I'm not blowing on the back of my fingernails at all. That would be stupid. I'm just expressing excitement. Joe Shasky and Sam Lubman did their special Giants preseason podcast.
I was in the car listening.
And Shasky asked me a little bit of an interesting question at the very end where he goes, hey, if things are going to go well for the Giants this year, it means who really played well? And I immediately I said, Michael Conforto. Conforto.
You did.
And he goes, oh. And I think he was waiting for me to say one of the new guys. And I'm like, look, we'll see who they are, and we know who all of these guys are. But that was my feeling, was based on injuries and platoon, Giants fans didn't really get a chance to see what this guy can do. And my hope is that now that he's got left field solidified, he would do that this year. We're off to a good start. And here he is. Do you sufficiently feel buttered up now, Michael?
Yeah, it's quite the way to bring me on. I appreciate that.
It was a long way for him to go to take credit for your early success.
That's right.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I don't care who gets the credit. It's a good start so far. So.
We will give you some.
More games, though.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, exactly. And we'll get to all of that. But first, how you doing? We noticed you're not in the lineup tonight. Bob Melvin said nothing, no big deal, but like a little bit of a side thing. So how you doing?
I'm good. It's to me, it's a non-issue. They're being cautious. Obviously, we're early on in the season. These side things can be tricky, but I've had them before, and I know this is not going to be something that's going to be a problem for me. It's just a day, and I should be back in there tomorrow. I should be available to hit off the bench tonight. So. I'm feeling good. All good.
Yeah, you're feeling good because you're playing well. You got the 3 home runs so far early on in the season. What does it feel like when you're in there in the batter's box and it seems like things are going well and you're playing well and you're hitting well? What's that feeling like when you step in there with that level of confidence?
I mean, it's pretty great feeling. It's definitely a better start than last year. It just feels good to be, I'm kind of locked into that position in left, like you guys were saying. I'm feeling like, I can get into a rhythm, I can get into a routine, understanding, if they're warming somebody up, I'm going to get a chance to face them. And, it's definitely a good feeling being a guy who's done that before. And, just all the adjustments we've been working on and trying to make in the off season are kind of coming together right at the perfect time. And, so it's been a pretty good start for me personally.
Michael Conforto with us here on Willard and Dibs, 95.7 The Game. I'd love to hear more about that, Michael. Like what, and not just for you, for this whole team. What are the differences in approach this year versus last year?
Well, I guess there's a few of them, a few big ones. This year we really want to come through in those big situations. It's been one of the first things that we talked about as a team is situational hitting, being selfless, being okay with moving a guy over. You get a runner on first base, second base, moving that guy in a scoring position, moving him to third base with less than 2 outs, and then being able to pass the baton to somebody who's going to get the job done. You have faith in the guy behind you. And, we kept track of that during spring. We got a lot better as the spring went on. So far in this season, when we've gotten the guys on, we've done a really good job. And so that's one of the things that, team wide we're really focusing on. And then the other is to be aggressive to the fastball, be able to put the fastball in play, hit the ball hard. I think it all starts from that. And we didn't do that very well last year. So a couple of our focuses, it sounds simple, but at times it can be tough in this game.
Michael, I'd love to hear more also just about the sort of strategic way that everything is built. And look, some of it's obvious. I'm not asking you to take shots at anybody who's not here anymore, but what does it do for you guys that there is more, it's more solidified? What your role is?
Well, I think a few things. I mean, at least for me, understanding that I'm going to be in there every day makes it a little bit easier to build a routine. I actually think it's a little bit easier to stay healthy when you know what's coming in front of you. The off days are great. The platoon days, in theory, they keep you off your feet. But it can be hard to kind of know when to ramp up and when to, take your foot off the pedal a little bit. And then there's something to be said about seeing the same names in the lineup, letting guys go through their peaks and valleys like we all have in this game. I think most of the best teams in the league, you're going to see the same names out there, with the exception of maybe 2 or 3 guys, that may get switched in and out. But, that's personally, that's how I've the good teams that I've been on have been that way. And, I think that was the idea of building this team.
How does your approach change tonight, knowing that you're not in the starting lineup, but you're going to be ready to pinch hit?
Yeah, it's a tricky one. I think there's a few things they didn't want me to do today just to give my body a rest. So everything kind of got pushed back a little bit. So, my hitting routine will happen here, maybe in an hour or so, half an hour. I'll keep my body moving during the game, get on the bike. You just pay attention to the game, the game situation, try to anticipate what's going to happen, what the high leverage situations are going to be. And then, just kind of get mentally ready for a big at bat at some point. It's being a guy who likes to play every day and likes to be in the lineup every day. It's, pinch hitting is very, very hard. We got some guys who do it really well on this team, like Slater and Flo. But it's a hard thing to do if you're not used to it. So you just got to get your mind into that mode, coming off the bench cold. And I've got some good guys to talk to about it. So I should be prepared.
Michael Conforto with us on Willard and Dibs, 95.7 The Game. Michael, what does it do for the entire clubhouse to see a name like Blake Snell on the mound tonight?
I mean, it's huge. 2-time Cy Young winner. That doesn't happen by mistake. You can't win those awards without being brilliant out there on the mound. So many of us have faced him quite a bit. We're very happy we don't have to, this season and hopefully for the future as well. He's got some of the best stuff you're going to see in the world. And, he's obviously he had a short ramp up. So, I think, what we're going to see later on in the season is obviously going to be closer to what we're going to get. But, I think tonight is going to be a really, really fun, first start for him. And hopefully he shows up and just pounds his own and gives us a good chance of winning tonight.
I know you guys are from a similar area and around the same age. Do you have history? Did you know each other in the early days at all?
Yeah, absolutely. We played each other growing up in the Seattle area. We ran into each other quite a bit. I remember, he was one of those guys that grew like a foot in high school. All of a sudden he's throwing 95 and, he's a first round pick. I think we faced each other in the state playoffs one year. And I know he struck me out at least twice. I definitely didn't get a hit off of him. And so that was kind of early on. And then, we would always come back in pro ball and work out in the same area. We worked out together a few times. We always said what's up to each other. When we play each other, out in New York or Tampa or San Diego. So yeah, we've kind of bumped into each other for a while. It's really cool that we get a chance to play together now. He's an awesome dude, and obviously he's a great pitcher. So we're happy to have him.
Yeah, just another great addition in a off season where it seemed like there was a lot of new faces coming into the clubhouse. What's it been like this year in contrast to last year with so many new players coming in and you being a guy who's been around here now longer than maybe 5 or 6 other guys on the roster?
Yeah, I mean it's completely different. Obviously last year I was the new guy coming in, learning everybody's names and just clubhouse staff, front office, analytics staff, everybody. And so kind of having that year under my belt, feeling, more like I'm at home here has been great. And then welcoming in these guys to a great organization and kind of, showing them all the things that I had to learn as they come in. It really is a great organization over here. There's so many great people who take care of us. So, it's been great, having Jung Hoo and Chappie and Snell and Robbie and, it feels like the list goes on and on. So, a lot of really, really talented guys coming through this clubhouse now and a lot of experience. So it's definitely a different feeling.
Yeah, Michael, I mean, I wonder if you could tell our listeners what they don't know about this team, because we're only 10 games in and there are a bunch of new faces. Like, how are things coming together, and what is your feeling on what can be achieved this year?
Well, I think, I think we really haven't hit our stride here in the early part of the season. And I don't think there's any reason to panic. I think with the experience that we have, the bats are going to show up. The pitching is going to continue to get better as guys get healthy. We're going to start playing better baseball. There's been some funky mistakes. I've been guilty of it as well, with some crazy base running and, and just some things that you're just not going to see as we settle in. I think it's going to be a pretty clean brand of baseball. And, we got some great leaders on this team too. I mean, bringing in Chappie, he's a natural, kind of leader. He's going to lead by example. He's going to be vocal. He's going to play as hard as he can, no matter what the situation is. And I think that's it's a pretty valuable thing from a guy who's, he's making a lot of money and he's been around for a while, just to show, the attitude that you show up with every single day, I think is really important for a winning team.
Not to dwell on maybe the only negative you've had all year, but I did want to ask you about the base running, because you're on second, it's a wild pitch, and you bolt for third, and you take that big turnaround third, and your eyes get big, and you're thinking, I might be able to. Oh, no. And then at what point do you realize that maybe it was an ill-fated decision to try for that extra 90 feet?
Well, I think you ran that down exactly how it happened in my head. Obviously we're trying to get some offense going. I think I'm going to beat him to the plate and just completely misjudged it. I think it was just over-aggression. I was just being, trying to do too much, and, kind of did the opposite of getting some offense going, taking that situation into, from second and third, nobody out to run around second, one out, completely changes it. So, I think, as I said before, that's the kind of stuff that you're going to see in the beginning of the season and not in the end of the season. We're going to get that stuff ironed out and play better baseball.
All right, Michael, time for an internet fact check. Is your nickname actually Scooter? Do people use that?
That was more of like a rookie nickname from, like kind of one of those things where they say, "What's your nickname?" and you tell them, and they say, "No, you're going to be what we call you," that kind of thing.
Okay.
So it's not necessarily one that's chosen by me, but it really doesn't matter to me.
Well, what do the guys call you? Because we know that nobody in baseball it's not like anybody's like, "Hi, Michael, welcome to Oracle Park today." Like, what do they call you?
Anything from Big Mike, Mikey, Porto, 40, Forts. I mean, there's a million of them. But yeah, you're right. Nobody actually calls you Michael. So
yeah, that's just not baseball.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Is there anyone you prefer over the others? Or, I mean, I can't imagine that a 31-year-old man is called Scooter much anymore.
Yeah, that doesn't happen very often. Definitely not over here. So, I'm pretty, I don't really care, to be honest. I mean,
yeah.
My dad's Mike, so, Mike is always a good one for me. Doesn't matter to me as long as it's not Scooter.
Yeah, there you go. All right, I'm glad we got that straight. Michael Conforto with us here on Willard and Dibs. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. Michael, also, but before you go, just now that this is your second year here, what has been your impression and reaction of being here for a while and living in the Bay Area?
I have nothing but good to say about my experiences. Aside from a rough second half of the year last year, I really enjoyed living in the Bay Area. I enjoyed coming to the ballpark every day. Enjoyed the experience I had, with the fan base. Just the people in this organization are great people. There's really not anything I can look back on and say that, it was a negative experience. So, that was my message to the guys that, that were thinking about coming to sign here and play here. When I did get a chance to say what my experience was, I would just tell them they wouldn't be disappointed and we're committed to winning and that they're going to really enjoy being in the Bay Area. So, all good for me.
So fair to say that you'd be open to staying here beyond this year?
Yeah, of course. I definitely would. That sounds like a great option to me. We'll see how everything plays out this year and hopefully we make a strong push at this thing and go, get the ultimate prize and we can take care of any of that stuff, once the season's over.
Michael, do you know about the whole left field thing? Like the fact that since Barry Bonds, they've not had the same starting left fielder on opening day, like 2 years in a row. It's been a different guy every single year. Did anyone mention that to you this year when you started?
Yeah, I've heard that quite often actually. I've been asked that. I mean it's crazy. I mean that's an absolutely crazy streak of different left fielders, but I don't always know what to say about that. So I'd love to snap the streak.
Yeah,
But it's kind of out of my hands a little bit. Just kind of. My business is on the field, and hopefully everything will take care of itself after that.
Yeah, keep hitting grand slams, and I think we could find a spot for you out there in 2025.
No doubt. Yeah.
All right, my man. Hit it in the water as a pinch hitter in the 8th inning tonight, okay?
All right. That sounds like a good plan to me.
Okay, perfect.
All right.
We'll look forward to that. Thanks, Michael. That was fun.
Yeah, no problem. Yeah, that was fun. Thanks, guys.
All right, appreciate you. Michael Conforto.
Yeah.
On 95.7 The Game.
I love it. Little debut here on Willard and Dibs.
Yeah.
A solid guy right there.
I like Michael Conforto.
Yeah.
And
you did call it. I was driving around Walnut Creek on that Sunday, and I heard Guru on the show, and I got out of the car and ran in there, and I got back in the car, and I heard you on the show, and I was starting to get a little envy. It was a weekend edition live of Garlic Fries and Baseball Guys.
That's
and
right.
You said on that very show, I'll tell you my guy, it's Michael Conforto. He's the guy that you picked to click.
Like, I wonder, do people know, and I know you're really good at addition. You're really good at addition, right? Or just math.
Yeah.
You're good at math. 27 plus 28. That's 55.
Yep.
Plus 33. That's 88.
Yep.
Okay.
Always has been.
That's how many home runs he hit in a 3-year span from 17 to 19.
88.
88 home runs.
It's a good little stretch.
That would be an average of
29.3, Mark.
29 home runs a year. This is not just like, oh, okay, an outfielder or whatever, always off to a nice start. What you're watching right now, that's Michael Conforto. That's Michael Conforto. Career OPS 814.
Yeah.
Okay? Like, that's who this guy can be. This was an all-star in 2017 with an OPS of 939 that year, 27 home runs, and a batting average of 279. This is a phenomenal player. And they tucked him into a little platoon role last year.
Yeah. Well, that's the way they did it around here.
I get it. And there have been major injuries. There have been major injuries since then. The play tailed off in 2021 to a certain degree. Then he missed all of 2022. And then you know what you saw last year from him, which in 125 games, a little bit of a mixed bag. Had 15 home runs, an OPS of 718, which I would say makes him a little bit below average in terms of where he sat. But I still firmly believe that if blessed with health, this is someone who can put one of those seasons up still. He's only 31 years old. And, I believe what I said. Like, in many ways, he kind of holds the key to the whole thing, because if he hits like that, you actually have a real middle of the order.
Exactly.
Between him, Soler, and Chapman, you've actually got a middle of the order for the first time in 3 years.
And you heard him say it about playing every day and how much that helps to have the expectation that you're going to play and to have the knowledge that you're going to be able to be in there. And even if a reliever is getting up in the bullpen, you can actually think about who that reliever is, knowing that you're probably going to get a chance to face that reliever, as opposed to the previous regime where, you know, if it's a lefty gets up in the bullpen, you might as well sit down because you're not going to face him as a left-hand hitter because it's just not what they do around here. Yet Conforto just said to us, when you're out there and you have an expectation that you're going to play and you're going to play every day and you're going to get a chance to play throughout the course of the game, it helps you stay confident in the batter's box.
Playing really well.
Yeah.
Playing really, really well. And as far as extra base hits, he's got 7 of them so far this year. I don't know what the total is on the Giants, but it feels like he might have close to half of them, probably a third of them at least.
He's got 3 of the 10 homers right there.
3 of the 10 homers. He's also got 4 doubles. I don't know what their double stats are, but he's been absolutely fantastic. So good things coming for Michael Conforto and good things coming for the Giants if he can keep doing that, although, as we said, out of the lineup tonight. All right, really, really glad you're with us. That was fun with Michael Conforto. 888-957-9570. We were kicking a couple of Warriors things around earlier in the show. One of them is that Klay Thompson was finally on the podcast with Draymond Green.
I was kind of grappling with that a lot this year. It's almost like your own mortality as an athlete. Like, man, I might not be able to elevate like I once did, or I might not slide my feet left and right like I once did, but I can still be a heck of a player if I just give gratitude and keep that perspective. Like, I'm out here balling, because that was hard for me these last few years when when you go through injuries and you're so used to playing at a certain level, guarding a certain guy, shooting certain shots. Then you have to adjust all of that. That was the hardest part of my career. And it's still hard for me, when I'm used to scoring 25 in a quarter, locking up the best player. Now I got to pick my spots a lot more just precisely, which is fine. I've finally come to accept, like, look, I can still be a heck of a player. I can still be incredibly efficient as long as I'm having fun and being a good teammate. And you actually helped me a ton when you're like, lean into these young guys, lean into the fact you're a vet. You made X amount of money. You don't have to worry about nothing. Like, you're playing for the love of the game. And I think once I realized that and I relax a little bit, rather than trying to play for a contract or an all-star nod or some accolade, but rather just play for the love of the game. And the fact they get to play cards with the guys on the plane. We're playing ping pong last night after the game. We're having fun. That's the beauty of the game right there. Not trying to get another max deal or another endorsement, but just smelling the roses and appreciating all the work it took to get here.
You know why I buy what he's saying? And maybe you're like, well, wait a minute, why is this even something where you would say, you're buying it or selling it? You could listen to that, and we know what Klay Thompson has been through the last few years with the Warrior fan base. There are good weeks, good months, bad months, and a lot of times when people have taken shots at him, not just for shot selection, but also just this idea of like ego taking over. You're not willing to go to the bench. You're going to bench me, these press conferences, stuff like that. Okay. Let's take all this. I want to mention this. The fact that Klay's even doing this, I think, is the only answer you need. There are not a lot of athletes who will sit down and go there, have a conversation like this, and try to just get real with the fans and be like, look, I'm dealing with, there's mental health aspects to this. There's my wellness. There's my future. There's my standing. This is where my head is and has been. And not everybody shares that. So I just want to point that out. I really appreciate that Klay is finally sitting down to have this conversation. And this isn't to take a shot at people who don't, but like compare this to Andrew Wiggins. Just do that for a second.
We've heard nothing from him about anything.
The fact that Klay is willing to share this with everybody, I think speaks pretty well for where he's actually at on all of it.
Yeah, and he laid out exactly where he is and where he's getting to, and he thanked Draymond for helping him get to that place where he's not out there chasing a max. He's just trying to stay in the moment and enjoying the fact that he's still one of the great basketball players in the world right now. He may not be as good as he was. He probably won't be ever as good as he once was due to age and injury and all the rest of it. But he sounded to me in that clip like a guy who is at peace with where he is and where this team is. And, whether or not that means he'll come back and be a Warrior next year or not, that's yet to be decided in the offseason. But it sounds to me like he would be more open than I thought to coming back and just appreciating what he was talking about there, like playing cards on the plane and playing ping pong after the game and being around guys who know him and people who he knows. There's a certain comfortability being in a spot for 10 or 11 years and playing alongside the same two guys for 10 or 11 years and the same head coach now for 9 or 10 years. All those things you can't put a price tag on.
Let me ask you this, and let's leave our own rule for a second, because we've been like, look, let's stay in the moment.
Right.
You got the Lakers tomorrow night. You got playing stuff. I don't want to do the offseason yet. I don't know when the offseason's coming. But give me the scenario where Klay's not on the Warriors next year. Because I don't even know if it exists.
It would be a multi-year deal where he makes more money than what the Warriors are willing to pay him. Maybe he gets a deal for $390 somewhere, and maybe it's the Clippers or the Lakers. I don't know what their salary cap room is like, but for me, it would be a contract that is more years and more money than what the Warriors would be willing to extend. That's the scenario. I don't think that he would go to a bottom feeder team for more money.
Okay.
I think he would be going to a competitive team, a good team that would allow him to play the way he plays here.
But you mentioned the LA teams, and I get the connection there.
Yeah.
But those teams, that they're filled with big names, and I don't think that there's a whole lot of salary room.
Yeah.
I mean, look at the Clippers. You got Harden, and you got George, and I know George is a free agent and all that stuff, and Kawhi and Westbrook and the Lakers with all of their bloated stuff and everything. I had this conversation with someone recently about Draymond, when people was like, who's want? Now, he's not a free agent, but who would want Draymond? And I'm like, okay, look around the league and understand that right now the NBA has a good handful of teams that are good enough to be playoff teams, but they don't really have the experience, and they're trying to get better, but do it quickly. They're trying to get better and do it quickly. I mean, Minnesota is one of these teams. Oklahoma City is one of these teams. New Orleans is one of these teams. Go to the East, where Cleveland and Orlando and even the New York Knicks, these are these teams. Grandy was just whispering in my ear when you were talking. What's the team you like, Mark?
That's what you were talking. Orlando. They need shooting, and they have a ton of money to spend.
Okay. But even if you said $390, if the Warriors are over here and they go, hey, 2-50 with a third-year option to make it 3-75. If you're Klay, and maybe the answer is yes, are you taking that? After everything you've made, and I know even incredibly rich people like making more money, and there's ego involved. I understand this. I'm not new to sports. But I don't understand that idea if I'm Klay Thompson. If it comes down to $15 or $20 million over 3 years, I'm going to uproot no more Boat, no more Tiburon, no more Steph, no more Dre, no more Steve. I'm going to go play with Banchero in Florida.
They got water in Florida.
They got water. I don't see it. I wouldn't.
Yeah, and just listening to that sound clip from the Draymond Green podcast makes me think more along the lines of what you're laying out there. If it comes down to that, and $15 million is a lot of money, even for a pro athlete.
It's a ton of money.
But I think it comes down to the respect and the comfortability of being here in Golden State. I do think that that's worth a lot of money for any athlete, but especially Klay, who has only played alongside Steph and Draymond his whole career. And he's played for Steve Kerr for almost all of his career, except for a couple of early years with Mark Jackson. And like you said, he likes it here. He's won here. He's a legend here. There's so much about being here that's worth more than money. So if it comes down to just $15 million, which, again, he's made more than $240 million in his career, so that really is kind of a smaller sum, but it might come down to respect. If he's, if the Warriors are offering him $25 million a year, maybe he's making less than Draymond and he's making the same as Wiggins. There's a certain amount of ego that goes into this. Beyond, do you need the money? Of course he doesn't need the money, but there is the ego part of it if you wind up being the fifth highest paid player on your team.
Well, of course. Although it sounds to me like he's done a whole lot of work on his ego and the way that things hit him just this year. To go from, dude, you're going to bench me, to accepting a role off of the bench and having a conversation like this with Draymond Green in a public space. I think he's done a lot of work on this. And then I also think this. Look at it, forget Klay's perspective. Let's go to the team's perspective. Go to the Warriors. I just feel like through the years, every single time they've had a glimmer, a slight opening, any chance at all to not support the idea of the big three, they say no. Every single time. I have the hardest time, no matter how this season ends. I know they're the 10 seed. They could lose in 9 days in LA or Sacramento, and it'll be just a sweep them out with the trash type of a feel to it. And I still think that the, quote, big changes that the Warriors will try to make will likely not include those three, because every time it's in question, they go that way. They lean into those three people.
But they will be at a point that they haven't been in the entire 10-year trajectory of the big three.
It's true.
They will have lost in a play-in scenario again, and Klay is going to be a free agent, and he's making $43.2, and you're not paying him $43.2. You don't want to pay him $33.2. You'd probably be okay paying him $23.2, and I don't know if Klay would be willing to play for that number. And all we heard from Joe Lacob is that he absolutely wants to get underneath the tax. And when you look at what that number is going to be for next year, it's right about $170 million. And right now, if you look at what they have on their books for next year without Klay, it's $174 million. Now, that includes $30 million for Chris Paul. So you take that out, and you've got about $25 or $26 million left. So if Klay's willing to play for that, then it might work. And then you're just going to run it back.
I don't even know about that. Like, I get what there's, I get it. The tax, the cap, the maneuverability, I get it. I just think we're likely going to end up in a scenario where the Warriors are sitting here without a better option. Because for the most part, the thing that people say when they talk about moving on from Klay Thompson, quite frankly, you're asking for something that doesn't exist. Like, okay, you don't want 18 points per game for $20 million. Okay, what is it that you even have to spend on the open market? And who is that person that you're going to go get that's going to do a better job of those things and is younger and better on both ends of the floor? I don't think that exists. So whether they want to or not, I feel like the Warriors are probably going to get to a spot where they're like, it's kind of our best option with that roster spot is Klay Thompson.
Yeah, it depends on what the number is. I mean, I don't think you're wrong, and I just looked to make sure it's 172 is the threshold before you go over the tax.
The luxury tax.
172. And right now, without Chris Paul, you're at 144. And that includes GP2 opting in for $9 million. Kavon's on the books for $8 million. It's not fully guaranteed.
That's no Klay, though.
That's no Klay.
That's no Klay. Okay.
So you've got about $28 million underneath the tax to fit Klay in. And Kavon would free up some, assuming that he is no longer here, which his $8 million is not fully guaranteed. I think it's a $2 million guarantee of the $8 million. So if you say goodbye to Kevon Looney, which I think that they're probably going to do, as hard as it is to say that, because we love Kevon.
Yeah.
CP3 will be gone. Saric is not under contract. He'll be gone. And then you don't have a first-round pick to pay unless you somehow land in the top 4 of the lottery if you end up being a lottery team. Long way to say, yes, they could bring back Klay Thompson for about 25 to 30 million, but then do nothing else. So then you're looking at really just running this thing back.
Minimum contracts.
Without Chris Paul.
Filling in roster spots with minimum contracts. Yeah, no, I don't think that they're going to do that.
And I think that the point you make is a good one, because if you don't sign Klay, then you've got about 25 or 30 million to spend. What are you going to go out there and get that is even as good as, if not better than Klay?
I just wonder if this conversation, I would hope not. I would hope that these two sides have the utmost respect for one another. And I would think they do. He wants to stay with the Warriors. But that whole conversation of like, if you're the Warriors, you're like Klay, like we need to be able to fill out this roster. This is what we can do. We can do $23 million this year. We can do a 2-year, $46 million contract. And someone else is out there offering $30 million a year. And Klay could be like, but they're offering 30. And the Warriors are like, right, but you understand our situation. And he's like, but you understand my situation. You don't want to disrespect me. I mean, don't the Warriors at some point get to the opinion where they're like, dude, we gave you a max contract in the hospital.
Right.
Knowing that you weren't going to play. You got paid so much money to not play. You stood up on a stage and said, dude, who does that? The Warriors paid me to rehab. Who does that? Well, the Warriors do. I would hope the conversation never gets there, but I just look at one of these where it's like two sides who both kind of have a point. So you might as well meet in the middle and keep doing it. You might as well meet in the middle and keep doing it. That's to me, that's the final analysis, I hope, in the end for these two sides.
Yeah, meet in the middle, though, is not possible if you're talking about staying under the tax, possibly, depending on what another team would offer Klay Thompson, and we don't know what that would be. And it might be a question of years, too, because Steph only has 2 more years. Draymond's got 3 more years. So if you give Klay 2 more years, he would be coterminous. His contract would end at the same time as Steph, or you give him 3 and hope that Steph sticks around longer, which I would figure that he would. He's got another baby on the way, for crying out loud. The kid's got to work. So I really wonder how that's going to all work out. And in the meantime, we are staying in the present. We got a big Laker game tomorrow. And these next 4 games, and you mentioned it, 9 days. 9 days from now is the 9-10 play-in game. And we might be down to the final 9 or 10 days of Warrior basketball this year.
The Warriors are very, very likely to be in it, and they are very, very likely to be an underdog in it.
Yep.
There you have it.
Yep.
And that's why I say that tomorrow I will watch tomorrow night's game with a little bit of a different eye. That's the other thing we got to with Warrior basketball, and certainly can weigh in on this, 888-957-9570. I'll say it up front. I'm not rooting against the Warriors tomorrow night. I'm not calling for a tank. I don't think they should go lay down, rest their players, I would never root for the Warriors to lose for the Lakers, even if there was actually something bad on the line. I think until you are knocked out of the 8 seed or even the 9 seed, until you are, you go for it because you don't know what's going to happen around you. I don't know if there's going to, right? I don't know if there's going to be a massive injury for the Kings or the Pelicans. And maybe they do go on a 3-game losing streak. I don't know. Maybe that's on the table. So you play hard and you play hard until the end. But if the Warriors lose the basketball game tomorrow night, I do think there's a decent chance that is not, shall we say, the worst thing in the world, because it would help the Lakers in their chase for the 8 seed. And I think the advantageous position for the Warriors right now, their most likely path to the playoffs, which should be the focus, is to play the Sacramento Kings in game 1 and hope that the Lakers beat the Pelicans in the 7-8 game, if that's who ends up in it. By the way, we're acting like the Suns aren't a part of this picture, right? And they are. But quite frankly, I would rather play the Suns. I would rather play the Pelicans. I'd rather play anyone but the Los Angeles Lakers. That's not fear. That's not saying the Warriors can't do it. That is admitting that matchup, based on size and the different people on the floor and a guy named LeBron, is just not the best matchup for the Warriors. And I think it's been proven. It's kind of funny to me that anybody would argue with this. Look at the way they've played them this year. Look at the playoffs last year. Just look at it. That arena has been a house of horrors for Steph Curry's shot. Like, it's what it is. And if the Warriors can avoid it, phenomenal.
Yeah.
I'm all for it.
And I'm with you. And I would like Sacramento, too, in that first game, because Sacramento, to me, is the most vulnerable. And they're in a spot where they actually might slide down on their own at the Thunder tomorrow. And they've got the Pelicans and the Suns before wrapping it up against Portland, which you would figure is a gimme victory for Sacramento. But the 3 games before that, you've got 3 games in 4 nights at OKC, back home for the Pelicans, and then the Suns on a back-to-back. Both the Pelicans and the Suns are going to be playing for something, too.
So's OKC. They're a game behind Denver and Minnesota. So you're right. It's not just good teams. It's teams that are playing for something.
And at OKC, and you turn around 2 days later with a back-to-back at home, you can see the Kings maybe going 1-3 in that stretch, considering how undermanned they are. And a 1-3 Kings combined with a 2-2 Lakers, and all of a sudden the Lakers jump over Sacramento. Boom.
So, yeah, it's going to be an interesting week. Let's go to Pat in Foster City. Hi, Pat. What's up? You're on with Willie and Dibby.
Hey, thanks for taking the call. That's a really good point. I mean, I think the Warriors would much rather play Sacramento in the 9-10 than the Lakers, I think. So that puts a whole different twist on the Laker game from the Warriors. But what I was going to say was, I think, for the Warriors, I think part of the game tomorrow, I think, ought to come down to the health status of Davis and LeBron. Are those guys going to play or not? And if they're not playing, then maybe you go all in. If they are playing, you kind of reevaluate at halftime and say, can we realistically win this game or we can't? If we can't, bag it, because, unlike last year, the Warriors did have a better record on the road than they do at home this year. So that's not such a bad thing.
Pat, I don't know if you can play that kind of game in the middle of the game, in other words. And I just don't think it makes any sense for the Warriors to play stuff like that. Thanks for the call, but I'm trying to say what I'm saying without having it lead to, hey, let's try to lose tomorrow night.
Right.
That's not what I'm saying at all. The Warriors should be all in on that. I don't think that they should press Steph for 35 or 40 minutes. I don't think they should do that in any of their games this week. I don't think that's smart leading into must-win, single game scenarios that are on the way next week. So you try to win until you know that something good can't happen. But I just don't think it's the worst thing in the world if the Warriors lose that game tomorrow night, because even just the basketball fan in me, the urgency and the fun of watching a one-game scenario, Lakers and Warriors would be unbelievable TV.
Yeah.
So would Warriors Kings. That both of them, to me, are as good as it gets as far as a play-in situation.
Yeah, even if it's Warriors-Pelicans or Warriors-Suns or Warriors-anybody in a one-game scenario, it's going to be exciting. It's going to be intense, but it would be even more so Steph and LeBron. How many different iterations have we seen of LeBron going up against Steph in Cleveland, in L.A.? It's been a wonderful, and I know it's not a head-to-head rivalry per se, but when those two are both on the court, and then you add in Draymond and Klay and AD and the rest of it, it's awesome when it's Lakers and Warriors, no doubt.
Looking at this right now, absolute 100% dream scenario of the NBA playoffs would go like this. The 1 seed is the Oklahoma City Thunder. The 2 seed is the Denver Nuggets. The 3 seed is the Minnesota Timberwolves. 4 seed is going to be the Clippers. The 5 seed going to be the Mavericks. I hope that the 6 seed is the Phoenix Suns. Then for the play-in tournament, give me New Orleans 7, Lakers 8, Kings 9, Warriors 10. Warriors go to Sacramento and win. Lakers go to New Orleans and win, making them the 7 seed and matching them up against the Denver Nuggets. Lakers go bye-bye. Lakers go bye-bye. Then the Warriors defeat the Pelicans and move into the 8 seed and take on the OKC Thunder in that first matchup, which would be hard for both teams.
Be fun, though.
It would be hard for both teams.
Bet the over.
Yeah. And then you would get Minnesota playing Phoenix. The Clippers and Mavericks series, I'm pretty sure, is going to happen. And that'd be pretty...
Minnesota and Phoenix.
Pretty spicy Western Conference playoff.
No doubt.
If I could sit down with a pen and paper, that's what I would do.
Yeah, and you drop Denver over L.A., and it would be Minnesota at the 3 taking on Phoenix. So Phoenix wins that. Now you'd have Denver and Phoenix, and could the Warriors knock off OKC? And if they did, then you get either the Clippers or Dallas, and you think about a possible path to the Western Conference Finals. Give me Dallas or the Clippers in a second-round series, too, as opposed to those other teams. And I know we're getting way ahead of ourselves. And we agreed to stay in the moment. Lakers tomorrow right here on 95.7 The Game. But I'm with you on that scenario. The only thing I would flip-flop would be I would want Minnesota to be the 1 and OKC to be the 3.
Why do you think that the Warriors would have a better shot against Minnesota than OKC?
Because they have a center now. And I'm not sold on Minnesota. I'm not sold on their ability in the postseason. I think Gilgeous-Alexander is a better player than Edwards for Minnesota.
I agree with that. But they're both, they're both really, really good. Minnesota is taller.
Right.
And Minnesota has Naz Reid, who done miss.
Against the Warriors, traditionally.
Yeah. Well, I don't really care what done against anybody else. He hit a bunch of them against the Lakers last
It's 31 against the Lakers, yeah. He looked good.
Dude, it's ridiculous.
Yeah. And Nas is what, their shooting guard in their big lineup?
I don't know what the hell he is. He's just out there. He's just out there in the corner, standing there by himself all the time. I don't know what's going on, but they're just so tall.
Yeah.
I know the Warriors have a center now, but it feels like the length of the Timberwolves bothers the Warriors. And Oklahoma City, man, those games... I know what OKC's record is against the Warriors this year. I also know that the Warriors completely gag-jobbed 2 of them away and beat them the other time.
Yep.
I think that's a series that would play. I really do. So
yeah, I wonder about the health of Karl Anthony Towns, if he's going to be able to make it back off the meniscus injury to his knee. So if he's not on the team for Minnesota,
that's fair.
I like the Warriors' chances even more.
Although he was sitting there watching that game last night, and they rolled into L.A. and just administered a total beatdown. I know LeBron was out in that one as well. But you're right. We're getting off brand.
Yes.
Even Klay Thompson said, please, stay in the moment.
And in saying that, when it comes to free agency in July, I just got to keep that in mind. Like, yes, I want to re-sign with the Dubs, but I also have to prioritize my mental health and lay out what is important to me at this point in my career. And I know we have so much basketball ahead that I haven't given it much thought, really, because if I start thinking about July 1st, then I'm just doing myself a disservice. I'm not here. I'm not thinking about the Hornets tomorrow, these must-win games this weekend. So for me, it's just about staying present, as simple as that is, staying present. And
yeah, so first of all, I agree with that. It's how I'm going to try to fan over the next week and a half as well. Just stay in the moment. You got a game. Did you win it? Okay, where do we go from here? There was one other thing in that clip, though, that does catch your attention, and you're kind of like, what does that mean? Of course I want to stay with the Dubs.
Right.
But I also need to prioritize my own mental health.
Exactly.
What does that mean?
That means ultimately him having time to reflect and think about what's most important to him and then go out and get that. Because as I mentioned before, he hasn't had this opportunity to be a free agent really before. I mean, after his first contract, then he signed with the Warriors, and then he got hurt, and they gave him a max in the hospital. So this is his first time, I think, as a pro to really go out there and take a look and see what might be out there. So you get into the summer when the season's over, you check in on your own mental health, and you figure out what's most important to you.
Well, but I mean, how could staying with the Warriors not be the best thing for his mental health?
Maybe he's ready for a new challenge.
I can't think that that's a priority for him. That would
I don't
shock
know.
me.
I don't pretend to know what makes him tick.
What I pretend to know is what we've been told, and not just by him, by his dad, by his behavior, by his everything, by even these comments that he just made to Draymond Green, the history they've been through. Like, I have the hardest time feeling like he would get to the point. The only thing I can think of that he means by that is I got to sit down and find out if that extra $5 or $10 million that someone else is going to offer me is actually going to matter to me, and that's the only thing I can think of. In other words, if you're paid less to stay, is that going to negatively affect you mentally on the floor? Are you going to be out there trying to prove something? Are you going to have a chip on your shoulder because you took $23 million and someone else offered you $30? That's the only thing I can think of that means.
Yeah, and are you going to be okay making less than Andrew Wiggins and making less than Draymond Green and being the fourth highest paid player on the team?
I don't know, man. Does
that affect your mental health?
Flash your career earnings, dude. 266.
Yeah.
266.
Does that mean he should play for less than what he feels like he's deserved?
Not if it doesn't want to, no.
Exactly.
Doesn't mean that at all.
If it affects his mental health, then no.
We're sponsored by Robert Half, 888-957-9570. Willard and Dibbs.
Robert Half research indicates 9 out of 10 hiring managers are having difficulty hiring. Robert Half is here to help. Our recruiting professionals use proprietary AI to connect businesses with highly skilled talent. At Robert Half, we know talent.
comes left. Double. Pass inside. Jackson Davis wide open. Another dunk, and they're just dicing up the Jazz with this high screen and roll. It's 78-56 Warriors.
Hey, Dub Nation. It's Trace Jackson Davis, and you're listening to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Love them.
It's great. And by the way, your guy Chip over here, who I call Grandy.
Yeah. Chip Grandy.
You're really an intuitive one, Grandy. You really are. You don't even know why.
Try my best.
Yeah, you don't even know why you're intuitive.
You're going to say something about TJD, maybe?
I am going to say something about TJD.
Yeah.
And I was lining up to do so before he even played that. And he played that, and I'm sitting here looking at tweets that are going back and forth between Howard Beck,
okay,
NBA writer, long time, and Raymond Ritter, PR extraordinaire, Golden State Warriors, Chase Center, USA. Right? This all happened earlier today. Howard Beck tweeted out something about the whole, I don't know, there's some differences, new wrinkles in terms of when the writers get their season award ballots. Part of it having to do with the new 65-game rule. And for those of you who don't know what that is, like, you have to play in at least 65 of the 82 games to be considered for some of these awards, right? All right. So he's tweeting about that. And then Chris Mannix hits Howard Beck. All these oopty-doopty people are firing back at each other on Twitter as opposed to just texting each other.
Right.
Chris Mannix hits Howard Beck and goes, "You're not a voter until you get a reminder text from Mark Broussard." And Beck says, "LOL," or several panicked texts at 11:58 p.m. Eastern Time. And then here comes Ritter off the top rope. "Hey, Howard, hopefully with that text, Broussard will remind you to consider Kuminga for most improved player, Podziemski and Trace Jackson Davis for all rookie, and Steph for all NBA." Beck writes back, "I'm counting on the annual RR text call email for that." And Raymond responds, "It's coming."
Yeah.
Are any of these guys going to be involved? I mean, Steph, I hate to break it to Raymond, I think he knows this. Steph's not going to get all NBA this year. I do not believe that's going to happen.
Maybe
not first
second
team.
or third team.
Not first team.
No.
Podziemski, Jackson Davis, all rookie.
It's interesting because Pods was seemingly a lock, and then over the last 20 games, TJD has kind of leapfrogged him on the rookie power rankings.
Who have been the top rookies around the league? I mean, obviously Wembanyama.
Right.
But who else is really, really popped?
Chet Holmgren is also a rookie this year.
Technically a
Brandon
rookie,
Miller
right?
in Charlotte's been really good.
Miller's been good. I forgot Holmgren was considered a rookie. Yeah. Well, that's one for sure. But I do think, you know what this underscores? We have undersold or underdiscussed the Warriors draft last year. Good Lord.
It's been incredible.
I mean, they got not just two contributors, they got two guys who have at least moonlit as starters.
Right.
Podziemski and Jackson Davis. Definitely. I mean, two of the top 10 rookies in the league?
Yeah.
Is that fair?
I'd have to look at a full list of rookies, but certainly for the impact they've had here, it's easy to see. And it's been kind of a staggered performance. Pods was so good for the first 40 or 50 games. He's kind of slowed down a little bit. He had a good game the other night, but TJD didn't play a ton early, and then over the course of the last 20 or 30 games, he's taken off. So it's been a nice kind of a staggered season for the two rookies for the Golden State Warriors.
Yeah, I'm looking at it right now, and I'm going to firmly say that these two are absolutely two of the top 10 rookies in the NBA this year. This is now about a month and a half old, but Yahoo Sports put out the rookie power rankings.
Yeah.
And sure, Wembanyama is number one and Holmgren is number two. No surprise there. Brandon Miller, as Grandy points out, is number three. Number four, Keontae George of the Utah Jazz, who at the time had been averaging about 13 a game. Number five, Derek Lively of the Dallas Mavericks. Number six, Brandon Poughkeepsie Kid.
Yeah.
There's Brandon Podziemski. Scoot Henderson at number Scoot Henderson at number 7. I've not actually been a huge fan of Scoot. He got off to a really slow start. We'll see. Things are getting a little bit better for him. He's had some nice games. Kim Whitmore of the Rockets, Gigi Jackson of the Grizzlies, and Jaime Jaquez. Who's been good for the Miami Heat. You stick Chase Jackson Davis somewhere on that list now based on what he's achieved the last couple of months?
I think you put him in the mix, but it's been a small sample, I think, as far as, guy who hasn't really played all year. He's really come on and become one of the better rookies. I was just looking at the NBA.com Steve Ashburner rookie ladder, and he did his top 5 every week. And you see the Poughkeepsie kid, week 12, he shows up at number 5. Week 16, week 17, number 4. So he's been on the radar, and this is Steve Ashburner, just one person's opinion. And
these are only top 5.
Right.
I'm looking at it now, too.
Yeah, Thompson's in there, guys. And you see Jaime Jaquez, Miller's been in there. No real listing yet of TJD, but again, it's kind of been the last, month or 6 weeks? At least
month. I think, the last couple months have been interesting. The last 3-4 weeks where it's like, whoa, this is sustainable, and it really has an effect on basketball games.
Yeah, I'm going back in his log to, the end of February when he started playing 11 minutes, 16, 21. He's started now the last 7 games, and he's been unbelievable in those 7 starts.
Well, it's not, this by watching him. It's not necessarily all stats. He really affects the game.
Oh, yeah.
He just affects it on both ends of the floor. It's so obvious if you're watching Warrior games.
Well, just look at the shot blocking. He had 4 against Utah, and he's had a couple games with 3 and a bunch of games with 2. He definitely makes an impact. But if you go back to when he really started to play and get actual quality minutes, it's only been about 6 weeks.
Yeah.
So I think that's what hurts him in the all-rookie conversation.
If I extended it to the top 15, it's a no-brainer.
Oh, yeah.
And so, we can debate top 10, top 15, no-brainer. The Golden State Warriors got 2 of the top 15 rookies in the draft last year and did not pick in the top 15 picks.
Yeah, and the fact that
that's fantastic.
And the Podziemski pick, for me, is even more impressive than TJD. I mean, people like TJD. I don't know why he slid in the second round, and then the word was that, he didn't want to just get taken by any team. So it was a little bit of an inside job with his agent being the brother of the GM.
Right.
That certainly helped.
Well, right.
And I'm not discounting it as a good pick.
No, and it wasn't underhanded either.
Right.
It was that the Warriors were willing to guarantee a contract for TJD. He said he had 2-way offers, whatnot, and his agent was like, no, don't do that. And yes, because did he know that he had his brother in the back pocket? Yeah, probably. And ain't nothing wrong with that.
No.
Nothing wrong. That's well played by the Warriors.
Exactly.
And they got somebody.
And well played by the agent, too.
Not just got somebody who can play, but somebody who's ready to contribute right away. They got 2 college basketball players. Those aren't that easy to find right now.
Exactly.
We're watch the national championship game here pretty soon. I don't know how many NBA players are even on the floor. I know Zach Edey's going to make the league. He's not going to be a lottery pick. So,
it's just mind-boggling
totally
to me.
Crazy
to think that he, if it's 25 years ago, he's Greg Oden and he's the number 1 overall pick, and it's an absolute slam dunk, no-brainer.
No doubt. And then Kuminga, most improved?
That's always a tough one.
It is a tough one.
I mean, I'd have to canvass the league to look at other players who got better, but one thing is certain. He got a lot better from last year to this year, and he made himself a boatload of money in the process.
Absolutely, he did. Absolutely. Let's see. The odds as of March 18th, Tyrese Maxey is your favorite based on odds for most improved player.
Okay.
And Kobe White is the one with the upward bullet rising on the list right now.
Okay.
Yeah. Kobe White, Tyrese Maxey, Jalen Williams of the Thunder, and then 4th in the betting is Jonathan Kuminga.
Okay.
Right now.
It's going to be tough to beat Tyrese Maxey.
It is.
Who turned himself into an all-star.
Oh, my God. And what did he score last night? What did he finish with last night? Oh my God.
See that.
Yeah. It was the last night or the night before. I could have sworn it was last night. I think Embiid had a rest game, and Maxey went absolutely crazy.
52 points.
He had 52 last night.
Jeez.
He played 54 minutes.
Wow.
Feels like the Sixers go to overtime in most of their games. They double overtime to beat the Spurs in San Antonio, and Maxey had 52. And yes, he is minus 190 to win most improved player.
Wemby almost with a quadruple double. 33, 18, 7 blocks, 9 turnovers.
Oh damn.
6 assists, but 9 turns. Wemby.
All right, here we go. Time to hop on out of here for Warriors Roundtable, brought to you by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises. Here comes Kevin Dana and Gary St. Jean right around the corner. You want to do it again tomorrow?
Yeah.
Let's do it again tomorrow. For Dibs, for Grandy, for Lucas, I'm Mark. Shoot your shot. It's all you got.
Now through April 6th.